Chapter 501. I'll escort you 500 kilometers, sir. Zhou Dikun looked up and then frowned. It's getting dark, Meng Hao. Enough chit-chat. You've gotten yourself into some big trouble here. The Great Cloud Sky tribe dispatched their battle tribe to wipe you out because of the incident with the 5 poisons tribe that year, and also your demon spirit. When he heard the words Great Cloud Sky tribe, it caused a cold glow to suddenly appear in Meng Hao's eyes. He said nothing. Thankfully, I happen to be the leader of this group, so you don't have to worry. I won't let anything happen to my junior brother. He slapped his chest vigorously. Zhou Dikun was not young, but because of the twists and turns of life, he had lived quite comfortably and actually looked much younger than he was. How many concubines do you have now? Laughed Meng Hao. Not many, not many. Last month, I accepted an 8th. Zhou Dikun's face glowed a healthy red color, and he coughed dryly. There's no need to talk about that, though. Look, junior brother. The two of us are going to put on a little act. He lowered his head and began to explain things to Meng Hao. Meng Hao's eyes went wide, and he put on a forced smile. Is that really a good idea? He said, hesitating. Don't worry about it. You listen to your elder brother. Zhou Dikun looked very serious, so Meng Hao could do nothing but mutter and nod his head. A few moments later. So, it turns out that you are the Crow Divinity tribe, who crushed over 1,000 tribes to rise to prominence. You are the most powerful force in the Western Desert North, a force that strikes fear into the hearts of even great tribes. My heart holds nothing but admiration for you. If we battle each other, there will surely be deaths and injuries. I, Zhou Dikun, do not like to see blood. Also, the Dedura character in my name means virtue. Therefore, I will use virtue to make you surrender. I will give you 10 years, during which time I, Zhou Dikun, will use virtue to make you surrender. Zhou Dikun's shouting echoed out in all directions to be heard by both tribes. The Crow Divinity tribe reacted better than the Battle tribe, who all stared in shock. Although they didn't know Zhou Dikun very well, they were members of a great tribe and had heard many stories. No matter which way you looked at him, he did not seem to be the type of person who won others over with virtue. The Battle tribe's great father and high priest had eyes wider than anyone. They were completely stupefied and had no clue what Zhou Dikun was trying to accomplish. After flying down from their position up above, Zhou Dikun and Meng Hao separated. Meng Hao suppressed the awkwardness he felt inside to clasp hands and bow to Zhou Dikun. So, it turns out that you are from the Great Cloud Sky tribe, the illustrious Grandmaster Zhou Dikun, invincible in the Tao of Alchemy and possessor of 8 concubines. I truly admire you, sir. Very well, I accept your wager. I will give you 10 years to try to use virtue to make me surrender. The more he spoke, the more awkward Meng Hao felt. Coughing dryly, he headed back to his airship. The words he had just spoken caused the eyes of the Crow Divinity tribe members to widen. It felt very strange to hear such words coming out of the mouth of their totemic sacred ancient. To them, their sacred ancient was someone who could kill without batting an eyelid. How could he possibly say something like he just had? Excellent, cried Zhou Dikun vigorously as he stepped back onto the black sword. He flicked his sleeve and continued in a determined voice. Unfortunately, there must be a clear winner and loser between the two of us. If it weren't for that, we could drink and chat merrily and would surely become friends for life. His emotional expression made it seem that he truly felt it to be a pity. I truly admire you, he continued loftily. It turns out you want to see exactly how I plan to win you over with virtue. Very well, please proceed on your way. 3 days from now, I'll catch up with you. This is my promise, and my first step in the process of using virtue to make you surrender. Next to him, the faces of the Great Father and High Priest instantly flickered. Grandmaster Zhou, we can't do that. If we let them go, who knows where we will have to go to find them? Are you trying to prevent me from using virtue to make them surrender? Said Zhou Dikun, glaring. Meng Hao cleared his throat and looked at Zhou Dikun with a strange expression. He recalled the lines Zhou Dikun had given to speak, but after thinking about them, he just couldn't make himself say them. He cleared his throat again, and then said nothing more. The Crow Divinity's airship immediately shot off into the distance. Grandmaster Zhou, cried the Battle Tribe Great Father anxiously. As the Crow Divinity tribe flew off, Zhou Dikun's expression was one of loftiness. The Great Father had no choice but to stand there and refuse to allow the Battle Tribe to pursue. You need to have faith in the Great Cloud Sky tribe. We will use virtue to make them surrender. Zhou Dikun was sighing inwardly. He had prepared even more words for himself to say in response to Meng Hao just now. But the mission we accepted was to destroy the tribe, said the High Priest furiously. Could it be that you have no faith in the Great Cloud Sky tribe? Replied Zhou Dikun solemnly. Or is it me you have no faith in? Regardless, be it in terms of status or position, he was much higher than anyone present, and also the general of this force. Were the Great Father to take unilateral action, Zhou Dikun could report him, and then the entire tribe would be in trouble. Zhou Dikun's simple response caused the battle tribe Great Father and High Priest to say nothing further. That was how 3 days of time was bought. 3 days later, the black swords once again whistled through the air. A few days later, the black swords were shooting at top speed toward Meng Hao. Zhou Dikun roared out. So, we meet again. Crow Divinity Tribe, do you surrender or not? Killing intent instantly boiled out from the Crow Divinity Tribe. Clearly they felt the battle would begin at any moment. The battle tribe was the same. They suppressed their irritation at the situation and allowed their killing intent to roar up to the sky. Meng Hao smiled wryly. He took a deep breath and then responded the way Zhou Dikun had indicted he should. We don't surrender. Ha ha ha. I guessed you wouldn't. If you had, I would have assumed something fishy was going on. Very well. This time I'll give you 7 days before I start chasing you again. This is how you use virtue to get someone to surrender. In response to Zhou Dikun's lofty words, Meng Hao turned around with a wry smile. The airship once again shot off into the distance. The Great Father and the High Priest were enraged. There were even some battle tribe members who howled and charged forward to block the way of the Crow Divinity Tribe. Hold your hands, roared Zhou Dikun. Are you really planning to rebel against the tribe? Zhou Dikun's shocking roar caused the battle tribe members to instantly stop in place. The eyes of the Great Father and the High Priest were bloodshot as they turned back to glare at Zhou Dikun. Zhou Dikun gave a cold snort and then set his chin. His expression said, "What do you think you can do to me?" He slowly pulled open his robe to reveal the command medallion of a tribe elder. After seeing it, the Great Father and the High Priest could do nothing more than suppress their rage and lower their heads. It was in this manner that 3 months slowly passed by. Do you surrender? You're still not ready to surrender? There's no need to say it. I know that you won't surrender. It doesn't matter. During the 3 months, every time the battle tribe caught up, Zhou Dikun would come up with a vast array of excuses and reasons to let the Crow Divinity Tribe leave. Soon, the 3 black swords, despite being dispatched from a great tribe, were beginning to run out of resources. Their speed was slowly being reduced to the point where soon, they wouldn't be able to catch up with the Crow Divinity Tribe. As the months went by, the Crow Divinity Tribe became used to the situation. Every time the battle tribe caught up, they would watch on curiously. By now, they could see that this old man named Zhou was actually a good person. In fact, on one occasion, the Crow Divinity Tribe ended up being surrounded by another mid-sized tribe. At the critical moment, the battle tribe appeared. Zhou Dikun roared and, using the pretext of using virtue to get the Crow Divinity Tribe to surrender, forced the battle tribe to attack. Finally, they were able to vent their recent frustrations on that mid-sized tribe. In the end, Zhou Dikun allowed the Crow Divinity Tribe to end the battle. Citing the desire to use virtue to make them surrender, he let the Crow Divinity Tribe take all the spoils of war. Their eyes gleaming with a strange light, they then made their ways off into the distance. Another month passed. The battle tribe Great Father and the High Priest were no longer so upset. It wasn't that Zhou Dikun wouldn't let them fight. What he wouldn't allow was a full-scale battle. Duels were permitted. Therefore, during the following months, the 2 tribes traveled almost one on top of the other. Occasionally, solitary cultivators would fly out to engage to duels. Each duel consisted of 2 fighters, no more. Furthermore, as soon as the battle reached a critical, dangerous moment, Zhou Dikun would immediately end the fight. As time passed, the battle tribe grew numb to the situation. They had long since figured out that Zhou Dikun and Meng Hao knew each other and clearly had a deep relationship. Even the Great Father and the High Priest eventually gave tacit approval to the situation. They knew that in terms of position and status, they were inferior to Zhou Dikun. Furthermore, he was the general. Therefore, all of the responsibility for the mission would naturally fall onto his shoulders. Therefore, they gave up on their desire to exterminate the Crow Divinity Tribe. Whatever orders Zhou Dikun gave, they followed. Eventually, it got to the point that Zhou Dikun and Meng Hao felt no need for any pretense. They would often set up a table in midair to chat and drink together. Slowly but surely, the members of the 2 tribes came to acknowledge each other. Soon, they even came to exist in harmony with each other. What caused the Great Father and the High Priest to be even more speechless was the fact that over the months of interaction, there were even members of both tribes who ended up becoming friends. There would often be visitors from either tribe who dropped by the other to exchange views regarding cultivation. The Great Father and High Priest could only smile wryly. After all, both of these tribes possessed strong killing intent. They had experienced countless battles, and therefore took each other very seriously. They were worthy adversaries, and on top of that, in addition to being veterans of many battles, they were all cultivators. To be able to experience half a year of peace and calm like this was very rare. Everything was harmonious. Whenever they met enemies, there was no need for Zhou Dikun to say anything. Instantly, the battle tribe and the Crow Divinity Tribe would join forces to go into battle. The Great Father and High Priest knew that their mission was a failure, so they did their best to ingratiate themselves with Zhou Dikun. That way, they might be able to build up more goodwill with the main tribe. It was in this way that time went by. The Battle Tribe and the Crow Divinity Tribe put on a strange show with their close interaction and occasional pretense of fighting. By now, the Crow Divinity Tribe had passed T. Rough most of the Western Desert Central region and were approaching the border of the South region. One day, a succession of 3 jade slips arrived to the Battle Tribe. They contained wrathful messages from the Cloud Sky main tribe demanding an explanation and ordering the Battle Tribe and Zhou Dikun to return immediately. The mission to destroy the Crow Divinity Tribe was now given to another auxiliary tribe. Zhou Dikun sighed. He knew that he would not be able to escort Meng Hao any further than this. Chapter 502, Flying Locust Tribe. When it came time to leave, it wasn't just Meng Hao and Zhou Dikun who were reluctant to part. The members of the 2 tribes stared at each other silently. Neither harbored any further desire to fight each other anymore. Instead, they respected and appreciated each other. As far as the Battle Tribe went, they were in somewhat of a better situation. They knew that soon, the Crow Divinity Tribe would be facing up against another auxiliary branch of the Great Cloud Sky Tribe, and after that, the fearsome South region. Each and every one of the tribes who managed to slaughter their way into the South from the East, West, North, and Central regions were incredibly valiant. The ones that did not have demon spirits roamed the area near the Black Lands, hoping for other tribes to arrive that did. It was just like the saying, waiting by the tree stump, waiting for more rabbits to come and dash themselves against it. That was the only hope for survival for such tribes. The Great Father of the Battle Tribe had recently gotten to know the 2 late nascent soul cultivators of the Crow Divinity Tribe. Now that the time had come to part, he sighed emotionally in his heart. No one could possibly have predicted that these 2 tribes would form such a strange relationship over the course of half a year. The members of the Battle Tribe clasped hands. Take care. The members of the Crow Divinity Tribe clasped hands and bowed in response. Zhou Dikun was quiet for a moment as he looked at Meng Hao. Finally, he sighed. Junior brother, if you ever make it back to the Southern Domain, please find Master and kowtow to him for me. The year he came to the Black Lands, he accepted me as an apprentice. He told me that my path is not in the Southern Domain, but out in the rest of the world. I really want to go back to the Southern Domain. One day, if I don't perish, then I, Zhou Dikun, will definitely return there and return to the East Pill Division. Junior brother, you must take care of yourself on your journey. I can only escort you to this point. In 3 days, the Flying Locust Tribe will arrive. Their mission is to exterminate you. Junior brother, the time has come to part. I have nothing that I can offer to you as a gift except for this. Eyes glittering, Zhou Dikun waved his right hand, causing 10,000 neo-demons to fly out from within his bag of holding. Each one possessed incredible cultivation bases. The Y instantly flew out into the air, roaring, their auras clearly extraordinary. This is my personal neo-demon horde, although I can't control them. In the Western Desert, neo-demons are valuable resources, so I will give them to you. As soon as they appeared, they began to dissolve into chaos. Meng Hao glanced them over, and then caused demonic chi to emanate out from his body. The neo-demons instantly began to quiver as they looked over at Meng Hao. They roared, but they were no longer in a state of disturbance. Zhou Dikun looked over at the Battle Tribe. Battle Tribe Great Father and High Priest, I will never forget the spirit of cooperation you have shown these days. I will take all responsibility for this mission. However, at the moment, I would like to ask you to lend me some neo-demons. When we get back to the tribe, I will think of a way to repay you. 8,000 Battle Tribe members stood there silently. Slowly, each and every one produced 2 or 3 neo-demons. In total, 20,000 were delivered over. They had no Dragoner, only personal neo-demons, each of which was not low level. The sight of the 20,000 neo-demons caused Meng Hao to be visibly moved. To any Western Desert tribe, this represented a vast amount of wealth. Meng Hao looked at Zhou Dikun. Zhou Dikun looked back. He took a deep breath and then began to speak in a tone that you would use with family. There's no need to refuse, junior brother. This is the only way I have to help you. Meng Hao, take care. Deep warmth filled his heart. They looked at each other for a moment, and then Zhou Dikun gave Meng Hao a firm embrace. Take care. Zhou Dikun turned and flicked his sleeve. The members of the Battle Tribe gave the Crow Divinity Tribe one last deep glance before the black swords whistled off into the distance to disappear over the horizon. Now, only the Crow Divinity Tribe was left floating there in midair along with 30,000 neo-demons. Meng Hao watched Zhou Dikun leave. After a long moment passed, he took a deep breath and then turned. He slowly wiped the emotion from his face, causing it to once again become ice cold. He waved his hand, sucking the 30,000 neo-demons into his bag of holding. During the past half year, he had lost 50,000 neo-demons, including ones that had been consumed as food. With this replenishment, his horde now numbered 150,000. When a horde of 150,000 Neodemons spread out, it was enough to shake the entire Western Desert. Such a vast number exceeded that which even great tribes like the Five Poisons tribe would have. If Meng Hao had possessed a Neodemon horde this large, then in the battle that year with the Five Poisons tribe, he would have completely crushed them. In the vast lands of the Western Desert, only great tribes with spirit-severing patriarchs could sustain such a large accumulation of Neodemons like this. Despite that, there was no Dragonor who could possibly control 150,000 Neodemons at once. Even the legendary GRA-ND Dragonors would not be able to do so. Meng Hao, however, could control that, and even more. 150,000 Neodemons didn't count for much as far as he was concerned. He wasn't using his cultivation base to control them, but rather demonic chi. He could control 150,000 or 300,000, even 500,000. Right now, Meng Hao and the Crow Divinity Tribe had reached a point on their campaign trail in which they had completely risen to prominence from within the flames of battle. They could now thoroughly rock even great tribes. "We are more than halfway to our destination," said Meng Hao. "Once we leave the Western Desert Central region, the only thing in front of us will be the Western Desert South region. Beyond that are the Black Lands." Meng Hao flicked his wide sleeve, and a gleam of determination appeared in the eyes of the Crow Divinity Tribe members. Their airship whistled into motion. A rumbling sound could be heard as it transformed into a beam of colorful light. 3 days later, Meng Hao looked off into the far distance toward the area that was the border between the Western Desert Central and South regions. In recent days, the Western Desert North region had completely been turned into a sea. Of course, the East, West, and Central regions had no way to escape the disaster. The seawater flowed into those areas as well. The lakes were joining together and rising up. No plains were visible. Mountainous valleys had long since been turned into underwater graves. The violet rain continued to pound down, inundating the land. The seawater grew deeper and deeper. Everywhere was turning into a sea. In some areas were places that resembled islands. However, the extermination of life force caused a thick aura of death to rise up everywhere. As for spiritual energy, it was no longer extremely thin, but rather not there. The only hope lay in the south. The south region had the highest elevation and was the only place that wasn't being run over with seawater. However, Meng Hao could only imagine how many tribes must be gathered there. Although it might not be correct to say it was overrun, but probably close. Now, though, the Crow Divinity Tribe were not the weaklings they had once been. They were fierce and intrepid. They were the type of tribe that others took seriously, even feared. "We're now on the final home stretch of our journey." Meng Hao took a deep breath as the airship shot through the air. Even as they neared the border, Meng Hao's eyes suddenly glittered with killing intent. He turned back to look off into the sky. A yellowish glow could be seen shooting toward them from off in the distance. Before it even got close, buzzing sounds could be heard echoing out. It was now possible to see that the yellow glow was actually made up for countless winged locusts. Each one was about the size of a hand, and they were extremely fierce in appearance. There were tens of thousands of them, seemingly enough to blot out the sky. Scattered Abu. Among the locusts were more than 7,000 cultivators. All of them had expressions of disdain on their faces as they shot with the locusts toward the Crow Divinity Tribe. Among the 7,000 cultivators were 12 old men with cold, arrogant expressions. One of them suddenly said, "We are the Flying Locust Tribe of the Great Cloud Sky Tribe. Crow Divinity Tribe, hand over your demon spirit. We will give you the space of 3 breaths to convince us why we shouldn't exterminate your entire tribe." Almost as soon as the words left his mouth, someone began to speak. 1, 2. Before the third word could be uttered, the killing intent of the Crow Divinity Tribe exploded out. At the same time, Meng Hao, his expression the same as ever, waved his right hand. As he did, 10,000 and then 30,000 Neodemons appeared, roaring. "Small tribes are small tribes," said another of the 12 old men. "If you dare to attack the Great Cloud Sky Tribe with a trifling horde of 30,000 Neodemons then..." Before he could finish speaking, his eyes went wide with disbelief. That was because the Neodemons didn't stop at 30,000. Instead, their numbers grew to 40,000, 50,000, 60,000. By the time 60,000 Neodemons appeared, half of the group of 12 old men had serious expressions on their faces. Nearly half of the cultivators they led were also panting. They could tell that if they wished to win a great victory in the coming battle, they would have to pay a steep price. The man who appeared to be the leader among the group of 12 old men had a calm expression as he coolly said, 60,000 Neodemons. "It seems the main tribe underestimate this Crow Divinity Tribe. Even still, we..." Before he could finish speaking, the faces of all 12 men completely fell. Even the man who had just been speaking couldn't stop from gasping and opening his eyes wide in disbelief. 70,000, 80,000, 90,000, 100,000. The sight of 100,000 neo-demons caused heaven and earth to shake. Their roars filled the sky, causing the sky to dim and a strong wind to kick up. The more than 7,000 cultivators' faces went pale and filled with astonishment. Even the 12 old men were panting and could feel their hearts pounding in their chests. 100,000 neo-demons. They're all level 6 and above. This. They have a neo-demon horde of 100,000. Damn it. How do we fight that? This is impossible. Even a Grand Dragoner can't control a 100,000 strong neo-demon horde. How can that guy pull this off? Even as the members of the Flying Locust tribe, including the Great Father and elders, panted in shock, their minds were then blown by the next thing that they saw. It was as if an invisible arrow had been shot directly into their brains. They were filled with shock and astonishment. 110,000, 120,000, 130,000. Finally, all 150,000 neo-demons filled the sky. There is literally no way to describe the situation except with the expression, blot out the sky and cover you. Pee the earth. The members of the Flying Locust tribe were struck, completely speechless. They stared in shock, in stupefaction. A long moment passed before they began to breathe again. The 12 nascent soul cultivators of the Flying Locust tribe felt their scalps going numb as feelings of despair washed over them. Moments ago, they felt as if they were far above anyone else. To them, exterminating this tribe was a trivial matter. In the blink of an eye, they suddenly found that the fierceness of this opponent made the entire situation the opposite of what they had thought. The truly trivial matter was how easily their opponent could exterminate them. Instantly, the entire Flying Locust tribe began to tremble in their boots. The vast difference between the two tribes made it so that the Flying Locust tribe members could not muster even an ounce of fighting spirit. Their faces were completely devoid of blood. Meng Hao's cold voice echoed out. Flying Locust tribe, I'll give you the space of 3 breaths to convince me why I shouldn't exterminate your entire tribe. The 150,000 neo-demons began to roar. The roar transformed into sound waves that battered across the Flying Locust tribe members. Their locusts let out plaintive howls and fell backward. The clothing of the tribe members whipped about under the force of the roar, and they retreated back. Their minds reeled, and they felt as if they were being suffocated. Chapter 503, Choices. The faces of the 7,000 members of the Flying Locust tribe were pale white, and they were shaking in fear. They almost couldn't believe their eyes as they stared at the neo-demons blotting out the sky. 150,000 neo-demons. A force this powerful could sweep over any mid-sized tribe. Even some great tribes that lacked spirit-severing patriarchs would be routed by such a force. No tribe would willingly go into battle against such a fierce neo-demon horde. It didn't matter that they were one of the 13 auxiliary tribes of the Great Cloud Sky tribe, nor that they had more than 7,000 cultivators and tens of thousands of locusts. There was no deadly karma that existed between them and the Crow Divinity tribe. They said that they were here because of the Five Poisons clan. But the Five Poisons clan had been exterminated long ago. Even the Flying Locust clan didn't quite approve of such logic. Clearly, the Great Cloud Sky tribe had simply made up a reason to attack, all for the purpose of saving face. And obviously, it made sense to take the demon spirit while they were at it. If the matter were truly important to them, they could dispatch a spirit-severing patriarch to finish the matter quickly. 1, 2, 3, said Meng Hao, his voice cool as he stared icily at the members of the Flying Locust tribe. When he finished speaking, he lifted his hand and pointed at them. The 150,000 roaring neo-demons were just about to charge the petrified Flying Locust tribe when one of the 12 nascent soul cultivators suddenly cried out. Fellow Taoist from the Crow Divinity tribe, please wait a moment. This was the Flying Locust tribe Great Father, the one in the lead position. Meng Hao's hand stopped moving, and his eyes flashed with coldness. This is all just a misunderstanding, said the Great Father with a bitter smile. Fellow Taoist from the Crow Divinity tribe, please give just a moment. I'll contact the main tribe and ask them to offer you an explanation. As for this battle, there's no need to actually fight. What do you say, fellow Taoist? He sighed inwardly. If he had known that this opponent possessed such a fearsome neo-demon horde, then no amount of persuasion would have convinced him to accept the mission. Don't forget, he continued, you could attack and wipe out the Flying Locust tribe. However, if one of the Great Cloud Sky tribe's 13 auxiliary tribes is destroyed, the enmity created would never be wiped clean. The Great Father produced a jade slip and then rotated his cultivation base, sending power into it. Meng Hao didn't interfere. In truth, Meng Hao was well aware that the best way to resolve the situation was to intimidate them, not engage in battle. The Cloud Sky tribe was a great tribe after all, and had a spirit-severing patriarch. Meng Hao knew that, considering the level of his cultivation base and the state of the Crow Divinity tribe, even 150,000 neo-demons did not make him a match for the almighty spirit-severing stage. Not unless the Mastiff woke up. Although signs had appeared recently that the Mastiff would awaken, it was not fully awake. Therefore, showing off some power to intimidate this opponent was the best choice. All actions taken by the tribe would be decided based on the resulting cost or benefit. Meng Hao knew from Zhou Dikun that the Great Cloud Sky tribe wasn't extremely interested in demon spirits. They could do with one, or without. As such, if they could acquire a demon spirit without paying too much of a price, they would. But after considering, if they found that acquiring one would come at a heavy price, according to Meng Hao's analysis, they would most likely give up on the demon spirit. After all, there was no true enmity between the two tribes. Furthermore, the apocalypse was reaching a critical juncture. Even great tribes were in danger of being consumed by it. Obviously, they would not want to suffer damage for no good reason. All of this was what gave Meng Hao his current confidence. The jade slip that the Great Father held suddenly began to glow with a green light. The light expanded out, quickly becoming blinding. Gradually, it began to form into the shape of an illusory figure. The Great Father and High Priest of the Flying Locust tribe, along with all the other tribe members, immediately dropped to their knees in worship. "We offer respectful greetings, exalted emissary." As their voices echoed out, the green light congealed together. Suddenly, a man appeared. Red. He appeared to be a bit over 30, with handsome features and long, thin eyes that glowed with coldness. Although his body was illusory, his cultivation base still rippled out with fearsome power that enveloped everything in the area. His body glittered with a green light as he looked over Meng Hao and the 150,000 neo-demons. His pupils constricted, after which he then looked at the Crow Divinity tribe members. He could sense their killing intent and was clearly surprised. A neo-demon horde like this left him shocked, and a tribe like the Crow Divinity tribe truly left him with the feeling that he was looking at a battle tribe. Finally, his gaze came to rest on Meng Hao, and his eyes narrowed. "Eccentric Bloodface," he said slowly, using the title that people in the realm of the Bridge Ruins had given him. Actually, the rise of the Crow Divinity tribe had not gone unnoticed in recent years. Of course, during that process, with more and more people paying attention, how could Meng Hao's identity not have been revealed? After all, a blood-colored mask was something quite unique. Of course, the origin of Meng Hao's demon spirit had also been uncovered. It's too bad that during the last appearance of the realm of the Bridge Ruins, Zhao, was in secluded meditation. Therefore, I didn't go. However, I heard of the matter afterward from Su Bai of the Great Black Dragon tribe and Chun Emo of the Great Demon Talisman tribe. They were never able to forget the fact that you were able to snatch that demon spirit away, leaving them capable of only gnashing their teeth. 1. Meng Hao's expression was cold as he looked at the illusory image of the green-robed man. He said nothing. However, the coldness in his eyes seemed to grow deeper. "You may choose to exterminate this Flying Lotus tribe that you see in front of you," continued the man slowly. "However, the price you will pay is that the Cloud Sky tribe will employ all of its forces to completely wipe you clean off the map. On the other hand, you could choose to come over and pledge allegiance to us, thus becoming an auxiliary branch of the Great Cloud Sky tribe. You have two paths to choose from. I await your response." The man looked over, smiling. The killing intent of the Crow Divinity tribes grew even more apparent. They stood there silently, as did Meng Hao. When it came to the two options presented to them by the Great Cloud Sky tribe, the only one which allowed them to continue to exist involved surrendering. As one could imagine, if they surrendered and pledged allegiance, then it would secure them a spot in the Black Lands, as well as safe passage there. However, what they would lose would be freedom. 4 generations to come, there would be no freedom. Meng Hao did not have the right to make such a decision. He looked over his shoulder to look at the 10,000 members of the Crow Divinity tribe. There were less than 1,000 who were original cultivators of the 5 Crow Divinity tribes. Wu Chen was there as well as Wu Ling. They had experienced the fires of war and had long since grown up. As for all the other new members of the tribe, on this long road of war, they had come to rely on the Crow Divinity tribe. At first, it seemed as if they had lost their freedom. In truth, they had long since become an integral part of the tribe. Meng Hao's gaze swept over them. What he saw was reticence. It was a reticence filled with pride. It said, "I would rather die than live without my freedom." That was their decision. The 150,000 neo-beasts let out agitated howls as they hovered there, filling the sky. Their eyes glowed with a thirst for blood. Meng Hao looked back at the green-robed man. When he spoke, his voice echoed out in all directions. The Crow Divinity tribe will not choose to become an auxiliary tribe. If the Cloud Sky tribe wishes to fight, then the Crow Divinity tribe will fight. As he spoke, the killing intent of the Crow Divinity tribe exploded up. All the members of the Flying Locust tribe began to pant nervously, their faces pale. In terms of strength, they really did not measure up, which meant that they were in a hopeless situation. The green-robed man's eyes narrowed. He looked at Meng Hao for a long moment before suddenly laughing. "My intentions were good in making my offer," he said. However, if you and the Crow Divinity Tribe do not wish to become an auxiliary tribe, fellow Daoist, then let's just drop the matter. It seems there really have been too many misunderstandings here. Fellow Daoist, I wish you and the Crow Divinity Tribe good fortune. Please be on your way to the Black Lands. The green-robed man smiled once again, and then slowly vanished. After seeing the Crow Divinity Tribe and the 150,000 Neo-Demons, he knew that a war with them was not something that the Great Cloud Sky Tribe would pursue. The power of the Crow Divinity Tribe had grown to the point where it now truly was qualified to possess a demon spirit. The Great Cloud Sky Tribe was not willing to pay such a heavy price only for a demon spirit. The end result would be that the Great Cloud Sky Tribe would lose multiple auxiliary tribes. Even many members of the main tribe would also surely perish. Recently, there had been many strange developments in the Black Lands. Everything seemed peaceful, but in fact, there were a lot of secret struggles going on. The Great Cloud Sky Tribe couldn't afford too many losses at this point. In fact, the spirit-severing patriarchs currently in the Black Lands couldn't afford to step foot back out into the Western Desert. If they did, with the spiritual energy cut off, there was a high likelihood they could encounter other hostile spirit-severing experts from great tribes, which would result in deadly slaughter. In such a time of momentous change, caution and prudence were the foundation of a great tribe's ability to survive and thrive. The Flying Locust Tribe Great Father was finally able to let out a sigh of relief. He suddenly had a much better understanding of why the Battle Tribe hadn't been willing to go fight earlier. In his opinion, opting not to fight was definitely the sensible choice. Anyone who ran into a tribe as fearsome as the Crow Divinity Tribe would surely feel their scalp go numb immediately. He looked at Meng Hao, clasped hands and bowed. Then, he retreated at top speed, taking his 7,000 tribe members and tens of thousands of locusts with him. They transformed into a yellow cloud that shot off into the distance. In a short moment, there was no trace of them at all. Meng Hao waved his hand, not to collect the Neo-Demons, but rather, causing them to fly in formation around the airship. The airship then began to speed through the air, accompanied by 150,000 Neo-Demons as it headed forward. Finally, it shot out from the Western Desert Central region into the Western Desert South region. From this point, it was only half a year to the Black Lands. As the Black Lands grew nearer and nearer, Meng Hao's eyes began to grow brighter and brighter. The members of the Crow Divinity Tribe were filled with excitement and anticipation, and their killing intent even more intimidating. Each and every member knew that the difficulty of this last leg of the journey would vastly exceed anything from before. Right now, the Crow Divinity Tribe was completely different than it had been before. It had completely risen to prominence. This tribe could cow great tribes with spirit-severing patriarchs. It could sweep over mid-sized tribes. As for great tribes that had no spirit-severing patriarch, if they dared to block their path, then the Crow Divinity Tribe would fight. They would not shrink back. They continued ever forward, their killing intent shocking. They were like a sharp, unsheathed sword. 150,000 Neo-Demons roared and howled, shaking everything around them, like a heavenly sea of beasts. Standing atop their battleship, the members of the Crow Divinity Tribe proceeded onward, ready to brave any wind or waves that battered against them. 1. Su Bai and Chen Mo appeared briefly in Chapter 466. Chapter 504, South Cleaving Pass. 3 months had passed. They were now deep into the Western Desert South region. Originally, the members of the Crow Divinity Tribe had assumed that they would experience an unprecedented campaign of constant battles. During the 3 months, though, they only saw a few dozen tribes. 2 of them were great tribes with no spirit-severing patriarch. However, not a single battle resulted. The reason for this was that the sight of Meng Hao and the Crow Divinity Tribe was simply too fierce. Their savagery had reached the point that when people saw them, they gasped. It didn't matter that the Crow Divinity Tribe had a demon spirit. No one dared to recklessly attack them. The tribe numbered over 10,000, with killing intent that reached to the heavens. They had experienced a baptism in the fires of war. Each and every member seemed equivalent to the elite experts of great tribes. It was enough to intimidate anyone who looked at them. That was not even to mention the 150,000 Neo-Demons. The sight of them was enough to cause anyone to go numb, to send their minds spinning and their hearts to fill with astonishment. Such an enormous Neo-Demon horde was large enough to trample any tribe in the area. It was huge enough to determine whether or not a tribe lived or died. Such power was something that no other tribe would dare attack. Because of all the battles, the name of the Crow Divinity Tribe had long since spread throughout the land. As of now, they were completely famous in all the Western Desert. Virtually all tribes knew of this group that had started out only 1,000 strong. It had emerged from the Western Desert North region and traveled a path of war, slaughtering countless other tribes. They fought for years, winning again and again, growing stronger and stronger. Now, they had reached a terrifying level of power. Such fame and influence made it so that after the Crow divinity tribe reached the Western Desert South region, no one dared to even get in their way during the entire 3 months. In fact, many Western Desert cultivators now viewed the most powerful tribes without spirit-severing cultivators to be the Crow divinity tribe, the Black Dragon tribe, and the Heavenly Wind tribe. Coincidentally, it was well known that all 3 of these tribes possessed demon spirits. One was from the east, one was from the west, and one was from the north. These 3 shocking tribes had slaughtered their way out from 3 different directions. The Crow divinity's fame was astonishing, and their rise to prominence was already a legend. As for the Black Dragon tribe, years ago, they actually did have a spirit-severing patriarch. Unfortunately, his longevity had reached its end, and he was barely able to force himself to remain among the living. When the Violet Rain came with its power to exterminate life force and cut of spiritual energy, this previously all-powerful figure, a spirit-severing expert, passed away and returned to the dust. His death caused the Black Dragon tribe to lose their qualification to enter the Black Lands. Despite that, they were still able to snatch a demon spirit. Now, they once again were the focus of attention. When it came to the Heavenly Wind tribe, they were a mysterious lot. They came from the east and little information was known about their campaign of battles. It wasn't until they managed to snatch a demon spirit up that they suddenly rose to prominence. Currently, these 3 great tribes were generally acknowledged to be the most powerful. During the 3 months of travel, nothing shocking happened, and they didn't stop to rest. Right now, they stood atop their airship, finally having arrived at a shocking stretch of mountains which rose up in front of them. This mountain range stretched out as far as the eye could see in both directions. Lightning fell from up above down onto the mountain in constant waves, sending crashing booms out in all directions. It made the entire thing seem like the wall of a prison, completely sealed tight. This was the location of South Cleaving Pass. These mountains split the entire Western Desert South region into 2 parts. One part was considered completely part of the Western Desert. The other part was adjacent to the Black Lands. As such, you could not get to the Black Lands without going through this pass. The fact that this mountain range swept across the land in both directions this way was because it was not a naturally occurring mountain range. Tens of thousands of years ago, when Southern Domain cultivators made counter-incursions into the Western Desert, they slaughtered their way to this point. It was then that all the tribes of the Western Desert and all of their powerful experts spent several hundred years to raise up this mountain range. It contained ancient spell formations that caused the lightning to exist permanently. In fact, what appeared to be lightning was really a collection of countless sealing spells created by divine abilities and magical techniques. This place completely sealed off the rest of the continent. It was a door that, once shut, was impossible to break through. Because of that, the great army of the Southern Domain was stopped outside and eventually chose to leave. This pass, which led to the Black Lands, became famous and was kept in place after its initial creation. There was only one way in and out, and in that key spot an enormous city was built. That city was named South Cleaving City. Any tribe or group who wished to step foot into the Black Lands would have to pass through the city. Therefore, it became a very strategic point and was naturally under heavy guard. Currently, it was guarded by a great tribe of the Western Desert, the Sea Demon tribe.
1.
This great tribe had no spirit-severing patriarch, but in terms of overall power, they were intrepid and valiant. Because they were in the south all along, they had experienced few losses. Furthermore, they occupied the city, which enabled them to grow only more and more powerful. During the years in which it occupied the city, the Great Sea Demon tribe had eventually made a rule. That rule was that any tribe who wished to travel through the pass had to pay them 1/2 of all their resources, including spirit stones and neo-demons. Only in this way would they be permitted to travel through. Any tribes who were inferior to the Sea Demon tribe and chose not to travel through the pass would camp in the area in the hope that the higher elevation in the area would prevent the seawater from spreading to them. Any tribes who chose to travel through the pass could only patiently bear the exploitation of the Sea Demon tribe. As for tribes who were powerful enough to threaten the Great Sea Demon tribe, the only thing they could do was begrudgingly pay the price. They knew that in front of them was the Sea Demon tribe, and behind them were powerful bandit tribes who were encamped in the area. Only someone incredibly stupid or egotistical would dare not to pay the price. According to the rumors, behind the Great Sea Demon tribe lurked the shadow of one of the 3 leaders of the Heavenly Court Alliance, the Great Heavenly Pursuit tribe. On this particular day, the Crow divinity's battleship shot through the air, parting the clouds as it entered South Cleaving Pass. They were accompanied by 150,000 neo-demons. Below, many of the scattered tribes camped at the bottom of the pass looked up with shock as the Crow divinity tribe approached. Tens of thousands of cultivators were camped out down below, all of them from various different tribes. As they looked up, discussions instantly broke out. That's the Crow divinity tribe. That guy in the front must be eccentric Bloodface. According to the legends, he's vicious and merciless. He's not even a cultivator. He was incarnated from a neo-demon, the totemic sacred ancient of the Crow divinity tribe. 3 months ago, when the Heavenly Wind tribe faced up against the Sea Demon tribe, they had no choice but to give up half of their valuables in order to be able to travel through. I wonder what the Crow Divinity tribe will choose to do. Meanwhile, within South Cleaving City, the members of the Great Sea Demon tribe were looking out with expressions of scorn and disdain as they pointed toward the Crow Divinity tribe. The elders of the tribe looked out coldly from their position on the city wall, contempt clearly written on their faces. As for the Great Father and the High Priest, they didn't even appear. To them, the Crow Divinity wasn't worthy of their presence. Halt! As the Crow Divinity tribe neared, one Sea Demon tribe elders appeared, an early nascent soul stage cultivator. His expression was one of haughtiness, as if everything he saw was beneath him. The sight of 150,000 neo-demons shocked him, but he didn't lose any of his lofty pride. As his voice echoed out, the Crow Divinity tribe's airship came to a stop. Meng Hao stood on the prow, looking at South Cleaving Pass with a frown. "If you wish to travel through the pass," said the elder coolly, "produce all of your valuables. After a thorough check, we will take half as payment. Then you may travel through the pass. The same goes for your Neo-Demon horde." As his voice rang out, the cultivators from all the other tribes grew silent. Their eyes glowed brightly as they looked at the Crow Divinity tribes. Of course, they didn't dare to tangle with the Crow Divinity tribe. However, if the Neo-Demon horde of the Crow Divinity tribe were reduced by half, effectively diminishing their power by a huge amount, then they might have the guts to attack. It was not a minority who thought in this way. A black cloud formed on the other side of the pass as 3 tribes appeared, each one numbering over 10,000, with tens of thousands of Neo-Demons. Their desire to slaughter was quite evident as they hovered about in the air near South Cleaving City. They looked like rapacious plunderers, just waiting for a tribe to emerge from the pass. Their gazes locked onto the Crow Divinity tribe, the greed in their eyes growing more and more intense. Meng Hao saw them, and his frown deepened. The coldness in his eyes grew sharper. As for the members of the Crow Divinity tribe, they stood there silently, their killing intent spreading out. On the other side of the pass, the great fathers of the 3 bandit tribes exchanged glances and then looked at Meng Hao with cold, mocking smiles. "After all these months, we finally hooked a big fish." That's right. 3 months ago, some of the other tribes tried to rob the Heavenly Wind tribe. Although they let them go in the end, they still managed to snatch up some good loot. The richer they are, the more powerful they are. Even if they don't have demon spirits, that doesn't mean they can't get a chance to enter the Black Lands. Although, in this case, the Crow Divinity tribe actually does have a demon spirit. The priests and elders of these tribes were now panting, and their eyes shone with a bloodthirsty glow. They were confident that the Crow Divinity tribe would not dare to defy the rules of South Cleaving Pass. After all, according to the stories, the Heavenly Court Alliance itself supported the arrangement. The Crow Divinity tribe has a demon spirit. They'll definitely travel through the pass, and sooner rather than later. After all, even more bandit tribes are gathering behind them. When they emerge from the pass, they will have lost half of their resources and neo-demons. Faced up against 3 bandit tribes, the fighting will be fierce. However, they are flanked by even more bandit tribes, so the result would be the same. I wonder what they'll choose. The tribes within the pass who had no option of traveling through to the other side, or perhaps were hesitating about whether to do so, could see the black cloud on the other side, and the 3 tribes radiating killing intent. This caused their faces to flicker, and their minds to fill with a droning sound. The entire Crow Divinity tribe was silent, including Meng Hao. Up above on the walls of South Cleaving City, the members of the Sea Demon tribe were all chatting and laughing as they looked contemptuously out at the scene playing out within the pass. The solitary Sea Demon tribe elder was beginning to look impatient. His voice cold, he said, "You're the Crow Divinity tribe, right? If you're not going to go through the pass, then screw off this instant." Meng Hao slowly lifted his head. When he spoke, it was calm, although the sound of his voice was like thunder. It echoed about, creating massive sound waves. "Would you pipe down?" 1. Sea Demon could also be translated siren. Chapter 505, Do You Dare to Attack? As soon as his voice echoed out into the ears of the Crow Divinity tribe, the heads of the more than 10,000 tribe members all suddenly snapped up. Their eyes radiated killing intent. Meng Hao's gaze was icy cold as his hand stretched out. Suddenly, a long, black spear appeared in his hand. This was the spear given to him by demon weapon Lonely Tomb, refined from the Devil Construct, and filled with 10% of its power, the Devil's Spear. As soon as the spear appeared, the clouds in the area began to roil, and shocking killing intent appeared. The response of the Crow Divinity tribe, and the appearance of Meng Hao's Devil Spear, instantly attracted the attention of the 3 great tribes on the other side of the pass. Smiles appeared on their faces as they looked at Meng Hao. Although they hoped the Crow Divinity tribe would fight with the Sea Demon tribe, deep inside, they felt this to be impossible. The Crow Divinity tribe would only dare to attack if they were crazy. Their smiles were noticed by the tens of thousands of cultivators inside of the pass. In this moment when anything could happen, those tens of thousands of people instantly began to discuss the matter anxiously. Those tribes on the other side of the pass have no way of getting into the Blacklands. They roam about in the area outside of it, plundering and killing. Their main goal is to rob the tribes that have just emerged from the pass. A lot of tribes have been destroyed in such a way. It looks like those people really do believe the rumor that people have been talking about. Who knows who started it? We believe the rumor too. Supposedly, in the final moments of the apocalypse, when the lands are on the verge of being submerged, whichever tribe survives the final chaotic battle will have a chance to enter the Blacklands. As long as the 3 leaders in the Blacklands approve of that tribe's power, they will be pulled in as an auxiliary tribe. This rumor had been spreading throughout the past few years, and was now deeply ingrained in the hearts of the local cultivators. Many of the tribes who were here without demon spirits had come to truly believe in the rumor. As the discussions continued, Meng Hao stood on the prow of the battleship, devil's spear in hand. Instantly, black mist began to roil and seethe around him. Within the mist could be seen countless faces. Each and every one was vicious and savage. Ear-piercing laughter could be heard that sounded like the cries of nightbirds. It sounded almost like skulls being grated together, cold and hair-raising. The Crow Divinity members behind Meng Hao all began to stand up. Killing intent roiled off their bodies, and their bloodshot eyes began to burn as if with fire. Their desire to kill was intense, but their hearts were exceedingly calm. As of this moment, each and every one looked like a heroic veteran of hundreds of battles.
"Do
you think you're doing?" said the Sea Demon Tribe Elder, who stood there in the middle of South Cleaving City. He gave a cold, disdainful snort. "You want to attack the Sea Demon Tribe of South Cleaving Pass?" he said arrogantly. "You've got guts, but if you dare to make even a single attack, or spill even a drop of Sea Demon Tribe blood, then your entire tribe will be exterminated within 3 days." He was convinced that the Crow Divinity Tribe would not dare to attack. All of this was just posturing in an attempt to reduce the price that would have to be paid to go through the pass. He had seen a lot of tribes like this. Up to this point, not a single one had dared to actually make a move. All had ended up bowing their heads in compliance. It wasn't just him who thought in this way. The members of the Sea Demon Tribe up on the walls of South Cleaving City were all laughing coldly, their scorn and disdain clearly visible. At the same time, the tens of thousands of other cultivators within the pass were all panting as they stared at the Crow Divinity Tribe and Meng Hao. Will the Crow Divinity Tribe actually dare to attack? I just don't believe it. Ever since the apocalypse began and the Sea Demon Tribe took over the South Cleaving Pass, there has never been a single tribe who attempted to attack and storm the pass. I think the Crow Divinity Tribe is just doing some saber rattling. Even as the sound of the discussions echoed out, the atmosphere up above in midair couldn't be more tense. Suddenly, coldness sprang out from Meng Hao's eyes. The Sea Demon Tribe, his arrogance at its zenith, suddenly said, "Why haven't you attacked yet? I'm waiting for you, you trifling northern tribe. You dare to act ferocious, but I'm waiting to see if you'll actually have the gall to attack. In fact, as of now, I forbid you from saying that you won't attack. Even if you get on your knees and beg, you can forget about paying only half of your resources to get through South Cleaving Pass. You will pay all of your resources and all of your neo-demons." It was at this moment that Meng Hao suddenly flung out the Devil Spear. The pitch-black spear shot like lightning through the air. Rumbling filled the air. A shrill, screaming sound could be heard, and a sound like something being ripped through, as if the air were being torn to pieces. The cultivators down below saw a black beam ripping through the air, emanating a shocking aura as it shot directly towards South Cleaving Pass. Black mist surrounded the Devil Spear, within which were maliciously laughing faces. The sound of the laughter echoed out, causing all hearts to tremble. In the blink of an eye, the Devil Spear crossed the distance between Meng Hao and the Sea Demon Tribe Elder. The Elder's face filled with shock as the spear appeared directly in front of him. His heart trembled as a fierce wind blasted against his face, as well as a sharpness that caused his chest to fill with stabbing pain. His clothing whipped about, his hair was thrown into disarray, and he felt as if he were being strangled. Without even thinking about it, he retreated. Even in his wildest dreams, he would never have imagined that the Crow Divinity Tribe would actually dare to attack. Waves of astonishment filled his mind, along with countless questions, making it impossible for him to have the time to dodge. At this point, he couldn't dodge even if he wanted to. They actually attacked. They did. They attacked. The Sea Demon Tribe Elder's eyes went wide, and his pupils constricted. His vision was suddenly filled by a black mist. All the onlookers watched wide-eyed as the long, black spear stabbed directly into his chest, tearing apart his clothes, shredding his flesh and blood. It stabbed through his heart, piercing him through, carrying him with it as it continued to scream through the air. Blood sprayed from the old man's mouth. He looked down in disbelief at the Devil's Spear vibrating in his chest as it carried him through the air. How is this possible? He still almost couldn't believe what was happening. At the same time, massive amounts of mist poured out from the spear. It looked like countless black snakes as it poured into the elder's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. It even burrowed into the pores on his skin. As the mist sank into him, countless bloodthirsty faces pounced. The sound of chewing echoed out, accompanied by the blood-curdling screams of the old man. Those screams were filled with indescribable pain. One could only imagine the unprecedented brutality that would cause an early nascent soul cultivator to scream in such a way. The devil's spear slammed into the city wall of South Cleaving City. Cracking sounds could be heard and fissures spread out across the wall as the Sea Demon Tribe elder was impaled directly onto its surface. Looking at the scene, however, the only thing that could be seen was a black mist. As for the horrific screaming, it had long since ceased. Everything was deathly quiet. Meng Hao's expressions was the same as ever as he lifted up his hand and made a grasping gesture. Instantly, a droning sound could be heard as the spear dissipated. A black mist of countless vicious faces dispersed and then shot back toward Meng Hao, seemingly eager to report their success. At the same time, it was revealed that in the middle of the mist was no body. There was only a skeleton. The bones of the skeleton were covered in bite marks, as if they had been chewed upon. Some were even completely crushed. Without the devil's spear to hold it in place, the skeleton crumbled apart and fell to the ground. Only a few pieces were left, stuck in the cracks in the city wall. The sight was thoroughly astonishing. The Sea Demon Tribe members were instantly shaken. The tens of thousands of cultivators down below in the pass stared with wide eyes and open mouths. The 3 bandit tribes on the other side of the pass had similar reactions. The scene was completely shocking, causing them to pant and look on with disbelief. Not a single person could have predicted that the Crow Divinity Tribe would actually dare to make a move, and that Meng Hao would be so audacious as to slay an elder of the Sea Demon Tribe. Everyone who saw it happen felt as if their heads were about to explode. Each and everyone was thinking the exact same thing. The Crow Divinity Tribe did the unthinkable. The tens of thousands of cultivators within the pass stood as still as if they were dead. Only panting could be heard as they looked at Meng Hao and the Crow Divinity Tribe. It was as if this was their first time seeing them. They were overwhelmed with shock. Meng Hao's decisiveness, the awe-inspiring devil spear, the shocking attack, all of these things transformed into something like lightning that crashed around inside their minds. The scene just now was something that they would never be able to forget. The 3 tribes on the other side of the pass, who moments ago had been greedily eyeing the Crow Divinity Tribe, even laughing at them, now felt thunderstruck. Ordinary tribe members, priests, and even the Great Fathers were breathing heavily and had looks of amazement plastered on their faces. How could they ever have imagined that the Crow Divinity Tribe would really dare to make a move? Furthermore, they didn't just simply attack. They actually killed someone. Such decisiveness, such killing intent, such a desire to exterminate, caused the hearts of the members of these 3 tribes to fill with madness. The confidence they had felt moments ago regarding their ability to defeat this opponent was instantly shaken with grave intensity. Fear suddenly blossomed in their hearts. The most shaken of all was the Sea Demon Tribe. Every tribe member who saw what happened was unable to even react. From the very beginning, they had been literally incapable of believing that the scene they had just witnessed could possibly unfold. They just didn't believe that someone would actually dare to attack the Sea Demon Tribe. After a long moment of deathly silence, enraged cries could suddenly be heard from within South Cleaving City. More than a dozen figures emerged to charge forward, followed by tens of thousands of neo-demons and 20,000 tribe members. Among their number was a red-haired old man, the Great Father of the Sea Demon Tribe. His face was filled with shock, but also fury. He was clearly flustered and discomfited. Before he could even say anything, Meng Hao's black mist returned to him and formed once again into the Devil's Spear. He pointed it forward and cried, "Fight!" No more words were necessary. Only one word. Instantly, the eyes of the more than 10,000 Crow Divinity Tribe members turned red, and they began to shout, "Kill them!" As the shocking sound rose up, the entire Crow Divinity Tribe shot forward. They looked like a group of fiends and monsters who had fought in. Survived hundreds of battles. Their charge was accompanied by dense killing intent which caused even the sky to dim. Clouds amassed up above, making it seem as if they were surging out from the depths of the Yellow Springs as they charged towards South Cleaving City. Even more shocking, it was at this moment that 150,000 neo-demons appeared, bloodthirsty and furious. They blotted out the entire sky as they charged South Cleaving Pass. Chapter 506. South Cleaving Sentinel. Booms shook the sky and explosions caused the earth to quake. The entirety of South Cleaving Pass seemed to be trembling. The sound of close-quarters fighting could be heard echoing about. The more than 10,000 members of the Crow Divinity Tribe had bloodshot eyes as they fought with frenzied madness. Magical techniques were employed, as well as the explosive power of the 5 elements totem tattoos. Instantly, an indescribably shocking aura rose up. In the blink of an eye, a massacre began. Wu Qin was no longer a youth. He looked like a grown man. However, this was not a change that happened because of the passage of time. Instead, it was the result of a baptism in the fires of war, a tempering that occurred within blood and gore. He looked far more mature than before, his face grave and stern. His eyes were filled with veins of blood, and his body radiated killing intent and grim coldness. He attacked. Wood-type totems magically appeared. Glowing light rose up, surrounding his hands as he lifted the severed head of a sea demon tribe cultivator high up into the air. Blood dripped down his arm as he looked up to the sky and howled. Around him, similar scenes played out with other Crow Divinity tribe members. Whenever they killed someone, they would hold a severed head up to the sky. The auras they emanated were shocking. To them, war was like breathing. Well, perhaps that is a bit of an exaggeration. In any case, they were long since accustomed to it. Years of campaigning and countless deaths made it so that all the members of the Crow Divinity tribe did not pay too much attention to the difference between life and death. However, their determination to enter the Black Lands only continued to grow stronger. Such determination caused them to be filled with the mad desire to slaughter anything that stood in their way. Their attacks were neat and tidy. They killed in the blink of an eye. The sight of blood spraying about did not cause them to tremble, but rather fueled their bloodthirsty desire to kill. Kill them. It was hard to say who shouted it first. But soon, the voices of more than 10,000 Crow Divinity tribe members joined together. The shocking roar of their shouts, filled with killing intents, rose up to the heavens. The hearts of the Sea Demon tribe cultivators were instantly shaken. All of them felt their faces grow pale and their bravery drizzle away. The only thing they could do was fall back. Such a massacre, such a show by each and every BER of the Crow Divinity tribe made it seem as if their tribe were a tempest of slaughter, ready to sweep across South Cleaving Pass. After being engaged in a battle for only the space of a few breaths, the members of the Sea Demon tribe had already lost several thousand cultivators. They were incapable of withstanding even a single attack. This cannot be a tribe from the north. The North region doesn't have any tribes like this. Only great tribes with spirit-severing patriarchs have battled tribes like this. Thoughts of disbelief filled the hearts and minds of the members of the Sea Demon tribe. Such feelings turned into wellsprings of fear. They could not control the trembling they felt inside. Miserable screams could be heard, filled with despair and terror. Actually, for all of the members of the Sea Demon tribe, it had been a very, very long time since they had experienced war. In the past, they had had their glories, but after the arrival of the apocalypse, they had only encountered tribes which would submit to them. This was the first time they had run into a tribe which unexpectedly attacked with such savagery and fierceness. The Sea Demon tribe had started out furious, but now, that fury had turned into dread. Dread, and screams that echoed out in all directions. The tens of thousands of other tribe members down in the pass below watched on with wide eyes and gaping mouths. They panted, staring blankly at everything that was happening. The sounds of slaughter filled their ears, and any bit of courage in their hearts was washed away by the wailing and screaming. All of this made them feel as if what they were watching wasn't even real. However, soon, all of the blood, all of the ruthlessness and slaughter on the battlefield became incredibly clear. This is the Crow Divinity tribe. The Crow Divinity tribe has become so powerful. In front of them, the Sea Demon tribe is like dried-up weeds and rotten wood, easily crushable. The observing tens of thousands of cultivators could only breath heavily, their hearts filled with intense shock. From a distance, the members of the Crow Divinity tribe seemed like sharp arrows that could slash through anything that obstructed their way. They stabbed into South Cleaving Pass. There was not a Sea Demon tribe member they encountered who was capable of offering the least bit of resistance. Throughout the course of their long campaign, the number of nascent soul cultivators in the Crow Divinity tribe had reached 14. 2 were of the late nascent soul stage, 5 of the mid-stage, and 7 of the early stage. These 14 cultivators whistled through the air, slaughtering their way toward the Sea Demon tribe's nascent soul cultivators. The two forces slammed into each other with a bang, and deadly fighting broke out. Booms echoed out, shaking the mountain peaks. The sound of the slaughter shook heaven and earth. As for Meng Hao, he floated in midair, looking around coldly. He did not need to attack. Instead, his 150,000 neo-demons swept forth with crushing will. Any resistance was like trampling weeds and smashing rotten wood. The neo-demons of the Sea Demon tribe were instantly ripped into shreds, transformed into food. Meng Hao did nothing to gather them into his horde. After all, his neo-demons had been starving for months. At the moment, Meng Hao's neo-demon horde was enjoying a sumptuous feast. He held the Devil's Spear in hand as his eyes swept over the battlefield. The air rippled as 2 old men appeared in front of him, having slipped past all obstructions. The cultivation bases of these 2 old men were not weak. Flames of fury raged in their eyes as divine abilities magically appeared. Totemic power exploded out like an ocean, transforming into the image of a sea demon that immediately shot toward Meng Hao, exuding massive pressure that weighed down on him. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever. He didn't move other than to lift up the devil's spear and stretch it out. Like a long dragon crossing a sea, devilish mist exploded out. Countless misty faces shot toward the two old men. Meng Hao used none of his own power. This was purely the might of the devil's spear. As of this moment, Meng Hao could sense that this spear would not last forever. After all, it was refined from a devil construct, and as time passed, the devilish will inside would fade away. Before too much time passed, it would dissipate completely. It had nothing to do with whether or not Meng Hao used it. It would fade away either way. Booming filled the air as the two old men shot backward, blood spraying from their mouths, faces filled with astonishment. Strands of devilish mist poured into them, and ferocious mouths began to bite into them. The old men's faces fell as they shot back. No longer did they harbor thoughts of attacking. Unfortunately, they were immediately blocked by the Crow Divinity nascent soul cultivators who had been chasing them. It was at this point that ferocious roaring could suddenly be heard from within South Cleaving Pass. Suddenly, blue ripples appeared, shooting up into the air to form an expansive sea. The tens of thousands of cultivators down below were panting. Some of them immediately recognized what these ripples were. Sea Demon Totem. The roaring and the spreading ripples seemed to cause the Sea Demon tribe members, who were in the middle of being routed, to suddenly find hope within their despair. Their eyes instantly began to glow with wild joy. At the same time, the ground rumbled as an area within South Cleaving City suddenly collapsed. A blue beam of light shot up into the air. Ripples spread out like sea waves as it shot toward Meng Hao. A creature appeared. Blue scales covered its body, giving it a bizarre appearance. It was shaped like a human, except that it had the tail of a fish and 4 arms. Each of its 4 hands brandished a trident. 4 tridents all danced with lightning. The instant this creature appeared, a shocking aura exploded out. With a roar of fury, it shot toward Meng Hao. Before it could get close, a gust of wind blew through the air as the Outlander beast appeared. As it slammed into the creature, the parrot also appeared, flapping its wings as it squawked. No fur or feathers. Damn it. You also have no fur or feathers. Beloved concubine, put it to death. Amidst its high-pitched squawks, the parrot suddenly transformed into a spearhead which shot toward the totemic sea demon. Huge booms filled the air as vast quantities of sea demon tribe members died. Blood rained down onto South Cleaving Pass. Even their souls were destroyed. The entire battlefield was a mass of redness. It seemed as if the Sea Demon tribe was about to be completely exterminated. However, it was at this point that the Sea Demon tribe Great Father let out a miserable howl. Main tribe, save me. As his voice echoed out, South Cleaving Pass began to shake. Multiple fissures appeared on the surface of South Cleaving City and began to spread out rapidly, almost like lightning bolts. Many of the buildings within the city simply collapsed, causing dust to billow up into the air. A strange murmuring suddenly could be heard. It seemed as if this strange murmuring was a call to an enormous, ancient statue which existed beneath South Cleaving City. The statue slowly began to break out of the ground and rise up. It was pitch black and had 8 arms. At first, it seemed similar to the Sea Demon Totem. However, the feeling it gave was one of complete ancientness. There also seemed to be some type of evil within the aura that emanated out from it. As it rose up, its closed eyes suddenly opened. It seemed to be just a statue. However, in the blink of an eye, some ceiling was apparently shattered, and its soul suddenly awoke. Instantly, the power of this ancient statue's soul exploded out. The moment its eyes opened, a tremor ran through Meng Hao's body and a sense of profound deadly crisis filled him. Although his eyes went wide, he did not retreat in the slightest. His right hand lifted up, and he hurled the devil's spear toward the statue. The devil's spear split the air, transforming into a beam of blackness that shot forward. South Cleaving Sentinel. I read about that once in the ancient records. A total of 100 were created in the Western Desert to defend against a great army of Southern Domain cultivators. That's a South Cleaving Sentinel. A black-armored sentinel. No wonder the Sea Demon tribe could take over this area. Their totem is similar to this black-armored sentinel. Don't tell me the Sea Demon tribe is actually descended from this thing. Even as the tens of thousands of cultivators below discussed the matter, the devil's spear shredded through the air. In the blink of an eye, it was directly in front of the statue, heading toward its forehead, carrying with it a devilish mist filled with countless vicious faces. However, the statue completely ignored the devil's spear. Its eyes glowed with a strange light as it stared at Meng Hao. In the exact moment that the devil's spear reached its head, its lips moved and it spoke a word. Psyche. It was only one word, but Meng Hao's body trembled and blood sprayed from his mouth. He tumbled backward, face pale. It was as if his soul were about to be ripped into shreds. An intense pain suddenly stabbed out throughout his entire body. It was as if this one word carried the power to cause anything the statue looked at to be destroyed. Meanwhile, the three bandit tribes on the other side of the pass exchanged glances. Suddenly, the three great fathers stepped forward. They dared to attack the guardians of the pass, the sea demon tribe, they cried. This is an opportunity we can't pass up. We can't just stand by and watch. Hearing the voices of their great fathers, the members of the three bandit tribes instantly shot towards South Cleaving Pass. Obviously, they saw that Meng Hao had been injured, which changed the tide of the battle. Now was their chance to slaughter and plunder. Chapter 507. Black Dragon Tribe. Almost at the same moment in which the three bandit tribes charged forward, further off back in the pass, a black dragon roared. This black dragon was several thousand meters long. Atop it stood over 10,000 cultivators. Around the wrist of each one of these cultivators was a black cord. Killing intent pulsed out from within the black cords. The garments worn by the 10,000 cultivators were simple, and hard looks could be seen on their faces. Their gazes were cold, and at first glance, looked very similar to the expressions of the Crow Divinity tribe. The main difference between the two was that, shockingly, on their foreheads could be seen the mark of a black dragon. This was the Great Black Dragon Tribe. Before, they had a spirit-severing patriarch and had shined gloriously for 1,000 years. Unfortunately, their spirit-severing patriarch had perished. After that, they had relied on their own strength to plunder a demon spirit and had then slaughtered their way out from within the Western Desert East region. Now they had finally arrived at South Cleaving Pass. During their journey, their tribe of close to 100,000 had been reduced to only about 10,000. More than 70% of their tribe had perished. Even still, this was the Great Black Dragon Tribe. This was still that tribe that was strong enough to strike fear into the hearts of Western Desert cultivators. Behind the Black Dragon was a rope that was festooned with skulls. More than 100,000 skulls were threaded onto the black rope, which was woven together to form something almost like a cape. It fluttered in the air as the black dragon flew, casting a shadow over the land beneath. An aura of death surrounded it, and it was even possible to hear the sound of Maor Ning's souls that were sealed within the skulls, struggling to free themselves. These were the skulls of enemies killed by the Black Dragon clan in the battles on their journey. They were trophies of war, used to shock the surrounded thieves and robbers. On the head of the Black Dragon were 8 cultivators. Most were old men with cold eyes, who made the tribe as a whole seem like a sharp, unsheathed blade. Among the 8 men was a younger man who stuck out from the rest. He was extremely muscular and very tall, about a head taller than the average Western Desert cultivator. He wore a simple black garment, and a fierce black dragon totem tattoo could be seen on his forehead. He looked rugged, and his eyes shone with a bright light. Around his right wrist was wrapped a black cord. It seemed ordinary and didn't appear to have any unusual characteristics, as if it were just a traditional ornamentation of the Black Dragon tribe. This person was none other than Su Bai. 1. Years ago, in the realm of the Bridge Ruins, he and Chun Mo of the Great Demon Talisman tribe had attempted to snatch a demon spirit only to have it grabbed by Zhixiang. In the end, the 3 of them had watched wide-eyed as Meng Hao attacked, and then managed to grab the demon spirit for himself. They gave chase, but Meng Hao was too fast. Then, Zhixiang interfered, forcing Su Bai and Chun Mo to give up. It was with great regret that Su Bai left the realm of the Bridge Ruins. At the same time, he was left with a deep impression of Meng Hao and Zhixiang. As the Black Dragon tribe neared, it instantly attracted the attention of the tens of thousands of cultivators who were watching the battle between the Crow Divinity tribe and the Sea Demon tribe. As soon as they looked over, they recognized the Black Dragon tribe. Instantly, their faces began to flicker as they wondered what the tribe would choose to do. Su Bai looked at the battle unfolding in South Cleaving Pass, and lightning seemed to dance in his eyes. He saw Meng Hao retreating from the bizarre statue, blood oozing out of his mouth. Su Bai saw Meng Hao, he saw the Sea Demon tribe, he saw the strange 8-armed statue, and he saw the 3 bandit tribes whistling toward them from the other side of the pass. He was quiet for the space of about 3 breaths, after which he lifted his head back and laughed. Eccentric bloodface, Meng Hao. I've heard your name mentioned a lot recently. I've been following the rumors with quite some interest. You led the Crow Divinity tribe out from the Western Desert North region, all the way to here. You have really caused me to admire you. His laughter was bright and crisp, without any feeling of insincerity. He truly did feel incredible admiration for Meng Hao. After all, stories about the Crow Divinity tribe, Meng Hao, and the events in the realm of the Bridge Ruins had long since spread far and wide. In some ways, his feelings toward Meng Hao could be summed up in the express. Ion, those who have the same illness sympathize with each other, or maybe even, people of talent appreciate one another. The Black Dragon Tribe and the Crow Divinity Tribe started out in much the same situation, although the Black Dragon Tribe was a bit better off. After the apocalypse began, their spirit-severing patriarch perished, and they lost their qualification to enter the Black Lands. The tribe members abandoned themselves to hopelessness and despair. In addition to that, old enemies besieged and attacked them. However, the patriarch had made certain preparations before death, and then Subai rose to prominence, leading the tribe on a path of slaughter that caused their faith to once again grow strong. At that point, the Great Black Dragon Tribe was firmly entrenched in the history books. This was how they were similar to the Crow Divinity Tribe, and also the reason why Subai next lifted his hand and pointed. I, Subai, detest those who interfere in the battles of others. The Crow Divinity Tribe, allow my Black Dragon Tribe to obstruct the path of these 3 bandit tribes. Instantly, the Black Dragon roared, and the 10,000 members of the Great Black Dragon Tribe poured forth, transforming into black beams of light as they charged. They were accompanied by a sizable number of neo-demons. They shot into the battlefield but didn't stop. They continued onward, directly toward the incoming 3 bandit tribes. The great fathers of the 3 other tribes instantly shouted out, Subai, what are you doing? There are no ill feelings between us. We didn't attack you either. We're only helping South Cleaving Pass. Don't tell me that you're also trying to break through the pass like the Crow Divinity Tribe. Great Black Dragon Tribe, you need to think things through clearly. If you start fighting us, then it means you're declaring war on all the bandit tribes. Once you leave the pass, you won't be able to move a single step. I've already thought things through clearly, replied Subai, his voice cool. Rumbling killing intent spread out from the members of the Black Dragon Tribe. The faces of the members of the 3 bandit tribes fell as intense fighting suddenly began. Subai laughed coldly. He truly had thought things through clearly. Even if the situation hadn't played out this way, he knew that after traveling through the pass, he would be surrounded by bandits. He also really did admire Meng Hao and the Crow Divinity Tribe. The fact that they dared to defy the South Cleaving Pass was something even he would not have been able to do. In fact, before coming here, he had already grudgingly made the decision to hand over half of the tribe's belongings. But now, an opportunity existed that Subai naturally could not pass up. He would never attack the Crow Divinity Tribe. That was because fundamentally speaking in this apocalypse, the Black Dragon Tribe and the Crow Divinity Tribe were the 2 most suitable tribes to form an alliance. Subai had thought the matter through thoroughly. Divided, we fall. Forming an alliance is the best decision. If we can find the Heavenly Wind Tribe and form a 3-tribe alliance, then we could fight directly back against those damned bandit tribes outside of the Black Lands. He was certain that the Crow Divinity Tribe and the Heavenly Wind Tribe were also thinking the same thing. The slaughter began. Booms filled the air. Meng Hao wiped the blood from his mouth as he ground to a halt. He didn't pay any attention to the Great Black Dragon Tribe. That was because at the moment, he had to devote complete attention to this bizarre statue that he was up against. His devil's spear had stabbed into the statue's forehead, causing its head to crumble half apart. Furthermore, 3 of its arms had been shattered. However, as the devil's spear circled back around and then stabbed through the statue again, it didn't seem to inflict any damage. It was as if it had suddenly lost some of its effectiveness. This caused Meng Hao's heart to tremble. The statue's remaining eye glittered coldly as it once again looked at him. Without hesitation, Meng Hao produced the blood-colored mask and put it on. Instantly, a bloody aura billowed up around him. G-Clan Blood Clone. Meng Hao's eyes flashed and a bright red glow of blood shined out from his forehead. At the same time, a long, blood-colored strand appeared which turned into a drop of blood. It wriggled as it suddenly expanded, transforming into a blood clone that looked exactly like Meng Hao. The statue's mouth was open as if it were about to speak again, when suddenly the blood clone shot toward it. Instantly, the statue closed its mouth. It allowed the blood clone to pounce, and yet strangely, no injury was inflicted, not even the slightest. Meng Hao found this difficult to believe. The blood clone, having passed through the statue, was taken aback, as if it didn't understand. It was at this point that the multi-armed statue's ghastly voice once again could be heard. Destruction. A thunderous roar filled Meng Hao. Suddenly, his mind exploded with a burst of power that was a full 3 times stronger than his own 5 elements type power that he had used previously. It felt as if a sword were tearing through his brain, stabbing into his mind, ripping everything apart. Blood sprayed from his mouth, and his face went pale. He suddenly felt incredibly weak. This statue's divine ability was extremely bizarre, and Meng Hao was powerless to block it. He bit the tip of his tongue, using the pain to clear his head. His eyes were bloodshot as he, instead of retreating, turned into a beam of light that shot directly toward the statue. The blood clone doesn't work, he thought as his speed increased. He transformed into a green smoke and a black moon. As he neared, he lifted his right hand up. Suddenly, blood immortal divine abilities manifested. Booms filled the air as he unleashed them all.
Ho!
Weaver, just as was the case with the Devil's Spear, none of them hurt the statue even the least bit. This caused Meng Hao's face to fall. He waved his hand, and the Lotus Time formation appeared. It spun rapidly, rumbling as it unleashed the power of time. It was not effective either. Divine abilities are useless. Magical items are useless. The Devil's Spear only worked once. Just what exactly is the statue made of? Meng Hao's eyes flickered with killing intent as he endured the splitting pain in his head. Why did the Devil's Spear work once? When the blood clone neared, it was obviously about to speak, but then shut its mouth. Hundreds of ideas and possibilities flickered through Meng Hao's mind. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Don't tell me. He gritted his teeth and then, without hesitation, shot toward the statue, mentally preparing himself. The statue's expression was as cold as ever. The remaining eye on its half-destroyed head gleamed with mysterious coldness as it once again spoke, a third time. Incantation. Psyche Destruction Incantation. As soon as the third word began to leave its mouth, Meng Hao lifted his hand and employed the power of the 8th demon sealing hex. His finger pointed toward the statue's open mouth. Even as the sound was coming out, and it suddenly stopped moving, Meng Hao slapped his bag of holding. 4 wooden swords appeared, which instantly transformed into prismatic beams that shot toward the statue. Simultaneously, in response to Meng Hao's advanced preparation just now, the blood clone pounced. Screaming sounds could be heard as the Devil's Spear shot forward in attack. The Time Sword formation rotated. The blood immortal divine abilities were unleashed. As soon as the word incantation left its mouth, booming could be heard. A massive rumble shook everything as the entire statue began to tremble. The 4 wooden swords caused it to lose any power to resist. Boom. It began to collapse as the Devil's Spear slammed into it. The blood clone absorbed its life force. The Time Sword formation transformed it into ash. Meng Hao's blood immortal divine abilities then destroyed the ash. At the same time, Meng Hao was coughing up blood. After the statue spoke the final word, a power 3 times more powerful than before exploded out inside of his body. Thankfully, it only lasted a brief instant. The statue was destroyed, making the pain last for only a short moment. Even still, blood oozed from Meng Hao's eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. Even as he tumbled backward, he produced handfuls of medicinal pills, which he instantly consumed. He looked up at the disappearing ash, and his eyes gleamed with coldness. When its mouth was closed, it couldn't be hurt. When its mouth opened, it revealed its weakness. One Su Bai's name in Chinese is Shu Bai. Su is a common surname. Bai means white. Chapter 508. A Bet. The destruction of the 8-armed statue was like a death knell, ringing out to declare what the future of Te-Chi's Sea Demon Tribe would be. The 10,000 Crow Divinity Tribe members fought fiercely. 150,000 Neo-Demons screamed through the air. This was not a battle between 2 tribes. This was a slaughter. Miserable shrieks filled the air, the cries of the dying. A strange mixture of violet rain and fresh blood showered down onto the ground, pouring down through South Cleaving Pass, seemingly mixing with all the blood of previous battles in the area. Meng Hao floated in midair, his eyes shut as he rotated his cultivation base with full force to absorb the power of the medicinal pills and heal himself. His mind was still filled with a pain that felt like countless stabbing needles. The 8-armed statue had been powerful. If Meng Hao hadn't noticed its weakness, and it opened its mouth a 4th time, even though he was at the great circle of 4 of the 5 different elements, he still would have been powerless to resist. His soul would have been ripped apart, his mind exploded. His body might not have been destroyed, but his soul would have. Thinking back, Meng Hao was actually shocked. He suddenly realized that he had to be vigilant in regard to the Western Desert and all the bizarre things which existed therein. Gone was the arrogance he had felt because of his powerful cultivation base. His eyes were closed as he went about healing himself. Around him, a shocking massacre played out. The powerful experts of the Sea Demon Tribe were trying to break through to interfere with Meng Hao's healing. Before they could even get near, they were intercepted and prevented from getting even within 300 meters of him. Blood-curdling screams echoed out as the Sea Demon Tribe members were beaten back and killed ruthlessly. As of this moment, there were less than 1,000 tribe members left. Despair washed over them as they realized that the moment of complete tribal extermination was approaching. There was nothing they could do. The valiance and brutality of the Crow divinity exceeded their imaginations over and over again. This tribe was possessed with a madness that caused them to self-detonate rather than be slain, something that few members of the Sea Demon Tribe could make themselves do. Overall, there were too few who chose to self-detonate, and it did little good. Within the space of a few breaths, rumbling sounds filled the battlefield as all of the Sea Demon Tribe members, except for the dozen or so nascent soul cultivators, were exterminated. The Sea Demon tribe's Neo-Demons had long since been wiped clean away, having been viciously consumed by Meng Hao's Neo-Demons, who hadn't eaten in months. Even the bones were not left behind, but were crushed and eaten. The sight of this shook the minds of the tens of thousands of cultivators down below in the pass. They panted and watched on in a daze, completely shocked by the Crow Divinity tribe. What they were witnessing was something that would be branded into their minds for the rest of their lives. It was a feeling that told them that the Crow Divinity tribe would never, ever be defeated. As these tens of thousands of cultivators panted, the members of the Crow Divinity tribe rushed over to plunder South Cleaving City. Meanwhile, on the other side of the pass, the Black Dragon tribe was locked in combat with the three bandit tribes, whose minds were spinning from what they had just seen. They were astonished to find that the Crow Divinity tribe members were like gods of war. An intense fear and shock rumbled in their minds as they started to retreat. It was at this moment that Meng Hao's eyes opened. In that instant, he transformed into a green smoke, within which was a visible green moon. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind a Sea Demon tribe mid-nascent soul stage elder who was in the midst of fighting Oyunzi. As soon as Meng Hao appeared, the elder's face fell. Just as he was about to dodge to the side, the devil spear in Meng Hao's hand shot forward. It pierced through all the elder's defenses and plunged into his chest, stabbing directly through his heart. Devilish mist exploded out, along with countless excited, savage faces that swarmed around the man. Within the space of a few breaths, Meng Hao pulled the devil's spear back. He disappeared, leaving behind only a skeleton which fell down to the ground. Oyunzi took a deep breath, then shot off to find other fellow tribe members to assist. When Meng Hao reappeared, he was next to another Sea Demon tribe elder. The man's face fell, and he instantly began to retreat. However, before he could get very far, a bloody flash of light appeared in front of Meng Hao as the blood clone appeared. Considering the blood clone's speed, the old man was incapable of evasion. In the blink of an eye, the blood clone pounced on him. It departed a moment later, taking all of the old man's life force along with it. Meng Hao attacked like lightning. Wherever he went, powerful experts of the Sea Demon tribe perished screaming. In a short period of time, 3 defiant howls could be heard. The Sea Demon tribe Great Father, High Priest and Grand Elder all shot backward in retreat, each one moving in a different direction as they attempted to escape. The moment they began to flee, though, a despairing, plaintive roar echoed out. This roar came from none other than the Sea Demon tribe, Totemic Sacred Ancient. Because of the death of all the tribe members, the Totemic Sacred Ancient's strength suddenly decreased rapidly. Furthermore, the blood clone had long since cast its eyes toward it. Taking advantage of another of the Outlander beast's attacks, the blood clone finally pounced, sucking away its life force and essence. In the blink of an eye, the Sea Demon tribe Totemic Sacred Ancient let out the miserable shriek just now. As the Sea Demon tribe totem was destroyed, blood shot out of the mouths of the Great Father and the others, who were in the midst of fleeing. Their faces were pale, and their expressions desolate as they let out bitter laughs. Even as they fled, Meng Hao flung the devil's spear out in front of him, causing it to fly through the air with a rumbling sound. Off to the side, the blood clone licked the blood off of its lips and then began to pursue. In addition, the 2 late nascent soul cultivators from the 8-branch alliance shot in pursuit, their eyes glittering.
Boom, boom, boom.
3 massive bangs could be heard, and 3 dying screams rang out. The devil's spear stabbed through the Great Father. The High Priest became food for the blood clone. As for the Grand Elder, his cultivation base was falling, and he was instantly killed by the combined attack of the 8-branch alliance Great Father and High Priest. It was in this manner that the entire Sea Demon tribe was thoroughly exterminated. Not a single person remained. The tens of thousands of cultivators within the pass were left completely shocked. Their gazes were filled with awe as they looked toward the Crow Divinity tribe. Meanwhile, Meng Hao turned his head to look toward the other side of the pass, where the 4 tribes were fighting each other. The 3 bandit tribes were currently in a state of retreat, trying to leave the battlefield. However, the might of the Great Black Dragon tribe had them pinned down. Meng Hao's eyes flashed with killing intent. He had just exterminated the Sea Demon tribe, so he would naturally show no soft-heartedness toward these 3 tribes who had planned to take advantage of the situation. Meng Hao didn't even need to say anything. He lifted his hand and made a clutching motion, causing the devil's spear to materialize. He pointed forward, and the members of the Crow Divinity tribe instantly charged forward into the battlefield outside the pass, their eyes red with death. Meng Hao strode forward, instantly picking up speed as he transformed into a beam of light that passed through South Cleaving City and South Cleaving Pass. As he neared the battlefield, he saw that the Great Black Dragon tribe was primarily battling one of the 3 tribes. The other 2 were simply pinned down and couldn't leave. He glanced over the battlefield, whereupon his gaze came to rest on Su Bai. Su Bai saw him, and instantly, both of their eyes began to shine brightly. Meng Hao narrowed his eyes and then gave a slight smile. His body turned into a beam of light as he shot toward the tribe that was engaged in fierce battle with the Black Dragon tribe. Following the lead of Meng Hao, the thousands of members of the Crow Divinity tribe also flew in the same direction. Su Bai laughed heartily, and the glow in his eyes grew more intense. He fell back 2 paces. Following his lead, so did other members of the Great Black Dragon tribe. They stepped aside to create a path so that Meng Hao and the Crow Divinity tribe, like a long dragon, could thread through them. There was no need for any words to be exchanged between the Black Drago N tribe and the Crow Divinity tribe. There was no prior consultation or discussion. Instead, both tribes instantly began to inflict fatal blows upon the bandit tribe. The sound of the slaughter echoed about. Black dragons circulated around Su Bai as he made extremely vicious attacks. As for Meng Hao, with a devil's spear in hand, every place he went echoed out with blood-curdling screams. Either of these 2 tribes were incredibly powerful and valiant. When they joined forces, they were like 2 sharp sabers, stabbing directly into the bandit tribe. In the blink of an eye, screams of pain rose up. The faces of the great fathers of the other 2 bandit tribes instantly filled with fear. Without hesitation, they took advantage of what was happening to try to retreat from the battlefield with their tribes. Damn it. The Great Black Dragon tribe and the Crow Divinity tribe actually have the gall to be so domineering. But it doesn't matter. They'll inevitably be outmaneuvered later by other tribes. We don't need to do anything. The path ahead of them is filled with other bandit tribes that will look at them like tigers eyeing prey. The 2 bandit tribes retreated as fast as they could. However, the instant they left the battlefield was the same instant in which the final members of the first bandit tribe were surrounded by the Crow Divinity and Black Dragons tribe and killed. The entire bandit tribe was completely eradicated. This development slammed like a lightning bolt into the hearts of the Great Fathers and other tribe members of the other 2 tribes. They began to flee even faster. The moment the first tribe was exterminated, Su Bai laughed and said, "Brother Meng, why don't we have a little competition?" "That's just what I was thinking," replied Meng Hao coolly. "Great. These remaining 2 tribes are about equivalent in power. Let's see which of the 2 of our tribes can wipe one out first." Su Bai's eyes glowed brightly. He could tell that Meng Hao also harbored thoughts of forming an alliance. However, in such an alliance, one of the 2 of them would be in the lead position, the other would be in the secondary position. This competition would choose which of them would be the leader, and which would be secondary. The instant Su Bai's words left his mouth, he pointed out with his right hand. In response, the members of the Great Black Dragon tribe shot forward with killing intent toward one of the bandit tribes. Meng Hao smiled faintly. The killing intent of the Crow Divinity tribe rose to unprecedented heights as they roared toward the other fleeing bandit tribes. As for Meng Hao and Su Bai, they floated there in midair, refraining from attacking. Chapter 509. Laying Eyes on the Black Lands. "Brother Meng, I often think about what happened that year in the realm of the Bridge Ruins," said Su Bai with a laugh. He looked over at Meng Hao. Even as he spoke, the Great Black Dragon tribe began to slaughter its respective
Dit tribe.
Meng Hao looked back at Su Bai and chuckled. His voice as calm as the breeze, he replied, "Oh, that was just a fluke. Brother Su, you were able to single-handedly stop that demon spirit from moving. I truly admire you for that." The rumbling of intense combat rose up from either side of them. At the moment, the Great Black Dragon tribe was going all out in their massacre. The Crow Divinity tribe was the same. They had no desire to come in second to the Great Black Dragon tribe and cause their totemic sacred ancient to lose all face. That was especially true of the nascent soul cultivators. They were all crafty and cunning, and as soon as they saw what was happening in this critical moment, they understood that this simple battlefield bet was in reality a foreshadowing of an alliance and would decide who held the dominant position. Therefore, it was without hesitation that they used the full power of their cultivation bases to wrest away the lead position of the alliance. Both sides attacked with gusto on this battlefield come gambling hall. The bandit tribes let out grievous cries. They were forced to fight, and yet were capable of doing nothing but being defeated. Meng Hao's 150,000 neo-demons obfuscated the sky. In an instant, the Crow Divinity tribe took the lead. However, moments later, the Great Black Dragon tribe's totemic sacred ancient, as well as the 2 bandit tribes' sacred ancients, suddenly appeared on the battlefield, and the Crow Divinity tribe began to fall behind. But then, 3 beams of light suddenly appeared within the Crow Divinity tribe. These were 3 beams of colorful light that had not appeared in the previous battle with the Sea Demon tribe. Instantly, powerful cries rose up to the heavens as 3 totemic sacred ancients appeared. These were 3 totemic sacred ancients that Meng Hao had absorbed into his force that year along with the 8-branch alliance. Instantly, the intensity of the slaughter ratcheted up. "Brother Meng," said Su Bai, his voice cool, "you and your Crow Divinity tribe fought your way down here all the way from the north. I've heard many stories. However, this last leg of the journey will be the most difficult. In the end, All the most powerful tribes will gather together. Whether they want to or not, if they have no demon spirit, they all will become bandit tribes in the end. They will all attempt to snatch a demon spirit and rob the resources of other tribes, slaughtering their way into being noticed by either the Heavenly Court Alliance or other great tribes who have resources capable of surviving in the Black Lands. Any of them would choose to become auxiliary tribes in exchange for the chance to survive. The fierce fighting had now reached a critical juncture. The Crow Divinity Tribe was gaining an even greater lead, and if nothing went wrong, it seemed the Great Black Dragon Tribe would fall clearly behind. The only option for us is to form an alliance, Condi. Nude Su Bai slowly. The Crow Divinity Tribe and the Black Dragon Tribe need to find the Heavenly Wind Tribe to form a 3-tribe alliance. If we push forward together, then after reaching the Black Lands, our tribes can continue on forever. That is the only way that we can ensure our ability not only to get to the Black Lands, but to stay there safely. I'm sure you understand all of this already, Brother Meng. I don't even really need to bring it up. Booming sounds could suddenly be heard from the direction of the Crow Divinity Tribe. By now, 80% of the enemy were dead. The remainder were scattered and attempting to flee for their lives. Obviously, it wouldn't be very long before the entire bandit tribe was exterminated. As for the Great Black Dragon Tribe, they had only destroyed about 50% of the bandit tribe they were fighting. They were clearly going a bit slower. Su Bai frowned. Inwardly, he was shocked, and his respect for the Crow Divinity Tribe grew. Even as Meng Hao mulled over the things he had just said, he cleared his throat and looked deeply at the members of the Black Dragon Tribe. This look caused the eyes of the members of the Great Black Dragon Tribe to turn red. It was as if they felt ashamed, as if some great pressure had been put onto them. All of the tribe members instantly unraveled the black cords that were tied around their wrists. In that moment, they lifted their heads to the sky and roared. Their cultivation bases exploded up by nearly 50%. It was with explosive madness that they continued to battle against the fleeing bandit tribe. The rampage of the Great Black Dragon Tribe suddenly reversed their situation. The casualties among the bandit tribe soared, shocking them completely. The surviving members of the bandit tribe were filled with despair and terror, and began to retreat in chaos. Kill them, roared the members of the Great Black Dragon Tribe as they continued the massacre. The Crow Divinity Tribe also advanced. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, the two tribes completed the slaughter at about the same time. Still burning with killing intent, both tribes returned to stand behind Su Bai and Meng Hao. The two tribes faced off. It seemed neither was willing to give in to the other. Su Bai looked at the Crow Divinity Tribe and took a deep breath. Deep inside, he was shocked. He knew that it was only by unsealing the black ropes that the Great Black Dragon Tribe had been able to secure a draw. However, he was still of the opinion that if they had opened the seal in the beginning of the battle, the Crow Divinity Tribe would not have been able to measure up. But then he glanced at the Neo-Demon hordes. It was at this point that he noticed that the Crow Divinity Neo-Demon horde was no longer 150,000 in number. It was now larger by 20,000, which caused him to gasp. His heart trembled, and he began to breath heavily. No wonder the rumors say that the Crow Divinity Tribe feeds off of battle, he thought. Every battle makes them stronger. Furthermore, their most powerful totemic sacred ancient, Meng Hao, didn't even make a move. This Crow Divinity Tribe is far more powerful than I ever imagined. As for Meng Hao, he had already put a lot of thought into what happened after the Black Dragon Tribe removed the seals. This caused his admiration for the Black Dragon Tribe to grow even stronger. Su Bai's hearty laughter echoed about. It was genuine sincerity that he looked at Meng Hao and said, "Brother Meng, let's form an alliance. What do you say?" "I say yes," replied Meng Hao without hesitation. The benefits of such an alliance far outweighed the drawbacks. Besides, Meng Hao knew that after reaching the Black Lands, the Crow Divinity Tribe could merge with the Church of the Golden Light. At that time, he would actually not go with them but would part ways. Therefore, in the end, adding another ally would only provide further safety for the Crow Divinity Tribe. "Men, make preparations for a sacrifice and a blood oath," cried Su Bai. To the Black Dragon Tribe, an alliance was very important. Even as the words were leaving Su Bai's mouth, the elders and priests of the Black Dragon Tribe approached. As for the Great Father of the Great Black Dragon Tribe, that was none other than Su Bai. On Meng Hao's side, all the nascent soul cultivators of the Crow Divinity Tribe approached. The sacrifice was made, and an oath was sworn by smearing blood on the lips. An alliance was formed just like that which existed in the legends of the Western Desert. The Neo-Demon ancestors and the totemic sacred ancient swore oaths, and a bilateral alliance was formed with no primary and secondary party. The next day was a day of rest and reorganization. The two parties redistributed their resources evenly. As for Meng Hao, at the moment of truth, it was revealed that he could in fact control the 70,000-strong Neo-Demon horde of the Black Dragon Tribe. As such, when the time came for battle, Meng Hao's Neo-Demon horde would number 240,000. A black dragon and a battleship shot through the sky toward the south. The final leg of the journey would only take 3 months to complete. However, those 3 months would without a doubt be the most difficult military campaign that the Great Black Dragon Tribe and the Crow Divinity Tribe had ever carried out. In the first month, they went into battle 7 times, against 9 different tribes. Roughly every 3 to 5 days, they ran into bandit tribes. Despite all the warfare the Crow Divinity Tribe had experienced, such frequency of battle was unheard of. It was the same for the Great Black Dragon Tribe. Were it not for the fact that the 2 tribes were allied, they would surely have experienced significant losses, perhaps even more than half. It might not have been as bad for the Crow Divinity Tribe because of their neo-demons. The Great Black Dragon Tribe, however, would have found the situation much more difficult. However, because of their 2-tribe alliance, the month of campaigning left them exhausted, but prevented significant losses. There were 3 occasions in which the course of the battle was changed because of Meng Hao's neo-demons, which now included the neo-demon horde of the Great Black Dragon Tribe. The fearsome power he was able to wield caused the members of the Black Dragon Tribe to be filled with shock, and even more so, excitement. Even Su Bai was astonished by Meng Hao. He had never heard of any Dragoner who could do what Meng Hao did. During that first month, even though both tribes sustained some losses, Meng Hao was able to grow his neo-demon horde even larger. Because of this, the Great Black Dragon Tribe cooperated in an arrangement of not attacking enemy neo-demons. In the end, Meng Hao's neo-demon horde reached 300,000 in number. When such a vast number of neo-demons appeared, heaven was shaken and the earth trembled. In the second month, they experienced more than 20 battles. On 2 occasions, they encountered bandit tribe alliances. However, faced up against Meng Hao's terrifying neo-demon horde, the bandit tribes were crushed like dried weeds. By the end of the second month, Meng Hao's neo-demon horde numbered a shocking 400,000. 400,000 neo-demons was something never before seen or heard of in the Western Desert. Even a great tribe with a spirit-severing patriarch could never have such a large neo-demon horde. It was simply impossible for a Dragoner to brand so many neo-demons. In fact, the food required to sustain 400,000 neo-demons was enough to cause even a great tribe to go completely broke in a very short period of time. When Meng Hao's neo-demon horde reached 400,000, battles became simple. During the last month, they encountered virtually no hostile cultivators. They sped across the land unimpeded as they headed toward the Black Lands. In fact, it seemed there were to be no repercussions for the extermination of the Sea Demon tribe in South Cleaving Pass. Nonetheless, Meng Hao couldn't shake the feeling of impending crisis that continued to float within his heart. Even Su Bai frowned continuously. Something didn't seem right. The other nascent soul cultivators also had similar reactions. At the end of the 3rd month after leaving South Cleaving Pass, the Great Black Dragon Tribe and the Crow Divinity Tribe finally laid eyes on the Black Lands. The instant they did, the faces of Meng Hao and Su Bai, as well as all the members of their clans, instantly became extremely unsightly. Chapter 5:10. The Last Battle. The Black Lands was like a plateau, shoved high into the sky seemingly by geological forces. Far down below was the Western Desert. This was Meng Hao's first time seeing the border between the Black Lands and the Western Desert. Years ago, when he left the Black Lands, he had not traveled through this area, but rather had been route through an ancient portal to the Western Desert North region. Seeing the lay of the land for the first time caused Meng Hao's eyes to subconsciously widen slightly. Now, he finally understood why the Black Lands was the only place where one could escape from the Western Desert apocalypse. The Western Desert South region was much, much higher in elevation than the northern parts. That was why right now the West, North, and East regions had already been completely submerged and transformed into a violet sea. In those areas, it even smelled like a salty sea. Here in the south, however, rivers had not yet even formed. All of the falling rain continued to flow down toward the north. The Western Desert South region was high enough as it was, but the Black Lands were even higher. They jutted up thousands of meters into the sky, cliff-like, as if formed by an earthquake. Needless to say, endless mountain ranges existed along the edge of the Black Lands. Those mountains seemed to connect to the sky itself, preventing the violet-colored tempest up above, along with any other living thing, from entering. Those mountains made the Black Lands' total elevation reach a shocking height. It could prevent the spread of the Violet Sea, and furthermore, there was only one way in. Blackgate Fort. It was 80,000 meters wide, right in the middle of all the mountains. It stood there, tall, straight, enormous. All the cultivators who saw it would gasp. Blackgate Fort was the color of night, and its gate shut tight. Atop the 80,000-meter-wide fort stretched a battlement, upon which could be seen tens of thousands of cultivators, bunched together in groups. They were chatting and laughing as they looked out over the battlement, occasionally pointing down below. What caused Meng Hao's pupils to constrict was that the violet rain which he had grown so accustomed to over the years did not fall on Blackgate Fort. Outside, it continued to pour down, but not a drop fell onto Blackgate Fort or that enormous battlement. Outside of Blackgate Fort, the land was filled with fog and mist, and was hazy. In fact, it had been years since Meng Hao even caught a glimpse of the sun. And yet there, within Blackgate Fort, a majestic blue sky could be seen, even fluffy white clouds. Blackgate Fort was like a division between two different worlds. What caused Meng Hao and Su Bai's faces to become extremely unsightly was that between Blackgate Fort and their two tribes could be seen more than 20 bandit tribes positioned in formation across the land. These tribes were currently looking at the Crow Divinity and Great Black Dragon tribes with avarice, ridicule, and killing intent. 20 bandit tribes, with a total of 200,000 cultivators and 400,000 neo-demons. They were positioned in front of the fort, and it was clear that they intended to prevent anyone from entering the Black Lands. Within their eyes, Meng Hao could see greed, savagery, and also Esiage. If we can't get in, then you can forget about going in yourself. If we will die, then you will die with us. Meng Hao stood there silently. Then he noticed something located in front of these more than 20 tribes. Tens of thousands of bamboo poles had been erected and were swaying slightly in the wind. All of these poles were covered with dried blood that had already turned black. Atop each bamboo pole was a head. This was an entire tribe, including old people and children. Further up could even be seen an enormous neo-demon head, which was obviously this tribe's totemic sacred ancient. All dead. This was none other than the Heavenly Wind tribe. Even closer to Meng Hao and Su Bai were more than 20,000 bamboo poles stuck into the ground, completely bare. The significance of these poles was obvious. They were there for the heads of the Crow Divinity and Black Dragon tribes. The battlefield in front of them was deathly silent. No one spoke. Only the soft whimpering of the wind could be heard. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators began to breathe heavily, and their killing intent rose up into the sky. Blackgate Fort was not easy to enter. Another sound could be heard. It came from the tall battlement on the Black Lands. Tens of thousands of cultivators were there watching the proceedings as if it were some sort of play. To the people atop the battlement, the members of the Crow Divinity tribe, the Black Dragon tribe, and the more than 20 bandit tribes were nothing more than actors on a stage, putting on a performance for their enjoyment. Some of them were members of the Heavenly Court Alliance. Others were members of Western Desert Great Sects with spirit-severing patriarchs. Naturally, they could stand apart from the masses and watch down at the life or death game playing out in front of them. Zhou Dikun was on the battlement, fists clenched tightly, expression sorrowful. There was nothing he could do to change anything about what was happening. He could only watch Meng Hao in silence. Standing next to Zhou Dikun was the young man from the Cloud Sky tribe named, who had appeared to Meng Hao in illusory form to parley in front of the Locust tribe. He sighed as he looked over the lands down below, as well as Meng Hao and the Crow Divinity tribe. What a pity, he said, shaking his head. On another section of the battlement stood a woman who was surrounded by powerful experts. Clearly, she occupied a very high position. This was none other than the woman who by chance had met Meng Hao in the Black Lands and had been frightened away by him. This was a chosen of the Great Demon Butterfly tribe, one of the three forces that made up the Heavenly Court Alliance. Goddess Duolan. 1. She was currently frowning as she looked over the lands below. Her gaze eventually came to fall on Meng Hao. Duolan, why are you frowning? Don't tell me this person offended you? The gentle voice came from a young man standing next to her. He was big and tall, with handsome features and long hair. With his long, spotless white robe and charming smile, he was the spitting image of a chosen. He was surrounded by 3 old men who had profound cultivation bases. Clearly this young man had an illustrious status. This was the chosen from the Great Heavenly Pursuit tribe, another of the leaders of the Heavenly Court Alliance. Zhang Wenzu. Oh, nothing, replied Duolan coolly. He just seems familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before, but can't seem to remember where. Zhang Wenzu smiled as he stood there next to Duolan, looking at Meng Hao. A trifling insect, he said, looking back at Duolan with a brilliant smile. If you can't remember, there's no need to even think about it. It's meaningless. Duolan didn't seem to be used to him being so close to her. Without thinking about, she took a few steps back. What she didn't notice was off in the distance in the crowd on the battlement. Someone's gaze shifted from her to Zhang Wenzu. That person's gaze was filled with hatred. The hatred quickly vanished without a trace. The gaze belonged to none other than former Blacklands Dao child Luo Chong. He stood there in the crowds, his expression the same as ever, but inwardly gnashing his teeth. His former sect had become an auxiliary branch of the Heavenly Court Alliance, and he had lost his former position. Although he was of the core formation stage, such a cultivation base was nothing outstanding. 2. Slut, he thought to himself. And you, damnable Zhang Wenzu, you dare to touch the woman I've taken a liking to? One of those days I'll see you dead. It was at this point that suddenly he stared in stupefaction out at the lands below. He rubbed his eyes vigorously as he looked at Meng Hao. Then he began to pant. It's him? How is it possible? Meanwhile, back in the Blacklands, in the area controlled by the Heavenly Court Alliance, was a completely unremarkable sect. Its name was Church of the Golden Light. Currently, the Church of the Golden Light had around 7,000 or 8,000 disciples. All of them had excited expressions on their faces as they ran to and fro through midair. A bright glow gradually began to spread out, along with a shocking aura. A message from Lord Fifth has arrived. The Patriarch has returned. Let's go receive the Patriarch and Lord Fifth. Back on the border between the Blacklands and the Western Desert, outside the enormous Blackgate Fort, Meng Hao and Su Bai stood amidst the deathly silence. Meng Hao looked over at Su Bai and slowly said, "The last battle." Su Bai was silent for a moment, then laughed. It was clear and bright laugh, filled with stubbornness. He looked back at Meng Hao and nodded. The last battle. Victory means we can enter the Blacklands. The announcement was made promising entrance into the Blacklands for anyone who brought a demon spirit. There is no need for any regrets on our part. If we lose, Meng H. Ao, if I end up dying, will you allow the Great Black Dragon Tribe to become a part of your Crow Divinity Tribe? What do you say? Su Bai's expression was pure sincerity as he looked at Meng Hao. Meng Hao looked back at Su Bai and then nodded deeply. In that case, what need is there to fear death? This is going to be one delightful battle. Laughing heartily, Su Bai leaped off of the Black Dragon. A thunderous sound could be heard as muscles bulged and his frame grew larger, revealing the shocking power of his physical body. Black Dragon Tribe, he cried, looking back at the members of his tribe. All of them lifted their heads to look back at him. Remove the seals. Fight. The entire Black Dragon Tribe responded. Fight. The members of the Black Dragon Tribe followed Su Bai as he charged forward. They untied the black cords tied around their wrists, causing an incredible aura to roar out. All of them instantly began to grow larger. This seal held back the true power of the Great Black Dragon Tribe's physical body training method. After opening the seal, the tribe members' bodies grew a full head taller. They looked like fierce, black dragons as they shot forward. As for Meng Hao, he took a deep breath. He lifted his right hand up, within which appeared the Devil Spear. He looked back at the members of the Crow Divinity Tribe, and beyond, toward the Western Desert North region. That was the home of the Crow Divinity Tribe. He thought of the Golden Crow, and the Great Tree. He thought about his promise to them, and about the long road upon which he had led the Crow Divinity Tribe, all the way to here. Many images flitted in his mind, eventually transforming into the current moment. This was the last battle. Fight. This one word spoken by Meng Hao boomed out like thunder. The members of the Crow Divinity Tribe felt their blood burning with righteous indignation. Killing intent boiled up, flared out. The tribe knew that this was the final moment which would decide the difference between life and death. 400,000 neo-demons filled the sky, emitting heaven-shaking roars. Big Harry was there. By now, he was a level 10 neo-demon. Harry's number 2, number 3, and the others weren't quite a match for him, but they were intrepid nonetheless. The wild giant could also be seen. Gu La, as a true Dragoner, had been of much assistance to Meng Hao throughout the journey. Right now, his eyes were bright red. 400,000 neo-demons charged roaring into battle. The parrot's shrill squawk suddenly rang out. Get into formation. Remember, get into formation. 1. We met Duo Lan in Chapter 323. She encountered Meng Hao and called him Demon Lord. 2. Luo Chong is the guy that Meng Hao, aka Fong Mu, slashed with the wooden time sword by the ancient Dao Geyser in Chapter 269. Later, when he first arrived in the Blacklands, Meng Hao, aka the Demon Lord, poisoned Luo Chong in Chapter 325. Later, he reappeared leading a force from the Black Palace against Holy Snow Ci. Tai in Chapter 372. He escaped with his life, while Meng Hao fought the Spirit-Severing Cultivator. Chapter 511. The spell formation is seen again. 20,000 people versus 200,000. This was a battle in which the difference between the two forces was immense. To many onlookers, it seemed as if it would be nothing more than a crushing. Even though the Black Dragon and Crow Divinity tribes were veterans of hundreds of battles, to face 10 times as many bandit tribes as their own number made the odds of victory too small. It appeared that the only thing they could do was work hard to kill as many of the bandit tribe members as possible before being killed themselves. That seems to be the only option. But, as far as the Crow Divinity and Black Dragon tribes were concerned, there was still another option. Meng Hao, the totemic sacred ancient of the Crow Divinity tribe, had an amazing ability to control and attract neo-demons. The Crow Divinity tribe had started out with only 1,000 members, but had grown to its current valiant state because in each battle, Meng Hao's neo-demons would become the linchpin to victory. 400,000 Neo-Demons, a power that no other tribe could possibly possess, would without a doubt be a deciding factor in this battle. A shocking roar filled the air as slaughter broke out between the two sides on the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, the Crow Divinity tribe and the Black Dragon tribe were like sharp blades that slashed into this alliance of 20 bandit tribes. The sound of the fighting rocked heaven and earth. The Crow Divinity tribe's battle tactics seemed different during this battle than from previous battles. They would occasionally stagger their positioning, as if they were fighting in a unique battle formation. The wind whistled, and the sky dimmed. Broken patches of clouds drifted to and fro. It seemed as if some great change was occurring in the heavens. The ground quaked, and the mountains trembled. The sound of shouting caused the sky to tremble. The violet rain fell down onto a scene of a ruthless slaughter. The Great Black Dragon tribe seemed crazy. More than 10,000 tribe members exploded out violently. Not a single bandit tribe member could do anything to stand up against them. As for the members of the Crow Divinity tribe, their killing intent rose to the heavens. Their eyes were shot with blood. This was the last battle which would decide whether they lived or died. If they didn't live, then what did it matter if they died? Their only chance was to enter through the Blackgate Fort up ahead. Otherwise, their spiritual energy would waste away in the violet rain, and they would wither up like mortals. Therefore they exploded out with all the scorching fire their life force could muster. Even dying, they laughed uproariously. Booming sounds could be heard as magical techniques exploded out. Growling roars filled the air. All of it mixed together to form a joyous song of battle. There was no music, only the majestic sound of fighting. There were no lyrics, only shaking and rumbling. Su-bai lifted his head up to the sky and laughed heartily as he shot forward through the battlefield. He was unstoppable and spattered with blood. Some of the blood was his own, but most belonged to enemies. His laughter contained some sadness, but also stubborn hopefulness. It also said, "If I can't survive, then I will die in battle." Meng Hao looked over the scene, and his heart trembled. The blood in his veins boiled and veins of blood appeared in his eyes. This was the last battle, and it had his life force boiling. What happens in front of Blackgate Fort is like a play. All the people on top of the battlement are the audience members, looking down at a play. He looked at the 20 tribes of killers, hundreds of thousands of cultivators, so thickly gathered that you could hardly see their end. They were like tidewaters of extermination, boiling with killing intent as they roared into battle. Violet rain fell down endlessly, spattering onto the bodies of everyone present. It doesn't matter if you're watching the play or in the play. It's still nothing more than a battle. Killing intent exploded out of Meng Hao's eyes. He waved his arm and 400,000 roaring neo-demons shot toward the bandit tribes. In total, there were more than 100 dragoners among the bandit tribes. They floated in midair under heavy protection, using all their power to control their own force of 400,000 neo-demons to fight back against Meng Hao's. It was at this point that the nascent soul cultivators of the 20 bandit tribes all began to fly out. They radiated ruthlessness as they shot toward the Black Dragon and Crow Divinity tribes. They moved with such speed that they were nothing more than blurs. Almost as soon as they appeared, they were in the middle of the battle. The sound of slaughter rose up, along with the booms of divine abilities and magical techniques. The nascent soul cultivators of the Crow Divinity and Black Dragon tribes did not even number 30 in total. Compared to the number of nascent soul cultivators from these 20 bandit tribes, they were at a serious disadvantage. However, Meng Hao's neo-demon horde was large enough that he could afford to send some extremely powerful neo-demons to join that battle. Instantly, they began to cause havoc on the battlefield. Next, the totemic sacred ancients from the 20 bandit tribes whistled into battle. They were of a variety of appearances, but they all emanated shocking auras. As they arrived, the totemic sacred ancients of the Black Dragon tribe and Crow Divinity tribe both appeared. Along with the Outlander beast, they charged to fight back. The battle had just begun, and already, it was shocking to the extreme. 4 totemic sacred ancients and 20 nascent soul cultivators suddenly appeared to lock down Meng Hao and Su-bai. This was especially true of Meng Hao. 3 of the totemic sacred ancients and 7 of the nascent soul cultivators targeted him specifically. They knew who he was and also knew that if they killed him, his neo-demon horde would disperse. If that happened, the battle could be won easily. As they closed in on him, Meng Hao's eyes glittered with killing intent. He waved his right hand, and a flicker of lightning could be seen as the soul of the Li clan patriarch suddenly was unleashed by Meng Hao. As soon as the soul emerged, red lightning crackled about with the Li clan patriarch at its center. Boundless lightning shot out in all directions, instantly enveloping everything for hundreds of meters in every direction, creating a lake of lightning. Within the lightning, the 7 nascent soul cultivators who had been so intent on killing Meng Hao, as well as the 4 totemic sacred ancients, all trembled violently. This was not ordinary lightning. This was tribulation lightning that had been absorbed by the Li clan patriarch as a soul of lightning. Rumbling could be heard as the bodies of Meng Hao's enemies shook. Instantly, he transformed into a green smoke and a black moon. He shot with incredible speed towards a nearby early nascent soul stage cultivator in the forces of the bandit tribes. He was upon him in the blink of an eye. The devil's spear appeared in his hand, and a seething devilish mist rolled out, filled with countless savage faces. Miserable screams echoed out as the devil's spear stabbed through the chest of the early nascent soul stage cultivator. Mist enveloped him, and savage, laughing faces began to consume him. Meng Hao disappeared again. A howl could be heard as the 7 late nascent soul stage cultivators along with the 4 totemic sacred ancients charged toward Meng Hao. As they closed in on Meng Hao for a second time, a blood-colored face magically appeared next to Meng Hao. As the blood immortal divine ability roared out, a rain of blood filled the area. The two sides clashed, and Meng Hao's body trembled. Blood sprayed from his mouth, and he tumbled backward, coming to a stop and coughing up more blood. His host of opponents instantly stopped in place, their faces pale. A moment later, they continued forward in pursuit. Meng Hao's eyes glittered. He had no time to even wipe the blood from his mouth. His body transformed into a green smoke, and he even added on the bloodburst flash. When he reappeared, he was behind an early nascent soul cultivator. His right hand clenched into a fist, which slammed into the man. The cultivator's body shook and all of his defenses crumbled as Meng Hao's fist plunged directly into his body and smashed his nascent soul. Meng Hao roared one of the late nascent soul cultivators that was chasing him, his eyes brimming with killing intent. "Do you dare to fight with us?" "I'm not an idiot," replied Meng Hao, a bit of disdain flickering within his eyes. 7 late nascent soul stage cultivators versus only one me? And you ask if I dare to fight you? Why don't you first see if you can do anything to stop me? He once again used the bloodburst flash and disappeared. At the same time that he disappeared, 2 more totemic sacred ancients suddenly appeared in the same spot. Even as Meng Hao fled, they joined the group of other totemic sacred ancients to pursue him. In just a few moments, Meng Hao danced back and forth across the battlefield, evading one deadly attack after another. Although he was hit a few times, after coughing up some blood, he would consume some medicinal pills. His speed didn't reduce in the least bit. Any feeble early nascent soul stage enemies that he saw were doomed to die. Slowly, more and more late nascent soul stage cultivators joined the group, which were trying to kill Meng Hao. Currently, there were 19 of them, as well as 9 totemic sacred ancients. They charged Meng Hao from all directions. Further off in the distance, one of the most powerful of the enemy cultivators also began to approach with killing intent. A scornful smile could be seen on Meng Hao's face. He flickered away, reappearing next to one of the bandit tribe's early nascent soul stage cultivators. That person's face fell, and before he could do anything, Meng Hao waved his hand, causing the flag of 3 streamers to appear. It instantly wrapped the man up and began to hurl him away. Even as the flag unfurled, the man's body exploded into pieces. Such provocation on Meng Hao's part, especially the appearance of his 400,000 neo-demons, instantly had a huge effect on the battlefield. More and more cultivators joined the force that was trying to slay him. At the same time, because the most powerful members of the enemy force were focused on him, much of the pressure was taken off of the Crow Divinity tribe and the Great Black Dragon tribe. In the initial clash just now, both tribes had sustained losses of more than 30%. There were even nascent soul elders who perished. Similarly, the Bandit Tribe Alliance had paid a heavy price, having lost nearly 30,000 tribe members in death. As of this moment, it was becoming more obvious that the Crow Divinity tribe members were setting up a formation. In fact, it was now possible to see a fog forming within their ranks. "Meng Hao, don't tell me the only thing you can do is run away? If you keep fleeing and killing our tribe members, then we'll have to go slaughter some of the ordinary cultivators of your Crow Divinity tribe." "That's right. We can slaughter people just as well as you." Meng Hao completely ignored the cries of the people chasing him. His body continued to flicker at top speed. Meanwhile, back on the battlement of Blackgate Fort, the cultivators of the Heavenly Court Alliance and the other great tribes were laughing and chatting. "That guy can control 400,000 neo-demons. What a talent." However, it's also completely idiotic to have only one person controlling so many. He will definitely die sooner or later.
As such,
Conversations proceeded. Luo Chong stood there with his fists clenched. He had very complicated feelings regarding Meng Hao. Duo Lan frowned, but said nothing. Next to her, Zhang Wenzu was smiling just as he had been the entire time. The people engaged in battle down below were nothing more than ants to him. Meanwhile, down on the battlefield, the late nascent soul stage experts realized that Meng Hao was ignoring them. Enraged, they were on the verge of splitting up to go slaughter the regular members of the Crow Divinity tribe, in order to force Meng Hao to fight them. Currently, the 7,000 remaining members of the Crow Divinity tribe had finished preparations for the spell formation. No longer were they emanating killing intent. Instead, they began to run. As they did, Fog rose up to roil out in all directions. At this moment, the parrot shot up to soar through the sky. Its face radiated arrogance and complacency as it squawked.
Come, come.
Recite along with Lord Fifth. Have faith in the Lord Fifth. Gain eternal life. When the Lord Fifth appears, who dares to cause strife? Chapter 5:12. 800,000 Neodemons. Voices joined together to instantly shake the surrounding cultivators of the alliance of 20 bandit tribes. They stared in shock, along with the members of the Black Dragon tribe. Everyone was flabbergasted. At the same time, the seething fog began to grow thicker and emanate a shocking aura. The surrounded members of the bandit tribes had no choice but to fall back. Some who didn't move fast enough were sucked into the fog. Instantly, blood-curdling screams could be heard as they were trampled to death. It wasn't just the cultivators of the 20 bandit tribes that gasped. The members of the Black Dragon tribe were the same, and even the cultivators of the Heavenly Court Alliance and other great tribes who were on Blackgate Fort. Everyone was completely shaken. What are they yelling? Who is Lord Fifth? How come I feel like I've heard this before? As of this moment, Meng Hao is now the only member of the Crow Divinity tribe who was on the outside. His body was a wisp of green smoke that flickered back and forth, taking advantage of this opportunity to slay more of the early nascent soul elders. Even as miserable cries rang out, countless bloodshot gazes suddenly came to rest on Meng Hao as all of the nascent soul cultivators suddenly turned to look at Meng Hao. Given that they could no longer attack the Crow Divinity tribe, Meng Hao was suddenly a glowing target. Instantly, all of the bandit tribe's nascent soul cultivators shot toward Meng Hao, along with more than 10 totemic sacred ancients. They radiated killing intent as they neared him. These powerful experts were a force that could cause anyone under the spirit-severing stage to be dumbstruck. Even Meng Hao would not be able to stand up to their combined attack. In fact, if they managed to attack him from all sides, then he would certainly be torn to pieces and completely exterminated. The forces aligned against him were far more than he could handle. However, that was exactly what Meng Hao wanted. Roughly 70% of the bandit tribe's most powerful experts and totemic sacred ancients were now closing in on Meng Hao, filled with killing intent, their eyes shining with the desire to slay him. It was at this point that Meng Hao suddenly stopped moving. For the first time, he hovered there in midair, not moving even an inch. The fact that he had stopped instantly attracted countless looks from the majority of the members of the 20 allied bandit tribes. Virtually all of their most powerful experts looked at Meng Hao with vicious killing intent, and then shot toward him. Instantly, he was being charged from all directions. Die! Came the grim cries as the people came closer and closer. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded Meng Hao. It was at this point that Meng Hao slapped his bag of holding with his right hand. Instantly, a wooden box appeared which he held high up into the air. His expression was dark as he slowly opened its lid. Within the wooden box was a blooming flower. Exotic Heart Evil flower.
1.
In this instant, all eyes subconsciously looked over at the flower. When that happened, an intense rumbling filled the minds of all onlookers. Instantly, the whole battlefield turned deathly silent. Within that deathly silence, the exotic Heart Devil flower began to wilt. This flower was extremely powerful, but there were simply too many cultivators present. The vast number of people in the area was causing the flower to begin to wither. Of course, Meng Hao had long since predicted that this would happen. After acquiring the flower, he had studied it and come to understand it. All he wanted was this one brief moment. During that moment, the only people who weren't affected were the members of the Heavenly Court Alliance and the members of the great tribes up on the battlement of Blackgate Fort. It was as if they were in a different world. However, their expressions were filled with shock. Absolute silence reigned. They looked down at the exotic Heart Devil flower and the deathly still that covered the battlefield. Exotic Heart Devil flower. Who could ever have imagined that the Crow Divinity tribe would still have that flower? It's a rare flower, but actually somewhat weak. However, if you use it cleverly, it can be considered a precious treasure. Duolan was breathing heavily as she looked down at the scene. The sense of déjà vu she was experiencing continued to grow stronger. However, she still could not figure out who exactly Meng Hao was. Next to her, Zhang Wenzu seemed to be paying attention to the scene below, although only slightly. As for Luo Chong, he was panting as he looked down at Meng Hao. Within his complicated feelings was a touch of admiration. Zhou Dikun was blinking. He had never imagined that Meng Hao would have a treasure such as this. Even as everyone up on the battlement of Blackgate Fort was shocked, down on the battlefield, the nascent soul cultivators who had been chasing Meng Hao, as well as the totemic sacred ancients, were all trembling, motionless. It was at this point that Meng Hao made his move. A blood clone appeared. Its expression was one of greed, as if it thirsted to drink up lives. As it shot toward the group of more than 10 totemic sacred ancients, Meng Hao stepped forward and hurled the devil's spear out. A towering devilish mist rose up, filled with countless faces, to shoot toward the crowds of people. Next, Meng Hao took a deep breath as his wood-type totem tattoo magically appeared on his forehead. A sea of flames roared into being and freezing frost soil spread out. The all-conquering power of his metal-type totem tattoo was fused in as well. 4 of the 5 elements instantly exploded out. The sea of flames burned everything. The gigantic tree extinguished lives. The power of metal slashed through the air. The frost soil kicked up a frigid wind that froze the sky. Booming filled the air as all of these things happened in the exact same moment. There were no blood-curdling cries. However, one totemic sacred ancient after another withered up. One nascent soul cultivator after another felt their bodies exploding. All of it happened in the space of only 8 breaths. During those 8 breaths, Meng Hao was able to completely reverse the situation on the battlefield. For 4 breaths of time, the power of Meng Hao's 4 elements totems swept out explosively in all directions. The power transformed into an attack which slammed into the nascent soul cultivators. One bandit tribe elder after another felt their cultivation base burn under the power of the exotic heart devil flower. Their bodies were not under their own control, and their wills were lost. Any power they had to resist Meng Hao's divine abilities and magical techniques was completely weakened to the point where they could not withstand even a single blow. Massive booms echoed out across the battlefield as the ordinary cultivators of the bandit tribes trembled, their faces filled with confusion. They felt as if they were experiencing an out-of-body experience, as if their bodies were mere husks. Meng Hao knew that the entire battlefield would belong to him for the space of time of 8 breaths. At the same time, discussions broke out on the battlement of Blackgate Fort. This guy is completely cruel and diabolical. He intentionally caught the attention of all the powerful experts, then took advantage of the situation to take out the exotic heart devil flower. He's not just vicious, he's adept at scheming. However, if he thinks he can turn the tide of the entire battle with only that flower, then he's a bit naive. That flower has its limits. At the most, it will probably last for the space of 10 breaths before vanishing. Maybe he can kill some people during that time. Exactly how many? For example, those late nascent soul stage experts are fundamentally powerful enough to last for even 16 breaths under the influence of an exotic heart devil flower. By this time, 5 breaths of time had passed. The exotic heart devil flower was half withered, and its power was beginning to wane. The late nascent soul stage cultivators were showing signs of intense struggle. It seemed it wouldn't be long before they were able to shake off the effects of the flower. Meng Hao's eyes flickered. He did not continue with any slaughtering, but instead began to perform an incantation. He pointed his finger down toward the ground, causing boundless demonic chi to instantly rise up. A vortex appeared that only he could see as it then began to rotate soundlessly. Meng Hao became the center of a raging tower of demonic chi. Under the crushing pressure of this demonic chi, the 400,000 enemy neo-demons, who were no longer under the control of their dragoners, and were also being affected by the exotic heart devil flower, also began to tremble. In their eyes, Meng Hao was like some sort of demon emperor. Because of the demonic chi, they had no choice but to yield to the pressure. As the last of the 8 breaths ran out, one neo-demon after another lowered their heads and began to approach Meng Hao. The exotic heart devil flower was fully wilted. It transformed into ash, which then drifted away with the wind. Everyone on the battlefield seemed to wake up, as if from sleep. Their bodies trembled as they looked out in confusion. It took only a moment for the members of the bandit tribes to suddenly gasp. Their expression instantly filled with complete disbelief. The moment that they woke up, the blood clone finished consuming a 5th totemic sacred ancient. At the same time, 13 of the nascent soul elders who had been surrounding Meng Hao exploded into showers of blood under the power of Meng Hao's 4 elements totems. If that were the extent of it, it wouldn't count for much. However, before the cultivators of the bandit tribe's alliance could even recover from their shock, they saw Meng Hao floating there in midair, surrounded by 400,000 neo-demons. At the same time, shocking roars could be heard as the bandit tribe's own 400,000 neo-demons shot toward Meng Hao. This was not an attack, but rather, they joined to circulate around him, emitting subservient cries. As of this moment, 800,000 neo-demons were completely shaking heaven and earth. From ancient times until now, there had never been a person who could control an 800,000-strong neo-demon horde. To everyone watching, this was virtually inconceivable. Nonetheless, the sky outside of Blackgate Fort was now filled with 800,000 roaring neo-demons. The sky shook, and everyone on the battlement was thoroughly astonished. Within Blackgate Fort itself, the Heavenly Court Alliance was startled. As for the powerful experts of the great tribes with spirit-severing patriarchs, their minds were all filled with profound trembling. In fact, 4 streams of indescribably powerful divine sense suddenly spread out from within the Black Lands. These were streams of divine sense belonging to spirit-severing patriarchs. These streams of divine sense were filled with intrepid, savage power. They passed through Blackgate Fort to sweep across the lands of the Western Desert, eventually coming to rest on Meng Hao and his horde of 800,000 Neo-Demons. As of this moment, the tide of the battle truly had turned. Everyone who stood atop Blackgate Fort was panting and staring in shock. It was in this moment that a tremor ran through Duo Lan. She suddenly realized why Meng Hao seemed so familiar. Her face filled with an expression of complete disbelief. Next to her, Zhang Wenzu's face was now filled with concentration. As he looked at the 800,000 Neo-Demons, his scalp went numb. As of now, the Crow Divinity Tribe didn't even need to attack. Nor did the Black Dragon Tribe need to fight. Meng Hao waved his hand, causing the 800,000 Neo-Demons to charge toward the allied bandit tribes. The land trembled, and the sky shook. The clouds in the sky roiled as the sounds of slaughter began to spread out. Miserable shrieks rang through the air one after another as the bandit cultivators, as well as their totemic sacred ancients, great fathers, and other powerful experts, were instantly stupefied. They wanted to kill Meng Hao, but he was now hidden behind 800,000 Neo-Demons. How could they possibly kill him? They wanted to slaughter the members of the Crow Divinity and Great Black Dragon Tribe, to cause Meng Hao to show his face. However, the fog of the Crow Divinity Tribe's spell formation towered up, within which could be seen the shadows of running figures. The members of the Great Black Dragon Tribe were quickly absorbed into the fog of the spell formation, concealing them completely. 1. The exotic Heart Devil Flower was used by the 5 Poisons Tribe against the 5 Crow Divinity Tribes in Chapters 439, 440, and beyond. Chapter 513. Blood Totem. When he had first laid eyes on these 20 allied bandit tribes, Meng Hao knew that in this last battle, despite the unsurpassable battle prowess of the Crow Divinity and Great Black Dragon Tribes, they would be defeated in the end. There were just too many cultivators in the bandit tribes. Even if by some miracle the more than 10,000 members of the Crow Divinity Tribe did not die, and a few hundred managed to enter into the Blacklands, by that time they would no longer be the Crow Divinity Tribe. On the other hand, if the Crow Divinity Tribe was able to continue on with majority of its strength after it entered the Blacklands, it could combine with the Church of the Golden Light. Then, they would be a powerful force and would thus be able to maintain their self-respect and continue on. That was exactly the outcome Meng Hao hoped for. And there was only one way to make that happen. That method had nothing to do with strength or weakness of cultivation base. It had nothing to do with strength in numbers. No, Meng Hao knew that in the Western Desert there was only one thing that was considered the source of true power. His greatest strength did not lie in the 5 elements totems, nor in the power of his cultivation base or his magical items. People who exceeded him in terms of such aspects were not rare. Even his position as a totemic sacred ancient did not count for much. His blood clone was strong, but how could it possibly stand up to 200,000 cultivators? The Devil Spear was domineering, but he only had one. Meng Hao knew that his most powerful asset, the greatest strength he had to rely on, was his identity as a demon sealer. In the great lands of the Western Desert, the fact that Meng Hao was a demon sealer meant that he could congeal and manipulate boundless demonic qi. He could cause great changes in neo-demons, make them even more powerful than himself. He could control them and use them to accomplish things that he alone could not accomplish. That was his greatest asset. It was also why the Crow Divinity Tribe had been able to leave the Western Desert North region and travel all the way to here. Therefore, the exotic Heart Devil Flower had appeared. Slaying totemic sacred ancients and nascent soul elders was secondary to his true goal. While everyone was paying attention to him, he needed a brief pause in the battle, only 4 or 5 breaths of time while he was being surrounded. That brief amount of time was crucial. To ensure success, he needed to make sure that the 100 or so Dragoners of the allied bandit tribes lost control of their neo-demons. It was in that way that Meng Hao could perfectly pull off his plan. That was the entire reason why he had pulled out the exotic Heart Devil Flower. His goal was not to cause confusion for the ordinary cultivators, nor was it to bewilder the nascent soul experts. Instead, he had been targeting the 100 Dragoners who were hidden within their neo-demon hordes. These were the cultivators who, seemingly from the beginning, had been completely ignored by Meng Hao, as if he didn't care about them one bit. As of this moment, he had accomplished his goal. 800,000 neo-demons shook heaven and earth, completely rocking the battlefield. The Heavenly Court Alliance was shocked, as were all of the other Western Desert cultivators who were watching. The neo-demons instantly charged towards the well over 100,000 shocked bandit tribe members. This last battle was destined to be filled with foul winds and rains of blood. It was something the likes of which had never occurred in the history of the Western Desert. Everyone atop Blackgate Fort watched on in silence, even the 4 streams of divine sense from the spirit-severing patriarchs. As the 800,000 neo-demons closed in, the eyes of the 100,000 bandit tribe members went red. They also charged forward, howling, "Kill them!" At the same time, All of the totemic sacred ancients and all of the nascent soul cultivators shot forward, transforming into something like a sharp arrow, piercing through the Neo-Demon horde toward Meng Hao. Kill Meng Hao, and the Neo-Demon horde will collapse. In this critical moment, the great fathers of the 20 bandit tribes roared, congealing the peak power that existed on the battlefield as they shot toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao was there within the Neo-Demon horde, looking around with cold eyes as Neo-Demons circulated around him. Miserable shrieks sounded out constantly as cultivators were ripped to shreds by Neo-Demons. As of this moment, Meng Hao could sense the intense ruthlessness of warfare. It was no exaggeration to say that the world in front of him was awash in redness. That redness was blood. The blood of Neo-Demons and the blood of cultivators. The land turned red, so red that even the violet rain that fell could not wash it away. This was a true massacre. The vast amount of Neo-Demons in the horde made it so that even though Neo-Demons were constantly dying, there were always more to attack the bandit tribe cultivators. Blood-curdling screams filled the air as the deaths intensified. Right now, it was like the yellow springs of the underworld had turned completely red. Blood, thought Meng Hao as he looked down at the ground. Suddenly, he reached a bit of new enlightenment. Blood was also water, correct? It was a type of water that contained life. It was in fact the source of life force. Having blood didn't necessarily mean you were alive, but without it, you would certainly not be. It seems that I'm bound to blood by karma. The blood immortal legacy, all the slaughtering that resulted from my practice of cultivation. Blood is also a kind of totem. Besides, what are totems anyway? Totems are not a manifestation of my own will and enlightenment. No, they are a force of power of the 9 mountains and seas. They are a seed of power. Muttering to himself, he closed his eyes, ignoring the powerful experts of the Bandit Alliance who were going all out to try to reach him and kill him. As they neared, Neo-Demons attempted to block their way, resulting in even more blood showering about. It was at this moment that suddenly, the members of the Crow Divinity tribe moved forward along with the spell formation. Fog churned, and the sound of running echoed about. Massive golden figures could be seen within, charging into the battle. As soon as the fog reached the members of the bandit tribes, miserable shrieks could be heard. A howl could be heard as the excited parrot suddenly appeared in midair. In a squawk that the entire battlefield could hear, it said, "Come, come. Shout out with me. Have faith in the Lord Fifth. Gain eternal life. When the Lord Fifth appears, who dares to cause strife?" As soon as the voices began to echo out from within the spell formation fog, another batch of roiling, cloudy fog could be seen within the Black Lands. It was exactly the same in appearance, and loud, clear voices rang out from within. They were filled with excitement and determination. Have faith in the Lord Fifth. Gain eternal life. When the Lord Fifth appears, who dares to cause strife? Lord Fifth, we welcome you back with respectful hearts. Patriarch, we welcome you back with respectful hearts. These resounding voices caused the observers on the battlement of Blackgate Fort to stare in shock. When they looked over, they could see that within the approaching fog were 7,000 or 8,000 enormous figures. They charged through midair, passing out from the Blacklands to enter the Western Desert and charge down toward the battlefield. The Church of the Golden Light. The spell formation of the Crow Divinity tribe is exactly the same as that of the Church of the Golden Light. When the Church of the Golden Light appeared, it was like a sharp blade that stabbed into the already scattered and battered Bandit Alliance. Together with the Crow Divinity tribe, they began a slaughter of spell formations that hit the enemy from 2 directions at the same time. The members of the Great Black Dragon tribe also charged out from within the center of the Crow Divinity spell formation, engaging in bloody slaughter down to the very end. The battle was now completely one-sided. Any position of superiority the bandit tribes had was completely lost because of the 800,000 Neo-Demons. Hopelessness and terror filled their hearts and minds. Miserable screams filled the air as they completely lost any will to fight. The slaughter continued nonetheless. 150,000, 130,000. 100, 000, 80, 000, 50,000. It did not take long for the bandit tribe's numbers to be reduced to only 50,000 cultivators. The other 150,000 were nothing more than corpses. Their blood flowed out, causing the area outside of Blackgate Fort to become a lake of blood. The reek of gore filled the air. As for the top experts and totemic sacred ancients of the Bandit Alliance, they were seriously injured and virtually going mad as they slaughtered their way through the Neo-Demons to grow closer and closer to Meng Hao. The slaughter down below wasn't actually drawing much attention. The eyes of the cultivators on the battlement of Blackgate Fort were all drawn toward the Neo-Demons that were protecting Meng Hao, who floated there in midair. Meng Hao was the key to everything. If he died, then the bandit tribes could still secure victory in the battle. Booming filled the air as dozens of nascent soul cultivators and more than 10 rapidly weakening totemic sacred ancients mowed their way through the crowds of Neo-Demons. They carved out a bloody path as the Neo-Demons, giving no thoughts to their own lives, threw themselves in front of the enemy. The enemy had no choice but to continue the slaughter as they tried to near Meng Hao. The distance between the two was still severe. 100 meters, packed close with crazed Neo-Demons. Unfortunately, the enemy cultivators weren't able to get to Meng Hao. There were just too many Neo-Demons. The demonic chi of a horde of 800,000 Neo-Demons was something that the nascent soul cultivators couldn't see. However, they could sense that there was some unspeakable pressure in the area that made minor teleportation impossible. All they could do was charge physically and try to kill their way to Meng Hao. Meng Hao's closed eyes suddenly snapped open. When they did, his pupils glowed with a red will of blood that seemed to be a reflection of the lake of blood down below. It was the same color as his mask, as if it was in fact merged with the mask. Blood is water. As it turns out, I had the totem with me all the time, I just never realized it. It has always been here. His skin was now completely the color of blood. It almost seemed as if the blood immortal mask had disappeared. Meng Hao's entire body was the same color as the blood-colored mask. It was no longer a mask, but rather, Meng Hao's true face. In this moment, his long robe had also turned red. Even his hair was crimson. Right now you could actually say that he looked exactly like a blood clone. Not quite there, he murmured. Unfortunately, this blood totem will belong to the blood immortal, not me. He raised his right hand, causing the Ji clan blood clone, which was off in the distance pouncing toward another cultivator, to suddenly tremble. It seemed unwilling to respond, but also unable to control itself. It disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was directly in front of Meng Hao. Meng Hao pointed at the blood clone, and instantly, it transformed into a beam of light that fused into Meng Hao's finger. Shockingly, a totem tattoo suddenly appeared on Meng Hao's finger in that same spot. A red totem tattoo. A blood totem. As soon as the totem appeared, Meng Hao's cultivation base exploded up. It was as if it had been restrained for too long, and now it was finally able to climb high. In the blink of an eye, it exploded out in a way that caused the approaching Bandit Alliance experts and totemic sacred ancients to be filled with stupefied astonishment. Chapter 5:14. 5 elements temporarily combine. Meng Hao's hair whipped about his head despite the lack of wind. His eyes glowed with a profound light. Everything around him was bright red. The lake of blood below began to boil and rise up into the air. If that were all there was to it, the true fearsomeness of the blood tattoo would not have been made manifest. However, all of the cultivators in the area suddenly felt that the blood inside their bodies was suddenly out of control, as if it were about to burst out from within them. The bandit tribe members felt this way, as did the cultivators atop Blackgate Fort. Everyone was instantly shocked by this development. Everything dimmed. Up above, winds blew and clouds roiled. A fountain of blood could be seen in midair within the Neo-Demon horde, focused on Meng Hao's index finger. At the same time, in the southern domain some distance from the border of the Blacklands, a bloody glow rose up into the sky from the ancient Temple of Doom. This glow instantly caused the great sects and clans of the southern domain to stir into action. All of the deity statues within the ancient Temple of Doom began to weep tears of blood. It was a bizarre sight which shook the entire southern domain. It almost seemed that these statues were commemorating the power of the blood immortal as it returned into the world. Meanwhile, back in the great lands of the Western Desert, outside Blackgate Fort, Meng Hao slowly looked up at the shocked peak experts of the Bandit Alliance. With the Ji clan blood clone, I can congeal a blood totem. It can't compare to the Violet Rain, so I don't want it to be permanent. However, to temporarily reach the full circle of the 5 elements will do nicely. Or perhaps, I can use the blood totem as the foundation and fuse it with the Violet Rain. Then I can reach the great circle of the water-type totem. Eyes filled with anticipation, Meng Hao lifted his hand up and pressed his index finger onto his forehead. 5 elements. Temporarily combine. The power birthed of the spirit of the golden crow. Metal. The boundless life force of the greenwood tree.
Wood.
The frost soil which gave birth to the frost soil demon emperor. Earth. The ever-burning flame. Fire. And now, the legacy power of the blood immortal. Transformed into blood. Water. In this instant, the 5 elements reached their great circle. I might only be a temporary great circle, but it caused Meng Hao's cultivation base to soar up nonetheless. His perfect gold core emanated with limitless golden light. A transformation began during which it seemed a nascent soul became visible. At the same time, the 5 elements began to combine. Metal.
Wood.
Water. Earth.
Fire.
5 elements fused together, both promoting and restraining each other as they united to form a primeval chaotic will. Within this primeval chaos appeared a single strand of light. This light was golden in color, the same gold as the metal of the 5 elements, and the same color as the metal-type totem tattoo. It also was the same color as Meng Hao's perfect gold core. As soon as the golden light appeared, Meng Hao's cultivation base roared up. It climbed up ceaselessly. In the blink of an eye, he broke out from the gold core stage and into the early nascent soul stage. His perfect gold core began to melt, from within which emerged a nascent soul that belonged uniquely to Meng Hao. As of now, Meng Hao could slay the early nascent soul stage, shock the mid-nascent soul stage, and hold his own against the late nascent soul stage. It was hard to say if he would be able to come out victorious against the latter. In any case, this was a power that the core formation stage simply could not possess.
The
Power of Meng Hao's five-colored nascent soul had been completed one step at a time as the various totem tattoos appeared. As of now, he possessed a battle prowess that was completely unprecedented and thoroughly frightening in the cultivation world. Surprisingly, in the view of the divine sense of outsiders, Meng Hao actually appeared to be of the great circle of core formation. However, no one could deny that he was of the nascent soul stage. Many people actually assumed that Meng Hao was deliberately putting on a front to make it look as if he was of the core formation stage. Currently, in the moment that Meng Hao's cultivation base exploded upward, causing him to enter the early nascent soul stage, a nascent soul was formed within his gold core. The faces of all the cultivators who were watching instantly filled with disbelief, and they gasped. He had a cultivation base breakthrough? He's in the nascent soul stage. How is this possible? He reached the nascent soul stage? Don't tell me that before, he really was just a core formation cultivator? That's impossible. Perhaps he was already a nascent soul cultivator before, but because of some unforeseen circumstances, experienced a cultivation base drop and only now is faintly able to recover. Astonished conversations spread out on the battlefield as well as among the audience up on the battlement of Blackgate Fort, and even among the groups of bandit tribe peak experts who were trying to fight their way through the Neo-Demon Horde. Even as they were locked the throes of astonishment, a second beam of light rose up from Meng Hao, in addition to the golden light. Flickering green light interlocked with the golden light. Meng Hao's hair whipped about as boundless life force suddenly began to emanate out from him. In this moment, his cultivation base soared even higher. As of now, he was at the peak of the early nascent soul stage, only a step away from the mid-nascent soul stage. This sudden explosion instantly shook the minds of everyone who was watching. Even as Meng Hao lifted up his head and roared, three colors appeared behind him, a three-colored sky. Gold, green, plus the color which represented his water-type blood totem, red. The three colors of the sky that appeared behind Meng Hao were reflected in the firmament up above as Meng Hao's cultivation base once again leaped higher. It climbed up ceaselessly, breaking through from the early nascent soul stage to the mid-nascent soul stage. As of this moment, the faces of each and every person observing were filled with disbelief. Duo Lan's eyes were wide, as if she was seeing something unimaginable. Even Zhang Wenzu's eyes were flickering with deeper and deeper concentration. Next, a fourth, world-shaking color suddenly appeared. Yellow. Behind Meng Hao, a four-colored sky could be seen. His cultivation base did not stop climbing, but rather, continued to rocket up. It was as if all the methodical preparations he made were now being unleashed with explosive results. His energy exploded out, and his aura grew vastly more intrepid as behind him, 5 beams of light interlocked to form a 5-colored sky. That fifth color was black. 5 elements, 5 colors. In this moment, they transformed into a 5-colored sky that circulated around Meng Hao. His clothes rippled, and his hair was in chaos. His eyes glowed with a bizarre, brilliant light. Meng Hao floated there, his body emanating radiant 5-colored light, a 5-colored sky behind him. As of this moment, there were no totem tattoos visible on his body. All he possessed was the 5-colored sky and an indescribably fearsome aura. These 5 colors stemmed from Meng Hao's 5 elements. Gold came from the metal-type tattoo. Green came from the wood-type. The water-type blood made red. The soil of frost was black. Finally came fire. It was not red, but yellow, a raging flame that rose up into the sky. His cultivation base rocketed up a final time. His aura exploded out with incredible intensity, profoundly affecting all the cultivators who were watching. Deep in their hearts, it caused all onlookers to feel fear and trembling. Finally, he reached the peak of the mid-nascent soul stage. His distance from the late nascent soul stage was only a sliver. At last, the rocketing climb of his cultivation base came to a stop. Everyone on the battlefield was shaken as they looked at Meng Hao. This explosive cultivation base growth came after years of suppressing his gold core. In this instant, he experienced meteoric growth into the peak of the mid-nascent soul stage as he unleashed all that had been pent up before. Earlier, he could battle with the late nascent soul stage. As of now, Meng Hao is powerful enough that, although he might not be able to shake the spirit-severing stage, he could crush any cultivator under that stage like dry weeds or rotten wood. He would be able to cut through any of them like a hot knife cutting through butter. Despite all that, Meng Hao let out a sigh. If I can understand this violet rain, then I could merge it into the blood totem and create a great circle water-type totem. When that happens, my cultivation base will definitely be able to break through from the mid-nascent soul stage. Meng Hao knew that his current cultivation base was not truly of the great circle of the 5 elements and thus could not propel him past the mid-nascent soul stage. That was not what he truly wanted. The water of these 5 elements contained part of the blood immortal. What he wanted was the violet rain of the Western Desert Apocalypse. That was his choice. At present, his 5 elements cultivation base was only a temporary fusion. In fact, his nascent soul was actually illusory, and the 5 elements were not fully combined. He had not concocted his 5-colored nascent soul. Once he did, then his cultivation base would be completely stable. Suddenly, a bizarre light shone in his eyes. He looked off into the distance at the countless neo-demons and the astonished experts and totemic sacred ancients of the bandit tribes. I think it's time to test out the battle prowess of this temporary combination of the 5 elements. Even as he murmured to himself, the neo-demons roared and pounced onto the bandit tribe experts, forcing them to defend themselves. Suddenly, one of the nascent soul experts was separated from the others by the neo-demons. A wide open space was then cleared, an empty lane providing a clear line of sight from him to Meng Hao, who was a few hundred meters away. The old man and Meng Hao looked at each other for a moment, and then Meng Hao coolly said, "Bring it on." "Such arrogance and conceit," roared the old man, who happened to be a high priest. His eyes flickered coldly as he used minor teleportation to shoot toward Meng Hao. The rest of the members of his tribe, including the elders and the Great Father, had been killed because of the exotic Heart Devil flower. As of now, he was the only peak-level expert left from his tribe. He shot forward, his eyes flickering with intense killing intent. As he neared, his totem magically appeared above his head. It was an immense star which then transformed into a gigantic boulder 3,000 meters wide. Rumbling sounded out as it shot through the air toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao hovered there, his expression tranquil. He waved his right hand, causing the 5-colored sky to flicker. A swooshing sound could be heard as a 5-colored light expanded out and then disappeared. A moment later, the incoming boulder shook and then disintegrated. The sight of this caused everyone watching to be shocked, especially the charging high priest. His face filled with disbelief. It was at this point that Meng Hao distractedly waved his hand and pointed forward. As he pointed, the 5-colored sky rippled and then disappeared. When it reappeared, it had congealed onto Meng Hao's finger. Then his finger descended, and blinding 5-colored light shot toward the old man. He was a high priest, but his face flickered nonetheless. He roared as he unleashed divine abilities and magical items. He shot backward, using several minor teleportations to suddenly disappear and then reappear off in the distance. He reacted quickly and moved with incredible speed. It seemed as if no matter how swift and fierce the 5-colored beam of light was, it wouldn't be able to touch him. However, suddenly he found that his entire body was trembling. He coughed up a mouthful of blood as a 5-colored glow appeared on his chest. He stared down in disbelief, unable to do anything except gape. "How is this possible?" "As you can see," said Meng Hao softly, his eyes shining with enlightenment, "you cannot evade the power of the 5 elements." The old man said nothing, but a bitter smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, his entire body turned red as all the blood inside exploded. Out. Popping sounds could be heard as it was transformed into a bloody mist. At the same time, a golden light flew out from within him, transforming his entire body, from inside to out, into a statue made of gold. However, he still wasn't dead. The fact that he theoretically had a chance to survive was like a bitter torment as he fell toward the ground. But then, a sea of flames erupted out from inside of him, burning him dead, body and soul. Chapter 515, An Initial Understanding of Karma. Different combinations of 5 elements will have different manifestations, thought Meng Hao, having gained new enlightenment. He looked up at the pale-faced bandit tribe experts and totemic sacred ancients. They wanted to kill him, but were now surrounded and cut off by countless neo-demons, and were severely weakened. They really had no way to get to him. They were surrounded by hundreds of thousands of neo-demons. They couldn't even reach Meng Hao, let alone kill him. "We're defeated," said one of the old experts bitterly. As of now, they knew they had lost and knew that Meng Hao fundamentally could not be killed. Meng Hao is not an impulsive person, and despite his sudden increase in battle prowess, he would still act cautiously. They knew that he would only allow one of them to attack at a time, and would not presumptuously try to take them all on at the same time. Facing up against an enemy like this caused these Bandit Alliance experts to be filled with a sensation of powerlessness. As soon as the old man's words echoed out, the scattered bandit tribe members down below on the ground slowly began to give up. They ceased fighting back and stood there silently. Of the original 200,000 tribe members, not even 20% remained. This battle had not been won single-handedly by Meng Hao. Rather, the unstoppable crushing power of the 800,000 neo-demons he wielded was a force capable of causing any enemy force to be moved. Now that he had defeated the Bandit Alliance, Meng Hao did not continue to contain or slaughter them. He allowed the broken remnants of the tribes to leave the battlefield. As they disappeared off into the surrounding plains, Meng Hao led the Crow Divinity Tribe, the Church of the Golden Light, the Great Black Dragon Tribe, and 800,000 neo-demons forward to stand in front of Blackgate Fort. He lifted his head up to look at the battlement up above. The Crow Divinity Tribe has arrived with a demon spirit, he said slowly, his voice echoing out into the Blacklands. Su Bai stood next to Meng Hao. He looked up at the enormous gate leading into the Blacklands, took a deep breath, and said, "The Great Black Dragon Tribe has arrived with a demon spirit." There was a brief moment of silence after which an enormous rumbling could be heard as Blackgate Fort's huge gate slowly began to open. As the gate opened, the crowds on top of the battlement looked down. Virtually all of the gazes swept over the people down below and came to rest on Meng Hao. Conversations immediately began to spread out. It seems that from now on, the Blacklands is going to be a bit more lively than before. This Meng Hao has an extraordinary cultivation base and bizarre divine abilities. His totems are even more shocking. He can even slay late nascent soul stage cultivators. He will definitely rise to even more prominence in the future here in the Blacklands. The Western Desert Apocalypse has reached its culmination. It won't be long before we will be able to see the sea from Blackgate Fort. The Crow Divinity Tribe and the Great Black Dragon Tribe slaughtered their way here from the Western Desert. They are the only two tribes that actually gained entrance to the Blacklands this way, with a demon spirit. Very unusual. Hearing their conversations caused Luo Cheng to roll his eyes. He occasionally looked back down into the crowd of people below at Meng Hao. As for what he was thinking, it was impossible to tell. Zhou Dikun's expression was one of excitement as he looked down at Meng Hao, a wide smile splitting his face. Duo Lan was frowning at first, but quickly caused her face to relax. She continued to look deeply at Meng Hao. Next to her, Zhang Wenzu was smiling. Shaking his head, he said, 5 elements totems combined together. An interesting idea. Unfortunately, it's only temporary. It won't be long before it floats away, like a rootless lily pad. He's definitely not chosen material. When I meet him in the future here in the Blacklands, I'll have to help him understand why combining the 5 elements is nothing more than a joke. He smiled. At the moment, the massive rumbling continued to sound out as the gate finished opening completely to reveal an opening that looked like a door, roughly 300 meters wide. Sunlight poured out from within.
On the other side was the Blacklands.
It was as if this door was the separating point between two worlds. Su Bai took a deep breath and then turned to Meng Hao. Clasping hands, he bowed deeply. "Brother Meng," he said, "words cannot express the depth of my gratitude for your kindness. The alliance between the two of us will never change. For now, I, Su Bai, will lead my tribe into the Blacklands. After we have time to reorganize, then the two of us can find some time to chat." Meng Hao laughed and nodded in response, but didn't say anything. With that, Su Bai led the thousands of members of his great tribe toward Blackgate Fort. They quickly disappeared inside and entered into the Blacklands. As the Black Dragon Tribe made their way in, Meng Hao looked back at the members of the Crow Divinity Tribe behind him. After a long moment, his gaze finally came to rest on the members who had once been part of the 5 tribes. There were only a few hundred left. Wu Chun and Wu Ling were among them. There was also the Great Father, who had burned his life force all those years ago. He was now very old, with not much longevity. Tai left. Meng Hao looked at them. They looked back. No words were exchanged. After all the years spent together, they knew Meng Hao quite well. Within the silence was a deep melancholy. After a long moment, Meng Hao smiled. He looked at the few hundred former members of the 5 Crow Divinity Tribes, as well as the other tribe members they had picked up along their journey. His voice warm and amiable, he said, "At long last I have led you here. Now, I deliver your hope to you." He had traveled with these people for many years, had fought by their side to reach this point. At long last, they had reached their destination, the Great Gate, which led into the Blacklands. The gate had been opened, and was just waiting for them to walk through it. "You may continue to practice cultivation with my totems," he continued. "In addition, I have branded the other totemic sacred ancients that we acquired, so that the Crow Divinity Tribe may form totems from them. My vines have recovered. I will give them to you as a protector and guard." He waved his hand, causing a thorn rampart vine seed to appear. He quickly branded it with a mission: protect the Crow Divinity Tribe. After that, he gave the vine seed to the Crow Divinity Tribe Great Father. The old man looked silently at Meng Hao and thought back to all the scenes from years past, and to what Meng Hao had said about giving hope to the tribe. All of the things that had happened flashed through his mind, causing his vision to blur somewhat as he looked at Meng Hao. Starting today, said Meng Hao softly, the Church of the Golden Light will be part of the Crow Divinity tribe. From now on, the tribe will not be called Crow Divinity, but rather, the Golden Crow Clan. The members of the Crow Divinity tribe began to tremble. It was hard to say who did it first, but they all began to drop to their knees and kowtow to Meng Hao. No one spoke. However, the tears in their eyes and the looks on their familiar faces made clear their deep respect, fanaticism, and gratitude for Meng Hao. Meng Hao looked at them and smiled. It was a smile that said, the time has come to part. He turned and looked at Gula Gula. Henceforth you are free. Before releasing you, though, I must say that I truly hope you remain as a member of the Golden Crow clan, to be their dragowner. Gula trembled as he dropped to his knees and stared at Meng Hao in a daze. On the long road of travel, his past grievances had long since vanished. He wore a strange expression at the moment, one filled with reluctance to part ways. After a moment, he lowered his head and voiced his agreement. I give you the wild giant, continued Meng Hao. Treat it well. Meng Hao looked over at the wild giant. Throughout the years, it had been injured over and over again, and its body was now covered with scars. Despite that, it was mighty. It looked at Meng Hao with a blank expression, as if it didn't quite understand everything that was going on. As for these 800,000 neo-demons, I will not take any of them with me. I give them to all of you, to form the backbone of the Golden Crow clan's battle prowess. I will personally brand all of them so that you don't need to control them. They will be here to protect the Golden Crow clan. With that, he waved his right hand. Immediately, 800,000 neo-demons roared a shocking roar. Each one of them looked at Meng Hao, as if they were communicating with him. Grievous whines could be heard from Big Harry and the others, as if they were unwilling to separate. Meng Hao looked at the Greenwood Wolves with a soft smile. He thought back to all the years ago when he had joined the 5 Crow Divinity tribes and had first laid eyes on the 5 Greenwood Wolf pups. He could still remember their plaintive yips after going hungry for a whole night. He thought about how he ran out into the mountain forest to find food for them. You've grown up now, he said softly. You don't need to follow me anymore. Where I'm going, the 5 of you can't go. Their mournful howls seemed to cause the surrounding members of the Golden Crow clan to be roused from their prostration. They raised their heads to look at Meng Hao with expressions of grief. Exalted Sacred Ancient, please, do not leave the Golden Crow clan. Exalted Sacred Ancient, can't you stay with us in the Blacklands? Without you, Exalted Sacred Ancient, we would have long since perished on the way here. Sacred Ancient, the Golden Crow clan will forever remember your kindness. Hearing all their words caused Meng Hao to stand there silently for a long moment. Finally, he shook his head and looked at them earnestly. There is no need for you to thank me, he said quietly. Everything I did was to pay a debt of gratitude to the Golden Crow and the Great Tree. It was also my way of making an apology. Perhaps this is karma. He waved his hand, causing one of the demon spirits he had sealed to fly over into the hands of the Great Father. Take it and enter in the Blacklands. He gave a deep look to the Golden Crow clan, then glanced at the Blacklands. He knew that the remaining demon spirit he possessed would soon lead to conflicts. Deciding not to remain behind any longer, he turned his back on the Blacklands and strode off. Taking advantage of the temporary 5 elements combination, he quickly shot off into the distance and disappeared. Beloved concubine, said the parrot in a fair imitation of Meng Hao, you stay behind here to recover from your wounds. Please take care of the Church of the Golden Light for me. Lord Fifth will come back for you. Looking both sad and arrogant, it flapped its wings as it shot off into the distance to follow Meng Hao. Ha! Freedom, bitches. My beloved concubine is too protective. I can't deal with that. Finally, I'm free. Ah, the smell of freedom. How lovely. Exalted Sacred Ancient. As Meng Hao left, all of the members of the Golden Crow clan too reneged and once again prostrated themselves toward him. After a long time passed, they slowly rose to their feet. Filled with melancholy, unsure of the future, they took their 800,000 neo-demons and entered the Blacklands. Meng Hao's departure caused the faces of crowds on the battlement above to be filled with shock. Zhang Wenzu's pupils constricted. He suddenly realized that his judgment of Meng Hao had been completely off. Where is he going? Duo Lan was shocked. Zhou Dikun stared with wide eyes. Far off in the distance, Meng Hao proceeded onward. His expression was calm, his entire bearing completely different than it had been before. If I hadn't chosen to go to the 5 Crow Divinity tribes that year, the Golden Crow could have lived for another 1,000 years. My arrival was the sowing of karma. The reaping of that karma was the death of the Golden Crow. However, that reaping was another sowing. Because the Golden Crow perished, the Crow Divinity tribes declined and narrowly escaped being exterminated. They were nearly wiped away in the apocalypse. That was a reaping of karma. Sowing contains reaping. Reaping contains sowing. Everything that happened before was all sowing. Karma was reaped after I led the Crow divinity tribe out of the north all the way to the Black Lands. It is similar to repaying kindnesses. The kindness is the sowing of karma, and the repayment is the reaping of it. Karma is about cause and effect. I understand now. As he traveled along, his eyes began to glow with enlightenment. It was as if he could see the faint karma threads attached to all living things. Laughing, Meng Hao slapped his bag of holding to produce the G-Clan fishing rod. As he cast it out, within his heart floated the sense of the karma of all living things. Chapter 516. Without severing the spirit, how could you live past 1000? Starting in the north and then extending to the east and west, the great lands of the western desert slowly became a violet-colored sea. The sea spread out to eventually cover the south as well. It stopped outside Blackgate Fort. At this point, it was truly a boundless sea. Blackgate Fort was eventually submerged by the water. 10,000 years later, after the seawater vanished, a new land would be revealed. That would be the true end of the Western Desert apocalypse. The seawaters would disappear, and the Western Desert would once again appear. Perhaps by that time, the land would be unfamiliar to the Western Desert cultivators residing in the Black Lands. However, there would definitely be people who would go to search for the roots of their tribes from 10,000 years before. Right now, Blackgate Fort's gate was closing, signifying an official end to the migration. Meng Hao's laughter rang out as he gained enlightenment regarding karma. He saw the karma threads. By casting out the fishing line, he could control the treasure just like a member of the G-Clan. To Meng Hao, this was an extra, unexpected benefit. So karma has been with me all along. He shot through the air, the parrot perched on his shoulder. The meat jelly was attached to the parrot's foot like always. One man, one parrot, and one meat jelly shot through the downpour of violet rain. They were surrounded by the power of extermination. Spiritual energy was completely cut off. After parting ways with the Golden Crow clan, Meng Hao chose not to enter the Black Lands. He made a different choice. He would stay behind within the Violet Rain apocalypse in order to form his water-type totem. As for the blood totem, that was not Meng Hao's choice of totems. He would place himself within the Violet Rain apocalypse in order to gain enlightenment and understand the true meaning of the Violet Sea. As he shot through the air, his eyes suddenly glittered. Now that I've left the plains outside the Black Lands, he murmured, the pursuit should be catching up. He suddenly stopped in midair, turning to look behind him. I'm probably being chased, not by the nascent soul stage, but spirit severing. His eyes glowed brightly as he looked around, and he smiled. A long moment passed before his gaze came to be fixed at a spot not too far off. It will most likely be spirit severing. After my display back at Blackgate Fort, no ordinary nascent soul cultivator would be willing to try to interfere with me. As Meng Hao thought about the spirit severing stage, his eyes suddenly filled with a burning passion. Spirit severing was an indescribably powerful stage. It was something that cultivators sought after with passion secondary only to immortal ascension. The mysteries of spirit severing had nothing to do with variations in divine abilities, but rather the manifestation of the domain. Each of the three severings were an instance of the use of the domain. Only within the spirit severing stage was it possible to have the qualification to call one's cultivation a Dao. In the cultivation of the spirit severing stage, medicinal pills were secondary. The most important thing was enlightenment regarding the domain. Every spirit severing patriarch had a different domain. Based on their different experiences in life, the Dao of the domain chosen by the cultivator transformed into a blade of severing. The first severing was the early stage, the second severing was the mid, the third severing was the late. Each of these severings would cause the cultivation base to rise to a new realm. When all three severings were completed, the great circle of spirit severing was complete. After that, there was only one path to follow, and that was Dao seeking. The reason why it was called Dao seeking was that the body of the cultivator contained a Dao. Within the three severings of the spirit severing stage, one's Dao was discovered, then questions arose. Once the Dao was solidified, then one was qualified for immortal ascension. Unless doubts arose during Dao seeking, then the Dao vanished, and the body perished. Everything became emptiness. There is a saying that once enlightened, one can die happy. That is how one could describe the Dao seeking stage. Once enlightenment was gained, and one's own Dao was solidified, then one could smile even in death. Spirit severing, Dao seeking, immortal ascension. Those were the ultimate pursuits of the cultivators in the great lands of South Heaven. 3 stages, each one of which could lead to death. However, when the final goal of immortal ascension was reached, the cultivator would then be qualified to leave South Heaven and travel among the stars. There, one's personal Dao could become even more strong and blossom like a resplendent flower. When such a beautiful flower blossomed, one could die laughing at the heavens, having lived a life not in vain. That was the path of immortal ascension. Meng Hao's path, Su Qing's path, Chu Yuyan's path, Chun Fan, Fatty, and all the others all were treading such a path. Objectively speaking, though, whether you looked at the Western Desert or the Southern Domain, Dao-seeking experts were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Even spirit-severing experts were not common. Generally speaking, even great tribes in the Western Desert would have only one spirit-severing patriarch, which was the reason why they could sustain their legacies throughout the years and become truly powerful. It was similar in the Southern Domain. Spirit-severing experts were not common. Furthermore, the majority remained within the first severing. Those who reached the second were less common, and as for the third, they were even rarer. That was because each severing could be fatal. Lack of success meant certain death. In fact, many cultivators who became spirit-severing patriarchs chose not to continue on with further severings. Failure meant death. The power of the spirit-severing stage lay in the domain. It could influence divine abilities, could change the laws of nature, could accomplish whatever the heart desired. From the perspective of nascent soul cultivators, it could do things that seemed impossible. Take, for example, Patriarch Reliance. The fact that he could carry away the state of Zhao with him had something to do with this cultivation base. However, that action was actually a manifestation of spirit severing. Another example was the Patriarch of the Frigid Snow clan. Of his own power, he could shake everything in the area. However, once his cultivation base fell, it instigated an attack. If one wished to enter the spirit-severing stage, the initial step was the first severing, which could not be avoided. It was an enormous obstacle that had to be passed by any cultivator who wished to proceed beyond the nascent soul stage. In fact, it was an obstacle that many nascent soul cultivators could not pass. Because of that, they ended up staying within the great circle of the nascent soul stage until their longevity expired, whereupon they became skeletons and returned to the dust. If one could not live past 1,000 years and could not defy the heavens, how could one be of the spirit-severing stage? The longevity of the nascent soul stage was roughly 1,000 years. Even with the use of shocking medicinal pills that could increase longevity, it was impossible to exceed 1,000 years of life. That was one of the laws of heaven and earth. 1,000 years was the absolute limit to the longevity of a cultivator. However, with the first severing of spirit severing, 500 to 1,000 years of longevity could be hewn out. As to exactly how much, that depended on the person as well as the domain. In any case, the longevity would definitely exceed 1,000 years. Passing beyond 1,000 was a defiance of the heavens. That was why reaching spirit severing was so difficult. It was difficult, to an ultimate degree. Meng Hao took a deep breath, taking the stubbornness and desire that shone in his eyes and concealing it deep within his heart. He would continue down this path to immortal ascension in a way that had never been done before. That was the determination in Meng Hao's heart. The five-colored nascent soul was only the first step. Meng Hao looked out into the air, but could only see the downpour of violet rain. Everything was deserted, with no one visible except for him. Meng Hao was quiet for a long moment, 10 breaths of time to be exact. Suddenly, a translucent figure slowly began to appear in midair several thousand meters in front of Meng Hao. As the figure became visible, a strange, invisible power seemed to affect the violet rain in the area. It was pushed aside, ensuring that not even a single drop landed on the figure. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever, as if nothing out of the ordinary was going on. However, it was at this moment that the parrot opened its eyes wide. All of the multicolored feathers on its body stood on end. The meat jelly bell on its foot began to tremble, causing tinkling bell sounds to ring out. "Damn it, spirit severing," said the parrot, gaping. It was impossible to tell exactly what it was thinking. It looked down ruthlessly at the meat jelly bell and said, "Shut up. Quit shaking. Your shaking is really annoying, Lord Fifth." In response, the meat jelly's shaking grew even more intense. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever. He had long since predicted that after the Crow Divinity tribe entered the Blacklands and handed over the demon spirit, the fact that there was a second demon spirit would quickly be discovered. Considering that the Heavenly Court Alliance wanted demon spirits, it was possible that other great tribes with spirit-severing patriarchs would grow greedy. That meant there was a high possibility that they would try to catch and kill him. Such circumstances would have been even more difficult to avoid if he had entered the Blacklands himself. Furthermore, it would have implicated the Crow Divinity tribe. His only option was to leave. Even leaving, though, would likely result in people coming after him. However, it now had nothing to do with the Crow Divinity tribe. The scene of Meng Hao leaving Blackgate Fort had been witnessed by too many people. From that moment on, it was tantamount to Meng Hao severing his karma with the Crow Divinity tribe. "Do you know why I'm here?" asked the transparent figure, slowly opening its eyes. The opening of its eyes caused everything in the vicinity to suddenly change. It was as if some indescribable, invisible force of law had enveloped the entire area. The figure did not open its mouth to speak. Instead, its voice resonated in Meng Hao's mind like thunder. An intense aura caused Meng Hao to feel as if he were about to suffocate. A mere thought on the part of this figure caused the violet rain in the area to stop moving. It paused, motionless in midair. The sight of the drops of water floating there motionless in midair was truly shocking. This was something that no nascent soul cultivator could do. This was not a divine ability, but a command of laws. This was a domain. Only spirit-severing experts were possessed with domain. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he looked at the translucent figure. So, I've been pursued, not by a nascent soul cultivator, but someone of the spirit-severing stage. Hand over that demon spirit, said the translucent figure, staring at Meng Hao. Then you can be on your way. Its expression was one of neither happiness nor anger. It continued to stand there, its mouth closed but its voice echoing in Meng Hao's mind. Hold on a second, squawked the parrot. It suddenly flew up into the air. At the same time, the meat jelly bell on its foot continued to chatter. Flapping its wings rapidly, the parrot continued. Haha. Look, big brother. Lord Fifth is not on the same side as this kid.
Aya.
Now that I think about it, my beloved concubine is back at home waiting for me. See you later. Big brother, gushed the meat jelly, Lord Third is not on the same side as this kid. Meng Hao's expression was unsightly as he glared at the parrot and meat jelly. That is the demon spirit, he suddenly said, pointing at the parrot. Suddenly, the semi-transparent figure looked over at the parrot. Meng Hao, we're on the same side, bitch. You. The parrot began trembling, having been instantly sent into a fluster. This is wrong, howled the meat jelly. This is immoral. This is going to provoke heavenly tribulation. You. Chapter 517. Valiant Zhixiang. At the same time that the parrot and the meat jelly were howling, the translucent figure suddenly opened its mouth in a cold harumph. This time, it was not a sound that echoed out only in the mind. It really did open its mouth to emit a sound. The sound reverberated out like magic, shaking everything. The parrot and meat jelly were instantly silenced. Everything in the area was calm, completely still and silent. Meng Hao seemed incapable of even breathing. This was not the first time Meng Hao had faced a spirit-severing cultivator. However, this was the first time that he truly faced up against one completely on his own. It was his first time relying only on himself to stand up to the crushing pressure of the spirit-severing stage. Years ago, when he faced Patriarch Reliance, Meng Hao did it as a demon sealer. The only thing Patriarch Reliance did in the end was flee in frustration. Later, in Holy Snow City, the legacies of the Frigid Snow clan enabled Meng Hao to fight against a spirit-severing patriarch. In reality, though, that battle was not fought by Meng Hao, but by the legacies of the Frigid Snow and the Agarwood. This was the first time doing it while truly alone. The intensity of the pressure felt to Meng Hao like heavenly might. His cultivation base was rotating rapidly, and five-colored light glittered out of his body, a manifestation of the power of the 5 elements. However, despite this, his eyes were instantly shot with blood. A 5 elements totem. Nice idea, said the semi-transparent figure, its voice cool. If you could stabilize it, it might be considered stunning and peerless. Unfortunately, you can't. With your current combination, you could sweep across the nascent soul stage, but you wouldn't be able to stand up to a single blow from me. Very childish. Its tone was not one of arrogance, but rather one of unquestionable strength. It was a strength that spread out into the area and caused cracking sounds to ring out as fissures split the air in all directions. These 2 trashy neo-demons are in no way demon spirits. If you don't hand it over willingly, then I'll just take it. Although I do have to say that this physical body of yours is pretty good. Except for the cold harumph from earlier, the translucent figure hadn't opened its mouth again. Its voice continued to echo in Meng Hao's mind. As it finished speaking, it casually lifted up its hand and pointed toward Meng Hao. The finger instantly caused a cold, emotionless feeling to fill the area. A tremor ran through Meng Hao's body, along with an icy coldness. At first, the coldness seemed to be something that affected his physical body. But actually, it was a coldness that filled his heart and soul. It was a coldness that affected the 7 emotions and 6 pleasures. This coldness seemed to affect all of Meng Hao's feelings, freezing them over, transforming him into a state of true cold-blooded unfeeling. This transformation almost seemed to be putting him to some sort of special state, a state which was suitable for possession. Enough, squawked the parrot. Spirit severing my ass. This isn't spirit severing, bitches. Meng Hao, even though you tried to con me, if you say the word, I'll run off to find someone to get revenge for you. At the same time, the meat jelly was howling out some complaints. Meng Hao ignored them. His face was calm as he suddenly understood the meaning of the coldness inside of him. So, this is the domain? He took a deep breath, and then his eyes began to fill with a bright light. Zhixiang, if you don't do something, then you'll have to go by yourself to the primordial demon immortal plane. As soon as his voice echoed out, the eyes of the translucent figure flickered, but its hand did not stop moving. Meng Hao's body continued to fill with coldness, his heart slowly stopped beating, and his emotions turned as cold as ice. This was not a divine ability or a magical technique, but merely the pointing of single finger. Everything seemed calm, but incredible changes were occurring, changes that influenced the laws of reality. Meng Hao felt as if he were bound up, incapable of resisting. It was as if his cultivation base existed in name only, and was incapable whatsoever of resisting this surprise onslaught from the domain. The only thing he could do to fight against it would be to employ the agarwood for the final time to escape death, or his final bit of dancing sword chi. However, Meng Hao would not act rashly. Besides, it wasn't absolutely necessary for him to use his trump cards when facing up against the spirit-severing stage. That was because he had Zhixiang. He wasn't nervous at all. He knew that before going the primordial demon immortal plane, there was someone who was very interested in whether he lived or died. Besides, even if his guess about the situation was wrong, he was still prepared to take other action. The will of the agarwood was currently swirling in his mind, ready to awaken. That was another reason why he had been so casual, first about leaving, then about waiting in the spot. At the same time, his eyes slowly started to turn blue. However, in that moment, an annoyed, cutesy snort suddenly filled the air. At the same time, a blooming white lotus appeared in front of Meng Hao. The translucent figure's face fell. Cracking sounds echoed out as fissures filled the air around Meng Hao. They spread out with a boom, transforming into countless fragments, which then exploded. Strangest of all, the explosions were actually illusory. This collapse was not a true collapse, but rather ghost images. Even as everything shattered, it faded away. Meng Hao took a deep breath as his body returned to its normal state. The coldness, however, remained behind. It seemed that Zhixiang, annoyed as she was, wasn't willing to help him dispel it. Meng Hao didn't care. He smiled as the color of his eyes returned to normal. Even as his body returned to normal, he retreated backward. Suddenly, he turned into a green smoke and a black moon. He even employed minor teleportation as he fled off into the distance. The translucent figure frowned and was just moving forward to pursue, when it stopped in place. That was because it suddenly found that a grim-faced woman was directly ahead, floating in midair. The woman was incredibly beautiful. She wore a light green gown, the sleeves of which were embroidered with light blue peonies, and was hemmed with silver thread in the shape of auspicious clouds. The front of the garment was covered with light yellow brocade. She floated gracefully in the air, her garment swirling around her, like a willow tree fluttering in the wind. Any man who looked at her would surely feel his heart pounding with desire and would be virtually intoxicated with her beauty. Her skin seemed delicate enough to be punctured by even a slight wind. Her face was immaculately beautiful, as if all other beautiful things in the world would be like dirt in front of her. Her beauty was the kind that caused her to be the focus of all gazes, wherever she went. However, at the moment, she was grinding her teeth in apparent anger. Her beauty seemed to contain the desire to kill, and her face was serious. She did not seem coquettish and seductive. Her face was nearly half filled with coldness. As she moved forward, the area around her swirled with countless flower petals which swirled like a vortex. They danced about her, some of them coming to fall on her shoulders. The entire scene was incredibly picturesque. This was none other than Zhixiang. After the Five Poisons tribe was exterminated, it seemed as if she had gone off on her own. In actuality, for the entire time, she had been keeping tabs on Meng Hao's tribe from off in the distance. She didn't want him to reach an untimely end. If that happened, she would be much less confident about her chances of success in the primordial demon immortal plane. She had watched Meng Hao deliver the Crow Divinity tribe to the Black Lands, and had also sensed the spirit-severing cultivator's divine clone pursuing him. At that point, Zhixiang knew that she had no choice but to take action. She didn't really want to, but considering that Meng Hao had called her out, her hand had been forced. She had no choice but to reveal herself. Despite her irritation at Meng Hao, she had no other options. "Your Excellency, who might you be?" asked the translucent figure with narrowed eyes. This was the second time it had actually opened its mouth. Its voice was ancient and archaic. "I'm the badass bitch who's gonna kick your ass," she said. Her voice sounded like the singing of a lark. Unfortunately, her wording was quite the opposite. The eyes of the translucent figure flickered coldly. It took a step forward and then raised its right hand and pointed its finger. "You trifling clone," spat Zhixiang grumpily. "You see a badass bitch and you don't hightail your ass out of here immediately?" Even though she was cursing, it was the kind that didn't make one mad but actually was somewhat enjoyable. Even as she spoke, she waved her sleeve, causing the flower petals circulating around her to suddenly fly toward the semi-transparent figure. Off in the distance, Meng Hao was flying through the air in a wisp of green smoke. RD, an enormous boom coming from behind him. At the same time, Zhixiang's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. "I spent a lot of effort building up this little bit of immortal power, you bastard. Now it's all wasted. Meng Hao, if you stand me up on the day that the primordial demon immortal plane opens, then you're dead. Meng Hao's expression was the same as usual, almost as if he hadn't heard anything. He utilized the bloodburst flash to suddenly shoot off into the distance. He didn't care how Zhixiang did it. Even if another spirit-severing patriarch emerged from the Blacklands and she had to pay a further price, she would still have to stop that person to give him a chance to flee. Once he escaped from the southern region and disappeared into the apocalypse and the boundless sea, finding him would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Any spirit-severing patriarch would think twice about coming out after him alone. After all, once they left the Blacklands, the disputes and fighting that could break out in their absence would be too much of a cause for hesitation. Meng Hao had thought through all of this thoroughly. He employed all the speed he could muster to shoot off into the distance. Time passed by. Meng Hao wasn't sure what Zhixiang did to intercept any enemies. However, for an entire month, he didn't encounter any pursuit. By this point, having employed the fastest speed he could manage, he had already crossed half of the southern region. Even more violet rain fell. At this point, no sea was visible, but the aroma of seawater could be detected. The violet rain was causing everything to erode. No plants could be seen on the ground below. Life force was being exterminated and spiritual energy had faded. Not a bit was left. Occasionally, he saw bandit tribes below. Eventually, Meng Hao caught sight of South Cleaving Pass. He stopped there for a moment, looking at the pass with a soft sigh. He didn't stay for very long, and during that time, the cultivators that remained in the region didn't even notice him. His body flickered as he shot off toward the north at top speed. During his traveling, his cultivation base continued to weaken. The five-colored sky was faded. He was now no longer at the peak of the mid-nascent soul stage, but rather the early nascent soul stage. According to Meng Hao's calculations, it wouldn't be long before the five elements dissipated, whereupon his cultivation base would return to the perfect gold core stage. What he needed to do next was to gain enlightenment regarding the Sea of Violet Rain and how to fuse it with the blood totem. Then, he would have his own water-type totem and would be able to tread the path of the five-colored nascent soul. At that time, he would truly be able to make a meteoric rise. Meng Hao took a deep breath, hunching over as he shot forward at top speed. 3 months passed. His cultivation base was now completely back to the perfect cold core stage. He finally left the Western Desert South region and was in the Central region. Here, the only thing visible in all directions was a boundless, endless, violet sea. Chapter 5:18, Sinking to the Heart of the Violet Sea. The sky was dark, and violet rain fell in buckets. The only thing Meng Hao could see in all directions was a vast sea. Waves undulated across its surface, pushed along by a cold wind. His hair drifted up, and his clothes rippled as he floated in midair looking out soundlessly at the sea. It seemed as if all life in the entire world was completely gone and buried. The only thing left behind was his loneliness. It floated in his heart for a moment before he shook his head, causing it to fade away. He proceeded on at top speed. The parrot followed, occasionally letting out an arrogant squawk. La 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 la, imaseru. The parrot suddenly dove into the water, only to shoot up into the air again, off into the distance. It seemed extremely happy. The vast sea seemed endless. Meng Hao continued on for a few more months until he was deep into what had once been the Western Desert Central region. Here, he could see the very tips of what had once been tall mountains, but were now islands. There were no cultivators and no neo-demons. There were only occasional floating corpses. Everything was deathly still. Another 7 days passed. Up ahead of Meng Hao appeared a rather familiar-looking mountain peak that was now an island. Meng Hao stopped in midair. After examining it for a long moment, he realized that he recognized this particular mountain. He had passed it when traveling with the Crow Divinity tribe. As of now, the mountain itself was buried under the sea. All that was visible now was about 60 meters of its top, which made up the island. This place should do. He didn't proceed any further north. Continuing on would only mean fewer islands and deeper waters. The current water level was what had been midair in the past. He landed on the mountain island and sat down cross-legged. He took a deep breath and looked out at the sea around him. As far as he was concerned, this was the perfect place to practice secluded meditation. It was very safe. Because of the exterminating power of the violet rain, it was an apocalypse to Western desert cultivators. To Meng Hao, though, it offered no inconvenience. In fact, once he gained enlightenment and produced a violet rain totem, this place would be like his own personal sea. After some time passed, Meng Hao closed his eyes. There was no longer any five-colored glow about him. He was completely of the great circle of the gold core stage. His 5 elements tattoos glittered brightly as he began to meditate. The parrot flew around, occasionally flying off into the distance, occasionally returning. No matter where it went, it seemed capable of finding things to amuse and entertain itself. At the moment, it was pretending to be a seagull, squawking and crying out in delight. The meat gel. Ly wasn't willing to be outdone. A pop rang out as it also turned into a seagull and then rolled its eyes superciliously at the parrot. It was at this point that the two buffoons began to have a contest. Time passed. Months went by. Meng Hao's cultivation base continued to remain at its peak. Suddenly, his eyes opened, and a brilliant glow could be seen within his pupils. He looked down at the blood totem tattoo on his right index finger, and as he did, an expression of determination appeared on his face. My final totem. Blood represents life, and fights back against all forms of death. This is the part of the water-type totem tattoo, which exemplifies life. The violet rain represents death, and destroys all life. This is the part of the water-type totem tattoo, which exemplifies death. Life and death oppose each other but also exist in a cycle. Without life, how could there be death? And without death, what could serve as a contrast to life? The fusion of life and death. The blending of blood and the violet rain. That will be Meng Hao's Great Circle water-type totem. As he murmured to himself, his eyes radiated an incredible light. It was currently night, and the rain was falling as usual. However, as he sat there in the rain, his eyes glowed with a light like that of lightning. If I truly want to gain enlightenment regarding the violet rain totem that represents death, then I can't just sit here looking at the sea. I need to immerse myself in it so that I can personally experience what death is. In that way, when there is no distinction between myself and the violet sea, when our wills are congruous, then I will have the chance to understand it. When I can control its power, then I can brand myself with a totem tattoo classified as part of the violet sea. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Meng Hao felt absolutely no hesitation. That was Meng Hao's personality. When he made a decision, he would not easily change his mind. That was especially true after beginning his path of cultivation. He had never looked back, but instead, continued forward at all times. If one gets in a rut, or hesitates to make a decision, then death is not far off. Eyes glittering, Meng Hao stood up and looked at the competing parrot and meat jelly. Then he strode forward and jumped directly into the violet sea. As soon as his body touched the violet seawater, an intense aura of death completely surrounded him. Meng Hao's body trembled as he managed to cross his legs. After sinking down more than 30 meters, he opened his eyes and stopped moving. He had already reached the limit of what he could endure. If he sank any further, the death would become too intense. To this sea, he was something alive, and therefore something it was diametrically opposed to. Meng Hao was incapable of fighting against the entire violet sea. Even sinking down 30 meters was something that if others heard about they would react to with complete disbelief. The violet sea was a place that cultivators simply couldn't enter. Even sinking 6 meters into the sea for a short period would be like plunging into flames of destruction, let alone 30 meters. To an ordinary cultivator who sank down 30 meters, it would only take about 10 breaths of time before their life force vanished. The aura of death here was qualified to destroy all life. As for Meng Hao, the fact that he could sit there cross-legged for much longer than 10 breaths worth of time had a lot to do with his perfection. The realm of perfection made it so that he did not absorb power from heaven and earth. He was his own cycle. His ability to survive far exceeded that of others. Even still, after 20 breaths worth of time, Meng Hao's body began to shake. The will of death congealed around him, growing thicker and thicker. This collision between life and death turned into an extermination, a power that would thoroughly extinguish and bury him. It was like ice water being poured onto a red-hot branding iron. The two were incompatible. Ice and fire opposed to each other created a force. Either the ice water would turn into steam, or the branding iron would experience a complete end. This was extermination. After 30 breaths of time, the power of extermination was so intense that Meng Hao was forced to open his eyes and shoot up out of the sea. After flying up into the air, he returned to the mountain island, his face pale. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. The collision between his life force and the death aura had transformed into an extermination that Meng Hao found difficult to endure. However, his eyes were now shining brightly. Now I understand. The Violet Sea Apocalypse does not inherently contain the power of extermination. Its primary will is that of death. When it encounters life force, extermination erupts. That extermination is not inherently created by the Violet Sea, but rather when it is combined with life force. The opposition of life and death transform into the power of extermination. That will be the true power that the Great Circle of the Water-type Totem will be able to unleash when it is completed. It requires time for life and death to create such extermination. The life within my blood totem tattoo needs to coexist with the death of the violet rainwater, not extermination. To truly gain enlightenment, I need to negate the power of extermination. In that way, I can truly understand the will of death. Meng Hao took a deep breath and then sat back down cross-legged. After 3 days, he was fully recovered. When he opened his eyes, they shone brightly. After sitting in contemplation for a moment, He once again strode forward and dropped into the seawater. He returned to the same position 30 meters down where he crossed his legs and experienced the extermination that came with the seawater. Time passed. A year went by in the blink of an eye. During that year, Meng Hao did not see any cultivators or any other form of life. It felt as if he was the only person alive in the world. Negating the power of extermination was not easy. Even being sustained because of the realm of perfection, it was very difficult for him. He would not use his blood totem unless it was absolutely necessary. If he did, then the gap between life and death within the Violet Sea would swell, allowing the power of extermination to rush in and threaten to wipe him away. I cannot use life to be enlightened regarding death. In order to understand death, I must truly die. Meng Hao could now descend almost 100 meters into the Violet Sea and stay there for the space of 170 breaths before speeding back up to the surface. He had made a lot of progress during this year, but he was still far from thoroughly understanding the Violet Rain. This death is not just some blind perishing, though. I have to go about it methodically. I need to slowly decrease my life force under the power of the extermination, then make a complete turnabout. By surviving only my own aura of death, and thus not being influenced by the exterminating will, then I can truly experience the Violet Sea's death aura. After having reached this new enlightenment, Meng Hao rested for a few days, then once again entered into the Violet Sea to meditate cross-legged. More time passed. 1 year. 2 years. 3 years. 10 years. Meng Hao is now cross-legged more than 600 meters beneath the surface of the Violet Sea, completely motionless, as if he were dead. An aura of death circulated around him. Occasionally, the power of extermination would explode out, but it was quite subdued, obviously much weaker than it had been 10 years ago. A month passed. Meng Hao's eyes suddenly opened. The power of extermination around him suddenly grew incredibly intense. Before it could explode out, he shot up out of the Violet Sea. Still not enough, he murmured. When I'm able to sit on the seafloor permanently, then I will be able to begin to comprehend the truth of the Violet Sea. During the 10-year period, his cultivation base had not experienced much change at all. However, his whole body and aura had experienced earth-shaking transformation. He was more tall and slender, and within his scholarly disposition was a bit more of something demonic and bit less Confucian. His life force was reduced, and his deathly aura increased. His skin was bright and clear, his features were more handsome, even demonic. After 10 years, the Violet Rain was still falling, but the sea had not grown much deeper. The island still existed. By this time, the Western Desert South region had also become part of the sea. The entirety of the Great Lands of the Western Desert were now covered by seawater. Any cultivators who had been unable to enter the Black Lands were now nothing more than skeletons buried by the Violet Sea. As of now, they were much like the bridge slaves in the Ray Elam of the bridge ruins. They were like specters who would occasionally appear on the surface of the waters. Occasionally, entire tribes would appear, floating about, taking away any life force. They were like emissaries of the Violet Sea. Meng Hao had encountered such specters several times throughout the 10 years. In fact, this moment in which he burst out from within the Violet Sea, he saw a group of several hundred specters off in the distance, drifting across the surface of the sea with vacant looks on their faces. As soon as Meng Hao appeared, they suddenly stopped moving and looked over. Chapter 519. Within the sea, time is forgotten. The specters looked at Meng Hao, and he looked back. They appeared to hesitate, as if they were confused about something. Meng Hao's expression was the same as normal. However, he looked closely at the specters, paying attention to see how they would react. After a moment, a towering death aura rose up from them. Their bodies flashed into motion as they shot toward Meng Hao. He frowned, then sighed lightly. As the specters neared, he pointed out with his right hand, causing a bloody light to explode out. Within this bloody light was an intense life force, which shot forward. In the blink of an eye, it slammed into the specters. When that happened, an exterminating will exploded out that caused everything to shake. A sound like a thunderclap echoed out as the specters' bodies collapsed into pieces. They were now dead in soul as in body. This exterminating will was created when the will of life touched an aura of death. 10 years ago, Meng Hao could never have done this. Now, though, after 10 years of enlightenment, although he could not completely reverse his own life force into an aura of death, he did understand the method with which to produce extermination. If these Violet Sea specters can sense my life force, then there's no need to even mention the sea itself. He shook his head. During the past 10 years, along with his increase in enlightenment, he had also come to find that when encountering these specters, they always looked puzzled for a moment. It showed that he was at least making progress. Such a phenomenon also seems to indicate that I've indeed picked the correct path. He looked up into the sky, lost in thought. He had no idea where the parrot and meat jelly had gone off to. In the past 10 years they had frolicked and played to their heart's content. They would often disappear without a trace for half a year or more. Considering their usual vices, Meng Hao wasn't worried for their safety. There was nothing in the area that had fur or feathers, so no matter what stories they made up, they actually couldn't accomplish much. Meng Hao rested for a few more days before once again sinking down into the Violet Sea. It turned out Meng Hao was so focused on his cultivation that he actually miscalculated regarding the parrot and meat jelly. While it was true that there was nothing in each area that had fur or feathers, well, the Blacklands was another story. The parrot and meat jelly had gotten tired of the ocean years ago and had secretly left and flown back to the Blacklands. After entering, they immediately caused a violent commotion that eventually became a legend. Time passed, another 10 years. Meng Hao had already spent more than 20 years trying to understand the Violet Rain. By now, he could submerge nearly 3,000 meters and sit there cross-legged for several months. His life force was currently incredibly weak. Were it anyone else, such a lack of life force would mean they weren't alive at all. Meng Hao was different though. Although his life force was weak, his thick death aura actually became something like a different type of life. Such life was similar to that of the specters, except that it possessed a fleshly body and a soul. The reason Meng Hao could endure for so long underneath the sea was that as his life force grew weaker, the power of extermination in the seawater was reduced. The will to expel him from his position within the water was also weakened. Another 10 years passed. When Meng Hao had spent an entire half of a 60-year cycle trying to gain enlightenment of the Violet Rain. At long last, he could sink all the way to the very bottom of the sea. He could now step foot onto what had once been the great lands of the Western Desert. On the seafloor, Meng Hao could feel pervasive, indescribable auras of death surrounding him in all directions. The auras were incredibly thick and were even accompanied by numerous specters. When these specters saw Meng Hao, though, they completely ignored him and would simply pass on, sometimes drifting directly through his body. The life force in Meng Hao's body had already been suppressed almost completely. The only thing left was a tiny sliver upon which his entire life hung. His body was now filled with an abundant aura of death, causing his skin to turn an ashen white, almost the exact same color as a corpse. He sat cross-legged on the seafloor, on what had once been the surface of the Western Desert. This time year after year passed. To understand the Violet Rain, one must become the Violet Rain. Only in such a manner could enlightenment be gained. After 30 years of attempts, Meng Hao was finally able to achieve some success. That sliver of life force that sustained the fire of his life was now surrounded by an aura of death. However, it was not exterminated. The surrounding will of extermination was now incredibly weak. Meng Hao was now finally able to understand what it felt like to die within the Violet Rain. He did not move. He sat there cross-legged, making no attempt to leave the Violet Sea. Another 10 years passed. Meng Hao's process of understanding how to form his water-type totem had already lasted 40 years. To a mortal, 40 years is half a lifetime. To cultivators, though, 40 years could not be considered short, but neither could it be considered very long. After 40 years, the rainfall in the Western Desert was no longer a downpour. It was now showing signs of letting up. The rain itself would not last for 10,000 years. According to the records kept in the Western Desert, the rain would last for 100 years at the most. Unfortunately, even though the rain would cease to fall after 100 years, the spiritual energy would not be restored. The Violet Sea would still be like a restricted area for cultivators. It would be possible to fly in mid-air above the waters, but it was impossible to step a single foot into the sea. Furthermore, because of the death of the vast numbers of Western Desert cultivators who hadn't been able to enter the Black Lands, there were countless specters that filled the Violet Sea. As they flew about, any living thing they encountered would cause them to feel extreme grievance. They would instantly attack in an effort to exterminate the life force. Even still, these specters were actually something that cultivators could use. Because they were congealed out of an aura of death, they could be sealed. Some of the more powerful of the specters could even be refined into death aura crystals. Such crystals could be used when practicing cultivation to stimulate the latent power of the body. During that 40-year period, many great upheavals rocked the Black Lands. The one thing that didn't change, however, was that the Heavenly Court Alliance still held sway as the most powerful force in the Black Lands. In addition to the Heavenly Court Alliance, 6 other powerful forces gradually rose up. These were, of course, the great tribes who had spirit-severing patriarchs. Actually, one of them, the 6th, did not have a spirit-severing patriarch. The name of this force was the Golden Crow Black Dragon Clan. This clan was a combination of the Crow Divinity Tribe and the Black Dragon Tribe. In terms of the power structure, the Golden Crow Clan was the primary power, the Black Dragon Tribe the secondary, and the Church of the Golden Light was tertiary. Together, they formed a powerful clan. Although they had no spirit-severing patriarch, they did have 800,000 neo-demons. As such, the Golden Crow Black Dragon Clan possessed such fearsome power that no one dared to look down upon them. That was especially the case when it came to their spell formation. Over the course of 40 years, many people spied upon them, but all were forced to dispel of any thoughts of trying to take the clan out. The clan also had the Thorn Rampart Vine. Any enemy under the spirit severing stage would be completely incapable of doing anything against it. If a spirit severing expert arrived, it might be able to handle the Thorn Rampart, but 800,000 frenzied Neo-Demons was something that no tribe would dare to test out. Because of this, there was a balance in the Black Lands. Because of that balance, the Golden Crow Black Dragon Clan W. as able to not only exist but rise to a position of power. There is probably no need to even mention how their totemic sacred ancients grew. With the Outlander Beast acting as a guard, the Golden Crow Black Dragon Clan was a force that everyone was forced to take seriously. This was even more the case when some of the Neo-Demons from the horde of 800,000 gradually grew to the point of becoming totemic sacred ancients. 30 years ago, Big Harry reached level 11 and became a totemic sacred ancient. On that day, all Neo-Demons in the Blacklands could sense a powerful demonic chi, which spread out thickly in all directions from the Golden Crow clan. After another 10 years, the Red Crocodile and the enormous lizard successively became totemic sacred ancients. As for the crows, mosquitoes, and some of the various other Neo-Demons, they grew like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. All of them reached level 11 and became totemic sacred ancients. Under their guardianship, the Golden Crow Black Dragon clan truly was worthy to be called powerful. They became one of the 6 greatest powers in the Blacklands underneath the Heavenly Court Alliance. 10 years ago, the Parrot and the Meat Jelly used some unknown method to escape the detection of spirit-severing divine sense and re-enter the Blacklands. They instantly began to sow chaos. Vast numbers of Neo-Demons met with disaster. With the exception of the Golden Crow Black Dragon clan, Neo-Demons from any tribe who sensed the aura of the Parrot and Meat Jelly would instantly wail mournfully and then flee in the opposite direction. No matter what any Dragowner did to try to control them, they were powerless to block them in any way. Their Neo-Demons would quickly flee, and the lonely Dragowner would be left hovering alone in midair, trembling. The Bane of Dragoners was a name that quickly rose to prominence in the Blacklands. During that 40-year period of time, the Southern Domain remained on guard against the Blacklands. However, disciples often came from the various sects of the Southern Domain to have dealings with the 6 great powers. On the surface, things seemed peaceful. In reality, both sides were being vigilant regarding the other. The sect with whom the Golden Crow Black Dragon clan had the most dealings with was the Violet Fate sect. The reason for this was that legends began to spread of what had happened 40 years ago. The Western Desert cultivators soon learned that the totemic sacred ancient who led the Crow divinity tribe out of the north, Meng Hao, was once a disciple of the Violet Fate sect. He was Grandmaster Pill Cauldron of the Southern Domain, a person completely illustrious and famous. As soon as word of this began to spread, it caused a huge stir. After all, everyone who had seen Meng Hao combine the 5 elements outside Blackgate Fort had been thoroughly shaken. However, as time passed, the stories about Meng Hao soon came to be legends of the past.
No one
had seen or heard from Meng Hao for 40 years. All they knew was that he had disappeared into the depths of what had once been the Western Desert. As the Violet Sea spread because of the Violet Rain, many people came to believe that Meng Hao had already perished. As for the reason why he did not enter the Blacklands, but instead chose to travel out into the Violet Sea, it gradually came to be accepted that it was because of the Ji clan from the Eastern Lands. The enmity between Meng Hao and the Ji clan quickly became common knowledge. During the 40 years, the lands of South Heaven changed quite a bit. The Meng Hao who so many people were beginning to forget was currently sitting at the bottom of the Violet Sea, attempting to gain enlightenment regarding the will of death. Meanwhile, also at the bottom of the sea, far away from Meng Hao in what had once been the Western Desert North region, in the location of what had once been the home of the Crow divinity tribe, another young man in a black robe sat cross-legged on the ocean floor. Occasionally, he would open his eyes, and they would glow with a red light. If you looked closely at this young man, you would see that his appearance was very similar to that of Meng Hao's. The difference was that he seemed much more cold and sinister. He wore a black robe, and on his forehead could be seen a mark that looked like a bat. As he sat there cross-legged, he actually looked very much like a black-colored bat. 7 spirits managed to slip through to the holy barriers of the heavens. They transformed into 7 ancient true spirits. After tens of thousands of years passed, their spirit wills ascended, and their spirit bodies transformed into 7 immortal murdering swords. Meng Hao, by what right of virtue do you possess 4 of them? The true spirits are not visible in the world. We discarnate spirits are the real power. By recapturing the spirit bodies, we can then have the ability to tread the path of the true spirit. The eyes of the black-robed youth glittered. His left eye actually had no eyeball but instead was a vortex. Within the vortex was a corpse which was half human and half beast. This was the exact same bizarre corpse from which Meng Hao had acquired the immortal murdering sword years ago within the Crow Divinity tribe's holy land. As of now, that corpse had become nothing more than nourishment for this black-robed youth. Perhaps it was by consuming that corpse that the black bat was able to transmogrify and change its shape. The black bat disappeared in Chapter 477. It was the bat Meng Hao won in his early days in the Crow Scout tribe that had a wooden sword stuck inside of it. Chapter 520. Endless Cold Knows No Years. 40 years flashed by. There were still people who remembered Meng Hao, but most people only recalled a scene in which someone brought 800,000 Neo-Demons through Blackgate Fort. As far as what Meng Hao looked like, most people barely remember. As time passed, Meng Hao was slowly being forgotten. In truth, it was the same even with him. Not even his shadow was seen upon the western desert Violet Sea. He had been submerged at the bottom of the sea for years now. He sat cross-legged on what had once been the land of the western desert. This time, it lasted for a very long time. He didn't move, nor did he breathe. There seemed to be no signs of life coming from him whatsoever. He sat in the darkness of the bottom of the sea, secluded in meditation. The surrounding will of extermination was increasingly reduced. Even if you looked for it closely, it was difficult to detect its existence. At the same time, the scant life force remaining in Meng Hao's body slowly lessened. There was only one tiny strand that kept his life from being snuffed out. It was in exactly this fashion that 20 more years passed. From the time Meng Hao had begun his attempt to understand the Violet Sea, a full 60-year cycle had passed. More and more people in the outside world were forgetting about him. Even in the Golden Crow Black Dragon clan, many people who joined the clan or were born during that time took the stories of Meng Hao to be nothing but exaggerated legends. The exception were the people who had actually associated with Meng Hao years ago. Slowly, friction began to develop between the members of the Black Dragon tribe and the Golden Crow tribe. However, Su Bai was able to forcefully suppress this trend and smooth out the conflicts. It was understandable considering that the two tribes did not have a common origin. They had been forced together because of the pressures of the outside world. The Golden Crow tribe occupied a position of leadership above the Black Dragon tribe. Although things seemed as peaceful as the waters of a windless sea, in reality, the wild hearts of the Black Dragon tribe were awakening. More years passed. One day, Meng Hao sat there cross-legged and motionless in the depths of the seas. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. As soon as they did, they began to shine with a brilliant light. After a long time, his expression began to weaken. So many years, he murmured softly to himself, looking around at the world of the pitch-black seafloor. Unfortunately, I still haven't thoroughly grasped the meaning of the Violet Sea's death will. The will of extermination is weak, but still there. Until it completely vanishes, I will be separated from the Violet Sea, incapable of fusing together with it. Although there is only a tiny bit of life force left in me, it is still there. As such, the extermination power will not disappear. Don't tell me that I really have to die? He shook his head as he looked out thoughtfully at the blackness around him. Occasionally, specters would appear. During the more than 60 years that had passed, more and more specters had begun to awaken and roam about in the seawater. They would float past Meng Hao without making even the slightest hint of an attack against him. It was as if they couldn't see him, or perhaps, in their judgment, Meng Hao was like them, completely lacking any life force whatsoever. As Meng Hao looked at the black seawater, an image coalesced in his mind. It was the vague image of his father and mother from when he was a child. He saw himself as a boy, reading books in front of the window. He felt the disappointment of failing over and over again in the preliminary rounds of the imperial examinations. And then there was the point on Mount Daqing, where his entire life changed. The Reliance sect, the Blood Immortal Legacy, the Violet Fate sect, the Black Lands all the way down to the Great Lands of the Western Desert. All of these things flashed through Meng Hao's mind. It was endless, unforgettable memories. It was now almost 100 years since he had encountered Su Qing on Mount Daqing.
100 years of time had flowed by.
It had passed by so quickly that Meng Hao barely had time to recall all the memories. Just like that, the entire life of a mortal passed gone by. Gradually, Meng Hao's life seemed to coalesce in front of him. He saw many figures. It didn't matter whether they were enemies or friends, the karma threads which invisibly connected him to all these people started to become visible. After a while, Meng Hao smiled. Within that smile, determination suddenly shined out. He had picked this path and would unflinchingly continue on down it to the end. When risks are taken, the results can be death or incredible rewards. Meng Hao closed his eyes. In that instant, he unhesitatingly crushed that last tiny strand of life force. There can be no growth without destruction. Without death, how can there be new life? When the strand of life force vanished, Meng Hao's body seemed to fill with a soundless roar. His life force disappeared, completely gone. The The flame of life inside of him had been snuffed out. As of now, he was completely dead. This was true death, a state of existence without any life force, without any consciousness, without any aura or ability to perceive anything. It was as if he were buried deep in the bottom of the Violet Sea. The instant in which death occurred, the will of extermination which had been blocking him from fusing with the Violet Sea suddenly vanished. It completely disappeared without a trace. The removal of this blockage seemed to indicate that he had received approval. He was just like the Violet Sea, a will of death. Without the extermination cutting him off, Meng Hao's body was enveloped by the dense death aura of the Western Desert Violet Sea. It poured into him, swirling around within him, boring through him. It began to circulate, moving about in cyclical fashion. Meng Hao possessed no consciousness. It was as if he had been cleanly severed away from the world, as if he had nothing to do with the world anymore. He had forgotten it. It had forgotten him. The only thing that remembered Meng Hao was the dense death will of the Violet Sea. It continued to congeal around him, to pour into his body. Finally one day, his pale flesh became completely gray and filled with an aura of death. He was now one with the Violet Sea. His internal organs, his body parts, all of it was fused with the Violet Sea. He had become the Violet Sea. However, the Violet Sea had not become him yet. Time passed. 1 year, 5 years, 10 years. Eventually 30 years passed. As of now, around 90 years had passed since Meng Hao began to seek enlightenment of the violet rain. Recently, in the skies above the Western Desert, the violet rain which had fallen unceasingly for nearly 100 years now seemed to be on the verge of ceasing. The signs grew more and more apparent. A year passed, and the violet rain finally stopped. The sky was still overcast, but the rainwater ceased to fall. It was not a complete end. Occasionally some rain would fall here and there. Generally speaking, though, the violet rainfall had passed. When the violet rain stopped falling, there was something different about the Violet Sea of the Western Desert. In that moment, all of the specters which had been floating about above and below the sea suddenly stopped. Everything became silent. Their faces became even more blank than before, as if they were listening respectfully to something. That period of listening lasted for 3 months. After the 3 months, everything returned to normal. However, there was something different about this Violet Sea, something that no one could sense. It was as if within the sea, each swell of the waves contained a will. That will belonged to Meng Hao. Meng Hao, however, was not aware of it. He was not sure of when exactly he had awoken. He didn't remember who he was, nor did he possess any of his memories. All he remembered was that he had awoken and become the Violet Sea. He was the Violet Sea. The Violet Sea was also him. Confused, he looked around. He didn't remember any time having passed. He saw the rain stop falling until not even a drop could be seen. He also saw a young, black-robed man sitting cross-legged in the depths of the sea. The instant he saw the young man also sensed Meng Hao, and a look of disbelief and astonishment filled his face. His body began to tremble as if from cold. Although Meng Hao didn't understand why, the young man suddenly transformed into a black-colored bat and then began to flee in terror. Every time Meng Hao shifted his attention to him, he would tremble with indescribable terror and flee at top speed. Meng Hao truly did not understand. He looked away and began to examine the world around him again, somewhat in a daze. Soon, cultivators began to appear above the sea, arrived to hunt the specters. Meng Hao saw all of this very clearly. He also saw some of the cultivators fall into the sea, whereupon they lost their lives. Meng Hao watched everything with confusion. More and more cultivators arrived. They were careful not to touch the seawater. By using their divine abilities and magical techniques, they were able to find some of the mountain islands that had not been completely submerged. They began to construct cities around the peaks, above the seawater. They called them cities, but they were really more like outposts. Soon, a total of 10 such outposts were constructed above the Western Desert Violet Sea. Meng Hao observed them. At one point, a strand of wool rose up, and huge waves rolled across the surface of the sea to suddenly submerge one of the outposts that was being constructed. The rise of the outposts caused even more cultivators to come to the Great Western Desert Sea to carefully hunt specters. After observation, Meng Hao gradually came to feel bored. He grew silent, and time once again began to pass, although he didn't know how much. With no one disturbing him, and no unforeseen occurrences, Meng Hao could exist like this for 10,000 years. Then the Violet Sea would vanish, and his consciousness would return to his body. Finally, he would be reborn. Meng Hao didn't know that what he was experiencing, although it seemed as if it were enlightenment, was actually something that in ancient times was called demonic transmigration. The fleshly body was abandoned, as well as the cultivation base. Consciousness was shattered, and then reawakened in a new form of life. Everything was forgotten, as one became a greater demon of heaven and earth. Everything about the past was completely cleaved away. Within the sea, time is forgotten. Endless coldness knows no years. Meng Hao saw many people. One of them was an old man wearing a long white robe. His body emanated a medicinal aroma, and he had the bearing of a transcendent being. On one day of one particular year, he appeared above the violet sea. He stared down blankly at the waters, and Meng Hao stared blankly up at him. There was something familiar about this man. He floated there silently in midair, looking down at the sea. 3 months passed. Finally, the man let out a soft sigh. Apprentice, you are in the midst of demonic transmigration. He shook his head, then turned and left, clearly filled with complex emotions. Meng Hao's corpse sat on the seafloor, cross-legged. In that moment, he trembled a bit. He now felt even more confused. Chapter 521. When the tear fell into the sea. After that, Meng Hao saw many familiar people appear, none of whom could he quite seem to remember. Su Bai came, as did Chen Fan and Fatty. Even Big Harry. By now, Big Harry was a totemic sacred ancient. However, he was only level 11, not level 12. Nor had his cultivation base reached that legendary realm of heavenly neodemons similar to the spirit-severing stage. Instead, he was at the great circle of the nascent soul stage. In the great lands of the Western Desert, there are a total of 12 levels of neodemon growth. According to historical records, the peak was generally considered to be level 11 neodemons who were similar to the spirit-severing stage. Level 12 neodemons, also called totems, were comparable to the Tao-seeking stage. Neodemons like that had only existed during the golden age of the Western Desert. The true power of a totemic sacred ancient had almost everything to do with the faith that was exercised in it. However, what goes up must come down. That was all in the past. After the apocalypse hit the Western Desert, even great tribes with spirit-severing patriarchs could not compare to how they had been before during the heyday of the Western Desert. Therefore, level 11 heavenly neodemons were similar to the great circle of the nascent soul stage. Level 12 were similar to spirit-severing and possessed the power to bestow totems. Most Western Desert cultivators were not even aware of this. Only tribal great fathers and high priests understood the matter thoroughly. It was the same with Meng Hao in his role as totemic sacred ancient. With more tribe members, there was more faith power which allowed him to grow stronger. When the Western Desert apocalypse came, life force was exterminated. Neodemons were affected, and even more so, totemic sacred ancients. All totemic sacred ancients were weakened severely. Thankfully, Meng Hao had nourished Big Harry and the others using demonic qi. Because of this, Big Harry and the other totemic sacred ancients of the Golden Crow Black Dragon clan developed the ability to bestow totems earlier than usual. They were able to do so at level 11. Big Harry stayed for quite some time in the Violet Sea. He let out yips and calls as he looked for Meng Hao. He ended up with nothing, and left sadly. One day, another old man came. His face was grim, and his cultivation base was not clear. Meng Hao could see that he was surrounded by incredible killing intent, as well as an ancient, archaic aura. The intensity of it caused Meng Hao's cultivation base to tremble. The man looked at the sea for a long time, before frowning. In the end, he gave a cold laugh and then left. That man was none other than the 10th patriarch of the Wang clan. Many people came. One day, it was a woman in a red garment. Although she was incredibly beautiful, her face was filled with a frown. Her gaze swept about, and then she looked down at the Violet Sea. She happened to be directly above the position in which Meng Hao was sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the sea. I've been waiting for you for years only to find out that you're here, in the midst of demonic transmigration. Instead of working hard at being a cultivator, you decide to become a demon? What the hell? Are you crazy, you moron? Are you a man or not? First you take advantage of me, and then just go on your merry way? How irresponsible could you be? What the hell am I gonna do in 10 years? What the hell is a lone badass bitch gonna do by herself in the primordial demon eye? Mortal plane. There was nothing the red-robed woman could do other than grind her teeth. A few days later, she left angrily, clearly incredibly frustrated. A few more days passed, whereupon a woman came who wore a long green garment. She was pretty and emanated a medicinal aura. She hovered in midair for a long time as she looked out at the sea. Meng Hao, where are you exactly? She said softly. A very long time passed. She sighed and prepared to leave. Before making her way off into the distance, she looked at the Violet Sea and then threw a medicinal pill down into the waters. This was a medicinal pill that she had personally concocted, and it represented her personal Tao of alchemy, which had reached its peak. The medicinal pill fell into the water and dissolved. Suddenly, Meng Hao felt something tugging at his heart. A tremor ran through his corpse, which was still sitting cross-legged on the seafloor. Another dim morning, a white-robed woman flew out across the sea from the direction of the Black Lands. She seemed neither angry nor happy, but rather cold. She hovered quietly in midair, looking around at the sea. After a long moment passed, she slowly looked down at the violet seawater. What she didn't know was that she was actually looking at Meng Hao himself. Meng Hao couldn't quite grasp that the woman he was looking at was Su Qing. Being separated from someone is not the most helpless feeling in the world. Even worse is when you are directly in front of the person you miss, but can't actually see them. For the first time, Meng Hao's emotions trembled. That tremor ran through the entire violet sea. Moments ago it had been calm, but now, huge waves rolled across its surface. Su Qing stared blankly down at the sea. For an entire year. During that year, she did not leave, but instead passed the time on a mountain island. Every day, she looked out at the sea. Every day, Meng Hao looked back at her. During that year, Meng Hao continuously tried to remember who she was. Su Qing wasn't aware of it, but in order to prevent her from being disturbed, Meng Hao made the area surrounding the island a zone in which life was not permitted. No Western desert cultivator could step foot into that area. It became a world that belonged only to Meng Hao and Su Qing. A year later, a jade slip that Su Qing possessed began to glow brightly. It seemed to be a summons. The glow flickered with increasing frequency, causing her to rise to her feet. She looked quietly out at the sea before turning to leave. The instant that she turned, a single teardrop rolled out from the corner of her eye and fell down into the sea. The teardrop merged into the seawater. Chu Yuyen left behind a medicinal pill. Su Qing left behind a single teardrop. The medicinal pill caused Meng Hao to tremble. The tear, however, dropped into the sea and then caused the Western Desert Violet Sea to suddenly explode with unprecedented tsunami waves. Who is she? Meng Hao asked himself. As he asked himself this question, the tsunami waves grew even more shocking. They rolled across the entire Western Desert Violet Sea, causing all the cultivators in the Black Lands to tremble. Why am I in such pain? What have I forgotten? Who was that woman? Who were all those people? As Meng Hao murmured to himself, storm winds raged and huge waves battered the surface of the sea. Roaring filled the air. Even as he asked himself these questions, Meng Hao let out a soundless, frenzied roar. As the teardrop moved down, the seawater parted to make way for it, creating something almost like a path. The teardrop proceeded unobstructed. It was as if it were being guided down into the depths of the Violet Sea. It continued down into the blackness toward where Meng Hao's corpse sat cross-legged. The teardrop neared Meng Hao and then landed onto his pale, bloodless lips. Then, it seeped into his mouth and transformed into a deep bitterness. The bitter tear spread out within Meng Hao's mouth, causing his corpse to suddenly move. An indescribable aura suddenly exploded out from him. As it did, the tsunami waves on the sea grew even more astonishing. After a long, long time passed, Meng Hao's eyes suddenly opened. When his eyes opened, a roaring sound filled his mind. Countless memories, countless images, poured out, filling his mind, restoring him. Death is not the end of life, but rather the beginning. I am Meng Hao. After a long moment passed, he looked quietly out at the black seafloor. However, what he saw with his eyes was actually the sky above the surface of the ocean. He was awake. He was enlightened. In the instant of his enlightenment, he realized that 10 years had passed since that teardrop fell. As for how much time had passed since he began his process of understanding the Violet Sea, a full 150 years had passed. Without that teardrop, Meng Hao would not have awakened. He would have continued his demonic transmigration. 10,000 years later, he would have awoken. When that happened, the world would have had one less cultivator. The legacy of the demon sealers would have been severed. At the same time, a new greater demon of heaven and earth would have appeared. The instant he woke up, the great waves on the surface of the Violet Sea calmed. All of the specters sank down into the seawater, vanishing from the world above. The entire Violet Sea became deathly quiet. Down in the depths of the Violet Sea, Meng Hao's life force once again burned vigorously. After a few days passed, he had already surpassed his previous pinnacle. Before, such intense life force would have provoked an incredible reaction from the will of extermination in the Violet Sea. He would have been completely and thoroughly exterminated. But now, the Violet Sea did nothing to get rid of him. That was because Meng Hao was the Violet Sea. And in many ways, the Violet Sea was Meng Hao.
He slowly lifted up his right hand.
As he did, the entire Violet Sea quietly sank down a full 30 meters. The majestic Western Desert Violet Sea sank down 30 meters, making more of the island mountains visible. This scene caused all of the cultivators in the Black Lands to be completely shocked. One group of people after another came out to investigate. However, no one could figure out or even guess why the sea had suddenly sunk by 30 meters. The real reason was because that was how much seawater was needed to congeal a violet character for water on the back of Meng Hao's hand. This mark signified that Meng Hao could control the power of death of the Violet Sea. This was his water-type totem tattoo. As he looked down at his hand, Meng Hao waved it, causing the seawater that surrounded him to part, creating an opening 300 meters wide. Within that opening, no water existed. At the same time, a bloody light sparkled on his index finger. This light represented the life force of the blood totem as it magically made its appearance. Under Meng Hao's control, a ghost image of the blood totem slowly appeared on the back of his right hand. Slowly it began to fuse with the violet sea totem, which represented death. As they fused, as the ghost images sprang up, Meng Hao's body suddenly shook. Blood represents life. The violet sea represents death. When life and death collide, that is extermination. When life and death mix together, it is the source of all life. This is my fifth element, water. It represents life, and also represents death. It is a source of extermination, and also a source of life. My water-type totem will form my first nascent soul. Its color is a combination of violet and blood. It is my fifth element, water, my blood violet nascent soul. His eyes shone with a strange light as he suddenly clenched his right fist. The water-type totem tattoo disappeared. It didn't dissipate, but rather sank down into Meng Hao's body, branding itself onto his perfect gold core. At the same time, Meng Hao's eyes flickered with determination. As of this moment, he suddenly looked, not like a cultivator, but like an alchemist. As of this moment, he was Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. My body is the pill furnace, he murmured. His blood began to circulate rapidly. Tremors ran through his flesh, making it seem as if he truly had become a great furnace of heaven and earth. Inside of him, there was no flame, but rather his life force. Using his life to concoct pills, and using alchemy to concoct a nascent soul, he would create his own 5-colored nascent soul. My heart is the pill formula. He placed his hands onto his knees and closed his eyes. Within his heart existed a method that had never been used before, and probably never would again, to begin his cultivation-based breakthrough. This was a way to acquire a perfect nascent soul, even though he had never been told the true method for forming such a nascent soul. This was Meng Hao's pill formula. Concoct a 5-colored nascent soul. The first step is to make not 1 but 5 nascent souls. Meng Hao's body filled with a roaring sound as he used pill concocting techniques to begin to refine his own body. After fusing the water-type totem onto his perfect gold core, Meng Hao used his own body as the pill furnace and his heart as the pill formula to be able to concoct a nascent soul. This was something that had never occurred in the cultivation world before Meng Hao. It was his own path, his own way of practicing cultivation. It was a road that would reach the peak of perfection. Time passed. Suddenly, cracking sounds could be heard from his perfect gold core. Fissures appeared. Moments later, his perfect gold core suddenly exploded, transforming into a primordial chi vortex. Suddenly, a blood-violet glow could be seen. Chapter 522, 5-Colored Nascent Soul. Within the chi vortex, Meng Hao's body radiated blood-violet light. The light spread out of the vortex and then began to congeal together. Soon, a vague outline became visible. The shape of the outline swirled continuously. The violet sea surged around Meng Hao, also turning into a vortex, which grew larger and larger until the entire western desert violet sea was affected. Roaring filled the air. All of the cultivators who happened to be on the violet sea, regardless of where they were instantly filled with astonishment. In their shock, they had no way to even guess what was causing this phenomenon. Meng Hao's eyes were closed at the moment. The blood-violet light continued to radiate out intensely. The interlocking beams of light that were forming the outline began to grow more and more clear. Soon it was obvious that the outline, astonishingly, it was congealing into the shape of a small person. This person looked exactly like Meng Hao, only much, much smaller. It was about 7 inches tall, its body completely transparent and emanating a blood-violet glow. An incredible aura was also detectable. The intensity of this aura far exceeded that possessed by virtually any other nascent soul cultivator. It was even comparable to the flawless nascent souls of cultivators from great sects. Upon its appearance, the nascent soul's expression was one of confusion. However, it quickly came to its senses and stretched out its arms and legs. Meng Hao's heart began to pound as the power of an early nascent soul cultivation base suddenly exploded out within him. Back at Blackgate Fort, he had temporarily possessed a similar, but unstable, cultivation base. This time, it was permanent and completely of his own. Furthermore, although this was still the early nascent soul stage, in terms of aura, the power was even more intense. This was a blood-violet nascent soul. As soon as the nascent soul appeared, it flew out from Meng Hao's body to float in the air in front of him. Its eyes glittered as it sat cross-legged in midair, its body radiating blood-violet light up into the sky. When looking at the cultivation world of South Heaven as a whole, all nascent soul cultivators generally cultivated a single nascent soul. That single nascent soul would become the focus of their path of cultivation. Only a few almighty practitioners possess special techniques or incredible cultivation bases that made a single nascent soul insufficient, and would therefore refine a second nascent soul. People like that were the strongest among the strong. Each and every one of them were people who left indelible marks on the pages of history. As of this moment, Meng Hao was taking his first steps down just such a path. The appearance of his blood-violet nascent soul caused a red glow to suddenly appear in Meng Hao's eyes. He took a deep breath, then closed his eyes. By now, his perfect gold core was completely shattered and had turned into a vortex that spun constantly and emanated a primordial aura. Suddenly, Meng Hao's metal-type totem tattoo began to flicker and then slowly fade away. It sunk down into his body, transforming into a golden light which then fused into the primordial vortex. Metal-type power from the spirit of the golden crow, an unbreakable metal, murmured Meng Hao. Using my pill concocting methods, I will use this to concoct Meng Hao's second nascent soul. Using his body as the pill furnace and his heart as the pill formula, he once again began to concoct a nascent soul. Moments later, a rumbling sound emanated out from his body. Thankfully, Meng Hao was at the bottom of a sea. Were he not, the sound would have echoed out far into the distance. Despite being on the seafloor, it still caused huge waves to suddenly explode out in all directions. At the same time, the primordial vortex within Meng Hao emanated an intense golden light, which radiated out through his skin, making him look like a statue of gold. Next, an outline became visible within that golden light. It grew clearer and clearer as it transformed into a small person that looked exactly like the blood-violet nascent soul. It was 7 inches tall, completely transparent, and had a blank expression on its face. It looked exactly like the blood-violet nascent soul, except that this second nascent soul emanated a golden glow. Its bearing was one of righteousness and utter holiness. After the space of a few breaths, the tiny golden figure's eyes suddenly flashed with clearness. It stretched its body, causing golden light to explode out along with incredible power. Meng Hao's cultivation base suddenly exploded with power. It shot upward, climbing up to the peak of the early nascent soul stage, just a tiny step away from the mid-nascent soul stage. The tiny golden figure was the second of Meng Hao's nascent souls, a 5 elements metal nascent soul. The nascent soul flickered as it shot out from within Meng Hao. It flew out just like the blood-violet nascent soul, except in a different direction, where it then stopped and Hen faced the first nascent soul. An incredible aura rippled out in all directions. Meng Hao's cultivation base undulated with incredible intensity. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath as the wood-type totem tattoo on his forehead began to fade away. Metal and water had been concocted into nascent souls, he murmured to himself. Now it's time for wood. The greenwood tree from the 9th sea will become my third nascent soul. Wood nascent soul. With this nascent soul, my progress down the path of the 5-colored nascent soul will be almost complete. Meng Hao focused all of his mind and heart on the chi vortex inside of him. Using his spiritual sense like his own hands, he again began to concoct a nascent soul. It only took moments before the primordial chi vortex within him to begin to shine with a green light. It seemed as if lightning were dancing about within it. Incredible roaring sounds emanated out that seemed to contain life itself within them. It became life force, an overwhelming life force that seemed to stem from the beginning of all creation. At the same time, a beam of green light shot out from within the primordial vortex. The beam of light swirled around to form an outline of 4 limbs and a head. Facial features emerged. The eyes suddenly snapped open and began to shine with a blinding green light. Meng Hao's wood nascent soul suddenly appeared. The moment that the wood nascent soul appeared, Meng Hao's cultivation base shot up, breaking out from the early nascent soul stage and entering fully into the mid-nascent soul stage. 3 nascent souls. If any outsider could look upon this scene, that person would definitely be flabbergasted, filled with incredible disbelief. From ancient times until now, cultivators who possessed 3 nascent souls were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Perhaps only 10 people had ever done so, and that was 10,000 years in the past. Right now, Meng Hao had successfully concocted a 3rd nascent soul. However, in terms of the path of concocting a 5-colored nascent soul, the first step wasn't even fully complete. From this, it could be seen that Meng Hao's nascent soul concocting method was truly something completely new. All of this, with the exception of Meng Hao's acquisition of the various 5 elements totem tattoos, was almost completely because of his position as a grandmaster of the Tao of Alchemy. Only with such an identity could he be qualified to use pill concocting techniques to concoct a nascent soul. Most importantly was Meng Hao's overall base. He had reached the great circle of qi condensation. He had 10 perfect Tao pillars. He had completed the great circle of the perfect gold core. With a base like that, he was completely unique in all the lands of South Heaven. Such a base was the reason that a primordial vortex spun about inside of him. It sustained him as he concocted one nascent soul after another. Were anyone else in this situation without such a foundation, they would be completely incapable of doing this. He was now about to enter a place that throughout the history of the great lands of South Heaven, only a few nascent soul experts had ever entered. Throughout countless years and among endless chosen and heroes, this was the most nascent souls anyone had ever possessed. 4 nascent souls. Throughout innumerable years, only 3 people had ever possessed 4 nascent souls. As of now, that number would be increased to 4. East Pill Ever-Burning Flame, murmured Meng Hao, which is just like the eternity of my Tao of alchemy and my ever-burning heart. I will congeal the fire of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. This fire represents my Tao of alchemy and the determination with which I practice cultivation. This fire will be used to concoct my 4th nascent soul. Fire nascent soul. His voice was soft, but filled with unhesitating decisiveness that could chop nails and sever iron. At the same time as he had spoken, the wood nascent soul flew out to sit cross-legged in the air with the water and metal nascent souls. 3 nascent souls circled through the air around Meng Hao. Suddenly, a yellow light began to shine out from Meng Hao's fire-type totem tattoo as it slowly vanished. It also merged into the primordial vortex. A sea of fire appeared within Meng Hao, completely enveloping the primordial vortex. It spread out from within him to fill the entire area. He was completely surrounded by a sea of fire. Within the flames, the chi vortex spun as a band of fire shot out. It quickly transformed into a small person, 7 inches tall. This was Meng Hao's 5 elements fire nascent soul. As soon as it appeared, the flames in the area fell in on themselves, rippling back into Meng Hao and congealing onto the body of the fire nascent soul. It was at this point that the nascent soul's eyes opened. When that happened, Meng Hao's cultivation base exploded upward, climbing all the way to the peak of the mid-nascent soul stage. Back at Blackgate Fort, when he first combined the 5 elements, his cultivation base had climbed up to the peak of the mid-nascent soul stage. Now, with only 4 nascent souls, he had already reached the same level he had before when combining the 5 elements. Meng Hao took a deep breath. His eyes glittered as the fire nascent soul flew out to join the other 3 nascent souls that floated around his head. They were now formed into a 4-sided spell formation. The exact center of that spell formation was none other than Meng Hao. The essence of the power of the Frost Soil Demon Emperor was the Frost Soil, which existed even before primordial times, at the beginning of everything. That essence will form my 5th nascent soul. Earth, nascent soul. He took a deep breath. Filled with unprecedented confidence, he closed his eyes once more. His final totem tattoo vanished and then merged into the chi vortex within him. Time passed. Moments. Later, an intensely cold aura began to emanate out from Meng Hao to fill the area. Cracking sounds could be heard as the violet sea around him was frozen. Meng Hao's cultivation base exploded up again. Now, he was no longer at the peak of the mid-nascent soul stage but rather had broken through into the late-nascent soul stage. His hair whipped about, and his clothing rippled. At the same time, an intense howling sound could be heard coming from within him. A 7-inch tall person floated up out of the top of his head. Its expression was one of solemnity, and it radiated a frigid aura, just like that of Frost Soil. This was Meng Hao's 5 elements Earth Nascent Soul. The 5 elements Earth Nascent Soul floated out. As of now, Meng Hao is surrounded by 5 nascent souls. Metal,
Wood,
water,
fire,
earth. His 5 elements nascent souls were finally complete. The first step of the 5-colored nascent soul was now finished. As of this moment, Meng Hao had reached an unprecedented point along the path of the nascent soul stage in the lands of South Heaven. There was no one more powerful than him. Chapter 523. 6th Nascent Soul. His spiritual sense increased several times over. 300 meters. 3,000 meters. 15,000 meters. Soon it was 27,000 meters. However, if he focused all of the divine sense into one line, instead of spreading it out in all directions, that distance would be multiplied by 10.
1.
This was no longer spiritual sense. No spiritual sense could reach this point. The only thing that could was divine sense. This was a speciality of nascent soul cultivators. Divine sense. An ordinary cultivator of the late nascent soul stage possessed divine sense that had a limit of 21,000 meters. The line of demarcation with the spirit-severing stage was 30,000. Only spirit-severing cultivators had divine sense with a range of 30,000. Right now, though, Meng Hao's divine sense already could reach 27,000 meters. Meng Hao looked up at the 5 nascent souls hovering around his head. Right now, the primordial chi vortex formed from his perfect gold core was greatly reduced. However, from the look of it, it seemed sufficient to actually concoct a 6th nascent soul. Meng Hao looked thoughtfully at the five elements' nascent souls and felt the boundlessness of his late nascent soul stage cultivation base. He took a deep breath. He had practiced cultivation for less than 200 years. He had started out as an insignificant cultivator in the state of Zhao. The path which he had traveled led down to this very moment in which he was a late nascent soul stage expert. All of the memories along the way seemed almost like a fantasy. His five elements' nascent souls were assembled. The first step was complete. Now, the second step was about to be taken. That second step was combining the five elements. Once combined, he would be a five-colored paragon. However, a flash of hesitation appeared in Meng Hao's eyes, and he frowned. The third, in level of qi condensation, formed a great circle. My perfect foundation, my perfect gold core, my entire path consisted of reaching the pinnacle of each stage. All of that made it so that I could exceed anyone else in the same stage. Therefore, I now have my five elements nascent souls. Nascent souls of the five elements and five colors can be broken down as follows. 3 elements are cracked. 4 elements are flawless. 5 elements are perfect. Logically speaking, I should be in the realm of perfection. Divine Sense with a range of 27,000 meters seems to exceed other nascent soul eccentrics by far. However, I wonder what the true range of the divine sense of a perfect nascent soul really is. This was what was causing Meng Hao to hesitate. He looked at the 5 elements nascent souls, lost in thought. The fact that his 5 elements nascent souls were successfully concocted caused him to be both extremely happy, but at the same time, thoughtful. Divine Sense with a range of 27,000 already proved that his choice of paths was correct. Correct, and yet there seemed to be some difference between this path and the perfect nascent soul of legend. Meng Hao didn't know exactly how powerful the legendary perfect nascent soul was, but considering he was familiar with the perfect foundation and perfect gold core, it was possible to come up with a general, theoretical answer to the question. A perfect nascent soul requires all of the 5 elements. The result is one nascent soul with 5 elements and 5 colors. I, however, chose to concoct 5 different nascent souls based off of the different totems. When I combine the 5 elements, I should be able to achieve a perfect nascent soul. However, I still have the feeling. I can't know for sure, but that the true range of a perfect nascent soul is 29,999 meters. Meng Hao's eyes shone with a strange light. The method he had created to concoct a nascent soul became the path of the 5 elements nascent soul. This method did not become a new technique for creating a perfect nascent soul. Actually, it appeared to exceed that path. My divine sense has reached 27,000 meters after successfully producing the 5 elements nascent souls, which is still slightly less than a perfect nascent soul. Well then, I'll just have to add another nascent soul to close the gap. Meng Hao's eyes shone with determination as he sat there cross-legged on the seafloor. He lifted his right hand up, within which appeared, shockingly, a medicinal pill. This medicinal pill was something he had acquired from the bag of holding of the member of the Ji clan he had killed all those years ago. It was one of the 3 great medicinal pills, a 1-color soul procurement pill.
2.
This pill was incredibly rare, something miraculous from ancient times. After consuming it, there was a high likelihood to increase the quality of a nascent soul. By adding an extra color, it was like adding an extra level of power to the EVE elements. I already have all of the 5 elements. Perhaps consuming this pill will do nothing. On the other hand, perhaps a 6th element will appear that I'm unaware of. Meng Hao was silent for a moment before his expression filled with determination. He had to try at least once. Not trying wasn't an alternative he could accept. Without hesitation, he produced the copper mirror. He had a lot of spirit stones in his bag of holding, wealth he had accumulated over the years of leading the Crow Divinity tribe. With no trace of irresoluteness, he duplicated the medicinal pills. It took a vast amount of spirit stones to produce only a single copy. Now he had 2 1-color soul procurement pills, one of which he immediately popped into his mouth. The moment it entered his mouth, a roaring filled his body. The medicinal pill dissolved, instantly transforming into something that seemed like a unique type of divine sense. It swept through him as if it were searching for something. Moments later, the power of the medicinal pill vanished along with that unique divine sense. Apparently, it hadn't found what it was looking for. Meng Hao frowned and opened his eyes, lost in thought. The pill's ineffectiveness showed that his 5 elements really were of the Great Circle. There was no base for the pill to be able to randomly create a new element. The 3 great ancient miraculous pills couldn't possibly be so useless, could they? He thought. Disregarding the loss of spirit stones, he produced another duplicate and then consumed it. He experienced the same feeling as before, but in the end, nothing happened. However, the power of the bizarre divine sense seemed to overlap with the power from before, making it even more powerful. Meng Hao consumed another 1-color soul procurement pill, just to make sure that wasn't passing up an opportunity that he would regret later. He had already decided that he would consume at least 10 of the pills. If he didn't succeed at that point, then he would give up and combine the 5 elements he already had. It was merely a guess on his part that divine sense with a range of 27,000 meters was different from the divine sense of a perfect nascent soul. For all he knew, a perfect nascent soul really did have divine sense with a range of only 27,000 meters. Based on this line of reasoning, he continued to consume 1 color soul procurement pills. After consuming the 9th pill, the strange divine sense once again appeared. It was at this point that Meng Hao suddenly felt a stab of pain on his forehead. The pain came suddenly, as if it had been hiding within his body all along, undetectable. After consuming the 9th 1 color soul procurement pill, the overlapping layers of fearsome divine sense were finally able to detect it. When the stab of pain appeared, Meng Hao's mind trembled. As soon as he felt the pain, he immediately duplicated another 1 color soul procurement pill. Even in ancient times, few people would ever have been able to possess so many of these kind of medicinal pills. In fact, throughout history down until this day, no one ever had. Only Meng Hao would be able to consume them in such a manner. Of course, it also indicated that his accumulation of spirit stones in his bag of holding was rapidly growing smaller and smaller. It wouldn't be long before Meng Hao's flat broke. Although that pained Meng Hao, he didn't care too much. The pain he felt in his forehead gave him hope that the 1 color soul procurement pill had found the traces of the 6th element it was looking for. The instant in which he consumed the 10th 1 color soul procurement pill, the combined power all 10 pills congealed into a terrifying divine sense. It swept throughout Meng Hao's body until finally, it found the power of a 6th element that it needed, right there on his forehead. Meng Hao's own divine sense focused on the same spot where the power of the 1 color soul procurement pills was focused. A rumbling sound filled Meng Hao's mind. What he was looking at was none other than a rock. Perhaps it was more correct to say that it was a strand of wind. A wind shaped like a rock, white in color, clearly visible within Meng Hao's divine sense. Suddenly, he thought back to what happened that year outside of the Rebirth Cave in the southern domain. A woman in the Rebirth Cave had given Meng Hao the power of a rock. 3. After that, Meng Hao had never been able to find that bit of rock power, no matter how he checked. But now, under the overlapping power of 10 1 color soul procurement pills, the wind of the rock suddenly was revealed. This rock wind is my wind-type totem. It will be my 6th nascent soul, the wind nascent soul. He instantly rotated his cultivation base. The 5 nascent souls rotating around his head began to perform incantation gestures. Fueled by the power of the 5 elements, Meng Hao's body became the pill furnace as he suddenly began to concoct a nascent soul. The chi vortex formed from his perfect gold core swirled rapidly and began to emit a gravitational force. Along with the power of the soul procurement pill and the conjuring power of the 5 elements nascent souls, the power of the rock in Meng Hao's forehead, the power that had been concealed there for years and years, was finally forced out and sucked toward his Dantian region. The moment the rock wind entered his Dantian, a rumbling roar filled Meng Hao's body. The chi vortex there roared as it spun faster and faster. Time to concoct my wind nascent soul. Meng Hao's eyes snapped open. A pounding sound filled his body as the chi vortex suddenly shrunk down on itself and transformed in a white, 7-inch tall person. It looked exactly like Meng Hao. This was Meng Hao's 6th nascent soul, wind nascent soul. As soon as it appeared, Meng Hao's cultivation base suddenly rocketed up, pushing him from the late nascent soul stage higher and higher until he was now at the peak of the stage. His distance from the Great Circle was only a single step. At the same time, Meng Hao's divine sense expanded madly. 27,300 meters, 27,900 meters, 28,000 meters. Finally, when it reached 29,700 meters, it began to slow down. Eventually, it stopped at 29,999 meters. Meng Hao lifted his head and stood. As he rose to his feet, the wind nascent soul emerged from the top of his head to join the other nascent souls. Light shone out from them to form a star with 6 points. Perfect nascent soul. Meng Hao was bursting with excitement from having created his own path of the perfect nascent soul, of being the first person from ancient times until now who possessed 6 nascent souls. He was the first person to create his own path of the perfect nascent soul, to combine 6 nascent souls together. Even at this very moment, however, Meng Hao's face suddenly flickered. It was at this point that suddenly, the effects of time within his body were multiplied by 6. Time disappeared, causing his longevity to rapidly disappear. He suddenly realized that his longevity would run out in only 100 years. A bright glow began to shine in his eyes. Because I have 6 nascent souls, it's like I have 6 lives, 6 animus. Therefore, my longevity must be divided into 6 parts. As such, 1 year for me is like 6 years. That is the price of the perfect nascent soul. It was also at this same moment that the resurrection lily inside of Meng Hao seemed to think that now was the perfect opportunity to make a move. It suddenly rose up with unyielding explosiveness. A relatively lengthy explanation is needed here. Air Gen uses ancient Chinese measurements that you have probably read about in other translations. He uses zhong, which is about 3.3 meters, and li, which is half a kilometer. I convert these units to meters and kilometers and then round them to the nearest appropriate unit to make the distances easier to picture. I know that some of the ancient Chinese flavor is lost because of that, but honestly speaking, I think it leads to a better, smoother, and faster reading experience. In this particular passage, Air Gen actually switches between the two and also switches between talking about distance and what is essentially the area of a circle. He actually describes the area of Meng Hao's divine sense, based on the range of 9,000 zhong, as being 70 li, assumably 70 square li. Honestly, the math is confusing, especially when you throw in the vagueness of Chinese and then the conversion between the two units. I know there may be some discrepancies with previous descriptions of the range of spiritual sense. That may have to do with the fact that the word Air Gen used for area is kind of vague and could be interpreted in different ways. Later, I will go back to check the Ross and clarify those areas. 2. He acquired the One Color Soul procurement pill in Chapter 323. 3. Meng Hao was given the power of the Rock and Cha. Tur 313. Chapter 524. Title below or here. In this moment, the clouds in the sky above the violet sea were churning. There was no more violet rain, but the sky was still dark and overcast. Suddenly, bolts of lightning could be seen approaching from off in the distance. As the lighting neared, astonishingly, countless tribulation clouds began to roil into being. More and more tribulation clouds could be seen, which caused the violet sea to be whipped into a frenzy. A massive aura of death began to emanate off of it. The aura seemed as if it were preparing to fight back against the tribulation lightning. Instantly, an archaic madness seemed to be rising up. The cultivators in the 10 outposts that had been built up over the past years all looked up into the sky with expressions of astonishment. Is that tribulation lightning? Don't tell me someone is transcending tribulation? How could that be possible? Only immortals can transcend tribulation. How could there be someone in the great western desert who could transcend tribulation? This isn't someone transcending tribulation. Obviously, a precious treasure is appearing in the world. Such scenes played out in all of the 10 outposts. However, the tribulation lightning over the Violet Sea was actually only detectable by the people actually in the area of the Violet Sea. Cultivators in the Black Lands seemed to be cut off and unable to detect it, even spirit-severing cultivators. It was at this moment that in the second outpost, inside of a lofty building, a bare-chested, middle-aged man was embracing a beautiful female cultivator. As they chatted and laughed, he occasionally caressed her body with his hands. Her coy reaction caused his desire to grow stronger and stronger. Behind the man, 7 old men sat cross-legged. Their eyes were closed, and they did not speak, as if they didn't even notice the obscene sounds that could be heard in the room. The 7 old men had incredible cultivation bases. 4 were in the mid-nascent soul stage, 2 were in the late-nascent soul stage, and 1 was of the Great Circle. Cultivators like these were the most powerful you could find under the spirit-severing stage. This was especially so in an age when it was not a simple thing to reach the spirit-severing stage. Cultivators of the Great Circle of the nascent soul stage could completely rock the world. Right now, though, it was clear that these 7 men were nothing more than a retinue. There was only one type of person who could make cultivators of the Great Circle of the nascent soul stage to act as a retinue. That would be a spirit-severing patriarch. The middle-aged man's cultivation base was only at the early nascent soul stage, not the spirit-severing stage. That meant that this man's status was shockingly high. This man was the son of spirit-severing patriarch Huyen Yunming of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe, one of the 3 powers of the Heavenly Court Alliance. Huyen Qing. He had left the Black Lands 3 months ago to go sightseeing in the 10 outposts and chase after women. 1. Just as Huyen Qing was about to throw himself on the female cultivator, a bolt of red lightning suddenly shot through the air and then headed off into the distance. Before it disappeared, an enormous, intense pressure could be felt. Instantly, the 7 old men all opened their eyes. The red-robed old man of the Great Circle of the nascent soul stage slowly lifted his head and looked off into the distance, frowning. A tremor ran through Huyen Qing, and he suddenly looked up. Miracle lightning? Don't tell me some precious treasure has suddenly appeared? Or maybe some neo-demon is transforming. Huyen Qing laughed heartily. Suddenly, he leaped up into the air, holding the shocked woman in one arm as he flicked his sleeve with the other. Instantly, 4 black-robed bodyguards appeared bearing a luxurious sedan chair on their shoulders. Huyen Qing immediately entered the sedan chair, taking the woman with him. Sir Wu, let's go take a look, all right? His laughter mixed with the gasp of the female cultivator as she saw the sumptuous interior of the sedan chair. The man who Hu Yanqing referred to as Sir Wu was the old man of the Great Circle of the Nascent Soul stage. He frowned and let out a quiet sigh. Slowly, he stood up and, along with the other 6 old men, escorted the sedan chair off. Hu Yanqing's procession headed off in the direction the lightning had flown, which was of course the location where Meng Hao stood at the bottom of the sea. Currently, Meng Hao's expression was grim as he looked at the 6 nascent souls flying around the level of his head. He frowned. Longevity of 100 years. Not even 200. Well, I'm already at the peak of the late nascent soul stage. I guess I have to reach spirit severing within 100 years. Now, as for this resurrection lily. A cold smile suddenly twisted his lips. He had long since predicted that the resurrection lily would not let a crucial moment in his cultivation pass without trying to make a move. He knew that it would appear. Originally, he thought it would attempt to possess him when the heavenly tribulation hit. However, apparently it thought right now was the best opportunity. For you to appear right now is actually quite convenient. If heavenly tribulation really does come, you could cause me quite a bit of frustration. Smiling coldly, he sat down cross-legged. Ignoring the resurrection lily's explosive rise, he lifted his hand and pointed at one of the nascent souls. Immediately, the metal nascent soul floated down. Its face was covered with a cold smile just like Meng Hao's as it sank down into the top of his head. It sank down to appear in the empty space in his Dantian region that his gold core had previously occupied. This time, I'll give you a chance to have a full-on fight. As Meng Hao closed his eyes, majestic cultivation-based power exploded out from the meta. El nascent soul to crush down onto the resurrection lily. The resurrection lily seemed to go mad, and it let out a soundless roar. Shockingly, directly behind Meng Hao appeared the image of a blindingly bright 4-colored resurrection lily, swaying back and forth ferociously. It was in this moment that the resurrection lily seized control of Meng Hao's legs. Meng Hao lost all feeling in them as the struggle for control over his body erupted. The feeling quickly spread into his arms. The 4-colored resurrection lily swayed back and forth in a very bizarre fashion. It seemed as if it had been preparing for many years to make this counterattack against Meng Hao. When it made its move, it would attack with complete ruthlessness. I have to give you some credit, said Meng Hao coolly. You're much better this time than you were before. After all this time, he was very familiar with the resurrection lily and knew that it was sentient. Even as he spoke, the wood nascent soul began to emanate a green light as it sank into the top of Meng Hao's head. It quickly reached his Dantian region, whereupon Meng Hao unhesitatingly superimposed it over the metal nascent soul. The two combined into one. As soon as the 2 nascent souls combined into one, a roaring sound filled Meng Hao's mind. He instantly felt his cultivation base rising up rapidly. He was still in the late nascent soul stage. Despite not having made a breakthrough, he could sense that his battle prowess had exploded upward by double or more. At the moment, Meng Hao wasn't surprised. That was because this was the power of a perfect nascent soul, a power that placed him above anyone else in the same stage. However, in unison with his sudden increase in battle prowess, Meng Hao could tell that the corrosive effect on his longevity, which previously was limited to a multiple of 6, was now even greater. The resurrection lily let out another soundless roar as its struggling increased in intensity. Whereas before, it had occupied a position of incredible superiority, it was now forced to defend relentlessly against Meng Hao. It did not want to allow Meng Hao to retake the parts of his body that it had already possessed. This is merely a combination of 2 nascent souls, said Meng Hao, his eyes glittering. Suddenly, the water nascent soul floated down, emanating a red glow as it sank into the top of his head. Moments later it appeared in his Dantian region where it superimposed over the metal and wood nascent souls. They fused together, 3 nascent souls combining into one. Boom! Meng Hao could clearly sense his battle prowess climbing up with incredible intensity from the foundation of the early combination of 2 nascent souls. Originally, he had possessed the power equivalent to only a single nascent soul. As of this moment, though, his power was equivalent to 4 peak late-stage nascent souls. In addition, the wasting away of his longevity was also increased. This was not an increase in cultivation base, but rather battle prowess. It was natural strength, arisen from the ability to use spiritual power. This increase could be likened to water in a bottle. The bottle might not get bigger, but more water could be forced inside, creating a pressure that exceeded anything normal. The resurrection lily was emitting a piercing howl. The sound of it could not be heard by any outsider, only Meng Hao, who could hear it quite clearly. The resurrection lily was completely incapable of standing up to the power of Meng Hao's 3 combined elements. It instantly lost control of Meng Hao's arms, and was forced to retreat back to its position within Meng Hao's possessed legs. I don't need to expend much effort to suppress you, said Meng Hao coolly. After all, this is a direct conflict, and you aren't even close to being a match for me. What makes you think you're qualified to even try to possess me? You are me, but I am not you. A sea of flames erupted from the fire-nascent soul as it floated down and merged into his body. It then appeared in his Dantian region, where it overlapped and then combined with the metal, wood, and water-nascent souls. Shocking rumbling sounds caused Meng Hao's entire body to shake. Blue veins popped up all over as blood rushed through them at high speed. His body suddenly began to expand. It appeared as if he were taller. Although he was still slender, it seemed as if every bit of his flesh and blood was virtually bursting with terrifying power. His battle prowess doubled once again. In this moment, he now possessed the same power as 8 nascent souls at the peak of the late stage. The power of 4 combined elements exploded out, causing the Resurrection Lily to writhe and let out a miserable shriek. It was easily pushed back once again by suppressive power, losing control over Meng Hao's legs and being forced into his most remote extremities. However, even in the moment in which it retreated back as far as it could, an aura rose up from the Resurrection Lily that caused Meng Hao's pupils to constrict. The aura grew more and more powerful, and even seemed to contain some remnants of the one-color soul procurement pill. Suddenly, the 4-colored Resurrection Lily, which Meng Hao had suppressed to the limit, began to glow, and then develop a 5th color. When the 5th color appeared, Meng Hao's mind and heart trembled. But then, his eyes glowed with pleasant surprise. He knew that this Resurrection Lily was incomplete and could never grow to the point where it could bloom with 7 colors and reach immortal ascension. 3 colors was its limit. It had acquired 4 colors by means of a miracle. But now, it actually developed a 5th color.
2.
This 5th color obviously had something to do with Meng Hao's nascent soul concocting and the one-color soul procurement pill, as well as his place in the realm of perfection. Because of all of these different things, the Tian Lily was suddenly able to make a meteoric rise. When the 5th flower petal appeared on the Resurrection Lily, it let out a fierce howl and then erupted out from its position of retreat. It expanded out, clearly wanting to take control of Meng Hao's entire body in possession. It wanted to control Meng Hao and make him a true host that it could control. Meng Hao could feel the madness of the Resurrection Lily, and it caused him to smile. He wanted it to grow more powerful because he had long since decided to use this Resurrection Lily at the critical moment when his time came in the future to reach immortal ascension. Even as the Resurrection Lily exploded out with power, Meng Hao lifted his head up. The Earth nascent soul suddenly erupted with shocking coldness. It merged in through Meng Hao's forehead, appearing moments later in his Dantian region. 5 elements overlapped. 5 elements combined. Chapter 525, Heavenly Tribulation. I haven't seen you for ages. The moment in which the 5 elements combined, Meng Hao's cultivation base did not change, but his battle prowess instantly doubled again. At first, he started with power equivalent to 1 peak late nascent soul. Now, he had power equivalent to 16. Such terrifying battle prowess far exceeded the scope of the late nascent soul stage. Even someone of the great circle of the nascent soul stage would crumble like dried weeds before Meng Hao's power of 16 peak late nascent souls. That was the fearsomeness and incredible power of the realm of perfection. However, for Meng Hao, such terrifying power came at the price of longevity. To maintain his grip on such power meant that his longevity was no longer 100 years, but rather 6. After all, he was not truly in possession of a perfect nascent soul. He had acquired it by alternative methods. But actually, not even a true perfect nascent soul could come close to this unbelievably fearsome power. On this new path of the nascent soul that Meng Hao had forged, he possessed perfect battle prowess that far exceeded even the extraordinary power of the perfect nascent soul. Because he had been operating only on speculation and not research, he hadn't been clear about what the end result would be. But having sensed the battle prowess that existed within him, he now realized that his path was incredibly astonishing. Battle power erupted out, and his aura was swift and fierce as he fought back against the 5-petaled Resurrection Lily. His body was the battlefield upon which the 2 forces slammed into each other. As soon as they collided, the Resurrection Lily let out a miserable howl. It didn't matter that it had suddenly sprouted a 5th petal. Under the power of Meng Hao's fearsome battle prowess, it was incapable of withstanding even a single blow. Intangible explosions rippled out as the Resurrection Lily collapsed under Meng Hao's attack. It had been beaten back repeatedly and had retreated completely from its former position of superiority. Now, all it could do was hide in Meng Hao's extremities, give up any notions of rising up, and hope Meng Hao did not attack any further. Meng Hao took a deep breath as he looked up at the 6th nascent soul hovering near his head, the Wind nascent soul. After a moment, his eyes gleamed with determination. Since I decided to be powerful, I might as well acquire the pinnacle of power. Without hesitation, he lifted his right hand up and pointed at the Wind nascent soul. Instantly, it flickered and moved with incredible speed. It wasn't minor teleportation. It actually exceeded that. It immediately appeared inside of Meng Hao where it fused with the other nascent souls. Boom! The great circle of 6 elements. 6-colored nascent soul. Incredible battle prowess rocketed up, once again double. A fearsome aura equivalent to 32 peak late nascent souls emanated out, causing the violet sea to tremble. Everything shook. This was 6-colored paragon. Meng Hao could sweep across all nascent soul cultivators. He was only a short way away from the spirit-severing stage, and yet in all the lands of South Heaven, he was definitely the #1 person under the spirit-severing stage. If his cultivation base could break through the late nascent soul stage to the Great Circle, then with his battle prowess of 32 times normal, then facing up against spirit-severing cultivators, he would not be so weak. He could be considered powerful enough to defend himself. That might seem of little note, but spirit-severing was a stage of cultivation that could be considered a major area of demarcation. Qi condensation, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul. These stages were actually still called the stages of mortals. By using incredible power, momentum was built up, all for the purpose of breaking through to a new type of life. Spirit-severing, Tao-seeking, and immortal ascension were 3 stages that were called the stages of immortals. The difference between mortals and immortals was such that for someone in the mortal realm to actually be able to fight back against an almighty member of the immortal realm would cause an incredible commotion in the entirety of South Heaven if word of it were to spread. Normally something like that would only be possible with the aid of precious treasures. Only relying on one's body would make it impossible. As of this moment, it was possible for Meng Hao. When he reached the 6-colored great circle, the resurrection lily inside of him began to tremble. Before it could tremble for too long, though, Meng Hao battered at it with all of the battle prowess of his cultivation base. Indescribable, shocking booming filled Meng Hao like towers of thunder. The resurrection lily let out an unprecedented scream. All its defenses crumbled, incapable of standing up against Meng Hao's battle prowess and divine sense, which bore down into its airy core. It screamed and trembled, terrified. It possessed consciousness of its own, and in its memory, it couldn't recall ever feeling this hopeless. Originally, it should have been in a position above all other living things. Meng Hao was nothing but a host body for it. As of now, though, it was actually being possessed. It was becoming a part of Meng Hao. There was nothing it could do. Meng Hao's battle prowess of 32 peak late nascent souls made it so that the resurrection lily could only watch in shock as divine sense was driven into its core. At this moment, its life or death was completely in Meng Hao's hands. Meng Hao did not exterminate the resurrection lily, though. Instead, he branded its consciousness with a seal of his own. This seal is not indelible. 100 years from now, if I can't figure out a way to make a 6th petal appear, then I'll exterminate you. If a 6th petal does appear, the seal will dissipate, and then you'll have another chance to try to possess me. Then, you will be qualified to try to fight me again. Meng Hao's cold words echoed out within the seal that he had placed on the resurrection lily's consciousness. It trembled, in awe of Meng Hao but also filled with fierceness and lack of reconciliation. Suppressing its wild heart, it slowly calmed down. Actually, what Meng Hao wanted was just that, the resurrection lily's wild heart. Having suppressed the resurrection lily, Meng Hao sat down cross-legged to study his expanding cultivation base. As of now, he could clearly sense that his longevity, if it remained as it was now, would only last for 3 more years, perhaps a bit more. It's too bad I don't have a 7th nascent soul. It would leave me with only 1 year of longevity, but with a 7th nascent soul, I wonder if I would be able to battle the spirit-severing stage. A bright gleam appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, he slapped his bag of holding to produce a wooden box. Looking at the box made him think of his master, Pill Demon. The box had been given to him by Pill Demon, and it contained a medicinal pill which could not only suppress the resurrection lily, but also help him achieve cultivation-based breakthroughs. It could also add to his longevity. Throughout all the years, Meng Hao had never consumed even one. Now, however, he unhesitatingly took the pill out, made some copies, and put one in his mouth. He sat there cross-legged, meditating as the medicinal pill dissolved. His cultivation base grew more stable, and his life force more vigorous. The power of growth appeared, fusing into his 6-colored nascent soul, causing his longevity to instantly be replenished. Moments later, after the pill had been fully absorbed, he made some more copies and then began to consume them. Several days passed, after which, he opened his eyes from meditation. They glowed with a shocking brightness. His life force was now restored to what appeared to be roughly half of a 60-year cycle. His bag of holding was now devoid of spirit stones, and he had consumed many medicinal pills. However, he had actually managed to add almost 1,000 years to his longevity. Unfortunately, the effectiveness of the medicinal pills was growing continuously weaker. In the end, they stopped working at all. That was generally how such longevity-increasing medicinal pills worked. After all, life could not go past 1,000 years. That rule could never be changed, and mortal power could never fight against it. It might seem like 30 years, but if I keep the 6 nascent souls dispersed under normal situations and only combine them under special circumstances, then my problem with the longevity will be resolved. Now that Meng Hao didn't have to worry about the longevity, he gave a long sigh. If only he had a 7th nascent soul, that would be far better. Meng Hao stood up. As he did, popping sounds could be heard coming from within his body. He was now a full 3 heads taller than before. His shoulders were wider, but his body was even more slender. His muscles hadn't grown, but he was now clearly stronger and tougher. All of his blood and flesh was filled with shocking power. Blue veins bulged out, and every beat of his heart sent hot blood pumping throughout his body. His physical body had also experienced an unprecedented increase in its toughness. At the moment, he looked strange and bizarre, radiating an indescribably imposing bearing and force of attraction. He looked like something beyond the mortal world, something unprecedentedly mighty. Suddenly, cracking sounds could be heard coming from his right hand. Meng Hao looked down to see the diaphanous Fong Clan glove exploding into tiny pieces. The power of Meng Hao's own fist now exceeded that of the glove. He quickly gathered up the pieces of the glove and put them into his bag of holding. Well then, this will now count as one of my divine abilities.
Si anima soul transformation.
Under normal circumstances, I will only reveal the power of the first anima. His eyes glittered, and the 6-colored nascent soul within him trembled. Ghost images appeared. Within the space of a few breaths, they broke apart, transforming once again into 6 different nascent souls. They sat cross-legged in Meng Hao's Dantian region, meditating and cultivating. Meng Hao's aura suddenly dropped down. His cultivation base was once again at the peak of the late nascent soul stage. His body also changed. He was no longer so tall and mighty. He returned to his previous height, and the power in his flesh and blood returned to normal. His entire person now emanated the scholarly aura that it usually did. After studying his cultivation base for a moment to ensure that his method was correct and that the problem with the longevity had been solved, he looked up at the Violet Sea. There was no need for him to send out divine sense. The entire Violet Sea was his eyes. He could see the tempest-growing eye. And the sky above the Violet Sea. Lightning danced and tribulation clouds surged. His body flickered. Sounds like explosions could be heard in all directions as the Violet Sea around him turned into a huge vortex around. His body transformed into a beam of light that shot up from the depths of the Violet Sea toward the surface. As he moved up, the vortex grew larger, causing the surface of the sea to roll with massive waves. It was as if the entire Violet Sea were letting out a cry that rose to the heavens, welcoming Meng Hao as he rose up. This was the first time in the more than 100 years since Meng Hao descended to the depths of the seafloor that he finally emerged in the outside world. The Violet Sea roared as massive waves rolled out in all directions. Meng Hao stood there on the surface of the water, looking up at the tribulation clouds up in the sky. Boundless lightning crackled and boomed. It was as if upon finding Meng Hao, the heavenly tribulation was roaring at him. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever as he coolly said, "Heavenly tribulation, I haven't seen you for ages." Chapter 526, The 6th Anima Rocks Heavenly Tribulation. Up to this point, my life consisted of 2 parts, Meng Hao murmured. The first part was beneath Mount Daqing, along the path of the imperial examinations. When I stood on top of Mount Daqing, wrote down my dream, and stuffed it into that gourd bottle, then tossed it into the river below, I had no idea that that very moment represented the beginning of the second part of my life. That second part was cultivation. Meng Hao stood on the surface of the Violet Sea, wearing a spotless green robe. He did not sink down even a bit into the seawater. Instead, he looked up at the boundless lightning dancing about up above like red serpents. They interlocked, forming tribulation clouds. This past 100 years or more of cultivation allowed me to experience death and escape. I have experienced things that the old me would never have been able to experience, walked paths that before I could never have walked to the end of. As for heavenly tribulation, I've experienced that too, more than once. This time, I will not be nervous like I was when I experienced the heavenly tribulation of the perfect foundation. I won't take it as seriously as the year I faced the perfect gold core, heavenly tribulation. I've been waiting for today's heavenly tribulation for a long time. A slight smile suddenly broke out on his face. Even as he murmured the words, a massive rumbling sound roared out from within the tribulation clouds. At the same time, a red lightning bolt shot down toward Meng Hao. As it neared, even more lightning bolts fused into it. By the time it was about 30 or so meters from Meng Hao's head, it was as wide as a person's arm. As it roared toward him, it carried with it the awe-inspiring power of heavenly tribulation, a detached desire to destroy. Meng Hao looked up at the incoming tribulation lightning. Then he lifted his right arm and waved it toward the sky. Instantly, life force collided with death will, transforming into a power of extermination that shot toward the lightning bolt. A shocking boom filled the heaven and the sea. The arm's-width-sized lightning bolt instantly collapsed into countless arcs of electricity that scattered about into the air above Meng Hao. Before, heavenly tribulation like this would have destroyed me in both body and soul. Now, however, it doesn't even qualify to make me enter my second anima. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever as he stood there motionless. He then looked back up at the heavenly tribulation. Meng Hao's behavior seemed to infuriate the heavenly tribulation. The lightning and thunder crashed about in the sky. One red lightning bolt after another began to form together and then fall down. This time, there were 4 bolts that descended. An air-splitting roar filled the air as the area for 30 meters around Meng Hao was transformed into a lake of lightning. Each of the 4 red beams of lightning contained enough power to eradicate some of the late nascent soul stage. As they fell down, Meng Hao simply stood there and waved his sleeve, allowing the 4 lightning bolts to strike. Red lightning danced around Meng Hao, spreading out across the violet sea, filling everything for several hundred meters in each direction. As for Meng Hao, he simply stood there in the middle of the lightning, his entire body glowing with electrical light. The light quickly faded. In the space of only a few breaths, it was completely gone. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever, without even the slightest bit of change. Currently, he was in the first anima of the 6 animus soul transformations, with the full power of a peak late nascent soul. Meng Hao had long since decided that this would be his normal state. Although the lightning surrounding him was incredibly powerful and out of the ordinary, it still was incapable of hurting him, despite the fact that he was only in the first anima. Meng Hao gently shook his arms and legs, feeling the power of lightning that had fused into his physical body. He had experienced this feeling in previous encounters with heavenly tribulation, so he wasn't surprised. He looked up, his eyes shining with a bright light. Simultaneously, an enormous sound like an enraged roar filled the sky. 8 lightning bolts merged together in the air up above. The tribulation cloud seethed, and then began to pull back. Thunder boomed as the 8 lightning bolts began to fall. These 8 lightning bolts were bright red, almost like blood, then fell down with intense destructive power, causing enormous pressure to bear down on Meng Hao. The pressure didn't cause Meng Hao to fall back, though. Instead, he began to laugh. A demonic-looking glow radiated from his eyes. Now it's getting interesting. Second anima. Of the 6 nascent souls inside Meng Hao, 2 overlapped and fused together. In the same moment, popping sounds could be heard from within Meng Hao as it swelled out. He grew half a head taller, and in the blink of an eye, he looked bigger than before. His majestic aura exploded out, doubling. Now, he possessed the battle prowess of 2 peak late nascent souls. Waves kicked up in the violet sea around him, sweeping out in all directions. It was as if a whirlwind had erupted out because of Meng Hao entering his second anima. Laughing, Meng Hao did not retreat, but actually shot up into the air to attack the 8 lightning bolts. This was not passively reacting to the enemy, but taking the initiative to attack head-on. A huge boom echoed out as the 8 lightning bolts slammed into him. An explosion of lightning burst out for hundreds of meters in every direction. Meng Hao was the center of it all, meeting the full force of the tribulation lightning head-on. He rocketed forward, completely unharmed by the 8 lightning bolts. They didn't even qualify to cause blood to ooze out from his mouth. The heavenly tribulation seemed as if it possessed intelligence and was currently furious. The sound of thunder filled the air. This time, 18 red lightning bolts appeared. They looked like 18 ferocious red dragons as they crackled through the air toward Meng Hao. Third anima. Meng Hao's eyes were now surging with an intense desire to fight. His body grew again. He was now more than a full head taller, and his body more cut and rough. Only a scrap of the aura of a scholar was left, and now, his aura was much more demonic. He flew up, performing an incantation gesture with his right hand as the 18 lightning bolts fell. Suddenly, a multicolored light spread out, distorting the air as it slammed into the 18 lightning bolts. A huge boom caused everything to shake. Meng Hao laughed as the area for nearly 3,000 meters became a maelstrom of lightning. However, it was powerless to obstruct his path. He continued to shoot upwards, his voice echoing out. Fourth anima. Instantly, roaring filled his body as it expanded again. He was now even more brutally powerful, 2 heads taller than before, his shoulders wide, his frame slender. The scholar's aura was completely gone, and the demonic air was growing more intense. He gave off the feeling of a demonic monster. Even though he was currently smiling, Meng Hao now looked evil. 4 nascent souls were overlapped and combined, equipping Meng Hao with the power of 8 peak late nascent souls. He continued to shoot through mid-air toward the tribulation clouds in the sky. Even as Meng Hao increased his speed, the tribulation clouds roiled. More than 20 bolts of lightning shot down, causing everything to shake, even the sea below. They continuously slammed into Meng Hao, but were incapable of affecting him in any way. His right hand suddenly made a grasping motion in front of him, and an Azure Immortal's sword appeared there. His left hand slapped his bag of holding, and an alcohol flagon appeared. He took a drink, then waved the sword, causing an azure beam of light to flicker out. Bolts of tribulation lightning exploded as they hit Meng Hao, causing countless sparks of electricity to fly about, flickering into the air. More than a few fused into Meng Hao's body. Gradually, a will of lightning was building up inside of him. Suddenly, the tribulation lightning being formed was no longer just red. More colors were added, a total of 7. They formed into a 7-colored tribulation lightning. It was one single bolt that seemed capable of ripping the air into pieces, a fierce 7-colored dragon that pounced toward Meng Hao. Fifth Anima. Shocking popping sounds rang out from his body. He was now 2.5 heads taller. His body was far more powerful, and the aura of his battle prowess exploded up. He now possessed power equivalent to 16 peak late nascent souls. The sky and land dimmed, and the clouds seethed. Meng Hao's body brimmed with incredible power. His hair whipped about, and his eyes shone with a strange glow. As the 7-colored heavenly lightning neared, the Azure Immortal's sword in his hand suddenly shot forward into it. The Devil's Spear magically appeared in his hand like a fierce dragon. Majestic black mist burst out, along with countless ferocious faces. It followed the Azure Immortal's sword toward the 7-colored tribulation lightning. When the two forces slammed into each other, a huge boom could be heard. The 7-colored tribulation lightning exploded. The Azure Immortal's sword was sent spinning. The Devil's Spear in Meng Hao's hand trembled and then exploded with a bang, transforming into a mist that surged out. The mist seethed, then formed back again into the Devil's Spear. The shattered remnants of the 7-colored tribulation lightning became a 7-colored rain of lightning. It fell down in all directions, many of which fused into Meng Hao's body. The lightning that was building up inside of him was growing thicker and thicker. A tremor ran through him, and blood oozed out of his mouth. He hovered there in midair, looking up. Suddenly, the tribulation clouds began to shrink in on themselves. 7-colored light spread out as the clouds rapidly began to transform into 7-colored clouds. Furthermore, from within the tribulation clouds suddenly emerged a gigantic finger formed from 7-colored lightning. The enormous finger was fully 3,000 meters long and completely composed of flickering, 7-colored lightning. Anyone who saw it would be completely astonished. As soon as it appeared, the enormous finger emitted a destructive pressure that bore down on Meng Hao as if it wished to squash him like an insect. Even as the finger neared, Meng Hao's eyes narrowed and he cried, "Sixth Anima?" All 6 nascent souls within him were now overlapped and combined. 6 colors combined. He instantly grew taller and his body more valiant. His shoulders were wide, his frame slender. There was now no scholar's aura whatsoever. The only thing he possessed was breathtaking demonic evil. Beneath him, the violet sea roared. The vortex spun, sending crashing waves out. In his 6th anima, Meng Hao possessed more over 30 times the power of a peak late nascent soul. He now fully deserved to be referred to as the most powerful person under spirit severing in the lands of South Heaven. Meng Hao kicked down violently into the air. A bang rang out as ripples appeared, and he shot up straight toward the 7-colored finger. His right hand clenched violently into a fist. As the finger neared, a fierce glow appeared in his eyes. Then he punched. Chapter 527, 7th Anima. It wasn't even worth describing how Meng Hao compared to the enormous finger if you looked at them from off in the distance. He really did look like a bug. But who would care about that? When Meng Hao's fist struck the finger, an enormous boom shook the heavens and the violet sea. Giant waves rolled out across the surface of the waters. Of course, only Meng Hao was there to see it. If anyone else did, it would probably be the most shocking thing they would ever see in their life. As the explosive bang rang out, blood sprayed from Meng Hao's mouth. Although he was sent shooting backward, his laughter continued to echo in the area. As he laughed, he looked up at the 7-colored finger and watched as it collapsed into countless pieces. A 7-colored lake of lightning was formed, composed of endless 7-colored arcs of electricity. Many of them bored into Meng Hao's body. Even as Meng Hao laughed, the tribulation lightning was completely destroyed. Amidst the lingering echo, the tribulation clouds up above were thinning and seemed to be on the verge of dissipating. Apparently, this heavenly tribulation was quite simple for Meng Hao to overcome. In truth, it was not. It was actually much more intense than the previous tribulations. However, Meng Hao's feeling regarding it was influenced by the fact that his more than 100 years of secluded meditation ended with him rising to what was virtually the peak of the mortal realm in South Heaven. Meng Hao wiped the blood from his mouth. In the 6th anima, he was at his strongest. He hovered for a moment in midair and then once again kicked down with his foot. A bang could be heard as he flew up toward the dissipating tribulation clouds. Meng Hao knew that when the tribulation clouds were spreading out like this, their destructive power was actually growing stronger. They seemed to be dissipating, but actually, if he wasn't careful, he would surely perish. In the moment in which Meng Hao charged an attack, a roaring sound suddenly could be heard from the thin tribulation clouds. Suddenly, all the clouds rapidly contracted to form a shocking, enormous fist. The fist was formed completely of tribulation clue. DS, within which swirled innumerable lightning bolts. 7 colors swirled about. This was no longer just lightning, it was the direct power of tribulation clouds. All the tribulation clouds had formed together into a heavenly tribulation, here to exterminate everything in existence. Meng Hao rocketed through midair, looking at the seething tribulation clouds that had formed into an enormous fist. He could clearly sense the complete will of destruction therein. His eyes glowed brightly as his left hand suddenly gestured down toward the sea beneath him. Violet Sea. The Violet Sea was him, and he was the Violet Sea. Even as the words left his mouth, the entirety of the Violet Sea, that was the Western Desert Apocalypse, suddenly began to move. A huge vortex spun, causing massive waves to surge across the surface of the waters. In the center of the vortex, which was directly beneath Meng Hao, a gigantic column of water suddenly rose up. It was thousands of meters wide and surrounded Meng Hao, making him its center as it shot into the air. As the column of water shot into the air, the rest of the surface of the Violet Sea sank down. At the same time, the index finger of Meng Hao's right hand pointed down. Specters. The specters of all the neo-demons and cultivators who had died in the apocalypse now existed parasitically within the Violet Sea. Right now, they responded to Meng Hao's summons, instantly surging in from all directions. They shot into the column of seawater, filling it, forming a soul of the column. Except, that soul was fragmented. The true soul was Meng Hao. The column of seawater, thousands of meters wide, shot out past Meng Hao, magically transforming into a gigantic arm. Further up in the direction of the sky, the arm ended in a fist. A violet fist and a violet arm. This was like the arm of the Violet Sea. If there had been any eyewitnesses observing from a distance, they would have felt an unprecedented level of shock and would have had the image forever engraved in their minds. What they would have seen was tribulation clouds transformed into a fist, representing the will of heaven. Another fist stretched out from within the sea, representing the heart of the apocalypse. One of these 2 enormous fists was descending from up above. The other rose up from the middle of the sea. There in midair, they slammed into each other. The boom rang out in all directions, shaking heaven and earth, causing the Violet Sea to vibrate. This scene was indescribably shocking, so monstrous it was impossible to describe. Transcending tribulation in this fashion was unprecedented. Before Meng Hao, no one had ever done anything like this, and after this day there would not likely be someone else who did. The will of the Violet Sea had transformed into an arm that exterminated heavenly tribulation. The arm contained the pinnacle of the power of extermination, a power like that belonging to an enormous greater demon. If Meng Hao had not engaged in demonic transmigration before, he would never have been able to do this. Suddenly, the tribulation clouds emitted shocking, explosive claps of thunder. The lightning inside of the clouds exploded out, transforming into a roar that could be heard clearly even in the 10 outpost cities on the surface of the sea. Countless lightning bolts slammed into the power of extermination and were then transformed into innumerable sparks of electricity. The electricity merged into the Violet Sea, causing large numbers of specters to vanish. Some of the electricity also merged into Meng Hao's body and spread out to fill it. Finally, after the last bit of lightning dissipated, no more fist was visible. The lightning vanished. Since it was incapable of destroying Meng Hao, it seemed the heavenly tribulation chose to retreat. As for the Violet Sea arm that Meng Hao was in, it lost its spirit, lost its will, and collapsed back down into the sea. A huge boom could be heard as the water spread back out into the sea, causing it to rise up once again. Meng Hao hovered in midair, lightning sparking constantly through his body. He coughed up a big mouthful of blood and then shot back down toward the sea. Just when he was about to splash directly into the waters, he stopped to stand on its surface. Lightning danced about on his body. His face was pale as he looked up into the sky. The disappearing tribulation clouds suddenly stopped in place. It seemed that the heavenly tribulation had a bit of power left after all, and wanted to make one final strike of lightning. Meng Hao's eyes narrowed and his cultivation base began to rotate. Sharp pain stabbed out in his body, and he coughed up some more blood. However, when he coughed up the blood, his mind suddenly trembled. The reason was that within the blood he had just coughed up could be seen vast quantities of electric sparks. He could only imagine that right now he must look almost like a human-shaped lightning bolt. Thunder. Lightning. Meng Hao's mind shook, ignoring the tribulation clouds overhead and everything else. His mind suddenly seemed to be filled with primordial chaos as an incredible, even astonishing, idea took form. Lightning is a manifestation of power, something that could form a totem tattoo. In that case, it could also make a nascent soul. My seventh nascent soul. Lightning nascent soul. If I can really form a seventh nascent soul, then when I enter the seventh anima, I would be able to wield battle prowess equivalent to 64 peak late nascent souls. No, that's not right. It wouldn't be a peak late nascent soul, it would be of the great circle of the nascent soul stage. Meng Hao was panting. Without hesitation, he produced all his remaining one-color soul procurement pills from his bag of holding. Leaving only one as a backup, he placed the remainder into his mouth. The instant the medicinal pills entered his mouth, he felt that special divine sense sweeping through his body. Suddenly, he experienced pain everywhere in his body. As the pain appeared, strands of lightning were forced out of him. This lightning contained the power of heavenly tribulation, both from the current tribulation, as well as remnants left behind from the perfect gold core and perfect foundation tribulations. All of the lightning was forced out and then sucked into his Dantian region. In the blink of an eye, all of the sparks of electricity began to merge together. Meng Hao immediately sat down cross-legged on the surface of the sea. He ignored the tribulation clouds up above and focused completely on meditation. More and more lightning sparks began to coalesce in his Dantian. All of the lightning in the entire area stopped moving and then was sucked toward Meng Hao. Lightning in both the air and the sea writhed and glowed as it bore into Meng Hao's body and came to his Dantian. Using his body as the pill furnace, his will as the pill formula, and his life as the flame, he began to concoct. The process was quick. In the blink of an eye, a roaring sound filled Meng Hao's mind as the lightning in his Dantian region coalesced into a gigantic ball. The ball began to writhe, and then shattered into pieces. A small, 7-inch tall person appeared. The person looked exactly like Meng Hao in all respects. This was Meng Hao's seventh nascent soul that by a random chance he had been able to concoct. Lightning nascent soul. As soon as the tiny person appeared, Meng Hao's cultivation base exploded upward. This was no longer the peak of the late nascent soul stage. He had now broken through into the great circle of the nascent soul stage. His hair whipped about him as he rose up to the pinnacle of nascent soul power. At the same time, the thin tribulation clouds up in the sky seemed to have been thoroughly provoked. No one ever dared to have a cultivation base breakthrough in the middle of heavenly tribulation. On top of that, who had ever dared to absorb the power of the tribulation itself? All of this caused the tribulation clouds to disperse and then transform into a human-shaped lightning bolt. The lightning bolt wasn't complete and was in fact a bit blurry, its features unclear. However, it still emanated a terrifying and shocking pressure. Instantly, it shot toward Meng Hao. Seventh anima. Meng Hao's eyes shone with a destructive light as the lightning nascent soul overlapped and then combined with the other nascent souls to push Meng Hao into the seventh anima. Boom. Meng Hao's body was already incredibly powerful. But now it changed again. He was again taller, even more valiant. He was now not demonically evil, but rather, more like an immortal devil. His long hair whipped about, and his body radiated a fearsome aura of destruction. Now that he had entered the seventh anima, he exploded with the power of 64 great circle nascent souls. As of this moment, Meng Hao was not just the number one figure under the spirit-severing stage. Right now, if he ran into a spirit-severing cultivator, he might lose in the end, but he could still offer up a fight. Chapter 528. I Saw the Nightmare. In the seventh anima, Meng Hao's power was completely unprecedented. His body was mighty, fearsome, and shocking. With wide shoulders and slender frame, he was almost 3 meters tall. It made him look completely like an immortal devil. A fearsome aura erupted out from him, transforming into an invisible whirlpool that swept about, shaking everything. The violet sea churned and the sky dimmed. The tribulation clouds disappeared, having given birth to the human-shaped lightning bolt, which shot through midair toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao looked up at it, his hair whipping about. His appearance seemed to contain a force of attraction that no living thing could resist. He suddenly stamped his foot. The entire violet sea jumped up as a huge crater appeared in the water beneath Meng Hao, nearly 3,000 meters wide. Seawater surged out in all directions as Meng Hao shot up. His expression was cold, his eyes icy. In this moment, he was experiencing a completely unheard type of power as the battle prowess of 64 great circle nascent souls coursed through him. Such power could not even be compared to 64 peak late nascent souls. As of now, he was thoroughly up above everything else, definitely rated as the number one person under the spirit-severing stage, among all sects, all clans, and all chosen in the great lands of South Heaven. In fact, you could say that he was halfway to spirit-severing. 7 Onimus combined. 7 nascent souls combined. His expression was cold as he shot forward in attack. As he closed in on the human-shaped lightning bolt, he did not employ any divine abilities, nor any magical techniques. It seemed as if every movement he made was with a deliberate and calculated. As they neared each other, Meng Hao lifted his hand and pointed a finger. The pointing of the finger caused a huge roaring sound to be heard. The human-shaped lightning bolt looked as if it were being slammed by an incredible force. It was sent tumbling backward 20 or 25 meters, where it then exploded. Moments later, it reformed about 30 meters away, even more blurry than before. At the same time, countless lightning bolts exploded on Meng Hao's body, writhing about on his skin. Meng Hao suddenly laughed. "That's all you've got," he said, killing intent glittering in his eyes. In the 7th anima, he had the power of 64 Great Circle nascent souls. He was so powerful that this type of electricity couldn't possibly hurt him. Even as he spoke, the human-shaped lightning bolt reappeared off in the distance. Meng Hao began to move forward, and a rumbling sound could be heard as his body disappeared. When it reappeared, it was directly in front of the human-shaped lightning bolt. The speed with which he moved was incredible. It happened literally in the blink of an eye. Meng Hao's eyes were cold as he clenched his right hand into a fist and then slammed into the chest of the human-shaped figure. The human-shaped lightning bolt's body began to explode. Before it completely shattered into pieces, however, its hand shot out claw-like to scrape viciously at Meng Hao's chest. The sound that was emitted sounded like metal crashing against metal. Meng Hao's clothing was torn to shreds, and the claw ripped his skin. However, it couldn't penetrate any further than that. All it could do was scratch him. The human-shaped lightning bolt stared in shock. A booming could be heard as it completely exploded. Innumerable flashes of lightning roiled out. 30 meters away, they once again congealed together. Meng Hao didn't even glance at this injury. To him, such a flesh wound was inconsequential. His body flickered, and then disappeared. Moments later, he reappeared in the air above the human-shaped lightning bolt. "Time to end this," he said coolly as he hovered there in midair. He raised his hand up and then chopped it down. Violet Qi Guillotine. This was a simple magical technique which coalesced violet qi into an enormous curved blade, hundreds of meters long. As it chopped down, the human-shaped lightning bolt felt a sense of deadly crisis. Instantly, its body exploded out with a glow of lightning. The light then coalesced into an enormous lightning globe. The instant the lightning globe appeared, the violet qi guillotine sliced into it. In that moment, popping sounds could be heard from the lightning sphere, seemingly the roar of countless bolts of lightning. However, it was incapable of preventing itself from being chopped apart. During the space of a few breaths, rumbling booms filled the air as the gigantic lightning sphere collapsed into pieces. Within was revealed the human-shaped lightning bolt, which was now so blurry it was almost transparent. Before it could even move, the violet qi guillotine was upon it, slashing onto its body. A boom could be heard as the figure was cut directly in half. Rumbling sounds echoed about as the human-shaped lightning bolt, having been cut in half, collapsed into pieces, transforming into a lightning-like glow that spread out in all directions and then faded. By the time the human-shaped lightning bolt vanished, the tribulation clouds up had long since dissipated, and the sky was now back to normal. Meng Hao now returned from the 7th anima back to the 1st anima. His face was a bit pale, and he looked extremely tired. The 7th anima really does a number on my body and longevity. I can't stay in it for too long without injuring myself. He descended down to the surface of the violet sea, where he sat cross-legged to breathe deeply and restore his body. Compared to the 7th anima, the 6th anima is a bit less straining. The less nascent souls I combine, the less waste there is, and the more I see and ignore it. So, these are my 7 anonymous soul transformations. His eyes shined with a bright light. Everything that had happened, the struggle with the resurrection lily, the battle against the heavenly tribulation, the creation of the 7 anonymous soul transformations, were all testimony to the fact that he had stepped foot onto the path of a truly powerful expert. From now on, my travels in the great lands of South Heaven will be as boundless as the sea and sky. Meng Hao can go anywhere he wants. He looked up and toward the east, the direction of the eastern lands and the Great Tang. His dream in the past had always been to travel to the Great Tang of the Eastern Lands, and he had never forgotten that. At the moment, he was finally qualified to cross the Milky Way Sea and visit that very place. Meng Hao's heart suddenly quivered. His divine sense sank into the blood-colored mask and coalesced near the mastiff. He was pleasantly surprised to find that along with his own rise and cultivation base, the mastiff was almost awake. In fact, Meng Hao could tell that it wouldn't be long before it would be able to leave the world of the blood-colored mask and exist in the lands of South Heaven. Meng Hao retracted his divine sense. Smiling, he took a deep breath and then closed his eyes to continue adjusting his cultivation base. During the process of pacifying the heavenly tribulation, he actually had sustained some internal injuries. For the past 100 years or more, the skies above the western desert had been dark and overcast. Now, perhaps because of the heavenly tribulation, they were now sunny and bright, for the first time in a very long time. Light pierced through the clouds to fall onto the violet sea and down into its waters. The result was a scene of indescribable beauty. Meng Hao sat in the middle of all of it on the surface of the sea. His body was no longer fearsomely powerful. Instead, the air of a scholar once again emanated out from him. He sat there peacefully, his eyes closed. In this moment, the entire world seemed beautiful and calm. Only the gently undulating waves could be seen moving. Unfortunately, a few days later, some uninvited guests disturbed the tranquility. There was a sedan chair carried by 4 black-robed men who looked somewhat distorted, as if they existed halfway between being illusory and real. The sedan chair's curtains had long since been opened, and within could be seen a middle-aged man dressed in expensive clothing. He was currently drinking some fine alcohol. Laying next to him was a withered corpse. The corpse was naked and looked old, as if it had just been dug out of a grave. If you looked closely, though, you could see that the desiccated corpse had once been a beautiful woman. As of now, her life force had long since vanished. A fatal wound could be seen, a dark bruise on her neck. Her neck itself was twisted at an odd angle, making the entire picture a ghastly sight. The person Who had killed her was currently leaning up against her corpse, drinking fine alcohol and gently caressing her. "How strange," said the man. The miracle lightning was obviously gathering in this area. "It's gone now, though, as of a few days ago. How come there doesn't seem to be anything at all in the area?" This middle-aged man was none other than the man who had left the second outpost city that day, Huyen Qing. He was the only son of spirit-severing patriarch Huyen Yunming of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe, one of the 3 major powers of the Heavenly Court Alliance. Surrounding the sedan chair were 7 old men, who followed along silently. Among the 7, the strongest was an old man named Wu, who was shockingly of the great circle of the nascent soul stage. A cultivation base like that would make him an incredible power in any area. Even spirit-severing patriarchs would pay close attention to such a figure and spare no effort to enlist their services. Having heard the Huyen Qing's words, the old men instantly began to chuckle and offer up words of encouragement. "Young master, there's no need to be anxious. There are no living people in this part of the sea. If a precious treasure really did appear in the area, then it will belong to nobody except you." "That's right. Besides, when we arrived, we checked the area and even set up spell formations. We could tell from a distance that the undulations of the tribulation lightning had vanished, and that was when we entered. We are certainly the first people to enter the area to investigate." The only person who didn't speak was Sir Wu. He frowned as he looked around. He wasn't sure why, but after entering this area, he seemed to have the jitters. It was as if this was an area of grave danger, as if some terrifying presence were lurking about. The feeling was indistinct and mysterious. However, Sir Wu couldn't stop thinking about it. Even as the group was proceeding along as normal, they all suddenly stopped. All eyes came to fall on a young man off in the distance. He wore a green robe and was sitting cross-legged on the surface of the water, meditating. He looked like the type of person who would bring harm to neither humans nor animals. He seemed clean and peaceful and exuded the air of a scholar as he sat there cross-legged and unmoving. It was impossible to clearly see the level of his cultivation base. At first glance it was of the early nascent soul stage, but upon closer inspection it seemed to be of the mid-nascent soul stage. After that, it jumped to the late nascent soul stage. For a moment it even seemed as if it might be at the Great Circle. The sight of it instantly caused Sir Wu to be on guard. In fact, looking at Meng Hao caused him to feel as if a needle were pricking the back of his neck. The feeling caused his eyes to glow. For some reason, he had the feeling that there was something not quite right about this person. The other 6 nascent soul cultivators were surprised and wore serious expressions. For a strange cultivator to suddenly appear in a bizarre place like this was something that would obviously cause them to be cautious. The name of that movie was I Saw the Devil. I originally planned to call the chapter 1 Saw Meng Hao, but in the end I called it I Saw the Nightmare. Chapter 529. Seeking Death Repeatedly. Despite their caution, their end judgment was that even if this person had a high cultivation base, they were 7 in number, one of whom was of the great circle of the nascent soul stage, 2 were of the late nascent soul stage, and 4 were of the mid stage. Such a force could be referred to as ultimately powerful. If that weren't the case, why else would Huyen Yunming send them to escort his only son in the outside world? Even still, all of them felt as if something were off, although they couldn't place the reason. Hey, so there's someone out here meditating," said Huyen Qing with a scornful laugh. He leaned up against the corpse of the woman as he looked out at Meng Hao. "Look up at me and tell me your name. Also, take out your bag of holding. Presumably, whatever precious treasure caused the miracle lightning will be on your person." He couldn't see Meng Hao's cultivation base, but in his entire life, he never actually looked at anyone's cultivation base. That was because he didn't need to. It wasn't necessary. His father was a spirit-severing patriarch. That was enough in and of itself. Throughout his life, it didn't matter who he was dealing with, he never cared about that person's cultivation base. Because of the stage his father was in, anyone who dared to provoke him would end up dead in body and spirit. That point had been proven countless times. It also caused Hu Yanqing to grow quite comfortable with such lofty arrogance. However, even as the words left his mouth, Sir Wu's face flickered and his body quivered. He suddenly realized why he had such an odd feeling. This young man is sitting cross-legged on the violet sea itself. Sir Wu gasped, and his mind trembled. Earlier, he had felt something was off, but had overlooked the violet sea. Now, all of a sudden, he realized that this man was sitting directly on top of a thick aura of death. Even he himself feared touching the sea, and would not continue to do so for any length of time. At the same time, the faces of the other 6 nascent soul cultivators also fell. Their eyes went wide as they realized how fearsome and bizarre Meng Hao was. In the same moment in which the 7 of them came to the same realization, Meng Hao's eyes snapped open. He looked over the group of people, his gaze eventually coming to fall upon Hu Yanqing. With the exception of Sir Wu, the 7 nascent soul cultivators all felt their minds shaking. Meng Hao's gaze was like a stabbing sword that pierced into their minds and transformed into roaring. Even Sir Wu had a look of intense concentration. The Great Circle of the Nask.
Entez sous le stage.
He's of the Great Circle? All of the other 6 nascent soul cultivators had the same reaction when they realized the level of Meng Hao's cultivation base. Deep in their hearts, they all breathed sighs of relief. The intrepidness of the Great Circle of the nascent soul stage was something that they didn't fear. Sir Wu was also of the Great Circle. Furthermore, they were backed by the Heavenly Pursuit tribe and Patriarch Huyan. As soon as Meng Hao's gaze fell onto Hu Yanqing, a roaring filled the man's brain, and his body began to tremble. The wine cup in his hand dropped to the floor, spilling alcohol all over him in the process. The hand that had been stroking the corpse suddenly began to shake. Meng Hao retracted his gaze, ignoring the group. He coolly said one sentence. "What you're looking for isn't here. Go away." Meng Hao had sensed this group long before they had arrived. Their goal in coming was clear, and the piercing gaze he had given them moments ago was merely a threat and a warning. Having finished speaking, Meng Hao closed his eyes again. Now that Meng Hao had retracted his gaze, Hu Yanqing came to his senses. He took a deep breath, and after a final quiver, his eyes went wide and he glared hatefully at Meng Hao. "Such gall!" he cried. Facing an intimidating threat like Meng Hao, some people would retreat to avoid any difficulties. Others, however, due to their background, would be unable to accept such a threat being levied against them. People like that, with low cultivation bases but incredible arrogance and haughtiness, would only have their pride wounded. Hu Yanqing was just such a person. The shame just now was fueling his anger. He could not accept being threatened to the extent that he actually felt fear. He was the only son of Patriarch Huyan. He was a noble chosen of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe. Virtually no one in the entire Blacklands would dare to provoke him. No matter where he went, he was a blazing sun that everyone respected. And yet here today, in this place, he had been threatened by the gaze of a cultivator. Hu Yanqing's dignity had been threatened. From the time he was small until now, there had never been even one cultivator who dared to act aggressively toward him. Meng Hao's actions might seem normal to any other person, but to Hu Yanqing, it was wild arrogance. For years, he had existed in a position far above others. No one had ever dared to level such a gaze against him, nor to cause his mind to tremble. In his mind, he had just been humiliated in a way that he couldn't accept. "Kill him. Kill him for me this instant," he roared, rising to his feet, his face twisted with rage as he glared at Meng Hao. "No one has ever dared to act in such a way in front of me. You're dead." Sir Wu's face sank, and inwardly, he was cursing. He had known all along that Hu Yanqing never thought things through, and on top of that, was arrogant and despotic. However, he had never imagined that he could possibly be this idiotic. There was really no good reason for Hu Yanqing to make such a demand. Just now, this man had merely looked at them and then spoken some non-threatening words. Considering he was of the Great Circle of the nascent soul stage, his vague words were not out of the ordinary. Sir Wu was just about to speak up when, suddenly, the eyes of the 4 black-robed men near Hu Yanqing suddenly filled with killing intent. Instantly, the men vanished. When they reappeared, they had Meng Hao surrounded. Within the hand of each black-robed man was a gleaming flying sword. Filled with killing intent, the men charged at Meng Hao. Meng Hao sighed softly. He hadn't desired to do any killing today. He was like a tree who wanted peace, except the wind wouldn't stop blowing. "Well, in that case, I guess you won't be leaving," said Meng Hao coolly. His eyes opened, although he completely ignoring the incoming flying swords. The moment his eyes opened, an indescribable killing intent rose up to the heavens. It exploded out with shocking intensity, causing the clouds to churn and everything to dim. He was like some sort of primordial beast, climbing up out from the depths. The killing intent was thick and invisible, but as it emanated out, the faces of the four black-robed instantly fell. They were vicious cultivators who would kill without batting an eyelid. Over the years, they had killed many, many people. Normally speaking, they were cold and detached. However, facing such indescribable killing intent such as Meng Hao's caused their faces to fall. Compared to Meng Hao, their tiny collections of killing intent were like fireflies, whereas Meng Hao was the bright moon. What they didn't know was that this was actually only 10% of Meng Hao's killing intent.
Bang!
4 flying swords exploded into fragments that then transformed into ash. The bodies of the black-robed men began to shake, and then blood sprayed from their mouths. Their minds felt like paste, as if some massive power were crushing down onto them. They tumbled backward, but before they could fall back more than 30 meters, their heads suddenly exploded. Their mangled bodies fell down into the violet sea, sinking down beneath the waves, never to be seen again. A deathly silence filled the air. Hu Yanqing's eyes went wide and filled with disbelief. The 7 nascent soul cultivators' faces were filled with unprecedentedly serious looks. Swishing sounds could be heard as 6 of them instantly moved to surround Hu Yanqing. Sir Wu appeared in front of all of them, his face grim as he looked at Meng Hao. "Fellow Taoist," said Sir Wu, clasping his hands, "we are from the Heavenly Pursuit tribe of the Heavenly Court Alliance in the Black Lands. Everything before was a misunderstanding, fellow Taoist. Please forgive us." Meng Hao looked at him coldly, then looked at the people behind him. Having heard that they were from the Heavenly Court Alliance in the Black Lands, he suddenly thought of the Golden Crow clan. He then slowly nodded his head. "Since it was just a misunderstanding, we can let the matter drop. Please take your leave post-haste." Sir Wu heaved an inward sigh of relief. Even though he was of the great circle of the nascent soul stage, the pressure he felt pressing down from Meng Hao was incredible. He had no desire whatsoever to fight him. However, even as Sir Wu was about to clasp hands and fall back, Hu Yanqing's eyes suddenly filled with a savage light. "So, it turns out this guy puts on a strong front, but is actually a weakling." Hu Yanqing had been incredibly shocked and even filled with fear when Meng Hao killed his 4 black-robed guards. However, seeing that he was willing to compromise after hearing that they were from the Heavenly Pursuit tribe, his heart filled with evil thoughts. "I said before to kill him," he said, his voice grim. "All of you, get out there and kill him." He laughed coldly. "Sir Wu, you promised my father that you would keep me safe during our journeys. You even promised to help me with my cultivation. This guy's cultivation base is obviously incredible, and I've taken a liking to it. Kill him for me, and before he dies, I'll consume it." His eyes radiated an intense light as he lifted his hand and held out a command medallion. "I order all of you, kill him." Meng Hao's expression never changed. He watched calmly as the scene unfolded. After the medallion appeared, the faces of Sir Wu and the 6 other old men instantly fell. Moments later, 4 of the group performed minor teleportations as they approached him. They figured that it didn't matter that they weren't a match for Meng Hao. All they had to do was pin him down. The person to do the actual killing would naturally be Sir Wu. "Oh well," sighed Sir Wu. "I guess this guy is just unlucky." Clenching his teeth, he turned toward Meng Hao. Suddenly, his great circle nascent soul cultivation base exploded with power. "You're dead." Hu Yanqing began to laugh maniacally. As the 4 mid-nascent soul cultivators neared, Meng Hao's eyes glittered with the desire to kill. The killing intent that exploded out from him this time was 30%. His voice cool, he said, "Looking to die?" The killing intent roared out, causing the faces of the 4 mid-nascent soul stage old men to fill with astonishment. Suddenly, Meng Hao vanished like a ghost. When he reappeared, he was behind one of the mid-nascent soul stage cultivators. His expression was cool, and his hair whipped about as he lifted up his right hand and tapped the man. Death aura and life force mingled, transforming into a fearsome power of extermination. The nascent soul cultivator was absolutely powerless to resist, and instantly exploded. Chapter 530. Slaughter. From the very beginning, Meng Hao had kept his cultivation base in the first anima, which possessed the battle prowess of one great circle nascent soul. However, because of his incredible foundation, his battle prowess actually far exceeded anyone in the same stage as him. His attack exploded with the power of extermination. The exterminating power stemmed from Meng Hao's violet sea and blood totems. They combined to form a powerful water-type totem that contained both life and death. In Meng Hao's hands, it formed an essence that could send a life back to the dust. The mid-nascent soul cultivator's death happened incredibly quickly, literally in the blink of an eye. Everyone watching was instantly shaken mentally. Even Hu Yanqing just stood there with that wicked smile of his plastered on his face. Sir Wu took a deep breath. As he thought about, he realized that although he could kill a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator, it wouldn't be possible for him to do so as casually as Meng Hao just had. Now that we've attacked, we have to kill him, thought Sir Wu, sighing inwardly. His eyes glittered with killing intent as he went on the attack, shooting toward Meng Hao. As he neared, his right hand lifted up in a clawing gesture. Instantly, the air around him transformed into a yellow river filled with roaring waters and yellow sand. It looked like a yellow dragon as it swept out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it had enveloped the entire area. Shockingly, it then became a spell formation. Within the spell formation, yellow sand roared up into the air. A raging wind screamed, transforming into a vortex. It was like a wind dragon and a yellow dragon, interlocked, pinning Meng Hao down inside. At the same time, killing intent radiated out of Sir Wu's eyes. His body flickered as he entered the spell formation, his right hand flashing an incantation gesture. Countless green leaves magically appeared, each one of which contained destructive power. They swirled around, congealing together rapidly to form one sharp sword after another. Almost in the same moment that the spell formation finished forming, Sir Wu was closing in on Meng Hao. At this point, Meng Hao suddenly disappeared again. When he reappeared, he was next to another of the mid-nascent soul stage cultivators. He reached out in a seemingly leisurely fashion toward the shocked man, then tapped on his forehead. The power of extermination once again appeared. The old mid-nascent soul stage cultivator's body instantly exploded. As he died, another nascent soul cultivator suddenly appeared behind Meng Hao. Around his body rotated 9 spinning awls which sent out pulsing whimpers and were surrounded by a pulsating green aura that seemed to be filled with extremely toxic poison. The green aura blasted against Meng Hao's face. Meng Hao's expression was calm as he completely ignored the poison weapons. He simply raised his hand and pointed. Demon Sealing, 8th Hex. The single finger cast a powerful hex which caused the late nascent soul cultivator's body to shake. He suddenly stopped moving and was stuck there in midair. Having lost his connection to H's magical items, they then fell down into the violet sea. The man's body hovered in the air motionless. Shock filled his face as he realized that even his cultivation base was completely sealed. He couldn't feel shocked for long because Meng Hao passed him and flicked his sleeve. Roaring waves suddenly surged up from the violet sea below, completely submerging the old man. Meanwhile, Sir Wu was closing in. Meng Hao turned, completely ignoring him. He waved his arm, causing a bloody glow to rise up into the sky. Shockingly, an enormous blood-colored face suddenly appeared. This was the Blood Immortal Divine ability. As of now, Meng Hao didn't need to wear the mask to unleash it. As of this point, the mask could be done without. The battle power of the Great Circle of the Nascent Soul stage gathered within the blood-colored mask. Sir Wu's face filled with shock as the face slammed into him with an enormous boom. The leaves surrounding him shattered into pieces, and he was sent tumbling backward, blood spraying from his mouth. Before he could emerge from within the sandstorm spell formation, Meng Hao teleported behind him, then lifted up his right hand and pointed. A jade slip appeared in front of Sir Wu. It emanated a soft glow which resisted Meng Hao's finger. However, it only lasted for the space of 3 breaths before it collapsed. Sir Wu coughed up more blood. However, he used the 3 breaths worth of time to employ a blood escape technique to speed away. Even as the blood escape technique was unleashed, Meng Hao's cold voice could be heard in his ear. Blood. It was only a single word, but it caused a roaring to fill Sir Wu's body. Even in the midst of using his magical escape technique, he was injured again. His face fell. Disregarding the pain, he quickly retrieved a second jade slip from his bag of holding which he violently crushed between his fingers. Another protective shield spread out to surround him and defend against Meng Hao's second finger attack. A popping sound rang out as the second shield shattered. Sir Wu was finally able to flee outside of the sandstorm spell formation. In that instant, he lifted his head up and roared. Hair disheveled, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture, causing the spell formation's sandstorm to whip about and block the area between him and Meng Hao. As soon as the sandstorm touched Meng Hao, he stopped moving, unable to continue forward. He looked up and saw Sir Wu on the other side, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and staring back tenaciously at him. Sir Wu was filled with shock. Just now, their brief encounter in the spell formation caused him to realize just how valiant and fearsome Meng Hao was. If it weren't for the 2 life-saving jade slips bestowed upon him by Patriarch Huyen, he would certainly have perished just now. Guard the spell formation with all your power, he said through clenched teeth. This man must die. The faces of the remain. 3 nascent soul cultivators were pale. The scene they had just witnessed had left them completely shaken. Hu Yanqing's eyes were wide with disbelief. The sandstorm was filled with shocking killing intent as it closed in around Meng Hao. On the outside, Sir Wu's eyes filled with a strange glow. He flashed a double-handed incantation, causing the sandstorm to tighten around Meng Hao. The other 3 nascent soul cultivators went all out with the power of their cultivation bases to assist. Meng Hao began to move forward. Booming sounds filled the air as the wind dragon and the yellow dragon inside of the spell formation roared and interlocked. Meng Hao's body trembled and he was forced backwards a few paces, his eyes shining with a strange light. Interesting, he said coolly. It has some impressive sealing power. Outside the spell formation, Sir Wu smiled coldly. He performed an incantation with his right hand and then pointed forward. 8 dragons defense expulsion. Suddenly, a second wind dragon appeared within the spell formation, then a third, then a fourth. 3 more yellow dragons also appeared. In total, there were 8 dragons cycling about. Their appearance caused the spell formation to be even more shocking than before. Each grain of sand in the storm was equipped with the power of an early nascent soul stage cultivation base. The dense masses of sand suddenly began to congeal together, rapidly transforming into more than 10 figures. More sand began to congeal, and more figures appeared. This spell formation was Sir Wu's trump card. Considering how seriously he took Meng Hao, he didn't hesitate to use the spell formation's true power. This aspect was not actually a formation, but rather the magical manifestation of a divine ability. In the past, he had relied on its intense power to kill 3 powerful experts of the same level as himself. Seeing that Meng Hao was incapable of escaping from within the spell formation, Hu Yanqing breathed a sigh of relief. He stood there in the sedan chair, laughing. Let's see how you charge out now. Sir Wu's sandstorm noose has been praised even by my father. You're dead. No one has ever dared to provoke me. Since you dared to threaten me, you're going to die. Meng Hao smiled a cold smile. As the spell formation rotated around him, 4 of the dragons emitted roars of shocking power. There were now over 20 congealed sand figures as well. Each of the figures possessed a cultivation base of the mid-nascent soul stage. Harboring no fear of death whatsoever, they immediately charged directly toward Meng Hao. They did not unleash divine abilities, but rather. Burst, howled Sir Wu. This was the deadly function of the spell formation, the self-detonation of the divine ability. Every detonation was completely equivalent to the self-detonation of a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator. The power of 20 mid-nascent soul stage self-detonations was something that would strike fear into the heart of even someone of the great circle of the nascent soul stage. By relying on the power of this spell formation's divine ability, Sir Wu had earned a high reputation in the Heavenly Pursuit tribe. Throughout all the Blacklands, he was ranked as one of the most powerful experts under the spirit-severing stage. Were that not the case, Patriarch Huyan would not have assigned him the job of protecting his only son. Right now, his expression was calm and his heart proud as he looked coldly at Meng Hao within the spell formation. It doesn't matter how shocking your cultivation base is. Within my 8 dragon spell formation, you can only curse your own bad fortune. There is no one else to blame. The other 3 old men outside the spell formation wore expressions of pleasant surprise, along with vicious, murderous intent. They smiled coldly as they looked at Meng Hao, who seemed to be trapped like a cornered beast within the spell formation. Hu Yanqing's laughter became ear-splitting. Within the spell formation, Meng Hao watched on as the 20 mid-nascent soul figures began to self-detonate, then coolly said, Interesting. I never imagined that after coming out of secluded meditation that I would run into someone so strong. It looks like you have the qualifications to make me enter my second anima. Meng Hao's body instantly grew more powerful. He grew half a head taller, and his shoulders widened. His physical body grew stronger as he was filled with the battle prowess of 2 great circle nascent souls. When he looked up, his eyes shone brightly. Popping sounds could be heard coming from within his body as his aura climbed up. Instantly, the faces of the cultivators outside of the spell formation filled with intense shock. It was at this moment that the more than 20 mid-nascent soul self-detonations exploded out. The power unleashed was shocking, but Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever. He moved forward through the explosions, which didn't even cause him to tremble in the slightest. The sight caused Sir Wu to gasp. His pupils constricted. He was stupefied. As for the 3 other old men, they were even more astonished and filled with disbelief. Just what level cultivation base does he have? Even as shock caused the 4 men's hearts to tremble, Meng Hao shot up into the air. He flew with incredible speed toward Sir Wu. A boom could be heard as he burst out from within the spell formation. The 8 dragons roared and tried to encircle him, but Meng Hao waved his hand toward them. Instantly, 8 enormous blood-red faces appeared. As soon as they appeared, they exploded, transforming into an attack that swept out in all directions. 8 blood-curdling howls could be heard as the dragons were shredded into pieces. The sandstorm spell formation shuddered 3 times and then collapsed into fragments. Everyone on the outside of the spell formation was filled with shock. Meng Hao Su. Denli disappeared, then reappeared directly in front of shocked Sir Wu. The collapse of the spell formation caused Sir Wu to cough up a mouthful of blood. However, he was an old hand at close-quarters combat. Without hesitation, he fell back, both hands flashing in an incantation gesture. Instantly, wind and sand surrounded him, forming a shield, along with a third jade slip, adding even more protective power. Unfortunately, as soon as Meng Hao appeared, he pointed with his finger. The shield of wind and sand was ripped apart. The light from the jade slip lasted only for the space of a single breath before collapsing. Sir Wu let out a miserable, despairing cry as Meng Hao's finger tapped onto his forehead. All it took was one tap.
Bam!
The power of extermination exploded out within Sir Wu. His body exploded out in all directions. It didn't matter that he was of the great circle of the nascent soul stage. Meng Hao was currently equipped with twice that level of power. As for Sir Wu, how could he possibly fight back? Chapter 531. Karma Threads. As of this moment, the three old men off to the side were shaking, and their faces were filled with dumbstruck despair. Fear inundated their hearts. This shadow of death which lurked over them far exceeded the mission they had been given by Patriarch Huyen. Without the slightest hesitation, the three nascent soul cultivators turned and used their most powerful escape arts to flee at top speed. They went all out. One of them, of the mid-nascent soul stage, crushed a violet-colored jade slip between his fingers, causing a violet glow to surround his body and then propel him away with explosive speed. Another mid-nascent soul cultivator, having witnessed the failure of Sir Wu's blood escape art and how he was even injured by using it, didn't dare to use the same technique. Instead, he drew upon the life power of his own nascent soul, ignoring the fact that it began to wither as a result. He shot away at incredible speed off into the distance. The final cultivator had the highest cultivation base of all, the late nascent soul stage. As he fled, he produced a crude feng shui compass from his bag of holding which he tossed out in front of him. It immediately emanated 3 glowing bands of light which stabbed into the air up ahead and then ripped open a fissure. Without looking back, he dove into the fissure, the only thing on his mind being escape. He was already completely shaken and filled with ultimate dread by Meng Hao. As for Huyen Qing, he was completely stunned by everything that had just happened. His body was shaking and his breath came in ragged pants. His scalp was numb, and his heart was filled with intense regret. Seeing Sir Wu explode caused his face to drain of blood, and cold sweat to break out all over. Meng Hao flicked his sleeve, sweeping away the gore that was all that remained of Sir Wu. At the same time, he pointed out with his right index finger. Instantly, several drops of blood flew toward him from the massive gore that was flying in the opposite direction. It congealed on his fingertip into a glittering drop of blood. This blood was heart blood produced by the death of a great circle nascent soul cultivator. Meng Hao looked at the blood for a moment and then flung his hand, causing it to split into 3 parts that shot toward the fleeing cultivator who was surrounded by the violet chi. The drop of blood transformed into a streak of red as it shot through the air. At the same time, Meng Hao made a grasping motion with his hand. The devil's spear appeared along with an excited howling sound. Instantly, black mist roiled out, filled with ferocious faces. Strangely, once the faces saw Meng Hao standing there, they began to tremble and suddenly grew very quiet. Meng Hao hefted the spear and then tossed it out into the air. Instantly, the ferocious faces within the mist once again began to howl as they shot toward the cultivator who was burning his nascent soul in order to flee. Having done these things, Meng Hao looked over at the late nascent soul cultivator who was now already halfway through the fissure in the air. The fissure itself seemed to be on the verge of closing. Meng Hao slapped his bag of holding, causing an emerald glow to appear. Suddenly, a very ordinary-looking fishing rod appeared in his hands. As soon as he held the fishing rod, Meng Hao's entire aura changed. It grew blurry, as if his body were somehow merging into the air around him. When Huyen Qing looked at him, he got a cold feeling, as if he were looking at some sort of predator that he was helpless to resist. Except, this was not a predator. This was a crushing power from a life force that was levels above him, something that could wrest away his life at any moment. It was impossible to perfectly describe the feeling in Huyen Qing's heart. He was panting, and his body was trembling. The fear he was experiencing now far exceeded any fear he had felt before in his life. It wasn't just him who was feeling such fear. The 2 fleeing mid-nascent soul stage old men were also trembling and could sense a pressure bearing down on them that far exceeded their own level. It quickly enveloped their entire hearts and minds. Their bodies trembled, and their souls shook. Their karma was suddenly visible. What is this? Most frightened of all was the late nascent soul cultivator who had just passed through the fissure. Although he was on the other side of the fissure from nightmarish Meng Hao, in a different world, the trembling of his soul had reached an intense peak. It was as if some incredible, irresistible coldness were blasting across his body. Meng Hao's expression was calm as he gripped the fishing rod. The world suddenly looked different, colorless. However, bright, colorful lights were visible on top of the heads of the people in front of him. Meng Hao looked at Hu Yanqing. On top of the man's head was a mass of bright color. Full threads, all grouped together. Shockingly, one of the threads was bright red and incredibly thick. It was clearly different than the other threads. At the moment, Hu Yanqing's body was trembling violently. Meng Hao's gaze and aura were thousands of times more terrifying than they had been before. His look earlier had merely been a threat, but this time, Hu Yanqing felt as if his soul were growing cold. It was as if his entire life, all his secrets, were clearly visible to Meng Hao. It seemed to him that all Meng Hao had to do was wish it, and he would instantly die. He could also tell that such a death would not be an ordinary death, which filled him with indescribable fear. It was as if death was frightening enough as it was, but dying at Meng Hao's hands would be infinitely more miserable and horrifying. When Meng Hao looked at the other two fleeing mid-nascent soul cultivators, they experienced the exact same feeling as Hu Yanqing. Meng Hao could clearly see the brightly colorful threads attached to the tops of their heads. They too had an incredibly thick, red thread that was different from the others. Those thick threads caused Meng Hao's face to flicker almost undetectably. "So these are karma threads," murmured Meng Hao. He looked at the trembling old man on the other side of the disappearing fisher. He had even more threads attached to his head. "What a pity," said Meng Hao, shaking his head. "Based on my understanding of karma, I can't do what G19 did and sever the karma." However, his eyes glinting fiercely, he waved the fishing rod out in front of him. Instantly, a fishing line flew out. It moved so fast that it didn't seem to move at all. It instantly appeared in front of the trembling old late nascent soul cultivator. The old man suddenly felt something infinitely terrifying. Others could not hear the blood-curdling scream that came out from his mouth, but Meng Hao could. Meng Hao saw the line wrap around the old man. When he pulled back on the line, the man's soul was ripped out of his body. His nascent soul rapidly withered, and his body turned pale white as he died. As the fishing line returned to Meng Hao, he reached out and grabbed the soul, then crushed it. As the soul dissipated, Meng Hao's mind filled with a roaring sound. All of a sudden, he realized that he had a much deeper comprehension of karma now, although he wasn't sure he could explain exactly how. When Hu Yanqing saw everything that was happening, he could only scream with intense terror. The other two mid-nascent soul cultivators were shaking as they fled madly. It's really cold today here in Mudanjiang Prefecture. It snowed heavily and is -3°C. Chapter 532. The Death of Hu Yanqing. Next, however, the pursuing drops of blood caught up with their target. They stabbed through the cultivator, then exploded along with the man's body. As for the other cultivator, despite the incredible speed with which he moved, he could not move faster than the devil's spear. It whistled through the air and then stabbed into him. Instantly, black mist enveloped him. Excited, ferocious faces pounced, and a blood-curdling scream filled the air. When it finally faded away, only a skeleton remained. All of this takes some time to describe, but actually from the time the three men began to flee until the moment they were all dead only took the space of about 10 breaths. Meng Hao put the fishing rod away and then turned to look at Hu Yanqing. When Meng Hao's gaze fell onto him, Hu Yanqing fell backward, trembling. He quickly bumped up against the back of the sedan chair. "Early nascent soul cultivation base," said Meng Hao coolly. What a pity. This was actually the weakest early nascent soul cultivation base that he had ever seen. "All right, who's your father?" he continued, his expression the same as ever. He had long since matured to the point where he did not act impulsively. Naturally, he could tell that for this man to have such intrepid guards meant that he had a background beyond the ordinary. Furthermore, the thick, red threads attached to the heads of these people led to a lot of questions. Furthermore, earlier, the man had made a comment indicating that his father had praised the spell formation of that great circle nascent soul cultivator. He had revealed the information inadvertently in the midst of bragging arrogantly. However, Meng Hao easily put the pieces of information together. How could he not understand the underlying meaning? Hu Yanqing stared in shock. Originally, he had planned to roar out the information about his father in an attempt to shock Meng Hao. Who could ever have imagined that Meng Hao would actually ask for the information of his own initiative? Hu Yanqing was perturbed and trembling. However, he still shouted out anyway. "My father is Hu Yan Yunming, spirit-severing patriarch of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe, from the Heavenly Court Alliance in the Black Lands. If you dare to kill me, my father won't let you go. It doesn't matter where you're from, or who you are. If you dare to hurt me, you're dead beyond the shadow of a doubt." As he blathered on, the words came more smoothly. This was what he had originally planned to say to Meng Hao. The fact that Meng Hao had asked for the information of his own initiative had thrown his rhythm into a bit of chaos. "I have no plans to kill you," said Meng Hao with a chuckle. "You may leave." Killing a few nascent soul cultivators was a small matter, and as for this man, Meng Hao had no feud with him. It wouldn't be worth it to kill him. Besides, he was the heir of a spirit-severing patriarch. He would definitely be equipped with life-saving magical items. If Meng Hao really did try to kill him, it would not only be troublesome, but his own identity would also surely be detected. It was not as if Meng Hao had just entered the cultivation world. He well knew that if Huyan Qing died, then Patriarch Huyan W would track him down to kill him. Although he might be able to evade Patriarch Huyan, his identity could not be kept concealed. When that happened, the whole Golden Crow clan's safety would be in danger, and Meng Hao could not allow that to happen. That was the original reason why he had chosen to allow Sir Wu and the others to leave. Unfortunately, Huyan Qing didn't know what was best for his own good and took advantage of his powerful bodyguards to attack Meng Hao. Meng Hao quickly slaughtered them, and now that Huyan Qing was left on his own, he would presumably be a bit more cool-headed. Even he knew that some people were not to be provoked. Meng Hao came to the conclusion that since he hadn't killed the man, he wouldn't harbor further resentment. Huyan Qing had obviously been completely shaken by the scene from earlier. In addition, Meng Hao left a strand of divine sense on Huyan Qing. Once he returned to his father, Patriarch Huyan, the divine sense would be discovered and provide a complete explanation. Only people of extraordinary intelligence can reach the point of becoming spirit-severing patriarchs. Meng Hao was confident that the man would accept the matter silently and not fly into a rage. "You're not going to kill me?" asked Huyan Qing, staring in shock. All of a sudden, he got the feeling that the reason this person wasn't going to kill him had nothing to do with fear of his father, although he had no idea what the real reason was. Without hesitation, he clenched his teeth and shot away at top speed. As he did, he produced a jade slip which he quickly used to send a summons to other Heavenly Pursuit tribe members in the area. Meng Hao ignored Huyan Qing's departure. He once again crossed his legs and began to meditate quietly. He had already decided to wait here quietly before meeting up with Zhixiang to go to the primordial demon immortal plane. As he meditated and inspected his 7 nascent souls, a daring idea suddenly began to form in his mind. Right now I have 7 nascent souls, and a divine sense with a range of 29,999 meters. 30,000 meters is the range of spirit severing. I wonder if the possibility exists to form an 8th nascent soul? What about 9? If that happened, and I had a breakthrough in divine sense, I would be comparable to the spirit severing stage. Could it be possible that doing so would aid in my understanding of spirit severing? Having reached this point in his train of thought, Meng Hao began to pant a little. His eyes suddenly began to shine brightly. After a moment, though, he realized that such a possibility wasn't very realistic. I really need to think about the matter more closely. After I give it a try, I'll have a much better idea of how feasible it is. The one color soul procurement pill is quite interesting. Based on my understanding of the legends, it's only supposed to be effective once. However, it clearly worked twice for me. He had thought about this matter earlier and had thought of a few possible explanations. Actually, the foundation he had built up would most likely be a rare thing even in ancient times. He had reached the 13th level of Qi condensation, had formed a perfect foundation with 10 Dao pillars, reached the great circle of the perfect gold core, and had successfully combined the 5 elements. Although you couldn't say it was completely unprecedented, it wasn't far off. Furthermore, the 3 great miraculous medicines are also rare. Even in ancient times, few people would have the chance to consume even one of them. As far as the one color soul procurement pill goes, consuming 2 wouldn't really be very much different than consuming 1. Only by consuming a large number would the cumulative effects be seen. Ancient cultivators would have no way to be so wasteful, so would naturally assume that it would only be effective if consumed once. That would of course be their understanding. Thus, the rise of the legends. Meng Hao continued to sit there, lost in thought. Huyan Qing fled for several days, without stopping. By now, he had received replies from several Heavenly Pursuit tribe members who were now speeding toward him. They should arrive within the amount of time it takes an incense stick to burn. As of this point, Huyan Qing could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Now that he knew Meng Hao really was going to let him go, he thought back to Meng Hao's fearsomeness and laughed bitterly. The grave terror that he had experienced had enlightened him quite a bit. He felt a touch of resentment, but recalling the terror that was Meng Hao, he breathed a sigh of relief. Might as well forget about it, he thought. To tell the truth, it was me who provoked him. He might be willing to let me go, but if I keep acting the way I did before, eventually I will run into someone who will kill me. Even if my father gets revenge afterwards, that wouldn't help me at all. This whole experience is going to be a major turning point in the life of Huyan Qing. From now on, I won't be like that ever again. I'm going to rise to prominence. His eyes filled with a stubborn glow as he made his decision. After he got back to the tribe, he would immediately go into secluded meditation. He would change his arrogant personality and would focus everything on increasing his cultivation base. He would never allow himself to experience such terror again in the future. However, even as Hu Yanqing was murmuring to himself and making his decision, a cold laugh suddenly rang out from behind him. His face flickered as he spun around. What he saw behind him was a black-robed youth. The instant Hu Yanqing saw his face and the killing intent in his eyes, he could only hoarsely stammer, You said you were going to let me go." As soon as the words left his mouth, the black-robe youth grabbed Hu Yanqing's neck and then crushed down viciously. A cracking sound could be heard. Hu Yanqing's eyes went wide and filled with an unyielding regret as well as confusion. He didn't understand why he had been told he would be set free, only to be then tracked down and attacked like this. He didn't understand why the life-saving treasures his father had given him didn't activate. As his eyes grew dim, death neared and the lights began to fade. He suddenly realized that this person in front of him was different than the fearsome cultivator from before. He looked the same, but in truth, there were differences. However, he could not give voice to any of those thoughts. A boom rang out as his body exploded into a haze of blood. The black-robed youth smiled, and his eyes filled with a red glow. Just when he was about to make his way off, the violet sea beneath him suddenly surged with massive waves. He heard a distant roar of fury coming from within the seawater. Damn it, this far away, and he can still sense things. So, he was in the midst of demonic transmigration earlier. The youth's face fell, and his heart began to pound. His body suddenly disappeared. However, in that moment in which he disappeared, 3 days' journey away, Meng Hao sat cross-legged on the surface of the sea, his fury burning. He suddenly shot into the air, the power of a rock exploding out within him. He flew forward at incredible speed. Sonic booms split the air as he shot toward the black-robed youth. "You dare to try to frame me?" Chapter 533. Chase and Kill. Meng Hao's voice seemed to ring out from the violet sea itself. It roared like shocking thunder, causing the face of the black-robed youth to instantly fall. He turned and transformed into a streak of black that shot off into the distance. "If I'd known he could detect me, I would have held off for longer," said the black-robed youth through gritted teeth. "Damn it, I wasted an opportunity. Now he knows about me earlier than expected." His face flickered as he pushed forward with all possible speed. This was none other than the human-form black bat cultivator. Years ago, he had been astonished by the will of Meng Hao's demonic transmigration and had fled. Later, after sensing that Meng Hao had returned, it cleverly did nothing to attract his attention. It knew that relying only on its own power to wrest the true spirit sword away from Meng Hao would be difficult. Therefore, it had decided to make use of one person to get rid of another. The result was the death of Hu Yanqing. "Even though he detected me, my plan still worked. Patriarch Hu Yan will certainly sense his son's death." The black-robed youth's eyes glittered as he pushed forward even faster. Even as he fled, Meng Hao's face grew incredibly grim. The power of a rock exploded out around him, transforming into incredible speed. Sonic booms continued to echo out as he shot forward toward the location of the black-robed youth. The reason why he was able to lock down such a specific location had to do with the Violet Sea, as well as the strand of divine sense that he had left on Hu Yanqing. It didn't matter that the black-robed youth was quite a distance away. He was still directly within Meng Hao's line of sight. "Who is this person?" thought Meng Hao, his face dark. "Why does he look so much like me? It doesn't seem as if he's in disguise. That seems to be his true appearance." Meng Hao spent some more time to analyze the young man using the power of his locating technique. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, his eyes widened. The black bat. Although the black bat had changed a lot from before, there was still a faint branding on it, placed there by Meng Hao years ago, and impossible to wipe away. Meng Hao's eyes glittered with killing intent. Killing Hu Yanqing was obviously a bald-faced attempt to frame him and would be difficult to explain. It would all come down to how Patriarch Hu Yan chose to react. Meng Hao's face darkened, and his eyes filled with determination. He chose not to spend any more effort thinking about the situation with Hu Yanqing. Instead, he focused all his killing intent on the black-robed youth. The distance between the two of them grew shorter. Meng Hao's speed seemed without limit. The black-robed youth was also incredibly fast, although he couldn't possibly compare to Meng Hao. "I'm going to have to change my plan," he thought. "I can't stay in the Western Desert anymore." In any case, even though he discovered my plan to frame him, he still won't be able to catch up to me for another day, no matter how fast he is. One day from now, I won't be in the Western Desert anymore. In the middle of speeding along, the black-robed youth suddenly stopped in place. He looked around, a cold smile on his face, as he calculated something on his right hand. "It should be near here. I discovered the teleportation rift leading to the Milky Way Sea in this area all those years ago. Even if it moved a bit, it can't be too far away." His body turned into a flash as he began to search the surroundings. After enough time passed for 2 incense sticks to burn, his eyes filled with a happy expression. He stopped in midair to perform a double-handed incantation, then pointed straight out. Instantly, the air in front of him filled with ripples which spread out in layers to reveal a dim, gray rift. The rift didn't seem to be anything remarkable. It was apparently sealed. Despite being visible, it flickered as if it were unstable. Damn it, the rift is on the verge of dissipating. I need some time to stabilize it before entering. If I remember correctly, there are 3 teleportation rifts like this in the Western Desert. The next closest one is about 7 days away. There's not enough time. The black-robed youth's face flickered, and he ground his teeth. According to his calculations, Meng Hao wouldn't be able to catch up to him within a day. To repair this rift would take about 10 hours. His eyes flickering, the black-robed youth immediately sat cross-legged next to the rift. He spit out some blue-colored blood which he used to brand the rift. The blood transformed into magical symbols, which, when they landed on the rift, fused into it and began to repair it. Meng Hao sped along above the surface of the Violet Sea. As soon as he sensed that his target had stopped moving, he couldn't help but frown. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he realized that the area around the black-robed youth contained the power of teleportation. Unless something happened, a teleportation portal would open up in the area very soon. 2 of Meng Hao's nascent souls merged together, causing his battle prowess to leap up and his body to grow stronger. The power of 2 great circle nascent souls caused his speed to double. Such speed, combined with the wind power of the rock, caused Meng Hao to move with dramatic speed. 3rd Anima. 4th Anima. 5th Anima. Meng Hao roared through the air with shocking speed. He went faster, his body grew stronger, and his battle prowess neared its peak. The combination of the 5 elements made so that the previous distance of 3 days between him and the black-robed youth was now reduced to only 14 hours. That wasn't good enough for Meng Hao, though. Every moment that passed was a moment in which his quarry might flee. Meng Hao's eyes glinted coldly with killing intent as he entered the 6th Anima. Roaring could be heard as Meng Hao's body expanded again. The battle prowess of 32 great circle nascent souls surged through him, and his speed exploded, doubling yet again. Cracking could be heard as the air around him shattered. The speed with which he was moving was indescribable. In the blink of an eye, he was tens of thousands of meters away. As of now, he was only about 6 hours away from his target. I can still go faster. 7th Anima. With the wave of an arm, he entered the 7th Anima. Instantly, his appearance became that of an immortal devil. He now possessed the battle prowess of 64 great circle nascent souls. Yet again, his speed increased explosively. The speed of the 7th Anima neared that of the spirit-severing stage. After only 2 hours passed, Meng Hao seemed to almost teleport across the Western Desert's Violet Sea. Suddenly, he appeared in the region of the black-robed youth. By the time he arrived, the black-robed youth had only completed about 20% of the necessary repairs on the teleportation rift. Suddenly, he sensed something like a screaming wind. The Violet Sea down below roared and began to swirl into a vortex. An intense sense of deadly crisis suddenly filled the young man, and his heart began to race with fear. Not taking the time to even look behind him, he vanished as he shot off into the distance. Who's chasing me? Don't tell me it's Patriarch Huyan. Impossible. When I killed Huyan Qing, I used an ancient time restriction technique. Patriarch Huyan won't detect his son's death for another 2 days. The Black-robed youth's heart trembled, and his face fell. A gale-force wind screamed toward him from behind with shocking speed. Rumbling filled heaven and earth. Within the wind was a tall figure that looked like an immortal devil. He moved with shocking speed, and was on top of the black-robed youth in the blink of an eye. The hair on the body of the black-robed youth all stood on end as he looked over his shoulder. His eyes widened, and a grim face could be seen reflected in his pupils, along with an incoming fist. Having seen Meng Hao's face, the black-robed youth screeched, "Impossible!" Bam! Meng Hao's fist slammed into the young man's belly. It was a punch delivered when in the 7th Anima, backed by the battle prowess of 64 great circle nascent souls. The power exploded out through the body of the black-robed youth. A massive roar lifted up into the air. Blood sprayed from the young man's mouth, and his body began to fall apart. His stomach completely caved in, transforming into a mass of mangled, bloody flesh. His entire person shot backward and continuously coughed up multiple mouthfuls of blood. His expression was one of astonishment and utter disbelief, and his face was pale white. The power he sensed in Meng Hao was one that could annihilate anything. It was an indescribably fearsome aura that caused him to tremble with incredible fear. "What's impossible, bitch?" said Meng Hao, his body flickering to appear in front of the black-robed youth. "You dare to frame me?" His right hand clenched into a fist again.
Bang!
The black-robed youth let out a blood-curdling shriek as he was once again sent tumbling backward. This time, his abdomen literally exploded, ripping off the bottom half of his body, wiping it away in a haze of blood. The only thing left was his upper torso. Suddenly, his back ripped open, and two huge bat wings unfurled. They virtually blurred as he shot away at high speed. "Wanna run?" snorted Meng Hao, his eyes flickering with intense killing intent as he continued to stay within the seventh anima. The sound of the snort caused the black bat-turned-black-robed youth to cough up more blood. Suddenly, Meng Hao disappeared, only to directly appear behind him. His heart trembled as Meng Hao reached out to grab onto him. The black-robed youth let out a miserable shriek. He didn't turn, but rather contracted his wings in an attempt to block Meng Hao's hand. Killing intent glittered in Meng Hao's eyes as he casually grabbed both the wings and then pulled hard. A blood-curdling scream could be heard as the two wings were completely ripped off of his body. Blood showered from the young man's mouth. He suddenly flashed, reappearing off in the distance. The bottom half of his body had been ripped off, along with his wings. He was in a dire situation. However, it was at this point that within his left eye suddenly appeared the image of a corpse. "How can you be so powerful?" he said, his face pale. "This is impossible." Even as he spoke, he performed incantation gestures. Suddenly, a ghost image sprang up around him. Meng Hao flicked his hand to toss away the two wings, then looked coldly at the black-robed youth. "You backstabbing bastard," said Meng Hao. "I helped you unseal yourself that year, giving you the power to recover. Despite all that, you still try to secretly harm me." With that, Meng Hao blasted forward. He moved so fast that you couldn't even see him. The only thing that was visible was the black-robed youth tumbling backward again. Chapter 534. Who's the fisherman now? It didn't matter that the black bat was something from ancient times. In front of Meng Hao's seventh anima, it was completely incapable of making a counterattack. As it retreated, its body suddenly broke up into countless pieces, transforming into thousands of bats. The bats instantly scattered in all directions in retreat. Meng Hao was currently consumed with the desire to kill. He gave a cold snort and then waved his right hand. The devil's spear appeared in front of him. He slapped it, sending power from his cultivation base exploding inside. The spear instantly exploded. The resulting black mist expanded out, filled with innumerable vicious faces that shot toward the fleeing bats and began to consume them. In the blink of an eye, countless miserable shrieks filled the air. After only a few breaths of time, there were only a few hundred bats left from the original group of thousands. The remaining bats quickly reformed. A pop rang out as they transformed back into a physical form. This time, it did not look like the black-robed youth, but rather, the enormous black bat. The black bat's eyes were filled with terror. The instant in which it appeared, it tried to flee, but Meng Hao shot forward, appeared directly in front of it. The black bat gave a cry of despair as Meng Hao lifted his hand up and pushed a finger down into its forehead. The power of extermination exploded out. It was like layered ripples of destruction that swept through the body of the black bat. Booms rang out ceaselessly as the black bat screamed. Its body directly exploded into a haze of blood which spread out in all direction. Only the head remained, which Meng Hao grabbed and put into his bag of holding. After the death occurred, the surroundings slowly grew quiet and peaceful. Meanwhile, nearly a year's travel away in the western desert north region, far down at the bottom of the sea, a corpse sat cross-legged. Half of its body was human, the other half, beastly. This was the creature from which Meng Hao had acquired the third wooden sword in the Crow Divinity Holy Land all those years ago. It was also the same creature that the black-robed youth had absorbed into his left eye and then suppressed. Now, however, the corpse looked different than before. It had conspicuous bat wings sticking out from its back. It sat there motionless on the seafloor, lifeless, filled with an aura of death tea. I was much like the violet sea around it. Suddenly, the empty eyes of the corpse began to glow with light. The glow grew more and more obvious as an aura of life suddenly rose up within its body. Cracking sounds could be heard as it suddenly moved its neck. Its rotten lips suddenly curved into a cold smile. "Petty cultivator," said the corpse in a grating voice. "He thinks he's clever and shrewd, but compared to a spirit like me, he's nothing." In the moment he was congratulating himself on his victory, I managed to slip out like a cicada shedding its skin. He's definitely powerful, though. Thankfully, I was doubly prepared with an extremely realistic second body. Even the will of that body actually wasn't aware that my true self was doubly prepared. Too bad it really was killed. However, that's also a good thing. Because he thinks that I've perished, I can watch on secretly to see what conflicts develop between him and Patriarch Huyen. When the crane and the clam fight, it's the fisherman who benefits. And I am the fisherman. The corpse's smile grew even colder and grimmer. This corpse was the true black bat. Even as it sat there at the bottom of the sea, Meng Hao was back at the location in which he had killed the black-robed youth, frowning. Everything had happened too smoothly, almost like water being poured down a gutter. It was like nothing had even happened at all. The profundity of Meng Hao's cultivation base made everything incredibly simple. However, Meng Hao still felt as if something weren't right. Muttering to himself, his eyes flickered as he pulled out the G-Clan fishing rod. The instant he touched the rod, a strange light flickered in his eyes. He watched as the bits of flesh and blood which were scattered around, the remains of the black bat, suddenly stopped moving. On each piece of flesh or blood, karma threads could be seen. Shockingly, almost all of the karma threads were heading in the same direction. Meng Hao's eyes flashed in concentration. His will began to follow the karma threads through the air until they sank into the violet sea. They continued onward north, to the seafloor, where he finally saw the corpse with its grim smile. As soon as his gaze fell upon the corpse, its face flickered, and it looked up in disbelief. At the same time, Meng Hao's will vanished from the karma threads. He returned to his normal state and put the fishing rod away, his face extremely dark. So, something was going on, he said, looking toward the western desert north region, killing intent flickering in his eyes. Back in north, the black bat's eyes shone with a mysterious light, and its expression was one of fear, then suspicious. Finally, it grew even grimmer than before. I mustn't underestimate this guy. Just what method did he use to find me so easily? It gives me a very strange feeling. It rose to its feet thoughtfully, then shot up out from within the violet sea. It doesn't matter. I can't stay here anymore. I need to go hide in the Milky Way Sea. This Meng Hao is too bizarre. Its body flickered as it flew off into the distance. As years travel away, Meng Hao took a deep breath and then slowly sank back down into the violet sea. He sat down cross-legged on the seafloor, his eyes shining with an intense desire to kill. I might be far away, but I still have ways to kill you. He closed his eyes. In that instant, he sent his will out to combine with the violet sea. As of now, Meng Hao was being incarnated into the violet sea in a way much similar to what had occurred when he was in the midst of demonic transmigration. This time, he was fundamentally awake, so he would not lose himself. Because of that, however, he would be incapable of wielding the complete power of the violet sea. The instant in which Meng Hao's will fused with the violet sea, the entire sea instantly churned with enormous waves, and roaring filled the air. In the western desert north region, the corpse was speeding along. All of a sudden, streaks of blood appeared on its body. Down below, the violet sea roared and transformed into a whirlpool. The corpse's face instantly fell. At the same time, a powerful roaring voice could be heard coming from within the whirlpool. You want to frame Meng Hao and get away scot-free? I don't think so. The voice became a roar like that of thunder, causing the corpse's face to fall even further. It took a deep breath. After pausing for a brief moment, it shot off as fast as possible. As it fled, the water on the surface of the violet sea in the western desert north region began to congeal together. A gigantic hand suddenly began to stretch up out from the deep waters. The hand shot up toward the fleeing corpse. The instant that the hand touched the corpse opened its mouth to speak strange, complex words. The words transformed into a power that seemed to be of a different world, filled with ancient archaicness. The explosive power of the words caused ripples to surround the corpse. Within the ripples could be seen reflections of an ancient world that had existed an indefinite amount of years in the past. The view was indistinct, but a roaring sound filled the air nonetheless. The violet sea hand collapsed. However, the corpse's aura had clearly been weakened. Without hesitation, it shot away at top speed. However, even as it did, 8 more enormous hands suddenly began to rise up out of the sea, stretching out toward the fleeing corpse to reach toward it. Booms rose up into the sky and echoed out across the sea waters. The corpse, its face filled with astonishment, spit out some life chi. It performed a double-handed incantation, causing an undulating power to appear, some type of magical technique Meng Hao had never seen before. It was formed of numerous bizarre magical symbols, each one of which seemed to pulse with a unique power that the violet sea was incapable of resisting. Down in the violet sea, Meng Hao gave a old snort. Even as the black bat corpse grew weaker and weaker, an enormous face suddenly began to bulge out of the surface of the sea. The face was none other than Meng Hao's. Meng Hao might have been submerged on the bottom of the seafloor, but his will was engaged in fierce battle with the black bat corpse. Meanwhile, back in the Black Lands, in a mountain valley filled with peach blossoms, was the enormous temple gate of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe. The valley was filled with bird songs and the lovely fragrance of flowers. It was like a realm of immortals. In one particular pavilion were 2 middle-aged men. One was sitting in meditation, the other was standing. One wore a black robe, the other a white one. However, their facial features were exactly alike. The white-robed man sat cross-legged in meditation, unmoving. It seemed as if his will were eternally fused into the world. Unless some shocking event occurred that rocked the entire Heavenly Pursuit tribe, he would remain there unwaking. He was completely immersed in secluded meditation, having spent years stabilizing himself after severing his first spirit and recovering the damage to his body. Generally speaking, Daily affairs were handled by his divine clone, who was of course the black-robed man who stood there across from him. The black-robed man's face was extremely grim as he looked down at the shattered jade slip he held in his hand. His eyes radiated grief, and then a towering viciousness. Someone dared to slay my only son. He was a bit arrogant and often handled himself poorly. But he was my only son, the only son of Huyan Yunming. It doesn't matter what he did, no one is qualified to chide him, much less kill him. The white-robed man who sat there in meditation was none other than Huyan Qing's father, the only spirit-severing cultivator of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe, Patriarch Huyan. The black-robed man, the divine clone, was also the translucent figure that Huyan Yunming had sent after Meng Hao that year to rob him of the demon spirit. If someone cuts off the line of Huyan Yunming, then I will exterminate his entire clan. The black-robed man flicked his sleeve and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in midair above the Blacklands. His body flickered, and he was then outside of Blackgate Fort. Shockingly, he used greater teleportation again, and was now in midair above the Violet Sea. His divine sense shot out, sweeping about the area, looking for the location where Huyan Qing had been killed, as well as the person who killed him. A few hours later, he found the location. As he floated there thoughtfully in midair, his face grew grimmer and grimmer. He waved his hand, causing Huyan Qing's life slip to transform into ash. As the bits of ash floated out to fill the area, they began to glow. The softly glowing lights began to interlock, transforming into a screen. Visible on the screen was none other than the black-robed youth. Chapter 535. Will of a True Spirit. Patriarch Huyan looked down at the screen which was formed from the dust of the jade slip, and his eyes began to shine brightly. There was something about the person depicted that seemed familiar. He studied the face for a moment, whereupon his aura suddenly grew dark and cold. It's him. The totemic sacred ancient of the Golden Crow tribe. He had a second demon spirit which I went after, only to be stopped by that strange woman. She left me with no choice but to flee. He thought for a moment, before his eyes suddenly glittered, and he suppressed the grief in his heart. He had suddenly noticed a few odd things. Before Qing'er died, none of the life-saving treasures that I gave him activated. That's the first strange thing. Furthermore, he clearly died a day ago. However, something was deliberately preventing me from detecting the death until now. This image is very clear, almost as if this person were deliberately making sure that Qing'er would remember his face. After thinking for a moment, Patriarch Huyan began to perform an incantation with his right hand. After a long moment passed, he looked up and then vanished. It wasn't long before he reappeared in the location where Meng Hao had destroyed Sir Wu and the others. He looked around carefully for a while before his eyes began to glow with killing intent. Wu Huai died here, as well as the others. Clearly, they were killed by a cultivator of the Great Circle of the Nascent Soul stage. His battle prowess is beyond ordinary. However, Qing'er was killed in a different location. Patriarch Huyan had lived for many years, and was as crafty as a fox. Were he not incredibly intelligent, he would never have been able to achieve the illustrious position of tribal patriarch. Based on the clues, he was immediately able to piece together what really happened. It was obvious to him that the Great Circle Nascent Soul cultivator had only killed the men in this location. Afterward, he had allowed Huyan Qing to leave. Let's check the appearance of the person who killed Wu Huai and the others, and everything will be made completely clear. Patriarch Huyan waved his sleeve, causing the air to ripple. Moments later, another screen appeared, upon which was visible the image of Meng Hao killing Wu Huai. Although the image was not incredibly clear, Patriarch Huyan recognized Meng Hao at a glance. At the same time, he could see some differences between Meng Hao and the black-robed youth. So, it wasn't the totemic sacred ancient of the Golden Crow clan who killed Qing. Now that he understood this, Patriarch Huyan turned and sent his divine sense shooting out in all directions across the Violet Sea. Unfortunately, he was incapable of sensing Meng Hao down at the bottom of the sea, nor could he detect the fighting that was occurring a year's travel away in the Western Desert North region. After searching the immediate area, Patriarch Huyan gave up. Face grim, he began to fly back
To the Blacklands.
Although this Meng Hao wasn't the actual perpetrator, the fact that he was being framed by that strange person shows that the two of them have some sort of connection. If I can't track down the true killer, then I need to find Meng Hao. I'll use Soul Search on him to discover the identity of the killer. That is how to solve this problem. As for Meng Hao, there's no need to go looking for him. I can force him to be a good boy and come out. Whether or not he lives through the Soul Search has nothing to do with me. He can only blame his own bad fortune. Patriarch Huyan's eyes flickered with killing intent. His plan to force Meng Hao to show his face was simple. He would simply put some pressure on the Golden Crow clan. With a cold harumph, Patriarch Huyan turned. His body flickered as he shot toward the Blacklands. Meanwhile, booming roars filled air in the Western Desert North region. Meng Hao's face rose up from the water. His eyes glowed with a bright light as he stared fixedly at the corpse which hovered in midair. Soon, the somewhat indistinct face had completely emerged from the water. Beneath it was an enormous column of water that surged up toward the corpse, which was incapable of avoiding it. The column of water instantly enveloped the corpse. There was a boom, and then popping sounds could be heard from inside the body. The corpse's eyes flickered brightly. It suddenly used some unknown technique to cause its body to shockingly be surrounded by 8 glittering magical symbols that resisted the manifestation of the violet sea. After the space of 4 or 5 breaths, the water cascaded back down into the sea. Trembling, the corpse spit out a large mouthful of life chi. Its body was beginning to fall apart. One of its legs directly transformed into ash. Its expression was ferocious as it turned and shot off into the distance. Meng Hao's will was locked onto the corpse. Were his true self here, then the corpse would have no hope whatsoever of getting away. At the moment, his will was fused with the violet sea. However, because he had not completed the demonic transmigration which would have resulted in him losing himself in the process, then the battle prowess he could wield was not sufficient to restrain the corpse. If you want to get away, you'll have to pay the price. Meng Hao's face once again appeared on the surface of the water. The eyes of the face flickered, then closed, and suddenly the entire face disappeared. At the same time, drops of violet seawater began to rise up into the air. Meng Hao's voice then rang out, filled with killing intent. Blood rising. Massive amounts of water shot up, covering the sky as it shot toward the corpse. The corpse's eyes widened and it immediately began to perform an incantation gesture. Magical symbols poured out of its body, swirling out to meet the incoming seawater. Incredible booming echoed out. The corpse fell back, spitting out mouthfuls of life chi. In the end, the seawater dispersed, and the corpse heaved a huge sigh. It was just about to continue fleeing off into the distance when suddenly, a gigantic fist shot out from within the sea. The previous mass of water had concealed its presence, so as it moved with incredible speed, the corpse was instantly overwhelmed. Cracking sounds could be heard, and the corpse emitted a miserable shriek. As it tumbled backward, its other leg exploded, forcing it to flee with only half of a body. Unfortunately, even as it made to leave, a huge wave appeared in front of it. The seawater then congealed together into an enormous head. The facial features of this head belonged to none other than Meng Hao. This was not just a face, but a full head, fully 3,000 meters wide. It rose up out of the depths of the sea to block the path of the black bat corpse. Damn it. The heart of the black bat corpse was completely shaken, and its scalp was numb. It began to tremble as it turned and changed directions. It was now thoroughly in fear of Meng Hao. Back when it had planned to frame him, how could it possibly have imagined that, even being doubly prepared, it would still be powerless to prevent Meng Hao from killing it? In fact, Meng Hao wasn't even here in person. By merely fusing his will into the violet sea, he was still able to push the black bat into this difficult situation. Because of this, it felt incredible fear of Meng Hao. Before it could even employ any divine abilities, a roaring sound could be heard as the sea suddenly began to churn. 2 gigantic arms composed of vast quantities of seawater rose up from within a boundless whirlpool. The 2 arms moved with astonishing speed as they suddenly clapped their hands toward the black bat corpse. Each of these speeding hands was several hundred meters long and kicked up a huge wind, along with mighty waves. It was as if the entire area was sealed. The black bat corpse was terror-stricken. The shadow of death seemed to loom up within its heart. In this moment of grave crisis, the black bat corpse suddenly lifted its head back and let out a mournful shriek. Bat Azura, true spirit. Suddenly, a black beam shot out of its forehead. As soon as the beam appeared, everything began to tremble. The violet sea shook, and something like a ghost image of the entire world suddenly appeared. A power that seemed to stem from an otherworldly aura instantly shot out from the forehead of the black bat corpse. Meanwhile, in the starry sky outside of planet South Heaven was an enormous altar. The altar had been circling around South Heaven for innumerable years. This was planet South Heaven's most mysterious immortality bestowal dais. 1. The vast collection of names carved into the immortality bestowal dais suddenly began to flicker with glowing light. An archaic aura was awakening. The rumble of an ancient voice, filled with countless years, suddenly could be heard. The will of a true spirit. An actualized body in South Heaven. So, a true spirit immortal murdering sword must have appeared in the world. As to whether or not I am a false immortal, I should be able to find out after receiving a stab from that sword. Meanwhile, back in the western desert, the black bat was letting out a miserable howl. The black beam emanating from its forehead gradually expanded, enveloping its entire head, seemingly growing weaker as it did. At the same time, the 2 arms of seawater grew closer. 2 gigantic hands slapped down onto the black bat corpse. A huge boom could be heard. An intense aftershock spread out, causing the two hands to collapse into pieces, along with the arms. The water cascaded back down into the sea. The head of Meng Hao, which appeared almost to be bleeding from its orifices, also shattered. Simultaneously, the black bat corpse completely exploded, with the exception of its head. Its head continued to emit a black glow as it shot off like a meteor. A shrill, hateful shriek could be heard as it disappeared. The instant it disappeared, the huge waves on the surface of the sea died down. Everything returned to normal. Meng Hao retracted his will from the Violet Sea. Back in the location where his true self sat cross-legged in meditation, a tremor suddenly ran through his body. His face was pale white as he retreated from the seventh anima to the first. His eyes snapped open. It's too bad I couldn't completely destroy that demonic thing. If my true self had been there, it would have been a different story. That having been said, it was seriously injured. It's going to take it quite a bit of time to recover. Next time we meet, I'll definitely kill it. His eyes shone with a bright light, and his jaw was set with determination. Just what power was it that it used at the end? It was very strange. Lost in thought, he looked down at his bag of holding. As of this moment, he could clearly sense that one of his immortal murdering swords was filled with an intense, trembling yearning. Perhaps I can get some answers about these wooden swords from that black bat. Meng Hao shot up and was about to emerge from the sea when suddenly, his eyes widened and he sank back down. Without hesitation, he fused his will into the Violet Sea, concealing himself. It was at this moment that an ancient divine sense from far up in the heavens suddenly began to sweep across the western desert. It seemed to be looking for something, but was thankfully obstructed by the Violet Sea. Because Meng Hao is currently merged with the Violet Sea and also concealed inside of it, the intrepid divine sense passed by and didn't detect him. Instead, it began to move in the direction the black bat had fled in. The power of the divine sense reminded Meng Hao of the 8 immortals he had seen outside the realm of the bridge ruins that year. What was it looking for, he thought, his eyes glittering. He did not leave, but rather, sat there for several more days. During that time, the divine sense appeared 3 more times. Clearly, it was looking for something. However, after several more days passed, it completely vanished. Meng Hao waited even longer. When he was sure that the divine sense was truly gone, he shot up out of the sea to stand on its surface. By this point, he had a vague sense that the divine sense from up in the heavens had been looking for the immortal murdering sword. 1. Previous mentions of the immortality bestowal dais were in chapters 204, 319, 468, and 471. Chapter 536. Everything had changed. Meng Hao slowly reached up to slap his bag of holding. Instantly, a head appeared in his hand. This was the head of the black-robed youth form of the black bat. Although, at this point it actually didn't look much like a human, but rather more like a bat. Its eyes were blank, but there was still a bit of terror and despair visible within them. Anyone who looked at it would definitely have an indescribable, violent reaction. Meng Hao had intentionally kept the head for the purpose of resolving any unnecessary disputes. Hu Yanqing's death had been perpetrated by the black bat with the specific intention of framing him. Meng Hao had no idea of knowing whether Patriarch Hu Yan would be able to sort through the clues. Therefore, he kept the head to be able to answer any questions. His body turned, flickering as he headed toward one of the western desert Violet Sea's 10 outpost cities that he had become aware of when his consciousness was merged with the sea. The nearest one was the 7th outpost. All of the outposts are guarded by Blacklands cultivators. Obviously, the only people who would have the resources to build such towering outposts as these would be backed by the Heavenly Court Alliance. I'll deliver the head up there. There will certainly be people who can then send it to Patriarch Hu Yan. Meng Hao moved along at top speed for 3 days. It was at that point that off in the distance he noticed a collection of what looked like airships floating above the water, roped together to form a crude outpost. There were quite a few wooden structures built on top of them, and what appeared to be over 1,000 cultivators. The hubbub of voices and conversations echoed out across the waters, making the whole scene very lively. There were a handful of cultivators patrolling the perimeter with cold expressions. They wore black robes embroidered with decorations of butterflies flying within layers of clouds. These were, of course, the city guards. Cultivators often engaged in trade here. The powers in the Blacklands planned to use these outposts as a foundation to build hundreds more such locations in the coming years. There were, of course, spell formations protecting the outpost from divine sense. Unless Meng Hao went past the first anima, he would have difficulty extending his divine sense inside. Meng Hao neared the city at around noontime. His approach instantly attracted the attention of cultivators in the outpost, especially the city guards, whose eyes went wide. Meng Hao's Great Circle nascent soul cultivation base instantly put them on guard. They did nothing to block his way, instead allowing him to enter the city unobstructed. As soon as he entered the city, Meng Hao could feel the power of a spell formation sweep over him, much like divine sense. It covered his entire body, then suddenly paused, as if it were preparing to lock him down in place, so that he couldn't move. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever. He had come for the Heavenly Court Alliance. If the people here were looking for him specifically, then it meant that in response to Hu Yanqing's death, Patriarch Hu Yan had made advanced preparations. It would also mean that he knew Meng Hao's identity. If nobody was specifically seeking him out, then that would provide some additional food for thought. Even as Meng Hao arrived, two old men sat meditating in a particularly luxurious airship among the numerous airships that made up the outpost. One of the men wore a long red robe and was of the late nascent soul stage. The other old man next to him wore a black gown and had some brightly colored totem tattoos on his face. His eyes were closed, and he emanated the fluctuations of a nascent soul cultivation base that was nearing the Great Circle, but was still some distance away. These two men were the most powerful experts dispatched to this location by the Heavenly Court Alliance. As soon as Meng Hao stepped foot into the outpost, a flickering, glowing screen suddenly appeared in front of the two old men. They both opened their eyes to look at the screen, whereupon they saw Meng Hao. On the screen, Meng Hao was surrounded by pulsing red lights. The lights were not coming from Meng Hao, but rather, the outpost's spell formation. They were marking out his location. Level red on the wanted list. This person, it's him. That's the guy that Patriarch Hu Yan personally put onto the wanted list a few days ago. The eyes of the two old men widened as they looked at each other. Both of them had expressions of concentration and thoughtfulness. I remember that according to the information on the wanted list, if you notify Patriarch Hu Yan, you can acquire a magical item personally created by him. And if you capture this man alive, then Patriarch Hu Yan will owe a personal debt. The fires of anticipation burned within the eyes of the two men. They were clearly both thinking the same thing. They looked at each other for a moment, and their faces filled with determination. As cultivators, they did not fear danger. What they feared was lacking the courage to face danger. After all, great rewards come only from facing great danger. Earning a personal debt from a spirit-severing patriarch was definitely worth facing danger in this situation. Even though this cultivator seemed to have a strange cultivation base that was at the great circle of the nascent soul stage, they had the cooperation of other nascent soul cultivators, plus the spell formation.
It was not an impossible task.
All nascent soul cultivators, the time has come to make our move. Almost at the same moment in which all the nascent soul cultivators in the 7th outpost were receiving the message of the two old men, Meng Hao was walking through the crowds in the middle of the outpost. He looked around at all the hustle and bustle, somewhat in a trance. Now that he thought about it, he had just emerged from more than 100 years of secluded meditation. More than 100 years. He sighed softly. Memories slowly flooded up like the tide. Suddenly, he recalled all the familiar faces he had seen when he was fused with the Violet Sea.
He thought about that teardrop.
Filled with melancholy, he walked through the outpost until he was nearing its far edge. It was at this point that he suddenly stopped in place and looked up. For the first time in more than 100 years, a tremor of anger ran through his body. Up ahead of him, hanging from a rack, were more than 50 people. More than 50 people. Many were gasping and on the verge of death. Half, though, were actually dead. Their corpses hung there, exposed to the elements, surrounded by an aura of death. Their bodies were covered with scars and bruises. It was impossible to say how much torment they had endured. Those who hadn't died wore vacant expressions, as if they were looking at something far, far away. None of them emitted any wails or screams. All of them maintained silence. One of the people was an old woman. Her face was wrinkled, her body withered and covered with lash marks, her hair pure white. She was clearly in very sore straits. However, if you looked closely, you could tell that when this woman had been young, she had been beautiful. She gazed off into the distance, her eyes filled with despair. It was hard to tell what she was thinking. However, her heart clearly burned with an ever-burning life force. It was as if her heart raged with incredible hatred. A roaring sound filled Meng Hao's mind, and an intense, unprecedented coldness filled his face, the likes of which hadn't appeared for more than 100 years. Even when facing the Black Bat, Meng Hao's fury was nothing compared to the feeling he was experiencing now. His body trembled as his rage began to reach a pinnacle, a place where he could not control it. Coldness began to radiate off him in pulses. Ice appeared on the wooden planks beneath his feet, and enormous waves began to roll across the surface of the Violet Sea outside the outpost. His brain suddenly filled with memories of the past. "Senior, this is my older sister, Wu Ling. If you dare to deceive my little brother, then I won't rest until you're dead. Senior, I, Wu Ling, am willing to do anything for my younger brother, anything. I can even be your..." The echoing voice in his mind seemed to transform into the old WM. And in front of him, she had once been nothing but a young girl. The passage of time, however, had transformed her beauty into ancientness. Meng Hao was just barely able to recognize this old woman as none other than Wu Ling. As for the other people who were hanging on the racks, Meng Hao recognized 4 or 5 of them. They were none other than members of the Golden Crow tribe. As Meng Hao looked at the members of the Golden Crow tribe, some of the surrounding cultivators watched on and sighed. They glanced at the hanging Golden Crow tribe members and talked about them in low voices. There are members of the Golden Crow Black Dragon clan hanging in all of the 10 outposts. They shouldn't have provoked the Heavenly Pursuit tribe and Patriarch Huyan. The real one to blame is their former totemic sacred ancient. He actually killed Patriarch Huyan's only son. That's simply too much of a provocation. All of the powers in the Black Lands were completely astonished when it happened.
Heh.
This collection of corpses and half-dead cultivators is all to force the old Golden Crow tribe totemic sacred ancient to show his face. If I remember correctly, his name is Meng Hao, right? I even heard that the Heavenly Pursuit tribe made an announcement that for every day Meng Hao doesn't show up, the Heavenly Pursuit tribe will kill 100 members of the Golden Crow tribe. The words stabbed into Meng Hao's heart like sharp knives. His heart felt as if it were being ripped open. His face was pale white, and the ice beneath his feet grew even thicker. His breath came in sharp stabs, and his eyes filled with veins of blood and a glow of red. He had never imagined that Patriarch Huyan would actually do something so heartless. Such deeds showed that he completely disregarded Meng Hao. This was the action of someone who felt himself to be in a position of vast superiority. Even though he knew that the crime had not been committed by Meng Hao, he still dragged him into the issue. Golden Crow tribe. The roaring of the Violet Sea grew even more intense. Quite a few of the cultivators were looking out in astonishment. There were also some who had noticed that something seemed a little bit off about Meng Hao. Among the group of 50 hanging on the racks, Wu Ling suddenly seemed to sense something. With great effort, she turned her head and looked at Meng Hao. The instant she saw him, an expression of shock filled her face. Slowly, a smile spread out. Meng Hao looked at her, his expression one of guilt, but mostly of unsurpassable fury. As of this moment, the hushed conversations in the area had been interrupted by the churning of the Violet Sea. There were 2 sentences, however, which rung out into Meng Hao's ears. The Golden Crow Black Dragon clan actually split because of this matter. The Black Dragon tribe took the opportunity to once again stand on their own. The Golden Crow tribe barely managed to escape complete calamity. He argued that the Heavenly Pursuit tribe actually went to war with them, and that the war is still raging even as we speak. There is no clear winner right now, but recently, the Heavenly Pursuit tribe managed to capture about 500 members of the Golden Crow tribe. The Golden Crow tribe is still amazing, though. They are even more powerful than the Heavenly Pursuit tribe anticipated. The Heavenly Pursuit tribe has suffered quite a few casualties and finally mobilized their entire tribe to go to war. After hearing these words, the roaring Violet Sea outside the outpost suddenly exploded up. The coldness beneath Meng Hao's feet swept out in all directions, covering the entire outpost. Everything had changed. Chapter 537. Awaken, Mastiff. Meng Hao's body trembled, and his mind filled with roaring. Intense fury exploded out from within his heart. Heavenly Pursuit tribe. Huyan Yunming, you cretin. The Violet Sea roared and coldness spread out in all directions, causing something that appeared like snowflakes to appear in the air. Within the outpost, all of the cultivators were incapable of preventing a shudder from passing through their bodies. As for the ones near Meng Hao, they started to shake as they looked over at Meng Hao. Figures appeared, surrounding Meng Hao, 9 nascent soul cultivators. The 2 old experts who were in charge of the outpost also appeared, floating in midair. Next, the spell formation in the outpost activated completely. Roaring sounds echoed about as the entire area was enveloped with an enormous pressure that constantly pushed down on Meng Hao. Meng Hao, said the black-robed old man, you ruthlessly slaughtered Conclave members of the Heavenly Court Alliance. Now you dare to show your face in this outpost? We have come here today to take your head. Even as his voice echoed about the city, dozens of Alliance members appeared in the area. They sat there cross-legged, maintaining the rotation of the spell formation. Meng Hao's eyes were bright red, and his heart dripped with blood. He did not kill Huyan Qing. In fact, in an attempt to prevent any misunderstandings, he annihilated the black bat and brought its head to offer explanation. He simply didn't believe that Patriarch Huyan, with his level of cultivation base and powers of insight, would not be able to read the clues surrounding Huyan Qing's death. Now, he could see clearly that the damnable Huyan had no intention of discussing matters rationally. Patriarch Huyan, since you're so dead set on dragging me into the matter, then go ahead and consider Huyan Qing to have been killed by Meng Hao. Setting his jaw with determination, he slapped his bag of holding to produce the head of the black bat. Before, he had viewed the head as all the proof needed to explain things clearly. Now, he simply waved his hand, causing it to explode into ash. As the head transformed into ash, the killing intent in Meng Hao's eyes exploded to incredible heights. His aura suddenly became icy to a shocking extent. Heavenly Pursuit tribe, as long as I, Meng Hao, am alive on this earth, I will wipe out your tribe and all your bloodlines." With that, Meng Hao waved his sleeve, causing a powerful wind to kick up. It swept the dozens of Golden Crow tribe members up off the racks and then deposited them on the ground. After that, the wind transformed into life force, which nourished Wu Ling and the others, restoring them to health. As for the dead tribe members, there was nothing that could be done for them now. Including Wu Ling, there were 4 or 5 original Crow Divinity tribe members who had traveled the long campaign trail with Meng Hao. When they saw Meng Hao, their bodies trembled and their eyes filled with intense excitement and determination. They immediately knelt and kowtowed to Meng Hao. In the loudest voices they could possibly muster, they shouted out, releasing all the pressure and hope that existed within their hearts. The other tribe members were people who had been born in the past 100 years. They had never seen Meng Hao before, but they had seen his statue. Now that they were able to personally lay eyes on this most senior member of the tribe, they began to tremble. Their faces pale, they ignored the weakened state of their body to drop to their knees and kowtow. They too shouted. Their voices echoed out in all directions. When you added the words spoken by the black-robed old man, whose tone made it sound as if he were facing a mortal enemy, the rest of the cultivators in the 7th outpost felt their hearts shaking. Their eyes went wide as they looked at Meng Hao. Now that they thought about it, all of them had heard legends about Meng Hao during the past 100 years. Without a single exception, the legends spoke of how Meng Hao had single-handedly led his tribe out from the western desert north region. That really is Meng Hao, the totemic sacred ancient of the Golden Crow tribe. So, that's him. As Meng Hao's aura billowed up, and the surrounding cultivators recognized who he was, cries of alarm could be heard. The faces of the 9 nascent soul cultivators from the Heavenly Court Alliance, as well as the 2 old men, instantly changed. They clenched their teeth and attacked, shooting directly toward Meng Hao. At the same time, the roaring power of the spell formation descended onto Meng Hao. It was like some sort of intense pressure that caused his cultivation base to weaken, limiting him to the mid-nascent soul stage. This was the full power of a spell formation that had been constructed by a spirit-severing patriarch of the Heavenly Court Alliance. Its power was extraordinary. Were it not, it wouldn't have been set up as the ultimate weapon of the Great Outpost. Even someone of the Great Circle of the nascent soul stage would be severely weakened by the intense pressure from the spell formation. It was also this incredible power that caused the 2 old men stationed here to be so confident in being able to fight Meng Hao. At the same time that the power of the spell formation descended, 11 nascent soul cultivators appeared near Meng Hao, filled with killing intent. A blast of brilliant color could be seen as magical items, divine abilities, magical techniques, and totems were all unleashed in attack. You might be a totemic sacred ancient, but once you enter our outpost's spell formation, your fate is sealed. You're dead for sure. Cold laughter rang out, only to be interrupted by a shocking roar that exploded out from none other than Meng Hao. As the sound roared out, Meng Hao's voice could be heard, filled with sinister coldness and killing intent. Third anima? His voice could be heard almost at the same time that the attacks of the incoming 11 nascent soul cultivators appeared. These men were clearly going all out against Meng Hao. It was also then that all of their faces instantly flickered, and their hearts filled with an unprecedented feeling of terror. The feeling was such that they had no choice but to instantly retreat. As they retreated, the light caused by the various divine abilities and magical items dissipated to reveal, right there in the middle of the spell formation, a man who looked like somewhat like an immortal devil. Meng Hao. His hair whipped about his head. Now that he was in the 3rd anima, he was filled with the power of 4 Great Circle nascent soul cultivators. The spell formation which enveloped him, while previously invisible, could now be seen in the form of a large net. The net glittered brightly and emitted groaning sounds as if it were under great strain. Popping sounds rang out, and fissures appeared. As the fissures spread out, Meng Hao's aura exploded out fearsomely. The aura caused all of the cultivators in the city to be completely astonished. That was especially true of the 11 nascent soul cultivators. Their faces immediately filled with looks of disbelief, and they gasped. They couldn't imagine how a nascent soul cultivator could possibly fight back so strongly against the spell formation. From the look of it, the spell formation would be able to pin him down for only a very short period of time. Unfortunately for them, their guesses were incorrect. Even as their faces fell, and they speculated that Meng Hao wouldn't be held in the spell formation for very long, the gigantic web suddenly collapsed into pieces and vanished. As the spell formation vanished, the entire outpost suddenly shook. Blood sprayed from the mouths of the 10 Alliance tribe members who had been maintaining the spell formation. A moment later, their bodies directly exploded, transforming into hazes of blood and gore. The spell formation was simply not qualified to hold out against Meng Hao. In the blink of an eye, it was completely destroyed. The moment the spell formation was wiped out, Meng Hao strode forward and waved his arm toward the astonished 11 Nas. NT Soul Cultivators. The waving of his arm caused 4 times the battle prowess of a great circle nascent soul to explode out. It fused into the raging wind and exploded out. Blood-curdling screams drifted out as 9 of the 11 nascent soul cultivators were incapable of avoiding a force like that of crushing mountain. They could not dodge, nor could they resist. The wind cleaved the flesh from their bones and wiped away their screaming nascent souls. 9 people dead in an instant. Blood sprayed from the mouths of the most powerful cultivators, the 2 old men, as they tumbled backward. Just what kind of cultivator is he? That's not an ordinary Great Circle nascent soul cultivation base. That's halfway to spirit severing. As they tumbled backward, their physical bodies were shredded into pieces, leaving behind only their nascent souls. Letting out unprecedented shrieks of regret, they spared nothing in their attempts to flee at top speed, their hearts filled with ultimate terror. The scene caused the rest of the cultivators in the city to be filled with shock. They began trembling, their gazes filled with intense alarm and astonishment as they looked at Meng Hao. He stood there, tall, hair flying about, his aura shocking to the extreme. The berserk aura of an immortal demon rose up, filled with killing intent. All of his fury had transformed into the desire to kill. All of that killing intent was focused on one thing: wiping out the Heavenly Pursuit tribe. If you kill one of my people, I'll kill 100 of yours. You kill 100 of mine, I will wipe out all of yours. I didn't want to fight. I wanted to resolve the issue. I even came to this place with the head of the Black Bat for that very purpose. But you place yourself on a pedestal. You believe yourself to be invincible. You saw no reason to talk reasonably with me. Well then, I might as well go to war. Meng Hao's body suddenly flew up into the air. His eyes were red as he looked toward the 2 fleeing old men. He did not pursue them. Instead, he closed his eyes. His fury, his desire to kill, his determination, all transformed into an intense stimulation. It was a stimulation like tidewaters which poured into the blood-colored mask that rested inside his bag of holding. It reached inside and touched the blood mastiff which had been asleep for nearly 200 years. It had now slept until the point that it was ready to awaken. The sensation had continued to grow stronger to Meng Hao after the heavenly tribulation. At that time, he felt that even without outside stimulation, the mastiff would awaken within a few months. I need you, my mastiff. Awaken, my blood mastiff. Together, we will bring war to the Heavenly Pursuit tribe. Mastiff, awaken. In that moment, the blood-colored mask inside his bag of holding began to shudder. The mastiff could sense Meng Hao's wrath. It could feel how much he desired to slaughter the Heavenly Pursuit tribe. It could tell that Meng Hao needed it. In that moment, a tremor ran through the mastiff's body. The blood-colored eyes, which it had not opened for nearly 200 years, suddenly, completely opened. The mastiff had awakened. As soon as it opened its eyes, a boundless bloody glow erupted out from Meng Hao. It filled the sky in all directions, rapidly covering the entire area. Before the 2 fleeing nascent souls could get very far, they were covered over by the bloody light. Piercing screams could be heard as the nascent souls melted into nothingness. There is a phrase that goes like this: rewards come only with risk. However, there is a second line to the phrase: risk can also bring death. Chapter 538, Blood Mastiff Dao Protector. Even as the 2 nascent souls died, the red glow, which filled the surrounding tens of thousands of meters, transformed into a red mist. The mist churned and seethed, rising up into the air in shocking fashion. It changed. No longer was it wide and flat, but rather spherical. In fact, from a distance it looked like an enormous red eyeball. Anyone who looked at the eye would feel extreme fear and shock, and would even lose the ability to think clearly. The sight would cause the brain to fill with roaring, as if one were in the middle of a sea of blood, incapable of freeing oneself. It seemed as if in this instant, all lives became the color of blood. The eye was incredibly realistic and was filled with a strange, demonic air. Red mist seethed, as if the eye were blinking. It was frightening to the extreme. In the very center of the gigantic eyeball appeared a vortex. It spun rapidly, transforming into a black hole. The black hole seemed capable of consuming anything and everything. As soon as it appeared, the air in the area distorted, as if all the light in the area were being sucked in. Anyone who could see the scene would be horrified. As the vortex spun, the black hole grew larger. 30 meters, 150 meters, 300 meters, 900 meters. In the end, it expanded outward until it was no less than 3,000 meters. A red eye 30,000 meters wide. A black hole 3,000 wide, like a pupil. The vortex was the border between the pupil and the eye. All of this completely shocked everyone who was in the outpost. The local cultivators were trembling, their expressions that of utter astonishment and disbelief. What is that? The nascent soul cultivators are all dead, and it only took a moment. This Meng Hao, he's just what level cultivation base does he have? Just what horrifying thing is he summoning? Cold sweat began to drip down the foreheads of everyone present, and their breath came in ragged pants. A profound sense of deadly crisis filled their hearts. As of this moment, they were filled with an indescribable dread of Meng Hao. It was like they were in a nightmare from which they couldn't awaken, something that would be forever branded in their souls. The surrounding violet sea was covered with huge waves. From within the black hole in the enormous eye, a roar could suddenly be heard. Aoo! The roar sounded like the howl of some type of beast. Everything shook and the air vibrated. The pupil within the gigantic red eye seemed to contract and then rapidly expand. Everything distorted, and the crowds of people in the outpost felt their hearts shaken. It was a single roar, but it was as shocking as thunder. As it echoed out in the world, half of the people within the outpost began to bleed from their eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, and then passed out unconscious. They were simply incapable of resisting the roar, which contained a cultivation-based power capable of filling the heart and mind with shock. One sound was filled with such intense pressure that it rendered people unconscious. Cracking sounds could be heard coming from the airships and wooden planks that made up the outpost. The entire structure began to sink down. The surrounding violet sea churned violently, as if it, too, were roaring in response to the howl coming from the red eye. The remaining cultivators who had not been rendered unconscious all had extraordinary cultivation bases. However, their faces were pale as they expended incredible effort to endure. Their cultivation bases rotated, and they panted as they stared at the scene up above. The instant the roar could be heard, a gigantic paw began to stretch out from the black hole. It had razor-sharp claws and luxuriant, long fur. The paw continued to stretch out, revealing an entire limb. The long hair flowed loosely and was filled with a barbaric, wild air, and the claws seemed capable of ripping the air open. Another ear-splitting roar could suddenly be heard from within the black hole. A second paw appeared from within the black hole, and then a gigantic head. The roar shook everything. The head was incredibly large. Red fur, ferocious fangs, and a savage, barbaric aura that exploded out. The head was clearly that of a dog. It waved back and forth, as if it were using all the power it could muster to emerge from the black hole. It surged forward, emerging in full, accompanied by a heaven-shaking roar. All that could be seen was a beam of red light that shot out violently from within the black hole. A vast, red mist rose up, and then just as quickly disappeared. When it did, an enormous red figure could be seen standing there, straight and mighty. It was huge, covered with loose, red fur. Bone spurs stuck out all over its body, making its appearance even more ferocious. Its gaze was filled with bloodthirstiness, like a chelan or a bloodlion. The level of incredible fierceness that it emanated was difficult to describe. This was the blood mastiff. As soon as it appeared, an aura similar to the spirit-severing stage exploded out from its body, and even emanated the feeling of a domain. Meng Hao knew that this domain was not inherently the mastiff's, but rather branded to it by the Blood Immortal as part of its bloodline, and the Blood Immortal legacy. Such a brand existed in all blood spirits. However, because of the unprecedented fusion it had experienced, it was able to completely manifest it. It was for the same reason that the mastiff had fallen asleep for nearly 200 years. Now, though, it was fully awakened. The mastiff lifted its head and roared, a sound which shook heaven and earth. The sky dimmed, and everything trembled. The violet sea seethed. All of the cultivators who remained conscious in the outpost passed out. Meng Hao looked at the mastiff, at its enormous frame, its fierce appearance, and its intrepid cultivation base. However, even if the mastiff grew more fierce in appearance, to Meng Hao it was the same fluffy little puppy that had run along at his side all those years ago. It was still his partner, the partner who had fought with him in the Blood Immortal Legacy tournament, and had refused to leave his side. It was the same mastiff who had stood guard over him atop that lonely mountain in the Blood Immortal Legacy tournament. No matter how exhausted or injured it grew, even when it was on the verge of death, it refused to leave. It put its own life on the line to protect Meng Hao. Even when exhausted and nearing the point of death, all it wanted was for Meng Hao to lift his hand and pet its head. Meng Hao would never forget all of that. He had watched as the mastiff, its body broken and nearly destroyed, crawled over to him and then exerted all the effort it could muster just to lick his hand. Then he thought about how it had saved him during the encounter with the Li clan patriarch, using all its power to fling him out of the portal. Innumerable hands had stretched out to grab it, and it was pulled down into the sludge. Just before it disappeared, it had stuck its tongue out, as if in a final attempt to lick its master. How could Meng Hao possibly forget such things? Blood mastiff, he said softly, looking at the gigantic, ferocious mastiff. He saw the shocking spurs and the astonishing aura it emanated. His voice was soft, but the instant it left his mouth, the mastiff suddenly trembled. It turned its head and looked in confusion toward Meng Hao. But then, its expression turned gentle, even happy. It slowly lowered its head, allowing Meng Hao to rub its nose. It carefully extended its tongue to lick Meng Hao's hand. As Meng Hao rubbed its nose, it emitted a contented growl, just like it had when it was tiny. Meng Hao smiled as he gently pet the mastiff. He thought about that time outside the rebirth cave when the mastiff, despite being asleep, had exerted all the power it could to extend a single paw. "Hey buddy, I haven't seen you for more than 100 years, he said softly. "Let's go wipe out that damned Heavenly Pursuit tribe." His killing intent suddenly boiled up. At the same time, the mastiff's killing intent exploded to the sky. It roared, the sound of which was like thunder. Meng Hao leaped up into the air, flying up to stand on the mastiff's head. He waved his right hand, causing a massive wave to sweep out and pick up the Golden Crow tribe members, as well as the bodies of their dead. Under Meng Hao's control, the Violet Sea's power of extermination was restricted, ensuring that the Golden Crow tribe members would not be harmed in any way. Meng Hao looked at Wu Ling and the others. "We're going together. There's a debt of blood that can only be paid back with blood." As soon as the words left his mouth, the mastiff roared again and then shot up into the sky, taking Meng Hao with it. Wu Ling and the other old-timers felt their blood beginning to grow hot, just like it had in the old days. They and the other tribe members shot forward within the wave. They did not leave for the Blacklands. Instead, they went to the nearest outpost, the 9th. Under the orders of Patriarch Huyen, the Heavenly Pursuit tribe had gone to war with the Golden Crow tribe in order to force Meng Hao out. It had cost them quite a bit, but in the first battle, they had managed to capture 500 prisoners. Those captives had been subjected to endless forms of torture. Their cultivation bases had been ruined, and they were then sent to the 10 outposts in the Western Desert Sea to be strung up. They were hung out in the open, exposed to the elements. The entire purpose was so that Meng Hao would see it. In Patriarch Huyen's estimation, once Meng Hao saw, he would be forced to appear. If he didn't, then his totems would be severely weakened, and he would lose his faith power. In actuality, Meng Hao had long since reached the point where he didn't need either of those. He had successfully formed his nascent soul. As such, he was both a totemic sacred ancient and wasn't. In any case, Patriarch Huyen had severely miscalculated. Meng Hao would definitely appear. However, the reason was because of sentiment and because of the Golden Crow tribe. "Our slaughter will begin with the 10 outposts on the Violet Sea." The mastiff roared as it shot forward with the incredible speed of spirit severing. Meng Hao stood on top of its head, the wind whipping his clothes about. The killing intent in his eyes only continued to grow thicker, and his determination to exterminate the Heavenly Pursuit tribe grew even stronger. The second outpost soon became visible. After consulting with the former members of the Crow Divinity tribe, he now knew that although the 10th outpost belonged to the Heavenly Court Alliance, it was mostly controlled by the Heavenly Pursuit tribe. The 2nd, 5th, and 9th outposts were all the same. As for the 7th outpost, which Meng Hao had already destroyed, the blame for that could be placed squarely on the shoulders of the 2 old men who had tried to kill him. "I don't care what tribe they belong to," said Meng Hao, his eyes glowing coldly. "Anyone who dares to string up my Golden Crow tribe members deserves to die." There was no need for an order from Meng Hao. The blood mastiff's eyes glowed with red light as it neared the 2nd outpost. "Oh!" The sound of the roar created a sonic boom which sent mad, invisible power sweeping out. As it slammed into the outpost, a spell formation activated. However, it could only stand up to the roar for the space of a single breath before it collapsed into pieces. At the same time, the cultivators of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe within the outpost began to fly into the air, looks of shock on their faces. Before they could even react, a gale force wind swept toward them. Each and every cultivator was instantly shredded into pieces, completely destroyed in body and soul. An off-kilter roar of despair rose up from within the outpost. It belonged to a cultivator who was at the peak of the late nascent soul stage. His body was trembling, and he was surrounded by the reek of blood. To see so many people slaughtered in front of his eyes was like something from a nightmare. He knew that for a single roar, to do that could only mean that he was facing spirit severing. "Your Excellency, who are you?" "We are cultivators from the Heavenly Pursuit tribe of the Heavenly Court Alliance. I am the totemic sacred ancient of the Golden Crow tribe, Meng Hao. I'm here to save my people and to eradicate the Heavenly Pursuit tribe." Chapter 539, Slaughtering the Outposts. Meng Hao's voice was like a cold wind that blasted out in all directions. He pointed with the index finger of his right hand, causing a massive collection of violet chi to amass up ahead and form into the shape of a blade. It shot forward directly toward the peak late nascent soul cultivator who had just spoken. The cultivator's face fell as he heard Meng Hao's cold, echoing words. His scalp went numb, and he shot backward in astonishment, both hands performing an incantation gesture. Vast quantities of magical items appeared as he attempted to fight back. When all of his defenses met Meng Hao's violet chi guillotine, it was clear that they were so weak they couldn't stand up to a single attack. One after another, they shattered into pieces. Booms could be heard as the violet chi guillotine sliced through the body of the cultivator. Blood exploded out into the air. The Heavenly Pursuit tribe cultivator trembled and looked down to see that his body had been completely cut in two. Even his nascent soul was destroyed. The corpse splashed down into the violet sea, and the mastiff let out another astonishing roar. The Heavenly Pursuit tribe city guards in the outpost began to bleed from their eyes, ear, nose, and mouth. One by one, regardless of the level of their cultivation base, they dropped dead. Regarding the other cultivators in the city, Meng Hao didn't kill them. He strode down from off of the mastiff until he stood in front of the 50 Golden Crow tribe members strung up within the outpost. More than 20 of them were already dead. The rest slowly opened their listless, sallow eyes. When they saw Meng Hao in front of them, they gaped. Among the group were two old ones whose bodies began to tremble. Their eyes filled with unprecedented emotion. Exalted, sacred ancient. Senior, it's you. These two old ones had accompanied Meng Hao during the long migration and campaign of war of the Crow Divinity tribe. They almost didn't dare to believe what they were seeing. They had never imagined that it might be possible to see their sacred ancient once again during their lives. Meng Hao looked back at them, and his expression softened. It's me. I've returned. He waved his right hand, sweeping up all the Golden Crow tribe members into a wind that gently placed them onto the ground. The wind carried life force which nourished them. Wu Ling and the others who were being carried along by the wave instantly rushed over. Excited shouts instantly could be heard from the members of the Golden Crow tribe. Many of these people had never seen Meng Hao before, only his statue. However, as soon as they heard his words, indescribable emotions filled the hearts of everyone present. Exalted sacred ancient, we offer our sincerest greetings. As for the old people, it suddenly caused them to recall all the struggles of the past years. Meng Hao looked at them with similar thoughts. However, when he saw the corpses of the tribe members who had not survived, his heart filled with stabs of pain. His rage toward the Heavenly Pursuit tribe grew only more intense. I've returned to take you with me, to collect a blood debt. He turned and flew back up into the air. The violet sea roared as it swept up the tribe members. Together, they moved onward. Shortly thereafter, the blood mastiff roared toward the first outpost. Massive paws rose up to attack the spell formation. A boom could be heard as it shattered into pieces. The Heavenly Court Alliance cultivators who were maintaining it instantly exploded, destroyed in body and spirit. As soon as Meng Hao arrived, the slaughter began. It didn't matter the cultivation base involved. Core formation. Nascent soul. Any member of the Heavenly Court Alliance in the 10 outposts who had dared to string up the Golden Crow tribe members were swept over by Meng Hao and exterminated. The tribe in control of the first outpost was the Wild Flame tribe of the Heavenly Court Alliance. They watched the slaughter in shock. Two middle-aged men with the highest cultivation bases recognized who Meng Hao was and knew of his hatred and desire for revenge against the Heavenly Pursuit tribe. It was without hesitation that they instantly turned and fled. However, before they could get very far, two enormous arms suddenly stretched up from within the violet sea. The men were grabbed and then violently crushed. Blood-curdling screams rang out, but were quickly cut off. The wooden planks of the outpost ran with blood, which then flowed down into the violet sea. After rescuing the Golden Crow tribe members, Meng Hao led them all to the third outpost, then the fourth and the fifth. Everywhere he went, the slaughter rose up to the sky. However, no amount of killing appeared capable of lessening Meng Hao's fury. Instead, he began to grow even more berserk. The reason was because each outpost he went to, he found more and more corpses of the Golden Crow tribe, and fewer survivors. In fact, at the 8th outpost of the group of 50, all had passed away. The corpses had even begun to rot. The sight of it caused Meng Hao's body to tremble. He felt as if his entire person were on fire. Among the dead tribe members were 5 whose faces he recognized. They had died with their eyes open, and within those eyes could be seen an enmity and desire for revenge that could not be wiped away even by death. They would not close their eyes, nor would Meng Hao force them to. He would allow these dead Golden Crow tribe members to watch with their own eyes as the Heavenly Pursuit tribe was eradicated. Only then could they close their eyes in death and be content. Meng Hao flicked his sleeve and then headed toward the 9th outpost. By now, several days had passed. Meng Hao was sure that his appearance had been noticed by certain parties. If his suppositions were correct, Patriarch Huyen would be arriving soon. And that was exactly what Meng Hao was waiting for. Patriarch Huyen was of the spirit-severing stage, but so what? With the Mastiff here, and Meng Hao being the master of the Violet Sea, he could battle with the spirit-severing stage. Not fighting was something he couldn't comprehend. Not fighting would leave his heart unsettled. Not fighting was something he refused to do. You want to drag me into the matter? Well, since there is no way to avoid a fight, then all of my explanations are useless. Fine, then let's fight. Patriarch Huyen, I am in the Violet Sea, waiting for you. To Meng Hao, the Violet Sea was the most advantageous location to do battle. That was why he had exterminated the members of the Heavenly Court Alliance in the outposts. He wanted the battle to be fought in the Violet Sea, not the Black Lands. You've forced me to fight, Patriarch Huyen. Well then, I will force you to fight on my home ground. Despite the fact that his fury boiled up into the heavens, Meng Hao was as calm as ever. He knew that his current actions would quickly be relayed to Patriarch Huyen, who would personally come, and soon. The Devil's Spear appeared in Meng Hao's hand. He hurled it out, causing a towering mist to appear as it shot toward the 9th outpost. By this point, Meng Hao had possessed the Devil's Spear for more than 100 years. Despite the fact that he had been in secluded meditation most of that time, the spear had continued to fade away. Even still, after 100 years had passed, it had not faded away completely. The power of the spear slammed into the spell formation, inside of which were the Heavenly Court Alliance cultivators of the 9th outpost, all ready to do battle. It was impossible to tell exactly how the Heavenly Court Alliance had pulled it off, but there were even cultivators inside who were not of the Alliance, staring out at Meng Hao with intense killing intent. Within their eyes was also greed. There were 700 people in total, all of them brimming with the desire to slay Meng Hao. Obviously, they had been promised of an enticing reward by the Heavenly Court Alliance if Meng Hao were to be killed. As the Devil's Spear neared, an arrogant voice rang out from within the outpost. Pour full power into the spell formation. Patriarch Huyen knows that this villain is here and is on his way. Bang! Even as the voice echoed out within the spell formation, the sound of an explosion rang out, interrupting the words. The spell formation shook violently. At the same time, vast quantities of black mist spread out, causing the spell formation to erode. Countless vicious faces could be seen consuming everything. In only the space of a few breaths, the spell formation grew incredibly weak because of the corrosion of the Devil's Spear. The faces, filled with excitement and persistence, suddenly burst through and shot toward the 700 cultivators. Miserable screams suddenly lifted up into the air. The area of the spell formation that the Devil's Spear had struck corroded away until there was a huge hole. The black mist suddenly congealed together into the form of a face, exactly the same face that had belonged to the Devil Construct from years ago. The face, filled with a greedy thirst for blood, transformed into a devilish mist that spread out to cover the entire 9th outpost. The only safe place was the location where the Golden Crow tribe members were. Meng Hao floated in midair. This was the first time he had completely wiped out the population of an entire outpost. In this case, these cultivators had made their own choice to deliver themselves up to death. The Black Devil's Spear mist roiled and churned. Intense, blood-curdling screams could be heard for a few moments. Suddenly, 7 or 8 figures shot out from inside. Even as they did, Meng Hao waved his hand, causing them to scream and then explode into pieces. The surrounding Violet Sea surged up with huge waves that submerged the outpost. The black mist shrank down to surround the Golden Crow tribe members and bring them to Meng Hao. There were only 8 tribe members who were still alive. As Meng Hao treated their injuries, his killing intent grew even more intense. He turned, returning to stand on the Mastiff's head. A great wave rose up in the Violet Sea to take the Golden Crow tribe members as they headed toward the last of the outposts. Almost in the same moment in which Meng Hao headed off, a black beam suddenly appeared near the Black Lands. It employed speed that far exceeded the nascent soul stage, even employed greater teleportation as it moved. Within the black beam was a man wearing a black robe. This was apparently nothing more than Patriarch Huyen's clone. His face was grim, and he did not speak. His body flickered as he teleported, growing ever nearer to the 10th outpost. Qing'er, he murmured, today, Father will achieve only half of the vengeance you deserve. Soon, I will find the person who actually killed you, and that person will die the most cruel death imaginable. Qing'er, no one in the world is qualified to kill you. Only me. Only I have that right. His eyes were filled with kindness. For some reason, however, the kindness was bizarre. Anyone who saw it would feel cold, and their hair would stand on end in terror. Chapter 540. Patriarch Huyen. The 10th outpost was waiting, its spell formation fully activated in preparation to meet this deadly foe. It was night now, and the light of the spell formation was not soft, but rather resplendent. It shone out onto the waters of the sea with brilliant colors. The radiance of the light emanated a mighty aura which made it clear that this spell formation was far more powerful than the formations from the other outposts. In fact, there was no way to compare them. The spell formation of the 10th outpost seemed so incredibly powerful that it would surely make it very difficult for Meng Hao to break through it. In the middle of the spell formation, the cultivators waited vigilantly, their chi settled, and their minds calm. There were 16 nascent soul cultivators present who sat cross-legged, meditating. 3 were at the peak of the late nascent soul stage. Those 3 sat in 3 different directions, each sharing a portion of the recoil caused by the spell formation. There were even more cultivators maintaining the general operation of the spell formation. The entire outpost was completely silent. They knew of the destruction of the other 9 outposts, and of the slaughter carried out by Meng Hao. They knew that they were about to face up against something completely terrifying. However, they weren't very afraid. They knew that Patriarch Huyen was coming, and so had made up their minds to not leave the spell formation. They had quite a bit of trust in its strength, and believed that as long as they stuck together, Meng Hao would not be able to quickly break through. As long as they could hold out until Patriarch Huyen arrived, then the sky would become clear after the storm, so to speak, and everything would return to normal. Meng Hao would assuredly be killed. Virtually everyone in the 10th outpost felt the same way. Also within the spell formation was a tall rack, upon which hung the corpses of 50 members of the Golden Crow tribe. Not a single one remained alive. They were all dead. They had died days before, actually. Especially noteworthy was that one of the dead tribe members had no body, only the head, that of an old man. His cultivation base had clearly been destroyed before he died, rendering him no thing but a mortal. Also within the spell formation were 2 enormous war chariots, shaped like crossbows. They glowed with a black radiance, and had an indistinct, fierce aura. Cultivators were mounted on the chariots, ready to use them at a moment's notice. Time passed. Soon, the deepest hour of night approached. The sky was pitch black. The only sound that could be heard was the gentle rise and fall of the waves. All of a sudden, a beam of bright light appeared in the sky. It instantly caught the attention of all the cultivators. He's here. This Meng Hao has really got some guts. However, it doesn't matter that he dares to attack us. He'll never be able to break through the spell formation. Quite a few people were looking up with cold smiles on their faces. However, even as they looked up at the red glow, the violet sea around the 10th outpost suddenly surged into a huge whirlpool. The whirlpool spun faster and faster, causing the faces of everyone in the outpost to flicker. The water seethed, and the airships bobbed up and down. Booming filled the air. Next, the bright beam of light in the air neared, and the mastiff's enormous frame became visible. The crowds could also see Meng Hao standing on its head. He wore a long green robe, and his face was extremely grim and dark. An astonishing killing aura rose up around him. Meng Hao's eyes swept across the 10th outpost, then suddenly came to a stop. His pupils constricted as he stared at the corpses of the Golden Crow tribe members hanging from the rack, and the head. When he saw the head, his heart filled with stabs of pain. It was Gula. Patriarch Hui, he murmured. Heavenly Pursuit Tribe. The killing aura in his eyes changed, becoming ruthlessly dense. He looked down at the 10th outpost and pointed his finger. Instantly, the violet sea roared as the whirlpool that surrounded the 10th outpost suddenly rose up into the air. A massive pillar of seawater, 3,000 meters in area, completely enveloped the outpost. Roaring filled the air. It was like the eruption of a geyser. The outpost's spell formation was utterly incapable of standing up to such power. It immediately exploded. At the same time, the vast collection of airships began to shatter into pieces. The crowds of cultivators in the outpost were screaming miserably. They couldn't even control their own bodies as they were swept into the seawater. As soon as they touched it, the death will in the seawater collided with their life forces, causing the power of extermination to erupt. In the blink of an eye, before any of the cultivators could even use a divine ability, their bodies burst. They could not fight back, or block, or evade. All of their power had been focused in defending against attacks from above. All their plans had been based on the reports regarding Meng Hao's cultivation base and the fearsomeness of the mastiff. They hadn't prepared for an explosive attack by the Violet Sea. How could they have imagined that someone could actually control the Western Desert's apocalyptic Violet Sea? It was impossible to believe that someone could even enter into the Violet Sea. Therefore, the outpost's seemingly fierce and powerful spell formation had a fatal flaw. It had no bottom. Roaring filled the air as the entire 10th outpost was completely scattered and smashed. All the advanced preparations that had been made were crushed like dry weeds under the power of the apocalyptic Violet Sea. The 2 war chariots weren't even able to make a single attack before they were crushed by the seawater and destroyed. Crowds of people died, without Meng Hao having to make a single attack of his own. A mere thought on his part caused the Violet Sea to explode out, completely burying the 10th outpost. This was his home ground, the Western Desert Violet Sea. The corpses sank down, and the wreckage floated about. Not a single person in the 10th outpost was capable of existing within the exterminating power of the Violet Sea. All of them were dead. Death is oftentimes quite simple. Life is oftentimes quite fragile. People who have never witnessed death might not understand these 2 statements. Sometimes, Only after witnessing many deaths can one truly understand life. Meng Hao hovered in midair, looking down at the death below him. He said nothing. The waters of the violet sea that had shot up into the air now transformed into a violet rain that slowly fell back down onto the wreckage below. Meng Hao slowly lifted his head to gaze off into the distant sky. In the gigantic wave on the violet sea, there were now more than 100 living members of the Golden Crow tribe. The rest were all corpses. The living members were only there because Meng Hao had saved them. Had only a few more days passed, all of them would have been dead. This number of deaths was actually somewhat trivial when compared to how many people had died during the migration. However, these deaths were fundamentally avoidable. Furthermore, the entire matter actually had nothing to do with the Golden Crow tribe. Even Meng Hao was a victim in this case. By now, Meng Hao was certain that Patriarch Huyen knew the truth of what had happened. He stood there silently atop the mastiff, glancing around coldly. He was waiting for Patriarch Huyen to arrive. Before too much time passed, a black beam appeared in the sky that was even blacker than the night. As it approached, it kicked up a shocking windstorm. Within the windstorm was a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe. His hands were clasped behind his back as he strode through the air. His long hair whipped about in the wind, and his eyes were piercingly bright. The aura that he emitted made him seem as if he were fused with heaven and earth. It seemed to contain its own law of nature that, in the blink of an eye, made the man suddenly translucent. Suddenly, a domain which exterminated emotion began to interfere with heaven and earth, enveloping everything. Around Meng Hao, black snowflakes suddenly began to flutter down. This was Patriarch Huyen. Meng Hao, he said coldly as he strode through the air. Cracking sounds could suddenly be heard from the violet sea beneath him as layers of ice formed. Even the surrounding air began to freeze as a black snowstorm surrounded Patriarch Huyen. Another sound rang out, something that was like tens of thousands of voices, all calling out Meng Hao's name. A power Meng Hao had never encountered before suddenly descended. It was like a natural law within the area. It appeared in Meng Hao's mind, and then transformed into an unprecedentedly loud noise that exceeded that of thunder and lightning. It was as if it were calling out to deceased souls, trying to collect together the broken spirits. Actually, Patriarch Huyen's divine ability could better be described as a shocking call of broken souls. The coldness in the area seemed to be filled with emotionlessness. The coldness of the voices seemed to contain a heavenly might based on the lack of emotion. The sounds fused together, transforming into something like a rule of law that could not be ignored. This was the spirit-severing stage. A simple sound was enough to exterminate all nascent soul cultivators. Even someone of the great circle of the nascent soul stage was puny to the extreme in front of a spirit-severing cultivator. Meng Hao's mind trembled, and his soul felt as if it were going to shatter and explode out of his body. The flame of his life flickered, as if it were about to be snuffed out. However, he was not an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. He had a perfect nascent soul cultivation base with divine sense that had a range of 29,999 meters. His 7 nascent souls sat cross-legged in his Dantian region, eyes closed, almost as if sleeping. Suddenly, all of their eyes snapped open. In that instant, the power of Meng Hao's divine sense exploded up within him, fighting back against the power of law that was being levied against him. Roaring filled the air as Meng Hao retreated backward. He lifted his head up, and his eyes were bright and clear. "So, you're Patriarch Huyen," he said slowly, looking at the approaching middle-aged man. Meng Hao's eyes shone with a fierce glow. He had seen this man before, of course. It was the same person who had tried to kill him when he left the Black Lands. Even as he spoke, Meng Hao's expression began to radiate killing intent. He remembered hearing Zhixiang say that this man was merely a clone. Patriarch Huyen's eyes glittered, as if he found it very strange that Meng Hao was able to recover from his power of law. He continued forward nonetheless, not stopping for a moment as he approached Meng Hao. Such action had a lot to do with his personality and Huyen Yunming's special fighting style. Any time he fought someone, he would push down on them with an intense pressure. As he neared Meng Hao, it seemed as if his aura grew even stronger, fusing together with the surroundings, becoming inseparable. The might of spirit severing was impossible to overlook. The surroundings seemed to be changing only because of him. Patriarch Huyen didn't even look at the wreckage floating on the surface of the Violet Sea, as if he didn't care about it at all. "Answer me. Who killed my only son, Huyen Qing?" He suddenly stopped in midair. His voice echoed out, and his expression was calm, even cool. He glanced over Meng Hao, and then the mastiff. At that point, his pupils constricted. What I'm translating as emotionless could also be translated as merciless, ruthless, apathetic, and cold. Chapter 541, Battle. After hearing Patriarch Huyen's words, Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever. That was his personality. The more he wanted to kill someone, the less he spoke. From the words Patriarch Huyen had spoken just now, it was obvious that he was well aware of what had actually happened. "What's the point in more talk?" said Meng Hao coolly. "You want to fight? Let's fight." As he spoke, he lifted up his right hand and made a snatching motion. Instantly, the Black Devil's spear appeared in his hand. He hurled it out, causing a boom to ring out as the spear shot forward at an incredible speed. As it screamed through the air, roaring sounds could be heard coming from the spear as boundless black mist appeared. Within the mist were innumerable vicious faces. Their bloodthirsty smiles were filled with greed. In some indistinct way, the mist actually seemed to be forming into an enormous head. It was the head of the Devil Construct. The Devil Spear had now completely unleashed the explosive power of Demon Weapon Lonely Tome's Devil Construct. It shot through the air with a droning sound. The spear had nothing to do with Meng Hao's cultivation base. Its mightiness was completely self-contained. However, it was still nothing but a strand of a Devil Construct that couldn't even compare to the real Demon Weapon Lonely Tome. Even still, when the Devil's Spear exploded out, it was powerful enough to slay any nascent soul cultivator. As for spirit severing, Meng Hao wasn't sure. Therefore, he had decided to test it out. "Area," said Patriarch Huyen, his voice calm and his expression unchanging. He lifted his right hand and then gestured forward. Instantly, everything within 300 meters turned into his own area world. This divine ability was little different than natural law. It was a magical ability belonging to the spirit-severing stage. The area was not large, only 300 meters. A 300-meter area which was a world only his own. Within that world, Patriarch Huyen had ultimate power. No divine abilities or magical techniques would be capable of breaking open the area to harm him in any way. This is what sets spirit severing completely above nascent soul. In the spirit severing stage, divine abilities become natural laws. Nothing within the 300-meter area seemed unusual. However, in that instant, Meng Hao could sense that Patriarch Huyen had turned the space surrounding him into his own world. A boom could be heard. As soon as the Devil's Spear entered the 300-meter region, it was defeated and transformed into a black mist. The mist spread out as if it were trying to infect the area, but Meng Hao could tell that it was actually fighting back against the world around it. Such formidableness, such usage of natural law, was the first time that Meng Hao personally experienced the mightiness of spirit severing. Patriarch Reliance ran away, without fighting. At Holy Snow City, he had been fused with the Agarwood legacy. Outside of Blackgate Fort, Zhixiang had stepped in. This was the first time Meng Hao was truly facing up against a spirit-severing expert. "Childish," said Patriarch Huyen. He moved forward, causing the sense of pressure to grow even more intense. He didn't even attack, he simply advanced. As he did, the 300-meter space went along with him. The mist that was the Devil's Spear seemed to be completely suppressed by the world around it. Popping sounds could be heard from inside, as it shrank down on itself. The countless faces sucked inward, transforming into the head of the Devil Construct. The expression on its face was one of unprecedented seriousness. Underneath the suppressive pressure, it began to howl. It then started to back up, dissipating the entire time, as if it were on the verge of being destroyed. Patriarch Huyen neared it, and it was at this moment that the Devil Construct exploded into action. Suddenly, demonic chi began to shot toward it from all directions, transforming into ripples that fought against the area world and enabled the Devil Construct to successfully escape. It fled, surrounding by roaring sounds, to return to Meng Hao. The black mist was now extremely faint, as if it were on the verge of dissipating completely. Meng Hao collected it up grimly. As of this point, Patriarch Huyen was about 300 meters away from Meng Hao. Meng Hao backed up. Even at this distance of 300 meters, he could clearly sense the fearsomeness of a spirit-severing expert. "There's no need to feel resentment," Patriarch Huyen said calmly as he looked at Meng Hao. "I understand how karma works. If you want to blame something, blame your own bad fortune." At this moment, the mastiff lifted its head up and howled, the sound of which caused everything to shake. Suddenly, power exploded out, revealing its spirit-severing aura. As soon as the aura appeared, Patriarch Huyen's pupils constricted. He looked over at the mastiff with a serious look. At the same time, a bloody glow began to shine out from the mastiff's eyes. It suddenly shot forward, entering into Patriarch Huyen's 300-meter area. As soon as it entered, the area began to distort. It roared again, causing red-colored ripples to emanate out from its body. They spread out in all directions, coming into contact with Patriarch Huyen's area. Patriarch Huyen's face went pale, as if all the blood in his body were suddenly flowing in reverse. A fierce glow shone up from his eyes. This entire time, he had been moving forward, but now he stopped. He gave the mastiff a closer look and then slowly said, "One moment of contact, and it cost me 10% of my essence blood. This immortal beast isn't bad at all." It clearly has gained enlightenment from a spirit-severing legacy, but isn't of spirit-severing itself. Still, such a will of undeath is truly rare. A tremor ran through the mastiff's body as it was suddenly pushed back several paces. It let out a threatening growl as it stared fixedly at Patriarch Huyen. The blood mastiff's domain was exactly as Patriarch Huyen had said. It was acquired via a legacy and had not been gained from personal enlightenment. However, the legacy domain of the blood immortal was no trivial matter. It was a will of undeath. The first severing had been a severing of blood. All the blood in the body severed. Blood represents life. Therefore, severing blood is equivalent to severing life. Life without death is undeath. Therefore, this domain of undeath could affect natural laws and create a world in which blood was prohibited. Almost in the same moment in which the invisible struggle between the blood mastiff and Patriarch Huyen unfolded, Meng Hao's eyes glittered. Having tested out Patriarch Huyen's strength, he was now able to form somewhat of an image in his mind, clarifying the differences between himself and spirit severing. I
Can fight it.
He strode forward 2 paces. With those 2 steps, roaring filled his body as he entered the second anima. The power of 2 great circle nascent souls exploded out in his body. His aura radiated out like a whirlwind. His body grew taller and more intrepid. He took a 3rd step and instantly entered the 3rd anima of his 7 animist soul transformations. The combination of 3 nascent souls caused his body to explode with battle prowess equivalent to 4 great circle nascent souls. He grew taller and even more powerful. Even if you do possess some temporary way to magically power up, said Patriarch Huyen coolly, it is still thinking far too much of yourself. He waved his sleeve, causing the 300-meter area to distort in ripples toward the mastiff. The mastiff let out a growling roar as bloody light exploded up from its body. It also manifested an area world to fight back, although it was only about 250 meters. Battles of spirit severing were different from those of nascent soul cultivators. All spirit severing cultivators have area worlds. Without breaking the area world, the spirit severing cultivator is incapable of being harmed. Between the mastiff and Patriarch Huyen, the area worlds opposed each other. Meng Hao's wind whipped about, and his aura shot up. He took a 4th step forward.
4.
Nascent souls combined. Popping sounds rang out in waves as Meng Hao's body grew even taller and stronger. The aura of a scholar was now gone, replaced instead by the evil sense of an immortal devil. The battle prowess of 8 full-circle nascent souls exploded out. Such battle prowess, such energy, caused the wind in the area to scream into a vortex that swirled around Meng Hao. His clothes danced in the wind, and his eyes shone with a blinding light. At this point, even Patriarch Huyen couldn't help but be visibly affected by such power. Patriarch Huyen had never encountered another great circle nascent soul cultivator as powerful or shocking as Meng Hao. Such fearsome strength would enable him to sweep across the entire nascent soul stage. You have an excellent temporary power-up magic, said thoughtfully, his eyes narrowing. It was at this point that Meng Hao took a 5th step, his eyes fixed dead on Patriarch Huyen. As of this point, he had now entered Patriarch Huyen's 300-meter area. The instant it happened, Meng Hao felt an incredible sense of pressure weighing down on him from the area world. It felt like a mountain had suddenly been dropped onto his body, to crush it into a pulp. As soon as that incredible pressure weighed down on him, however, Meng Hao's body emitted a roar as 5 colors united, and he entered the 5th anima. With the 5th anima came 16 times the battle prowess of a great circle nascent soul. Such explosive power fought back against the enormous pressure exerted by the 300-meter area, causing distortions to ripple out. The sight of it made Patriarch Huyen to feel thorough astonishment. The 300-meter area was something that would make the heads of any nascent soul cultivator bow, even one of the Great Circle. All Patriarch Huyen would have to do is exercise a thought, and that person would be crushed into pieces. Meng Hao, however, was using some astonishing technique to make himself terrifyingly powerful and fight back against his 300-meter area. I can't let him live, thought Patriarch Huyen. He's only at the great circle of the nascent soul stage, and already has such terrifying power. If he ever severs his spirit. It was the first time he seemed to be taking the situation seriously. His killing intent grew, and he let out a cold harumph. He immediately took a portion of the 300-meter area which was resisting the blood mastiff and sent it crushing down onto Meng Hao. You'll be reaching your limit any second now, won't you? In front of spirit severing, it doesn't matter how powerful your nascent soul, you're nothing but an insect. Even as Patriarch Huyen sent the area pressure bearing down onto Meng Hao set his jaw. A tremor ran through his body, and his eyes shone with a cold, fierce light. 6th anima. 6 colors combined. Meng Hao grew taller and looked just like an immortal devil. An indescribably aura of valiant sky rocketed up. He now possessed a cultivation base equivalent to 32 Great Circle Nascent Souls. This was a level of nascent soul power that had never been seen before in the cultivation world. Chapter 542, Clever Mastiff. As he faced up against the pressure from the 300-meter area, Meng Hao focused all the power of his 6th anima cultivation base into his hands. He lifted them up and then made a ripping motion. In response, the air in front of him distorted, and a snapping sound could be heard. It was as if some shapeless obstacle had suddenly been torn. Meng Hao's body suddenly grew more relaxed, as if the invisible pressure had suddenly been removed. Mastiff, said Meng Hao, charging forward. The Mastiff howled, causing its 250-meter area to focus around Meng Hao, following him as he shot toward Patriarch Huyan. For the second time, Patriarch Huyan's expression changed because of Meng Hao. He gave a cold harumph. As Meng Hao and the Mastiff neared, he lifted his right hand and flicked his sleeve out in front of him. No magical item appeared, nor any divine ability. The sleeve was flicked casually. However, for a spirit-severing patriarch, the simple flick of a sleeve would explode out with incredible power. The 300-meter area shrunk down to only 150 meters, causing its strength to double in intensity. The area pushed down on everything with an incredible pressure that could suppress all divine abilities. Roaring filled the air as it slammed into Meng Hao and the Mastiff and the 150-meter mark. Booming sounds rose up into the sky. Meng Hao's right hand clenched into a fist and punched down. Roaring filled his body, as if this fist was capable of causing mountains to tremble. Blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth, but his eyes glittered with a cold light. Thanks to this battle, he was now forming a much better understanding of spirit severing. The Mastiff's entire body trembled as it exploded with increased ferocity. The bloody light emanating from it pierced into the 150-meter area. It also surrounded Meng Hao, forming a mighty power, allowing him to push forward with irresistible force. Meng Hao shot directly toward Patriarch Huyan. He stabbed clean through the 150-meter area until he actually made contact with Patriarch Huyan. Blood flowed out from Patriarch Huyan's mouth, and he was forced to retreat several paces. The bright glow in his eyes grew more intense. His 150-meter area suddenly shrunk under the power of the attacks against it. It rebounded into a 75-meter area before finally counterbalancing the attacks from Meng Hao and the Mastiff. This immortal beast is incredibly devious. It was actually concealing its true power. Patriarch Huyan's eyes glittered with killing intent. His expression gradually became tranquil again. However, despite the calm look, he was shaken inwardly.
To encounter a Na
sent soul cultivator who could shake his spirit-severing area in such a way caused his desire to kill Meng Hao to grow even stronger. Before Meng Hao could back up, Patriarch Huyan advanced toward him along with his 75-meter area. After I kill you, I'll skin this immortal beast, and then debone it, he said, his voice calm. Although his words contained no ripples of power, the killing intent they contained was incredibly obvious. The 75-meter area was like a restricted zone. Entering it would result in immediate injury. As it moved forward, the air vibrated. Seeing that it was about to reach Meng Hao, the Mastiff howled, and its eyes filled with a fierce glow. It had grown up with Meng Hao, so in terms of conning people, you could say that it had inherited the ability from its master. Its own area shrank and then shot forward. Its paws lifted into the air as it charged in a vicious attack. Its claws were incredibly sharp. They slashed through the air toward Patriarch Huyan's advancing area. Booms filled the air, and Patriarch Huyan's entire body shook. He suddenly stopped moving. At the same time, the blood mastiff trembled and coughed up a mouthful of life chi. Then, without even the slightest fear of death, it charged again. This time, it didn't attack with its claws. It did not use its teeth either. Instead, it butted viciously with its head. This was Meng Hao's mastiff, and even if it died, it would protect Meng Hao and kill his enemies. More blood oozed out of Patriarch Huyan's mouth, and he was forced backward again. He looked at the fierce and increasingly vicious mastiff, and his killing intent soared to the heavens. He now felt an unprecedented jealousy regarding Meng Hao. Damnable immortal beast. It was hiding even more power than it revealed before. Immortal beasts as treacherous as this are hard to come by. Even as Patriarch Huyan defended himself yet again, Meng Hao's cold voice suddenly rang out. Seventh Anima. Meng Hao's body grew rapidly once again. A violent, raging tempest sprang up around him. The sky dimmed, and everything shook. His fleshly body grew even more powerful, to an astonishing degree. He now had far more power than 32 Great Circle Nascent Souls. Now he had 64. A nascent soul cultivator like this was unparalleled in history. Most likely, there would never be someone similar in the future, either. Meng Hao's hair whipped about. He was incredibly tall now, like an immortal demon. The strength of his fleshly body, his majestic battle prowess, and his incredible aura could shake the heavens and earth. As of this moment, he was the most powerful of nascent soul cultivators, someone who could fight the spirit-severing stage. He was now over half a meter taller than his original height. His shoulders were broad, his posture ramrod straight. He looked like a devil divinity, emanating an aura that would cause anyone to pant. His eyes were cold and sharp in such a way that made it seem as if everything in the area would surely freeze. Impossible. Patriarch Huyen's face fell. As of this moment, Meng Hao was emanating an unprecedented pressure, something that Patriarch Huyen would only expect to see when facing up against someone of the same stage as himself. At the same moment in which Patriarch Huyen's 75-meter area neared Meng Hao unhesitatingly shot forward. Relying only on the strength of his fleshly body, he charged directly into the 75-meter area. Distorted ripples spread out through the 75-meter area. It shrank down, turning into a 30-meter area. Meng Hao, the spitting image of a devil divinity, immediately appeared 30 meters away from the shocked Patriarch Huyen. He clenched his fist and punched. This was not a divine ability, or a magical technique. There was no magical item involved. This was just the terrifying power of his fleshly body. The battle prowess of 64 great circle nascent souls fused together. It formed a shocking punch that had never before been seen in the nascent soul stage of the cultivation world.
Boom.
Meng Hao's punch completely shattered the 30-meter area, breaking it up into countless pieces that exploded out in all directions. A spirit-severing area shattered. In the same moment, the Mastiff howled and shot forward like lightning. Even as the spirit-severing area collapsed, it charged Patriarch Huyen, its sharp, awe-inspiring fangs savagely biting down. Patriarch Huyen waved both hands forward to block. His body shook violently, and he was sent tumbling backward, his face filling with an expression of utter disbelief and shock. He could never have possibly imagined that his spirit-severing area would be broken to pieces by a nascent soul cultivator. Even as it was happening, he could scarcely believe it. As of now, his desire to kill Meng Hao had reached a pinnacle. In fact, deep in his heart, he had begun to regret provoking Meng Hao. A powerful expert like this, someone from the nascent soul stage who could battle against the spirit-severing stage, was like a nightmare to any cultivator. If he were not killed, it would likely result in the calamitous extermination of an entire tribe. "You will die this day," howled Patriarch Huyen. His eyes narrowed as he looked at Meng Hao, who was currently behind the Mastiff. Meng Hao's intrepid fleshly body caused Patriarch Huyen to pause momentarily as feelings of jealousy rose up within him. He suddenly performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, causing the image of an enormous wheel to suddenly appear in front of him. It was in this moment that Meng Hao shot forward through the air, with another punch. In the blink of an eye, he was closing in on Patriarch Huyen. Wheel of Time, Universal Death. First rotation, Time Destruction. He performed a final incantation and then pushed his hand forward. The illusory image in front of him suddenly became clear. It was a black chariot wheel. It emanated the archaic feeling of time, and was branded with countless magical symbols. The magical symbols flickered with light as the wheel suddenly began to rotate. Meng Hao's fist descended, and was just about to slam into the wheel, when suddenly an intense feeling filled his mind. The Mastiff sensed it a bit faster. It suddenly grabbed him with his mouth and shot backward with him in retreat. At the same time, boundless time power exploded out from the wheel. This type of power was different than the type that Meng Hao wielded. This power was that of reversal. Meng Hao was astonished to see that even as he retreated, the area which he had shattered was being restored. After having retreated more than 60 meters, Meng Hao's seventh anima was beginning to dissolve. Patriarch Huyen smiled coldly, and his eyes shone with a cold disdain. He suddenly vanished, then shockingly reappeared right behind Meng Hao. He reached out and then gestured forward with his finger. The Mastiff howled, and red light expanded as it shot forward to block the finger attack. Patriarch Huyen frowned and cursed inwardly as he forced the attack to complete. Booms could be heard as the red light shattered. Ignoring the incoming blood Mastiff and its gaping mouth, Patriarch Huyen continued to stab his finger toward Meng Hao's back. The finger attack landed, and a roaring could be heard. However, what it hit was layers of eyeless larva silk. The silk prevented 90% of the force of the blow from hitting Meng Hao. The remaining 10% slammed into Meng Hao, causing blood to spray from his mouth. As he tumbled forward, Patriarch Huyen was just about to pursue when the Mastiff bit down. Patriarch Huyen trembled violently and blood sprayed from his mouth. He was forced to retreat backward several paces and abandon pursuit of Meng Hao. "Tough little bastard," said Patriarch Huyen through gritted teeth. He could only watch as Meng Hao sped away from him while he was held up by the frenzied, crimson Mastiff. Unable to pursue, he could only let out a cold harumph. He knew that the power of time was still going to envelop Meng Hao, and that there was nothing he could do to escape it. Since that's the case, said Patriarch Huyen, performing an incantation gesture, I'll just slaughter this little animal of yours. Booming filled the air, and the mastiff howled as its area was shattered. However, the red glow coming off of its body suddenly transformed into countless red spikes that shot toward Patriarch Huyen. The battle between the two instantly exploded out. At the same time, Patriarch Huyen's eyes flickered as he continuously sought an opportunity to kill Meng Hao. All of these things happened in the time it takes a spark to fly up off of a piece of flint. The blood that had sprayed from Meng Hao's mouth as he was sent tumbling suddenly seemed as if it was about to return into his mouth. Chapter 543. CZ. Ing Treasures. This power of time gave Meng Hao an intense sense of grave crisis. As the blood moved backward toward him, violet light suddenly flickered in his eyes. The East Pill Division Catalysis Technique, the time magic from Hanbei of the Black Sieve sect, and the technique he had learned from the Jade Page, all combined into a branding mark that Meng Hao placed onto the mouthful of blood. This was also a power of time. However, instead of causing time to flow backward, it did the opposite. The power exploded out, fighting back at the power from the Wheel of Time. Roaring rose up into the air. At the same time, Patriarch Huyen was incapable of avoiding the mastiff, which teleported in to once again wound him with its slashing claws. Meng Hao's body was currently recovering. He suddenly transformed into a green smoke and a black moon, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Patriarch Huyen made a slight E sound. By this point, Meng Hao had already reappeared in midair, blood seeping out of the corners of his mouth. There was no time to wipe it away. He looked over at Patriarch Huyen, his eyes glittered with killing intent. Blood Mastiff, bellowed Meng Hao. He shot up into the air, performing an incantation and then waving his arm. Instantly, an enormous face appeared. Simultaneously, the Mastiff began to glow with a bright, bloody light that merged into the blood-colored face. Combining the Blood Immortal Divine ability with the power of the Blood Mastiff resulted in a true Blood Immortal magic. Before the Mastiff had awakened, what Meng Hao could utilize could be counted as skills lacking true magic. Now, however, he was using true magic, a true divine ability. The fact that Meng Hao was able to evade the Wheel of Time left Patriarch Huyen amazed yet again. That was especially so because the method he had used to escape the time reversal technique was also time. Your name isn't Meng. It's Han, said Patriarch Huyen. This caused Meng Hao's pupils to constrict and gave birth to a new idea. He did not respond to the words. Instead, he caused the battle prowess of 64 nascent souls to explode out. Instantly, the blood-colored face transformed into 64 separate faces, which transformed into ghost images that then superimposed over each other. Then they combined and shot toward Patriarch Huyen. As the blood-colored faces whizzed forward through the air, Meng Hao slapped his bag of holding to produce his wooden time swords. He did not employ their power of time, but rather treated them as ordinary flying swords. They stabbed through the blood-colored face, and then shot toward Patriarch Huyen. Patriarch Huyen frowned. He had a sneaky suspicion about what was going on. His right hand lifted up as he flashed an incantation gesture, then pointed toward the Wheel of Time. Instantly, the ancient, black chariot wheel began to spin again. The power of time then exploded out. A massive roaring sound could be heard. Ripples caused the violet sea down below to seethe. Meng Hao's Blood Immortal Divine ability face suddenly began to wither. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into gray ash. It was at this point that the time sword formation appeared. The formation trembled as it shot out. For some reason, the formation seemed somewhat different than it had in the past. It was as if encountering this new power of time had somehow changed the time sword formation. At the same time, Patriarch Huyen's Wheel of Time suddenly stopped moving and seemed to fade. The time power inside of it was as boundless as ever. Though, Patriarch Huyen performed an incantation and pointed, causing the black wheel to fly screaming through the air toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao continued to shoot backward in retreat. He spit out a mouthful of blood and then produced a medicinal pill which he immediately consumed. He then made a grasping motion with his right hand, causing the Devil's Spear to appear. Although it appeared to be much more faint than before, there were still countless vicious, howling faces within its mist. Without hesitation, Meng Hao shot backward, hurling the Devil's Spear out. It buzzed through the air as it headed toward the black chariot wheel. Next, Meng Hao's eyes began to shine with a strange light. He flicked his right sleeve, and at the same time, sent his divine sense into the Blood Immortal Mask. Considering that he was currently in the 7th anima, as soon as his divine sense touched the flag of 3 streamers, he was able to fully employ the true power of the first streamer of the flag. The air around him vibrated and distorted as a streamer as red as the color of blood suddenly appeared in Meng Hao's hand. It rippled in the air as Meng Hao waved it, causing a blood-like wind to suddenly rise up. This was different from the times Meng Hao had wielded the flag of 3 streamers on previous occasions. This was the true manifestation of the first streamer and was not illusory like before. The blood-colored tempest that the treasure gave rise to caused Patriarch Huyen's face to fill with astonishment. That flag.
Damn it.
How could you have an immortal treasure like that? Even as Patriarch Huyen was expressing his disbelief, the flag unfurled, transforming into a red banner that stretched out in front of Meng Hao toward the Wheel of Time. Although it takes some time to describe, the Devil's Spear and the flag of 3 streamers instantly shot toward the black chariot wheel. There was no hesitation on Patriarch Huyen's part as he performed a double-handed incantation in an attempt to control the wheel treasure. However, even in the middle of the incantation, the Mastiff suddenly pounced toward him. It had reached a frenzied state, as if it didn't fear death at all. As it neared, the bloody light shining off of it flickered in intensity and transformed into countless threads that slashed toward Patriarch Huyen. Patriarch Huyen was cursing inwardly. His hater, D for the Mastiff, had already sunk deep into his bones. Yet again, he realized that if it weren't for the damnable immortal beast, the battle would have gone much more smoothly. While Patriarch Huyen was being pinned down by the Mastiff, Meng Hao's eyes glittered with a red light. His aura exploded up into the heavens. He was utilizing 64 times the battle prowess of a Great Circle Nascent Soul and Divine Sense with a range of 29,999 meters. Together, they formed into a divine ability, Demon Sealing, 8th Hex. His hair whipped about, and his cultivation base rotated rapidly. Demonic chi in the area seethed as he lifted his hand up and pointed his index finger straight out ahead of him toward Patriarch Huyen. As he pointed, blood oozed out of Meng Hao's nose, ears, and eyes. Popping sounds could be heard within him, and his brain and body filled with a roaring sound. Meng Hao's eyes were awash with madness. However, beneath that madness was utter calm. He was sealing a powerful spirit-severing expert, so he would of course have to pay a heavy price. But why did that matter? A tremor ran through Patriarch Huyen's body. The demonic chi in the area was boundless and majestic and formed into something like a sea. In the blink of an eye, it wrapped around Patriarch Huyen, transforming into a seal. His cultivation base was suppressed, and he suddenly ceased all movement. What divine ability is this? Patriarch Huyen was completely shocked. The Mastiff seized this opportunity to strike out with its paw. Roaring could be heard, and blood sprayed from Patriarch Huyen's mouth. His expression was one of savageness. However, the brief pause imposed upon him damaged his connection to the Wheel of Time, almost as if his divine sense had been severed. Only a tiny connection remained. However, it was at this moment that the Devil's Spear bore down onto the wheel. It stabbed directly into it, causing a massive explosion to ring out. Even though the spear was greatly weakened, vast quantities of mist still poured out of it, causing the wheel to tremble violently and then move about 1/3 of a meter to the side. It was a small movement, but it instantly weakened the final scrap of divine sense which connected the Wheel of Time and Patriarch Huyen. This caused Patriarch Huyen's face to flicker, once again. It was in this moment that the flag of 3 streamers hit the wheel. A boom rose up into the air. Meng Hao shouted, and the flag, completely wrapped around the wheel, then heaved it to the side. Booms could be heard. The wheel turned into a black, trembling beam of light that moved a full 30 meters off to the side. The movement caused any remaining connection with Patriarch Huyen to be completely destroyed. All of this took place in the amount of time it takes for a spark to fly up into the air. The effect of the 8th Demon Sealing Hex was already vanishing from Patriarch Huyen. Blood sprayed from Meng Hao's mouth as he once again said the 8th Demon Sealing Hex, ignoring any injuries he would receive in the process. Just when Patriarch Huyen recovered use of his cultivation base, it was once again sealed. At the same time, the Blood Mastiff, in response to Meng Hao's divine sense, roared. Bloody light shot up, and the power of its spirit-severing cultivation base rocketed out as it charged again toward Patriarch Huyen. As of now, Meng Hao was completely ignoring Patriarch Huyen. Instead, he shot directly toward the Wheel of Time. The single flag streamer teleported to join him. A fierce light gleamed in Patriarch Huyen's eyes. In this critical moment of the battle, the power of his cultivation base suddenly exploded out. He raised his head up and howled as the demonic chi seal surrounding him collapsed. He had extricated himself and restored his cultivation base. But now, the Mastiff was upon him, and he was forced to fight. Temporarily, Patriarch Huyen was incapable of completely freeing himself. His fury burned like raging fires, consuming him as he howled in rage. As for Meng Hao, he was just now slamming into the Wheel of Time. He flicked his sleeve, causing the single streamer to wrap up the Wheel of Time, which Patriarch Huyen had lost control of. Then he collected up the streamer and put it into his bag of holding. He shockingly captured Patriarch Huyen's precious treasure. Earlier, when Patriarch Huyen had claimed that his surname was actually Han, it instantly made him think of Han Bei. He also thought about that patriarch of the Han clan who could control the power of time. All of the various threads of information formed together to give Meng Hao the audacious idea of stealing Patriarch Huyen's treasure. All of his actions up to this point had been aimed at snatching away the treasure. He even allowed himself to be injured in the process. The benefits of acquiring such an item were indescribable. Meng Hao, roared Patriarch Huyen, his eyes filling with veins of blood along with killing intent. He wanted to pursue Meng Hao, but the howling blood mastiff then attacked him once again. Pinned down, Patriarch Huyen could do nothing but be consumed by his indescribable rage. This mastiff, which seemingly didn't fear death in the least, had the power of spirit severing. Patriarch Huyen wasn't capable of killing it, nor even sealing it. He could only watch helplessly as his treasure was stolen away by a great circle nascent soul cultivator. The shame and rage that he felt were virtually driving him insane. In all the years he had practiced cultivation, he had almost never been put into such a difficult position. His rage could not grow any more. Meng Hao's eyes flickered with killing intent. He had made a lot of preparations with the intent of facing Patriarch Huyen. As of this moment, his preparations had been used by about half. He still had more tricks up his sleeves. His trump card of fusing with the Violet Sea had not been brought into play yet. Chapter 544. The Tao of Emotion Severing. Meng Hao's expression was calm. He had no time to personally do anything about the effects of the Wheel of Time. He let the flag of 3 streamers suppress it, then turned and lifted up his hand. The tip of his finger turned bright red. It then transformed into a red-colored totem tattoo. This was the Ji Clan blood clone aspect of his water-type totem. After absorbing it and gaining enlightenment regarding the blood-type totem, it hadn't disappeared. Rather, Meng Hao had completely suppressed it inside of his own body. It was now that, without hesitation, he released the blood clone. A bloody light shone out from his finger, flying out into midair to transform into the Ji Clan blood clone. As soon as it appeared, its body exploded with bloody light that shot up into the sky. It turned its head to look at Meng Hao, as if it planned to attack him. In that moment, Meng Hao gave a cold snort. The sound of it sent rippling tremors through the body of the blood clone, as if it weren't stable. Actually, when Meng Hao suppressed the clone within his body, he had also branded it with vast amounts of restrictive spells. An expression of struggle appeared on the blood clone's face for a moment. Then it turned, howling as it shot toward Patriarch Huyen. It seemed it planned to vent its frustration with Meng Hao onto Patriarch Huyen. The instant the blood clone appeared, Patriarch Huyen once again looked shocked. He could not help but tremble inwardly at Meng Hao's continuous succession of shocking methods. First was his astonishing 7 ominous soul transformations, then his time sword formation and the flag of 3 streamers, and finally this blood clone. All of it left Patriarch Huyen thoroughly shaken inwardly. The blood clone shouted as it neared. Together with the blood mastiff, it had Patriarch Huyen essentially flanked on both sides. Patriarch Huyen's face fell. He raised up his right hand and pointed out in front of him. Instantly, the blood clone exploded, only to reform a moment later. Damn it. It also has a will of undeath. Patriarch Huyen's face flickered as the blood mastiff pounced toward him from behind. He was not in a position to evade. The mastiff's razor-sharp fangs sank into his body, ripping open a wound from which blood sprayed out unimpeded. At the same time, Meng Hao made his move. As he neared, a divine ability suddenly manifested. Without a face, a single word, flames of war unify. More than 60 enormous faces appeared. They superimposed over each other, transforming into a divine ability backed by the power of 64 great circle nascent souls, a power that could rock spirit severing. The face's eyes opened, and its mouth moved. Roaring sounds pulsed out within Patriarch Huyen's mind. Streams of black smoke suddenly rose up from his body, 64 in total. They billowed up into the air as Meng Hao's divine ability closed in. 1 man, 1 clone, 1 dog, Batlin. Ji's spirit severing. Booms continued to explode out. Patriarch Huyen's aura expanded out to transform into an enormous vortex which slammed into Meng Hao, the mastiff, and the clone. Roaring filled the area and kicked up huge waves on the surface of the sea. The air itself seemed to be on the verge of splitting open. Patriarch Huyen was infuriated. Never since reaching the spirit-severing stage had he ever been in such a bad position. His spirit-severing area had been shattered, his wheel of time stolen. And to top it all off, his opponent was only a great circle nascent soul cultivator. Even though he had a spirit-severing immortal beast, even though he had a strange blood clone, this was all a complete humiliation to Patriarch Huyen. "My Tao," said Patriarch Huyen. He took a deep breath, causing all of his emotions to disappear. He became completely calm. "My Tao of severing emotions." When speaking of human emotions, love for one's family is the most powerful. By severing family love, one can sever the Tao of a lifetime. A freezing, emotionless cold suddenly rose up from Patriarch Huyen. This coldness was unfeeling, almost like it was a funeral for the 7 emotions and 6 pleasures. My parents died when I was young, murmured Patriarch Huyen, so there was no way to sever them. My feelings for my beloved are dispensable as far as I am concerned, so that severing would have been useless. Only my feelings for my sons would conform to my Tao of severing emotions. My first severing was of that Tao of feelings. It is common knowledge that I have an only son. What is not common knowledge is that I actually had 9 sons in total. I killed the first 8 with my own hands in order to create my Tao of extinguishing emotions. I placed all my hopes in my final son, Huyen Qing, and did everything for him. I concentrated all my fatherly love on him. When that love reached its pinnacle, I would kill him, and the resulting pain would be intense to the extreme. Only by experiencing such pain and grief could I complete my first severing and become totally emotionless. By killing my son, you have ruined my Tao. Nothing could possibly compare to the towering hatred which I feel toward you. My Tao is a severing of emotion. Patriarch Huyen's aura suddenly exploded out. His spirit-severing domain, his first severing, was of emotion. That emotion was not romantic love, nor friendship. Instead, it was the most powerful of all emotions, the love for blood relatives. Before spirit severing, Patriarch Huyen had been an emotional and loving person. Afterwards, he chose to slaughter his own sons for the sake of his Tao. The only one that remained was Huyen Qing. His choice for this spirit-severing Tao was actually very similar to that of Patriarch Han Xue of the Frigid Snow clan. However, in the end, Patriarch Han Xue chose not to continue with the severing. Patriarch Huyen, on the other hand, was more resolute. He concentrated all of his faith, early love onto his son, Huyen Qing, holding none in reserve. It was like he took all of the family love that existed within his person and focused it solely on Huyen Qing. As far as Huyen Qing was concerned, Patriarch Huyen had indulged him in every way, tolerated anything. It had been a boundless fatherly love. Only in that way could he sever pain, sever his heart, and truly complete his first severing. By extinguishing family love, he could form his Tao of extinguishing emotions. But now, Huyen Qing was dead, killed by another. Because Patriarch Huyen hadn't killed him, it meant that Patriarch Huyen's first severing could not be completed perfectly unless he spent much time reversing the setback. The easiest method would be to slay the person who had killed Huyen Qing to get revenge. But that wasn't enough. What he needed was a rain of blood that would allow him to express all of his fatherly love and release himself from worldly cares. Severing emotions, he said, his voice low. Instantly, everything in the area became extremely cold. An emotionless domain erupted out from him. This was a unique divine ability of the spirit-severing stage, the domain. Patriarch Huyen's domain was one in which the only thing that could exist was an extinguishing of emotions. Any scrap of emotion or passion would be extinguished inside, dispersed. As the domain spread out, the blood clone trembled. It recovered a moment later, not having been affected very much. That was because it was innately an emotionless creature. As for the mastiff, however, it began to shake violently. The bloody light which surrounded it began to flicker. The will of undeath which filled it fought back fiercely, but was clearly not a match. It began to tremble more and more violently and emit fierce howls. The one to be affected the most, though, was Meng Hao. Meng Hao's mind filled with roaring. Blood oozed out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. His eyes shone with confusion. Suddenly, his mind began to fill with images. His childhood and his parents. His friendship with Fatty and the others. The blur that existed between Su Qing and Chu Yuyan. The emotional connection between apprentice and master that he felt for Pill Demon. All of these things completely filled his mind, transforming into a blade that hung there within his mind. An archaic voice suddenly filled his mind. Sever your emotions, and you can exist. Emotions are a hindrance. They burn away at your flame of life. Sever them. Sever them. The voice seemed to carry some mysterious power. It caused Meng Hao's entire body to tremble. He felt as if his soul were about to be shredded into pieces. He couldn't help but let out a scream of anguish. At the same time, all the images in his mind, all the people, began to distort. They transformed into black flames that set Meng Hao's mind on fire. He felt pain. The kind of pain that comes from watching your parents dying and being helpless to save them. It was the pain that comes from watching your beloved coldly turn away into the embrace of another. It was the pain of watching your best friend smile maliciously while plunging a knife into your back. It was a pain formed from all of those various emotions, rising to the pinnacle. The pain transformed into black flames which burned at Meng Hao's very soul. Sever them. Sever the emotions, and you can exist. Refuse, and your soul will be destroyed. The voice echoed out in Meng Hao's body as he trembled. It seemed as if he were existing in an illusion, but was unable to distinguish the difference between the illusion and reality. Confusion filled his eyes. Blood oozed out of his mouth. He lost control and fell down into the violet sea. This was Patriarch Huyen's emotionless domain, which severed both emotions and pain. It severed the emotions of the enemy, smashed the soul, crushed the fleshly body. Facing Patriarch Huyen with emotions led only to death. Giving in to the demands of the domain led to becoming a puppet. Refusing to give in led to death in body and spirit. Meng Hao sank down into the violet sea. As he did, his mind's eye was filled with various images from his life. The joys, the sorrows, the partings, the reunions.
Pain.
Betrayal. They all seemed to swirl into a cycle of pain. When Meng Hao's body suddenly hit the seafloor, his eyes opened. As of this moment, they were clear. However, it was a clearness filled with exhaustion. Emotions are not a hindrance, he murmured. Emotions are what make life complete. He closed his eyes. In the instant that he did, the violet sea began to roar, and its surface roiled. The mastiff was trembling in midair, its eyes bright red. The blood clone was actually not impeded at all. However, as it neared Patriarch Huyen, confusion suddenly filled its eyes. Patriarch Huyen hovered there in midair, his domain spreading out, filling the entire area. It was at this moment that the violet sea began to roar, causing Patriarch Huyen's brow to furrow. As he frowned, the waters of the violet sea began to collect together. An enormous head suddenly began to emerge, then a body, then 2 legs. In the shocking blink of an eye, an enormous giant made of seawater rose up from within the violet sea. The giant looked like Meng Hao in every way. Its closed eyes suddenly snapped open. They emanated a bright glow as it lifted up its right hand. The gigantic hand, formed of massive quantities of water, formed into a fist and then punched out toward Patriarch Huyen. A massive boom echoed out across the waters. Patriarch Huyen's face fell, and he instantly retreated. He managed to avoid the fist, but his domain was completely shattered. Emotionless? You actually transformed into something emotionless.
No.
This isn't you. This is the violet sea. He actually fused with the violet sea. This. Patriarch Huyen's eyes went wide and filled with disbelief. Only emotionless beings could exist within his domain. This violet sea giant was just such an emotionless creature. After all, the violet sea was fundamentally death. In death, what dies is not just the body, but also emotion. Chapter 545, the most powerful. Currently, far up above in the air, 3 streams of powerful divine sense were paying very close attention to battle down below. These streams of divine sense far exceeded the nascent soul stage. Each one seemed to contain different natural laws and different domains. Shockingly, these were 3 streams of divine sense belonging to spirit-severing patriarchs. All 3 were from the Blacklands. 2 were from the Great Wild Flame Tribe and Great Demon Butterfly Tribe respectively. The other was a patriarch from the Great Cloud Sky Tribe, the tribe Zhou Dikun was a member of. The streams of divine sense hovered there in midair, staring down at the battle with both concentration and shock. Patriarch Huyen's clone is going all out. This kid has really got some extraordinary battle prowess. Patriarch Huyen's clone is different from our clones. Our clones only possess 30% of the battle prowess of our true selves. Patriarch Huyen's clone, however, possesses its own nascent divinity spirit immortal. It's a divine clone with 70% of the battle prowess of his true self. It's like a second life for Patriarch Huyen. It required years of refinement to create something he can exchange his life with. 7 superimpositions. A spirit-severing immortal beast. The will of the violet sea. This kid is incredible. As the 3 streams of divine sense discussed the goings-on, they only continued to grow more serious. Down on the surface of the sea, booms echoed out into the air. Meng Hao, in the form of the violet sea giant, clenched his hand into a fist again. He punched out into the air, which kicked up a violent tempest that swept out in all directions, with the power to destroy all domains in the area. The mastiff howled, and bloody light exploded up from its body, transforming into 18 sharp fangs which then shot directly toward Patriarch Huyen, seemingly capable of ripping holes in the air. A boom could be heard and blood sprayed from the mouth of Patriarch Huyen. He fell back once again. Even as he did, the giant form Meng Hao slapped his hands together in exactly the same way he had when he killed the black bat. Next, another giant began to rise up from within the violet sea. Then a third, followed by a fourth, a fifth, and then a sixth. In total, 7 giants towered above the violet sea, each one of them thousands of meters tall and shocking to the extreme. Each of the giants looked exactly like Meng Hao. As soon as they appeared, they charged toward Patriarch Huyen. This was a divine ability that Meng Hao could employ after fusing with the violet sea. 7 giants roared. The mastiff's cultivation base exploded out with all its power. The blood clone trembled, then explode. dead with killing intent. All of them charged directly toward Patriarch Huyen. As they approached, destructive power exploded up. The power of extermination raged. Patriarch Huyen's domain was no longer effective, having been shattered by Meng Hao using the Violet Sea. Patriarch Huyen's eyes were red, and his hair was in disarray. He looked completely out of sorts as he suddenly howled. Instantly, a divine ability magically manifested. It coalesced into a 3,000-meter-long heaven saber. As the blade chopped down, it caused roaring sounds to fill the air. Of the 7 giants, 4 exploded. Of the fangs shooting toward Patriarch Huyen from the Mastiff, 5 were shattered. All the rest continued on to slam into Patriarch Huyen. Patriarch Huyen's entire body shook violently, and he coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. He tumbled backward in astonishment, his hair flying around, his eyes filled with madness. "You're good, Meng Hao, I'll give you that. To be able to fight back against me to this extent shows that you are truly powerful. However, you are not of the spirit-severing stage.
Not yet.
You have no nascent divinity spirit immortal. You are doomed. You cannot slay me. Instead, you have assured your own death." Spirit-severing. Patriarch Huyen lifted his head up and roared. Along with the sound of the roar, his aura exploded up, revealing the power of his spirit-severing cultivation base. As this happened, his body began to wither. In the blink of an eye, it withered up and he began to disappear. Instantly, his body completely turned into ashes and was gone. However, as his fleshly body disappeared, what appeared in its places was a spirit body. It was like a nascent soul, but fundamentally different. It was translucent and possessed immortal will. This was the spirit immortal of Patriarch Huyen's clone. Spirit severing can also be referred to as mortality severing. Everything beneath spirit severing is mortal. However, spirit severing and above can be considered immortal. After severing mortality, the nascent soul disappears and is transformed into a nascent divinity. This can also be referred to as a spirit immortal. This nascent divinity spirit immortal is not something that is easily revealed. Only by casting off the fleshly body would it be able to appear. Actually, a nascent divinity spirit immortal can only truly connect properly with one's true physical body, not a clone. Therefore, by casting off the clone's physical body, the nascent divinity spirit immortal would be able to truly employ spirit-severing divine abilities. Bright glows appeared in the eyes of giant form Meng Hao. He stared at Patriarch Huyen's nascent divinity spirit immortal. Meng Hao had actually gained quite a bit throughout the course of this battle. His understanding regarding spirit severing was now much deeper. So, there is no nascent soul in spirit severing, but rather a nascent divinity spirit immortal is formed. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as his enlightenment deepened. Thanks to this battle, the path of spirit severing was now much clearer in his mind. Patriarch Huyen's nascent divinity spirit immortal began to perform an incantation gesture, touching its left thumb with its right forefinger, and vice versa. This formed a rectangle, which it used to surround Meng Hao's image. "Spirit-severing banishment," it shouted. As the words left its mouth, rumbling filled heaven and earth, and the sky dimmed. Giant form Meng Hao began to shake, as if explosive power from heaven and earth were forming to expel him. Such an expulsion made it seem as if the entire world, as if all the lands of South Heaven, viewed Meng Hao as an enemy. It was as if in this moment, all living things, even the plants and animals, all existence, were filled with an intense desire to expel Meng Hao. All of a sudden, a sound like countless murmuring voices suddenly joined together to form an echoing shout. "Begone!" The sound was such that it seemed as if the will of the entire world was focused on expelling and banishing Meng Hao. Meng Hao's giant form exploded into countless pieces, as did the other remaining giants in the area. The Mastiff whined as roaring also filled its body, and its life force rapidly began to drain away. It, however, did not explode. After all, it was of the spirit-severing stage. Such a banishment could only be resisted by the spirit-severing stage. Anything beneath spirit-severing would be killed by this banishment. That was the power of a nascent divinity spirit immortal. The blood clone also exploded, although it quickly reformed, only to explode once more. The Violet Sea churned. Deep beneath the surface, blood sprayed from Meng Hao's mouth. Roaring filled his mind as he heard all living things roaring. "Begone!" More blood exploded from his mouth. Popping sounds rang out from his body as he shot up from within the waters. The voices continued to echo in his ears. "Begone! Begone from this place! Begone from these lands! Begone from South Heaven!" An indescribable power of expulsion caused Meng Hao to retreat at full speed. He coughed up blood continuously. The magic of this divine ability was incredibly powerful, far beyond anything Meng Hao could have imagined. The power of expulsion continued to grow more intense, causing an enormous vortex to appear in midair. The gravitation force of the vortex latched onto Meng Hao, as if it intended to completely banish him from the lands of South Heaven. I live in the lands of South Heaven, said Meng Hao. This is my home. You trifling spirit-severing cultivator. What gives you the right to banish me? A look of determination filled his eyes as he slapped his bag of holding to produce the blood-colored mask. After entering the seventh anima, Meng Hao didn't actually need the mask. However, now that the Mastiff had awakened, Meng Hao could actually sense that within the mask was a shocking divine ability. Auric. Finally, Meng Hao had planned to keep this divine ability as a trump card, but now he had no other options. Without hesitation, he placed the mask onto his face. When that happened, his green robe instantly turned the color of blood, as did his hair. In the blink of an eye, a glow of blood rose up from him. Blood Mastiff, my blood immortal spirit, my Tao protector. Use the primordial blood immortal law to merge with this mask. Make your cultivation base, my cultivation base. Let the domain change. Let the primordial transform. Let the image of the blood immortal come. As Meng Hao spoke, his voice seemed to carry an archaic will. The Mastiff trembled, and a strange glow appeared in its eyes. Without hesitation, it shot toward Meng Hao. As it did, its body transformed into a red glow. It shot like lightning toward Meng Hao, and then merged directly into the mask. As soon as the Mastiff merged into the mask, a tremor ran through Meng Hao's body. His aura suddenly expanded out, and his hair whipped about him. His robe fluttered madly. His divine sense suddenly was no longer 29,999 meters, but rather 30,000. It was only an increase in 1 meter, but that meter made all the difference compared to the previous 29,999 meters. That 1 meter gap represented the difference between mortality and immortality. Meng Hao's cultivation base suddenly exploded up. Shockingly, a blood-colored figure suddenly appeared behind him. It was a figure seated on a throne of bones, wearing a mask, hair floating in the air. Also, it was a woman. The woman was none other than the blood immortal of the Doom clan. In this moment, Meng Hao was fused with the cultivation base of the Blood Mastiff. On top of his great circle nascent soul cultivation base appeared another cultivation base that did not belong to him. It fused with his, causing thunderous roars to fill his body. His aura exploded out, with the power of spirit severing. In this moment, it seemed as if Meng Hao suddenly came to a new realization. He looked up into the sky, but then just as quickly retracted his gaze. At the same time, the 3 streams of divine sense belonging to the spirit-severing cultivators emanated powerful ripples, caused by the shock of realizing that they had been spotted by Meng Hao. He saw us. I would never have imagined that he could actually borrow the power of spirit-severing. It seems Patriarch Huyen's divine clone is going to perish. This kid, well, perhaps we shouldn't call him that. This fellow Taoist Meng Hao might not know us personally, but he is qualified to sit as equals with us at the same table. The 3 were now paying rapt attention to Meng Hao. Chapter 546. The Patriarch goes all out. Ripples of spirit-severing power expanded out in all directions. Meng Hao's hair whipped about as his cultivation base roared upward. The spirit-severing power did not belong to him. He could only possess it temporarily. Even the domain was not his but Wraith. That of the blood immortal. After the spirit-severing cultivation base growth, shockingly, an area world appeared around Meng Hao. Within his mind, he could also faintly sense the domain of the blood immortal. However, he could not utilize them. All he could do was vaguely sense them. The domain actually had nothing to do with blood. Strangely, it contained a sense of waiting, as well as of glorious pursuit. It was like a blooming, blood-colored flower. In the moment that Meng Hao borrowed the spirit-severing power, the expulsion power around him instantly grew weaker, by more than half. The vortex in midair vanished without a trace. An expression of disbelief appeared on the face of Patriarch Huyen. Never could he possibly have imagined that the battle would go the way it had, or that he would end up being so shaken by Meng Hao. How is this possible? How can he be so terrifying? Don't tell me that he's a Tao-seeking reincarnation? Or maybe he's an immortal soul in a mortal body? Even as Patriarch Huyen was reeling in shock, Meng Hao looked up. He could sense the undefinable power that was surging within him. He couldn't sustain such power for long, only about the space of 12 breaths. Therefore, he didn't hesitate. The glow of blood surged up around him as he lifted his right hand up and performed an incantation gesture, then pointed forward. Sundered clouds, a bloody rain, seas that cover the sky. 3 forms of the blood immortal legacy, divine ability. The body of the blood immortal. A spirit-severing cultivation base. In this moment, the power of all of these things exploded out. The sky was now the color of blood. Beneath the red glow, the violet sea turned black. From a distance, all that could be seen was a black sea and a red sky, with just a glimmer of violet in between the two. Even an expert artist would have a hard time depicting such a scene. There were clouds in the sky, sundered clouds. There was rain as well. A rain of blood. A sea of blood roared with huge waves that seemed to wish to fly up to the heavens. The sea of blood merged with the violet sea, transforming into black blood. Sundered clouds, a bloody rain, seas that cover the sky. These three things were blood immortal divine abilities, majestic and shocking. The sundered clouds surged into motion, causing vapor to instantly rise up around Patriarch Huyen's nascent divinity's spirit immortal. From within the thick clouds emerged sundering. A boom could be heard as the sundering mist exploded. Patriarch Huyen's nascent divinity's spirit immortal emitted a shrill cry. It was shocked to discover that it couldn't evade and was powerless to fight back. The natural law in the world seemed to have completely changed. These rules did not belong to him, but rather to Meng Hao. Or perhaps to the woman who sat behind Meng Hao on the throne of bones. The sundered clouds surged endlessly. That was because they were propelled by a wind of sunderen. Gee! Roaring filled the air as, within the short space of time of a few breaths, Patriarch Huyen's nascent divinity's spirit immortal was battered dozens of times. He was forced backwards several hundred meters. Explosions and booms echoed out. It seemed as if the nascent divinity's spirit immortal was on the verge of being destroyed. He was shocked, filled with disbelief as well as an intense sense of deadly crisis. In this moment, a rain of blood appeared in the midst of the sundered clouds. It carried with it a shocking power, seemingly another expulsion power. The raindrops fell down from all directions toward Patriarch Huyen. A blood-curdling scream could be heard. Patriarch Huyen was flabbergasted and shaking with fear. Booming could be heard as his body began to fall apart. He quickly pulled it back together, only to have more blood rain whistle toward him. As of this moment, the entire world, everything in the area, was transformed into a world of blood rain. Within that world, all life would be submerged, buried in the blood rain. But this was not the greatest danger. The greatest danger was within the Black Sea. The sea roared up into the sky. The sky roared down into the sea. The blackness of the once violet-colored sea merged with the blood rain, turning it black. The Black Sea rose up into the sky, making it impossible to determine what was the sky and what was the sea. It was as if everything had been turned upside down, as if everything had been twisted about. Within all the booming and roaring, the sundered clouds, the blood rain, the Black Sea, became blood death. Patriarch Huyen was filled with a sense of grave danger. He had the intense premonition that if he didn't do something immediately, then he would definitely die. If someone had told him before that he would die at Meng Hao's hands, he would have mocked and ridiculed that person to no end. But now, such a scene was playing out in front of his own eyes. As of this moment, though, there was no time for shock and astonishment. Heart-pounding, he suddenly looked up into the sky and roared. "Fellow Taoists, the three of you must help me slay this man. Regardless of whether you succeed or not, I vow to present you with precious treasures as gifts in return." Hearing this caused the streams of divine sense to instantly reveal intense glows. They immediately began to discuss the matter. "There's really no need to continue watching the battle," said the spirit-severing patriarch from the Great Cloud Sky Tribe. "The clone is doomed to perish. This Meng Hao has fused his will with the Violet Sea. He's not someone to be provoked lightly." His words contained deeper meaning, which was obvious. "Fellow Taoist Yunlian, don't worry. True, we're allies, and therefore can't go back on our word to help each other. However, the best thing to do would be to leave with a promise of treasure from Patriarch Huyen, and at the same time get Meng Hao to owe us a favor. Sowing some go. OD karma would be the best outcome." That's right. It was of his own accord that Patriarch Huyen provoked a powerful foe. He can't blame anyone else. If the Heavenly Court Alliance loses the Heavenly Pursuit Tribe, but then gains the Great Cloud Sky Tribe, it will still be a Heavenly Court. After discussing the matter, the three streams of divine sense began to chuckle. Three forms began to take shape out of nothing. In the blink of an eye, three figures could be seen. One was a white-haired old man. Another was a middle-aged man with a luxuriant beard. The third was a young boy in a red robe. As soon as they appeared, they exchanged smiling glances. These were all clones, the likes of which most spirit-severing cultivators possessed. They were different from Patriarch Huyen's clone, which was a type that was rarely seen. Moments later, the three figures appeared in front of Patriarch Huyen's nascent divinity. Without even a pause, they charged Meng Hao. Each of these clones possessed roughly 30% of the power of the cultivation base of their true selves. However, even 30% should be enough to crush someone of the nascent soul stage. They instantly turned into three fierce beams of light that shot toward Meng Hao's three great blood immortal divine abilities. Meng Hao's eyes glittered in response to the attack. For these three people to make a move wasn't something unforeseen. He waved his sleeve. The sundered clouds roared, the blood rain howled, and the Black Sea screamed. The three forces slammed into the three clones. This guy is incredible. Now that I'm experiencing his power, it's obvious that he's far stronger than I imagined after simply observing him fight. If our clones met him by themselves and he unleashed his full power, it would only take a few moves for him to completely eradicate us. The three exchanged another glance, then performed incantation gesture, causing their own divine abilities to blast into Meng Hao's blood immortal divine abilities. During the space of a few breaths, booms filled the air. The three clones exploded, completely destroyed. Before they completely vanished, all of them cast meaningful glances toward Meng Hao. Patriarch Huyen stared in shock, and then began to tremble. He lifted his head up and howled. How could he not see through the plan the three crafty old foxes had just carried out? The three clones weren't as strong as Patriarch Huyen's clone, so if they were fighting solo, they might be destroyed relatively quickly. But how could it be possible for them to be defeated so quickly while fighting together? The only explanation was that all three had actually been unwilling to attack. Everything they had done was just an excuse to get their hands on the treasure that he had promised. Patriarch Huyen's expression was one of livid fury. If I'm going to die, there's no way I'll die by his hand, he roared. Totems combine, he cried. Suddenly 5.5 Tems appeared within this nascent divinity, and then suddenly flew out. Within the half-totem could be seen several souls that bore an eerie resemblance to Patriarch Huyen. They formed together to form the 8 sons that had been personally slain by Patriarch Huyen. Unfortunately, because Huyen Qing had died in the way he did, the totem was incomplete. With the appearance of these totems, Patriarch Huyen's expression was suddenly one of complete resolve. Ancestral awakening, commence! As Patriarch Huyen roared, the 5 totems shattered, transforming into countless fragments that instantly fused into the nascent divinity's spirit immortal. Patriarch Huyen's roar turned into a wail as the nascent divinity began to turn blurry, and then suddenly exploded. The exploding pieces almost looked like human flesh. They shot out but then just as quickly began to form back together. In the blink of an eye, an indescribably gruesome aura suddenly spread out to fill the area. At the same time, Patriarch Huyen's nascent divinity was reforming, turning into a body formed out of countless chunks of flesh. It looked like innumerable patches of flesh were sewn together, as if the body were covered with countless centipedes. It was thoroughly savage in appearance, especially the forehead, where 3 golden scales could be seen that emanated blinding golden light. The bizarre, gruesome aura completely matched the bizarre, gruesome body. This was Patriarch Huyen's ancestral awakening body, the result of the most powerful divine ability that his clone could employ. The head had no facial features, only the 3 golden scales which were almost like eyes. They glowed with golden, flickering light that transformed into an enormous vortex. The vortex spun, seemingly powerful enough to shatter the air. As it expanded out, everything for thousands of meters around instantly began to shatter. The sundered clouds shattered, the blood rain dissipated, and the Black Sea was destroyed. Meng Hao's 3 blood immortal divine abilities were completely dispelled. Patriarch Huyen was burning his life force. His cultivation base was blurry, and his appearance bizarre in this ancestral awakening form, which could explode out with power to destroy anything and everything. After the blood immortal divine abilities were destroyed, Patriarch Huyen's strange body disappeared. When he reappeared, he was directly in front of Meng Hao. He lifted up his hand and pushed out. Meng Hao's eyes flickered. Without hesitation, he waved his sleeve, borrowing explosive spirit-severing power to shoot backward. I only have about 7 more breaths worth of time before I run out of spirit-severing power. His eyes glowed with coldness. Setting his jaw, he stared at Patriarch Huyen. From the look of it, this version of Patriarch Huyen was not sentient, but rather was acting on instinct. The strange divine ability would only last for a certain period of time before it ran out of life fork. Power to burn. Going all out, said Meng Hao with a cold laugh. Unfortunately for you, I still have a lot of tricks up my sleeve. Chapter 547. Sealing Spirit Severing. Seeing that Patriarch Huyen was going all out caused killing intent to flicker within Meng Hao's eyes. Patriarch Huyen was in a state of mindless madness, but his battle prowess had leaped up and was now completely beyond what it had been before. Considering that Patriarch Huyen had entered such a state, Meng Hao had the option of simply dodging his attacks, then waiting for enough time to go by for this version of Patriarch Huyen to dissipate naturally. However, the desire for battle was thick in Meng Hao's eyes. This was a fight to prove the power of his cultivation base and achieve mastery of his divine abilities and magical arts through actual use. To Meng Hao, this battle was a way to gain understanding and control over himself, to grow more perfect. Now that he was facing Patriarch Huyen's most powerful divine ability, Meng Hao had absolutely no desire whatsoever to flinch away. He would fight. Even as the desire to engage in battle overflowed from Meng Hao's eyes, Patriarch Huyen's body flashed in yet another charge. Meng Hao's lips turned up in a vicious smile as he did not retreat, but rather counterattacked. They slammed into each other, making continuous attacks that sent shocking booms to fill the area. The violet sea churned violently, and the air rippled with distortions. As the battle continued, popping sounds rang out from within Meng Hao's body. He was suddenly sent tumbling backward. His borrowed spirit-severing power was now growing unstable. According to his calculations, he had only 3 breaths of time left before it was gone. In the final critical moment, Meng Hao suddenly rocketed up into the air. He looked down toward Patriarch Huyen, who was shooting toward him from the surface of the Violet Sea. I've gained a lot from this battle. Therefore, I think I'll use the trump card that I recently mastered to bury you. A strange light burned in Meng Hao's eyes as he spoke the words. In the final moment in which his borrowed spirit-severing power was about to disappear, he took a deep breath. The image of a magical symbol suddenly flickered within his eyes. It seemed as if his entire person had slipped into some indistinct state. He lifted his right hand, causing an enormous illusory image to appear behind him. That image was a magical symbol. It was blurry, but in the instant it appeared, the Violet Sea roared as it was pushed away. It was as if some shapeless pressure was pushing it away, forming a huge crater down below. The air all around twisted with distortions. It was as if in the entire world, nothing existed except for this magical symbol. The symbol's origin was Meng Hao's eyes and his heart. This was none other than the magical symbol that Meng Hao had been trying to gain enlightenment regarding for years and years, the magical symbol from the Black Lands, celestial soil. Its true origin was the talisman from the heavens that was destroyed, falling onto the Black Lands, where it transformed into black magical symbols. Meng Hao still had not gained complete enlightenment. Therefore, to employ it required forceful use of his cultivation base. However, with the borrowed power of the Mastiff, he was able to do just that. His expression was blank, as if he had lost use of his faculties. Within Meng Hao's mind's eye, he suddenly saw an image of a boundless starscape. In the middle of it all was an indistinct figure who bore the semblance of a transcendent being. The figure stood there above planet South Heaven, waving its finger to summon talismanic paper. It began to write on the paper and then, with indescribable hatred, waved its sleeve, causing the talisman to shoot towards South Heaven. As soon as the talisman began its descent, an aura appeared from some unknown location in South Heaven. The two slammed into each other, causing vibrations to ripple out through space, filling planet South Heaven with an enormous roaring sound. Along with the roaring, the talisman began to burn into pieces, which then became ash. The ash fell down, transforming into the Black Lands. Within the remnants of the ash was the will of a celestial talisman. As Meng Hao hovered there in midair, he waved his right hand down. The magical symbol behind him turned black, then passed through Meng Hao's body as it shot down toward Patriarch Huyen. In that moment, Meng Hao seemed to have turned into the immortal from all those years ago. As his hand descended, the magical symbol roared. At the same time, the blood-colored mask fell off of his face. The Mastiff flew out, and Meng Hao's cultivation base fell down from the spirit-severing stage to return to its previous level. Patriarch Huyen's body trembled. The 3 scales on his forehead flickered. It was as if his consciousness had been restored a bit in the face of this imminent crisis. However, even as he recovered his faculties, the magical symbol closed in on him, emitting shocking roars. It slammed into Patriarch Huyen, causing the sound of an enormous explosion to lift up into the sky. An intense howl of despair could be heard from Patriarch Huyen as the magical symbol shoved him down into the Violet Sea. The water seethed as it surged out in all directions. The magical symbol descended, shooting through the water until it slammed onto the seafloor. Everything shook. Patriarch Huyen's aura was nothing but a thread, and his body was virtually completely shattered, sealed tightly onto the bottom of the Violet Sea. His ancestral awakening body was disappearing. As it did, his nascent divinity slowly became visible. Struggling, it began to transform into glittering dots of light that slowly dissipated out into the Violet Sea. However, even as the nascent divinity's spirit immortal was about to disappear, Meng Hao made a grasping motion toward the Violet Sea. A power of sealing appeared. It branded down onto Patriarch Huyen's nascent divinity before it could die, instantly sealing it within the blood-colored mask. "Wanna die?" "It's not that easy," said Meng Hao coolly as he sealed it. "It would be too much of a pity to let a nascent divinity's spirit immortal like this disappear. I think I'll turn it into my 3rd soul of lightning." Next, he produced some medicinal pills, which he immediately consumed. He then closed his eyes for a moment and hovered there in midair. After some time passed, his eyes snapped open, and they glowed with a brilliant light. He suddenly slapped his hand onto the blood-colored mask. The flag of 3 streamers appeared in Meng Hao's hand, as well as a glowing black wheel that resembled a chariot's wheel. As the surroundings returned to their normal appearance, Meng Hao inspected the wheel with glittering eyes. Then, He sent his divine sense inside it, branding it with multiple layers, to make it completely his own. It was an extraordinary treasure. Despite having its connection to Patriarch Huyen severed, Meng Hao still encountered some resistance when he was trying to brand it. He gave a cold snort, causing the Time Sword formation to appear and emanate intense pressure. He also entered the seventh anima, causing its divine sense with a range just a hair away from 30,000 meters to bore into the Wheel of Time. Meng Hao took a deep breath as the power of the successive brands caused the Wheel of Time to shrink down. It turned into a black glow that Meng Hao then swallowed. It sank down into his Dantian region, suppressed by the 7 nascent souls there. Meanwhile, back in the Blacklands, the same moment in which Meng Hao sealed Patriarch Huyen's nascent divinity Spirit Immortal, Patriarch Huyen's white-robed true self was sitting cross-legged in meditation. Suddenly, a tremor ran through his body. His face grew red, and although his eyes did not open, he coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. As he coughed up the blood, his features changed. Before, he looked like a middle-aged man. Now, he seemed older. His hair was gray, and his skin wrinkled. An aura of decay suddenly emanated out from his body. The aura was intense, and seemed to cause the flame of Patriarch Huyen's life force to darken by quite a bit. For his clone to be sealed, and its connection to him severed, had caused severe internal injuries to Patriarch Huyen. Were it an ordinary clone, it wouldn't matter. Clones such as that were dispensable. But this divine clone was different. It was like a second life for him. As of this moment, his longevity was reduced, and his cultivation base sank. It was no longer at the peak it had been before, and he could no longer wield the same level of power as earlier. His face was pale. His body trembled as he took a deep breath. Even as he was about to begin treating his injuries, another tremor ran through him, and his eyes snapped open. This was the first time he had opened his eyes during his secluded meditation of 100 years. They did not open to shine with an expression of success. The entire 100 years of secluded meditation had been wasted, causing something that seemed like a tempest to appear in his eyes as soon as he opened them. He glared at the space in front of him where 3 figures were materializing. One was an old person, another sported a luxuriant beard, and the third was a young boy in a red robe. "So, fellow Taoist Huyen, where are the precious treasures?" asked the red-robed boy, smiling at Patriarch Huyen. Patriarch Huyen took a deep breath and suppressed his fury. These 3 people had obviously joined forces. That was the only way they could have gotten past the tribe's defenses. If Patriarch Huyen hadn't decisively given up on his secluded meditation by opening his eyes, who knew what other machinations they might have attempted? After all, despite being fellow spirit-severing cultivators who seemed to be on good terms with him, everything in such an arrangement had to do with mutual benefit. His divine clone had been destroyed, and his cultivation base had just slipped from its peak. Although they might not have come here to outright attack him, they would definitely think of some ways to extort him to their benefit. Patriarch Huyen's face was grim as he waved his right hand. Instantly, 3 glowing beams of light shot out toward the 3. One was a sword, the other a tree branch, and the third a medicinal pill bottle. The red-robed boy was the one to receive the pill bottle. It emanated a rippling aura and was clearly very different from the other 2. As he tossed out the magical items, Patriarch Huyen coolly said, "As of this day, the Heavenly Pursuit tribe secedes from the Heavenly Court Alliance. However, are the 3 of you really so sure that I will perish by the hand of that Meng Hao?" The red-robed boy's eyes glittered. The other 2 exchanged a glance and smiled. No one said anything. The 3 of them turned and left, vanishing, leaving behind nothing but ripples in the air. After they disappeared, Patriarch Huyen coughed up a mouthful of blood, the price paid for forcefully ending his secluded meditation. His body suddenly grew blurry for a moment, and he aged even more. His eyes began to shine with a cold hardness. Considering how devious they are, they could obviously tell that I was willing to remove myself from the alliance in order to prevent the Patriarch of the Cloud Sky tribe from attacking me to get his way in. Furthermore, those 3 treasures were to ensure that the Wild Flame and Demon Butterfly tribes don't support that thieving Meng Hao. Patriarch Huyen was shrewd and astute. During his battle with Meng Hao, he had seen that he might not necessarily be a match if he fought alone. He also could tell that Meng Hao would definitely come to the Blacklands looking for him. His main goal all along had been to come up with a reason to give out the 3 treasures, and thus ensure that the other 3 did not side against him. Of course, everyone realized this. There was no need to point it out directly. "Meng Hao," growled Patriarch Huyen, grinding his teeth. He took a deep breath as he closed his eyes once more. He needed to restore his power to its peak so that he could battle with Meng Hao. As of now, not only did he hate Meng Hao down to his bones, he also felt unprecedented fear. Chapter 548. Return to the Blacklands. Naturally, the Li clan patriarch was the first to receive the honor of becoming one of Meng Hao's Souls of Lightning. He had long since enjoyed quite a bit of freedom and was quite comfortable in the Blood Immortal mask. As long as he wasn't being struck by lightning or tormented by the meat jelly, he was actually quite happy. He had long since abandoned any expectations of Li clan members coming to rescue him. He felt numb toward any such hopes. Recently, his greatest enjoyment came from tormenting G19. Being able to take the pain he had suffered and inflict it exponentially on someone else made the Li clan patriarch more happy than he had ever been. Of course, G19 was fated to become Meng Hao's second soul of lightning, although not voluntarily. In fact, it had taken quite a bit of pleading on the part of the Li clan patriarch to convince Meng Hao to bestow such an honor upon G19. The third soul of lightning was of course Patriarch Huyen, who had just been pulled into the blood-colored mask, completely out of sorts and on the verge of dissipating completely. As soon as he saw Patriarch Huyen, the Li clan patriarch grew extremely excited, and his body started to crackle with lightning. Once the torment began, it naturally couldn't be minimized in any way. Meng Hao retracted his divine sense from his Dantian region, having finished his observations of his 7 nascent souls refining the glowing wheel of time. He floated there in mid-air, the blood mastiff next to him, licking its wounds. A brutal expression filled its eyes. It could sense that Meng Hao's killing intent had not faded, but instead had grown more powerful as they carried out their slaughter. Meng Hao's gaze swept across the violet sea. Patriarch Huyen's clone had not possessed a bag of holding. At first, Meng Hao did not understand why that was. However, after borrowing the power of spirit severing, he suddenly understood. Some spirit severing experts might use bags of holding, but most of them opened up a space in their nascent divinity. This was another difference between the mortal and the immortal. However, Meng Hao had destroyed 10 outposts and killed many cultivators. Within the bags of holding he had collected were a host of items, which helped make up for everything he had wasted to acquire his 7th nascent soul. Voices could be heard as the members of the Golden Crow tribe approached. They looked at Meng Hao with excited expressions. They had stayed off in the distance for the course of the battle and hadn't been able to see what was happening. However, they could sense the shocking nature of the magical battle. I'm not sure what percentage of true cultivation base was possessed by Patriarch Huyen's clone. Meng Hao mused to himself. However, this clone was clearly different from the average clone. He smiled. It didn't really matter what percent power the clone had, or how much Patriarch Huyen's true self possessed. Meng Hao would not shrink back from a fight just because his opponent was powerful. Those other 3 spirit-severing experts sure were interesting. Patriarch Huyen seemed to have some ulterior motive in asking them to attack. It seems all spirit-severing experts are filled with schemes and foresights. I definitely cannot look down on them. After a moment's thought, he looked down toward the Golden Crow clan members down below, and his eyes glittered brightly. Let us return to the Black Lands, he said. He waved his right hand, causing the entire violet sea to fill with a rumbling sound. An enormous violet sea giant suddenly rose up. Water poured off of its surface, crashing down onto the surface of the sea below. Next, a second, then a third violet sea giant appeared. In the blink of an eye, there were 7 towering violet sea giants, each one 3,000 meters tall. Although their facial features were somewhat indistinct, it was obvious that they resembled Meng Hao. Let's go. Meng Hao sat cross-legged on the mastiff as it flew through the air. The violet sea giants began to run, kicking up huge waves, which swept the members of the Golden Crow tribe along with them as they headed toward the Black Lands. From a distance, it was also possible to observe the violet sea seethe as Meng Hao sent his will expanding out. A wave sped out across the violet sea, causing countless specters appear on the surface of the waters. By the time the wave reached Blackgate Fort, their numbers had grown into the hundreds of thousands. Some of the specters began to congregate around the 7 violet sea giants as they all charged toward the Black Lands. They proceeded forward with the power to crush anything. Nothing could possibly obstruct their path. Roaring echoed out constantly, to the point that the Black Lands were now on high alert. All the powers therein were sent into a commotion. When the 7 violet sea giants appeared off in the distance, the tens of thousands of cultivators gathered atop Blackgate Fort could only watch out as if they were facing an incredible foe. Down below, massive waves surged across the surface of the sea. It was in this moment that one particular enormous, furious wave smashed into Blackgate Fort. The resulting boom rose up to the sky, and Blackgate Fort itself shook. The surrounding mountains trembled, and massive rockslides occurred. The people gathered atop Blackgate Fort were astonished. At the same time, the blood mastiff screamed through the air, Meng Hao seated cross-legged atop it. A few dozen cultivators flew out to block the way. However, in the instant that they appeared, the blood mastiff let out a huge roar. A spirit-severing aura appeared, along with an area. Booms could be heard as the dozens of nascent soul cultivators were sent tumbling back, blood spraying from their mouths, their faces filled with astonishment. Their disbelief and terror couldn't be greater. A spirit-severing neo-demon. That's a spirit-severing beast. Even at the same time that the nascent soul cultivators were retreating, the Mastiff roared again and shot through the great gate of Blackgate Fort and into the Black Lands. Simultaneously, 7 violet sea giants leaped out from within the waves, also passing through the gate into the Black Lands. What are those? They're giants made from the Violet Sea. He can actually control the Violet Sea. That's impossible. How could someone control the Violet Sea? Hey, I recognize him. That's the totemic sacred ancient of the Golden Crow tribe. When the 7 violet sea giants stepped foot onto the Black Lands, everything quaked. Even as the Black Lands cultivators atop Blackgate Fort were sent into an astonished commotion, Meng Hao's voice could be heard echoing out. I am the totemic sacred ancient of the Golden Crow tribe. The Heavenly Pursuit tribe wants to eradicate my Golden Crow tribe. That is the only reason I have come to the Black Lands this day. I will wipe out the Heavenly Pursuit tribe. I've already exterminated Patriarch Huyen's clone. If any tribes here stand in my way, I will see to it that the ruthless Violet Sea spreads throughout all the Black Lands. In response to his words, enormous waves rose up on the Violet Sea outside Blackgate Fort. At the same time, hundreds of thousands of specters whistled through the air to enter the Black Lands. Even as Meng Hao's words rang out, the 7 violet sea giants took booming strides forward. Hundreds of thousands of specters screamed through the air, obscuring the sky above. All of this caused the tens of thousands of cultivators to gasp. Not a single one of them made any move to stop Meng Hao. They were simply incapable of doing so. Whether it was in terms of the 7 violet sea giants, the hundreds of thousands of specters, the spirit-severing beast, or the roaring Violet Sea outside of Blackgate Fort, all of it was far beyond anything that they could do anything to resist. That was especially true considering what Meng Hao had just said. The fact that he had slaughtered Patriarch Huyen's clone transformed into a roaring that filled their minds and hearts. In fact, many of them simply couldn't believe it. Regardless, none of them could block Meng Hao's way. It was without hesitation that tens of thousands of cultivators immediately began to send news of what was happening back to their respective organizations. As to how each individual tribe would respond, that would be up to the leadership of the tribe. What happened next astonished everyone. Without exception, all of the tribes immediately responded to the messages with strict orders not to participate in any way in the conflict between the Golden Crow tribe and the Heavenly Pursuit tribe. As he moved on, Meng Hao did not meet any interference. All the Black Lands tribes made way for him. Booming echoed out as the 7 violet sea giants stomped through the land. Hundreds of thousands of specters obfuscated the sky as they flew along. As for Meng Hao's blood mastiff, wherever it passed, a matchless aura would spread about. On this day, Meng Hao's name thoroughly shook the entirety of the Black Lands. With Wu Ling providing directions, Meng Hao headed directly toward the area of the Golden Crow tribe, where the war was still underway. The Black Dragon tribe had left, reducing by 30% the force that had once been the Golden Crow Black Dragon clan. The Golden Crow tribe's battle power had been significantly reduced. Furthermore, they had already been fighting for more than half a month. It left the Golden Crow tribe with roughly 50,000 members, almost all of whom had been mobilized. Vast amounts of neo-demons fought viciously. Big Harry and the other totemic sacred ancients fought like mad, seemingly unaware of their own exhaustion. As for the Heavenly Pursuit tribe, they had mobilized nearly all of their forces. There were more than 100,000 cultivators, along with massive hordes of neo-demons, along with totemic sacred ancients. As the two sides battled back and forth over the days, heavy casualties had been inflicted on both sides. Originally, the Golden Crow tribe would not have been a match. However, the Thorn Rampart Vine had continued to follow the mission it had been entrusted with by Meng Hao all those years ago. It surrounded the Golden Crow tribe, causing thorns to spread out. Over and over again, it had blocked the deadly attacks of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe. Blood soaked the ground as the war between the two parties slowly raged into a fever pitch. Booming echoed about as people died left and right. The spell formation of the Church of the Golden Light was another reason that the Golden Crow tribe had been able to hold their ground for so long. The attacks of the Parrot, Meat Jelly, and Outlander Beast also turned the battlefield with the Heavenly Pursuit tribe into a sea of blood. Both sides fought with bloodshot eyes. Neo-demons flew about in midair massacring each other. However, as time had passed, the situation for the Golden Crow tribe continued to grow more critical. Currently, more than 100 nascent soul cultivators of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe flew about in midair, emitting truly crushing pressure. There were also more than 20 totemic sacred ancients, who, although were not of the spirit-severing stage, only the Great Circle of the Nasan T's soul stage, were still astonishingly powerful. When you added in the ordinary cultivators and the roaring neo-demons, it caused the sky to dim. The Heavenly Pursuit tribe was a great tribe after all, with deep, powerful resources. Considering that the entire tribe had been mobilized, the Golden Crow tribe fundamentally weren't a match for them. They had no choice but to slowly fall back into the perimeter of the Thorn Rampart. All the neo-demons and cultivators were deeply exhausted, but not in despair. Within the confines of the tribe members gathered around Meng Hao's statue and called out the name of their sacred ancient. It was at this point that they began to feel their blood burn with righteousness. They felt just the way they imagined the old-timers, who were now the leadership of the tribe, must have felt during the days of the migration. However, the situation continued to decline. The protective thorn rampart began to show signs of collapse, although it continued to hold on. Big Harry and the wild giant continued to fight on, absolutely no fear of death within their hearts. They fought with madness, with determination, also incapable of forgetting the mission Meng Hao had entrusted them with. Even if they died, they would continue to protect the Golden Crow tribe. Big Harry, covered in blood, howled as he fought. The wild giant lost an eye, but was still as fierce as ever. Meanwhile, within the forces of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe, Zhang Wenzu looked coldly out across the battlefield. He then waved his right hand, snatching up a member of the Golden Crow tribe by the neck. He squeezed down violently. Cracking sounds could be heard as the neck was crushed. He suddenly cried out, "Tower Toppling Tribe, Cloud Mountain Tribe, Nine Crystals Tribe. The three of you, attack the right flank. Flying Cloud Tribe, Vast Mountain Tribe, Peng Lai Tribe, attack the left flank. This battle is about to end. Members of the main Heavenly Pursuit tribe, attack the center. Crush the Golden Crow tribe. Men, women, elderly, children, don't leave a single one alive." Killing intent flickered in Zhang Wenzu's eyes. He, of course, was the Heavenly Pursuit tribe chosen who was taking the lead in the battle. Zhang Wenzu was present on the day Meng Hao led the tribe to Blackgate Fort. He was introduced in Chapter 510, where he had some interaction with Duo Lan of the Demon Butterfly tribe. He had some minor reactions to the battle in subsequent chapters, and then made a comment in Chapter 515 about wanting to fight Meng Hao. Chapter 549, I've returned. Up in midair, the Heavenly Pursuit tribe's great father and high priest looked down coldly at the battlefield. They were exhausted, but their killing intent filled the air. They very much approved of Zhang Wenzu's plans. "This battle will be over soon," said the Great Father. In accord with the orders issued by Zhang Wenzu, the tribe slashed into the Golden Crow tribe from 3D directions. The sounds of slaughter immediately intensified. War chariots constructed from magical treasures pulsated with prismatic light as they crushed anything in their path, instantly putting the Golden Crow tribe in grave danger. The peak-level battle prowess of the more than 100 nascent soul cultivators and 20 totemic sacred ancients emitted crushing pressure that weighed down on everything. It was a force that would be equivalent even to a great sect from the southern domain. As the brutal battle raged, the Golden Crow tribe was forced to shrink back. The thorn rampart vines were in a frenzy, and the brilliant glow of magical techniques and divine abilities rose up into the sky. The parrot soared through midair, its eyes red. As more and more members of the Golden Crow tribe perished, the parrot felt worse and worse. Everything that was happening made it think of a painful memory from the past. The meat jelly trembled as it looked around. Although its body was indestructible, when it saw the cultivators dying all around, it felt grief similar to the parrot's. "Hey, old bird, why the hell haven't you opened the seal and gotten rid of these enemies?" "I can't open it, bitch." "It won't open," shouted the parrot, charging an attack. The Golden Crow tribe fell back again. Booming roars rose up into the sky. They had long since given up on the thought of advancing. Everything was focused on defense. They were completely surrounded by the forces of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe. The combined power of more than 20 totemic sacred ancients and over 100 nascent soul cultivators caused the thorn rampart vines to begin to collapse. From the look of things, it wouldn't be long before they died completely. It was at this moment that suddenly, a roaring sound could be heard from off in the distance. 13 Heavenly Pursuit tribe cultivators came into view, carrying with them a black-colored pillar that even 5 people couldn't encircle with their arms. The pillar was carved with countless ferocious beasts and emanated a primitive, archaic aura that made it seem as if it had existed for countless years. The 13 cultivators slowly proceeded forward with the pillar, their faces red and dripping with sweat. Apparently the pillar was incredibly heavy, and even with their combined strength, it was difficult to bear it on their shoulders for very long. As it turned out, there wasn't just one column heading toward the battlefield. There were 3. They slowly approached the Golden Crow tribe from 3 directions, each one roughly 300 meters in length. From up above, the 3 black pillars looked like 3 gigantic spikes, pulsing with a black aura. They seemed to be filled with the rancor of countless ferocious beasts. Up in midair, Zhang Wenzu's eyes glittered, and he suddenly cried out, "Crush them!" In response, all of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe members instantly began to cry out strange incantations. Sounds of their voices shook everything, creating a roar that turned into a sound wave. As it echoed out, the 3 gigantic black spikes responded to the power of the incantation. They suddenly flew up of their own accord to drift in midair. The Great Father and High Priest of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe lifted their hands to press down hard on their foreheads. Their bodies trembled and blood sprayed from their mouths. Their faces twisted bizarrely as they uttered the final, awkward-sounding words of the incantation. Hong Mosen. The incantation sucked in some of their life forces. The sound of it filled the entire battlefield, causing anyone who heard it to suddenly feel bedazzled, as if their souls were being tugged at. Next, the three enormous black spikes suddenly shot downward. A rumbling bang could be heard as they stabbed into the ground. Instantly, a black field of light sprang up between the black spikes, connecting them and completely enveloping the Golden Crow tribe. In that instant, all of the members of the Golden Crow tribe, men and women, the elderly and children, even the neo-demons, all felt signs of withering within their bodies. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Pursuit tribe's nascent soul cultivators and totemic sacred ancients split into 3 groups, each one of which moved into the direction of one of the black spikes. After arriving, they unleashed the full power of their cultivation bases to slam into the spikes. Each successive blast sent the 3 spikes further into the ground by several meters. The black field of light grew stronger, and countless bolts of lightning appeared. The Golden Crow tribe was completely enveloped, and the signs of withering grew stronger. The tribe members' faces filled with despair. It seemed as if what the Heavenly Pursuit tribe said was true. They really were going to eradicate the entire tribe and leave not a single person alive. 3 lives, spirit extermination spikes, said the Heavenly Pursuit tribe's Great Father. They are precious treasures of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe. Were it not for the fact that the Golden Crow tribe has fought back the entire time and not given a bit, we would never have used them. Hopefully the life forces of this tribe will be of some use to the Patriarch, said the High Priest. The 2 of them let out soft sighs. The war had gone on for roughly half a month, but now it was finally going to conclude. They weren't the only ones who heaved sighs of relief. Most of the surrounding Heavenly Pursuit tribe members were the same, with the exception of Zhang Wenzu, whose expression was cold. The desire to kill still flickered in his eyes. They really are tenacious. However, the more they struggle, the more quickly their life forces will be drained, and the sooner they will die. Roaring filled the air as the spikes were driven deeper into the ground. The Golden Crow tribe members were wasting away, even the Outlander Beast and Big Harry. There were no exceptions. There was despair, but as they struggled, their eyes were filled enmity and frenzy. They fused together to form a hatred that could only be washed away with the blood of their enemies. All their enemies. There's no need to struggle, said the High Priest coolly. If you want to blame someone, said the Great Father, blame that totemic sacred ancient of yours. He killed someone he shouldn't have killed, and provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked, the Patriarch of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe. In fact, he's most likely already dead at the hands of Patriarch Huyen's clone. He smiled, his expression one of arrogance and scorn as he looked down at the Golden Crow tribe. The parrot flew in midair beneath within the field of light.
Who's dead, bitch?
If anyone died, he wouldn't. In the middle of its cursing, the parrot suddenly stared in shock. It immediately stopped speaking and looked off into the distance. Even as the Golden Crow tribe was struggling on the verge of collapse, even as the parrot stared in shock, suddenly, the ground began to shake. The shaking was not caused by the spikes being driven down. No, this shaking was much more intense, much more large in scale. It was as if the entire world was being turned upside down. Off in the distance, huge forms could be seen, running with enormous strides that caused the entire land to quake. Soon, the aroma of salt water blasted against the faces of everyone present. A wild wind sprang up that caused dust to fly up all over the place. A towering killing intent spread out in all directions. The Heavenly Pursuit tribe cultivators sensed the shaking almost immediately. One after another, the more than 100 nascent soul cultivators and 20 totemic sacred ancients in midair looked up. What they saw was a gale force wind sweeping through the air. The wind was dark and sinister as it screamed toward them, and within it could be seen hundreds of thousands of specters. When they saw the specters, the nascent soul cultivators and totemic sacred ancients gasped. The rest of the surrounding Heavenly Pursuit tribe members were also shocked. At the same time, the shaking grew more intense. Finally, the crowds could clearly see the 7 giants leaping through the air. Every step they took slammed into the ground and caused it to quake. These were the 3,000-meter-tall violet sea giants. The aroma of salt water grew stronger. The appearance of these 7 violet sea giants caused all of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe members to gasp. What are they? Zhang Wenzu was dumbstruck, his eyes wide and filled with astonishment. Then his mind began to fill with a roaring sound as he realized what the giants were made from. The Heavenly Pursuit tribe High Priest, his voice hoarse and filled with disbelief, said, "The Violet Sea. They're giants made from the waters of the Violet Sea. Violet Sea giants. And the one in the lead position is holding something in its hand. It's The Heavenly Pursuit Tribe Greatfather's eyes narrowed as he looked off into the distance. It was at this point that the High Priest and all the nascent soul cultivators also looked closely in the same direction. In that instant, they suddenly stopped breathing for a moment. Golden Crow Tribe members. Those are the ones we captured and sent to the 10 outposts. Even as the Heavenly Pursuit Tribe members felt complete and utter astonishment, an enormous red shape appeared in the approaching wind. It moved with incredible speed and emitted intense killing intent. The sky dimmed, and the clouds were thrown into upheaval. An intense, hair-raising pressure radiated out toward the Heavenly Pursuit Tribe. The intensity of the pressure felt to them like the strength of the heavens. It was an enormous, blood-colored mastiff. Standing on its head was a man in a green robe. His hair whipped about in the wind, and his eyes were as cold as ice. His expression was grim, and he suddenly exploded with seemingly infinite killing intent. Meng Hao. Zhang Wenzu's breath came in ragged pants. He recognized Meng Hao from that day outside Blackgate Fort. Meng Hao had left a deep impression on him at that time. The Heavenly Pursuit Tribe Greatfather and High Priest also recognized Meng Hao, as well as some of the nascent soul cultivators. As soon as they saw Meng Hao, their minds filled with roaring. They were well aware that the Patriarch's clone had gone to kill Meng Hao. However, here was Meng Hao now. There was only one thing that meant, and everyone knew it. It was in this moment that among the trembling Golden Crow tribe members caught in the black field of light, older members of the tribe finally caught sight of Meng Hao, standing there atop the mastiff. These were old-timers who had accompanied Meng Hao during the long migration years ago. He looked almost completely the same as he had 100 years ago. Immediately, the old-timers began to tremble with excitement. Exalted Sacred Ancient, we welcome you back with deep respect. The other Golden Crow tribe members who had been born in the past 100 years, or perhaps had joined the tribe, all gaped in astonishment. The instant they saw Meng Hao, they connected his visage to that of the statue in the middle of the tribe. They too were filled with excitement. Exalted Sacred Ancient, we welcome you back with deep respect. Exalted Sacred Ancient, we welcome you back with deep respect. Their voices roared out in all directions, filled with hope and frenzy. As the sound echoed about, Meng Hao's voice could be heard. I've returned. Chapter 550. Breaking the Formation. The two simple words rang out from Meng Hao's mouth to fill the entire battlefield. When the Heavenly Pursuit tribe heard the words, the sound of countless gasps could be heard. As for the Golden Crow tribe members, their hearts filled with wild excitement. The two words contained guilt as well as killing intent directed toward the Heavenly Pursuit tribe. Even as his words continued to echo about, Meng Hao's eyes fell upon the bedraggled, listless Big Hairy. Then he saw the trembling wild giant and many other faces within the crowd that he recognized from the migration. He saw Wu Chen. He saw the remnants of his neo-demon horde. He saw the members of the Church of the Golden Light. Many images shone brightly inside his mind. More than 100 years of separation hadn't seemed like a long time to Meng Hao, but for the Golden Crow tribe, it had been like an eternity. I've returned, he murmured. The karma that existed between him and the Golden Crow tribe could not be broken. When he saw their sorry state, the killing intent visible on his face grew even more intense. At the same time, among the panting members of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe, the Greatfather's eyes glimmered with the desire to kill. So, you were able to evade the Patriarch, said the Heavenly Pursuit tribe high priest. You've clearly got some skill. However, since you've delivered yourself up, today will be the day you die. Heavenly Pursuit tribe cultivators, kill this man. Eradicate the Golden Crow tribe. As soon as they heard his words, the members of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe roared. Zhang Wenzu's eyes gleamed with the desire to do battle. So, you appear again. This time we will fight. Zhang Wenzu had been left with a deep impression of Meng Hao that year. Right now, his will to fight exploded out. Killing intent roared up from the more than 100 nascent soul cultivators and 20 totemic sacred ancients. They were just about to charge into battle when suddenly, the Mastiff gave them a look of disdain, and then let out a roar. The roar was backed by the Mastiff's spirit-severing aura. As it exploded out, an invisible tempest sprung up with the Mastiff at its center. All the Heavenly Pursuit tribe members that the aura touched, including the nascent soul cultivators and totemic sacred ancients, were filled with astonishment. Their faces fell. They almost couldn't believe that it was true. Spirit-severing. That's a spirit-severing neo-demon. At the same time, the 7 huge violet sea giants finally reached the battlefield, striding forward at top speed, the ground quaking beneath them. The hundreds of thousands of specters also neared, emanating grimness. The entire battlefield was suddenly filled with extreme coldness. As the Mastiff sped forward, it turned into a beam of crimson light that shot toward the black field of light that was enveloping the Golden Crow tribe. Meng Hao's body flickered as he transformed into a green smoke and a black moon. Moments later, he appeared directly next to one of the black spikes. At the same time, he entered the third anima. The parrot and the meat jelly instantly flew out at top speed to perch on Meng Hao's shoulder. They seemed as if they had suddenly found their backbones. They looked at around the battlefield, their expressions triumphant and arrogant. Come on, bitches. Well, what are you doing? Who's the tough one now? You dare to provoke Lord Fifth, bitches? Little Howie, get out there and screw them. Humph. Lord Third isn't going to convert you. Lord Third is going to beat you to death. Little Howie, get out there and screw them. Meng Hao's face was grim as he ignored the parrot and meat jelly. Now that he had entered the third anima, the power of 4 great circle nascent souls rose up within him, causing ripples to emanate out in all directions. As his cultivation base exploded out, he waved his index finger through the air. It looked like an ordinary movement, but suddenly, violet chi boiled up. This was none other than Meng Hao's violet chi guillotine. The blade descended onto the body of one of the Heavenly Pursuit Tribe nascent soul cultivators. His eyes went wide, and a booming sound rang out as his body was cleaved entirely in half.
Screwing.
Screw them, squawked the parrot excitedly, finally able to vent a bit after all this time. Meng Hao shot forward with a boom. At the same time, within the red glow surrounding the mastiff, countless bright red hairs suddenly appeared in the air. They began to rotate around the mastiff, shockingly transforming into a red tornado. It moved forward unimpeded, crushing anything that got in its way as easily as if it were dried weeds. It didn't matter if it was a sacred ancient or a nascent soul cultivator, anything that it touched screamed and then exploded, destroyed in both body and soul. This was not a battle. This was a massacre. As for the hundreds of thousands of specters, they were grim and emotionless as they pounced on the ordinary cultivators of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe. They could do nothing but tremble as their life force was exterminated. Most shocking of all were the 7 violet sea giants. After arriving on the battlefield, they sprang into motion. When their fists descended onto the surface of the ground, enormous craters appeared. Even more astonishing was the power of extermination that existed within them. Any living thing they touched was exterminated. The battlefield was instantly thrown into complete chaos. The sudden change caused the Heavenly Pursuit Tribe Great Father and High Priest to gasp with disbelief. Zhang Wenzu's eyes were wide as he stared, his mind a complete blank. Originally, he wanted a duel with Meng Hao, but now he could only watch as Meng Hao faced up against the nascent soul cultivators. Not one could last for more than a single breath against him. At the moment, he watched as one of the illustrious tribe elders who was in the late nascent soul stage was so weak that he exploded under a single finger attack. As the man's blood-curdling shriek echoed in Zhang Wenzu's ears, he began to tremble and abandoned all thoughts of fighting a duel with Meng Hao. Stop them from pulling up the spirit extermination spikes, he cried. Despite their shock and widened eyes, the Heavenly Pursuit Tribe cultivators howled and charged toward Meng Hao. Currently, Meng Hao is surrounded by 30 nascent soul cultivators and 7 or 8 totemic sacred ancients, all of whom were attempting to prevent him from nearing the black spike. Screw off, he cried. The killing intent in his eyes boiled as he waved his hand, causing a wild wind to spring up that was filled with the power of 4 great circle nascent souls. It shot out, causing 8 or so nascent soul cultivators in front of him to tumble backward, blood spraying out of their mouths. 2 of them even screamed, and then directly exploded. At the same time, Meng Hao made a grasping motion. The devil's spear appeared in his hand, and he tossed it backward. It instantly became a black mist filled with vicious faces which began to consume 8 or so incoming opponents. Meng Hao didn't pause for even a moment. He next appeared in front of one of the totemic sacred ancients, which bore the semblance of a rhinoceros. The killing intent in his eyes sparkled as his right fist descended. The totemic sacred ancient's face was filled with disbelief in the moment before it exploded into a haze of blood and gore that Meng Hao passed directly through. Gasps could be heard from the other 8 or so nascent soul cultivators who had been attempting to block Meng Hao. They were filled with intense shock and their minds reeled. They suddenly stopped in their tracks, not daring to get in Meng Hao's way. Meng Hao proceeded forward as if he were walking through a field of dry weeds. In the blink of an eye, he was directly above the black spirit extermination spike. He reached down and grabbed a hold of it, then wrenched up. The spike let out an intense rumbling sound as it slowly moved upward. However, it was at this point that the Heavenly Pursuit Tribe Great Father approached. Intense killing intent filled his eyes. He knew that he must under no circumstance let the spirit extermination spike be pulled up. If he did, then the Golden Crow tribe would be able to charge out, which would be like adding snow onto frost, disaster upon disaster. Do not hold anything back. Stop him, roared the Great Father. The surrounding nascent soul cultivators gritted their teeth, and, joined by 8 or so totemic sacred ancients, charged toward Meng Hao. In the blink of an eye, they were bearing down on him. However, Meng Hao's mouth curved in a cold smile. 4th anima. Roaring filled the air as he entered the 4th anima. Battle power equivalent to 8 Great Circle Nascent Souls exploded out within Meng Hao. As his enemies neared, they were blasted by the explosive aura. Blood sprayed out of the mouths of all of the surrounding nascent soul cultivators and totemic sacred ancients. Even the Heavenly Pursuit tribe's great father coughed up blood and was sent tumbling backward, his face written with shock. He watched with wide eyes as Meng Hao heaved up again. A booming sound reverberated through the air as the spike was wrenched completely up out of the ground. As it emerged, it began to shrink rapidly until it fit completely in Meng Hao's palm. Now that one of the 3 spikes was gone, the black field of light which enveloped the Golden Crow tribe rippled and distorted. Some of the life force that the black field had stolen now began to descend back down toward the excited members of the Golden Crow tribe. The sight of it caused the Heavenly Pursuit tribe to be filled with shock. This man, just what level is his cultivation base? This is in the Great Circle of the Nascent Soul stage. This is halfway to spirit severing. Even as everyone expressed their shock, another booming sound could be heard from the direction of the second of the spirit extermination spikes. The ground quaked as the Mastiff completely destroyed all the nascent soul cultivators and totemic sacred ancients who defended it. Then, the Mastiff smacked the spike violently with its paw. The blow was filled with such power that the spike was torn out the ground and sent flying, leaving behind a massive fissure. Having lost 2 of the spikes, the black field of light was now covered in distortions. It was no longer sucking away life force, but restoring it. It took only moments for all of the life force it had stolen to be returned. As the black spike whizzed through the air, Meng Hao's body flashed, and he waved his right index finger into the air. Immediately, the enormous black spike trembled and began to shrink. In the blink of an eye, it landed on Meng Hao's palm. Without pausing for a second, Meng Hao continued toward the 3rd black spike. Anyone who tried to block his way would suddenly notice a red glow speeding toward them. The Mastiff would appear and bat them away with its paw. Of course, anyone who received a blow from the paw of the Mastiff ended up being transformed completely into a haze of blood and gore. Meng Hao's hand slammed down onto the surface of the 3rd black spike. Rumbling filled the air, along with a popping sound, as he heaved it out of the ground. The black field of light completely shattered, and the Golden Crow tribe members, their bodies fully recovered, charged out, killing intent rising to the heavens.